In the dawn of a new era, the celestial paths have given birth to a world where all races from the myriad realms have traversed into a fresh domain. The narrative begins with a solitary individual in a vast expanse of land, engaging in the construction of shelters, agriculture, beast taming, mining, and defending against threats. Each being is compelled to toil in the creation of their own sanctuary for survival. Luo Yu acquires the extraordinary skill of Primordial Crit, enabling him to unleash critical strikes upon all things in existence. Harvesting an ordinary strawberry triggers a critical hit. You receive a vermilion dragon fruit. Purchasing a common stone knife triggers a critical hit. You receive a heavenly artisan knife. The act of constructing homes, bridges, mining, and taming beasts can all trigger miraculous critical successes. A cat girl yearns to become his pet, while the elven kin regard him as a reincarnation of a celestial deity. He is dubbed insecticide by the populace and perceived as a legendary sword immortal from pre-Qin times by earthlings. As others strive to survive, Luo Yu has already erected his own castle and is ascending the path to unparalleled strength. Chapter 1. Celestial Realm, Primordial Crit. After dinner, Luo Yu strolled alone along the pebbled path of a small park. Memories of his girlfriend's resolute expression at their parting filling his mind. His girlfriend had become so infatuated with a celebrity that she abandoned her boyfriend, which seemed quite absurd. Suddenly, a flash of golden light caught his eye as a golden orb rolled to his feet. Curiosity piqued, Luo Yu picked up the orb, intending to examine it closely, when a thunderous clap echoed from the sky. He felt a momentary darkness, only to be illuminated again, finding himself in an unfamiliar environment. Before him lay a modest grassland, with a small lake glistening like a pearl amidst the greenery, surrounded by towering mountains that formed a protective circle. What is this? His composed nature prevented any overt display of panic as he began to observe his surroundings. Then, a gentle voice resonated from above. Greetings, wise beings of the myriad realms. I am a celestial path, and I welcome you to the new world I have created. To understand everything here, simply meditate in your hearts. To open the system, the knowledge shall be revealed. I wish you all a pleasant existence. As the voice faded, an instinctual realization dawned upon Luo Yu. This was no mere performance or film shooting. He had undoubtedly traversed into another realm. Open the system. He silently chanted, and a futuristic virtual projection materialized before him, with the first page detailing the world's explanation. After dedicating half an hour to meticulously peruse the information, Luo Yu grasped the situation at hand. Each individual from the myriad realms had been granted a survival base, with everything presented in data form. The sole objective was to endure and grow stronger. Suddenly, a notification appeared in the lower right corner of his retina. Detected that you possess the primordial stone skills are being exchanged for you. Primordial stone? Instinctively, Luo Yu glanced at the golden orb in his hand, only to be astonished as it merged with his body moments later. Congratulations, you have acquired a unique skill, Primordial Crit. Primordial Crit. Your next action will enhance efficiency by 100 times. Cooldown period, 1 natural day. Initial critical strike opportunities, 3 times. What an impressive name. A unique skill, nonetheless. Joy surged within him, signaling that fortune had favored him. Calming his thoughts, he surveyed the area nearby, where numerous tools and bags of plant seeds lay as starting supplies. Luo Yu was the sole individual on the grassland, indicating that his initial strength assessment was commendable, as he had commenced alone. Those of weaker capacity often found themselves in groups on the same plane to ensure their survival. The advantages of solo play were evident, as all resources belonged solely to him. In contrast, multiplayer scenarios bore both benefits and drawbacks, ultimately maintaining fairness that he accessed the panel, revealing a series of data. Tester, Luo Yu. ID, Earth, Summer Kingdom 23333. Base score, 0 points. Initial scores are all 0. Recalibrated at the end of each month, higher scores yield greater reward from the celestial path, but also increase the intensity of attacks faced. Strength, 13 average for Earth males is 10. Universe average, 17. Constitution, 14 average for Earth males is 10. Universe average, 18. Agility, 13 average for Earth males is 10. Universe average, 18. Navigating the virtual interface. He opened the world channel only to find it in utter chaos. What is happening? My mind is a whirlpool. Everyone, remain calm. This is the legendary era, transition, we've struck it rich. Elves. There are even elf maidens in my base. How beautiful. What a fortune. Hello everyone. I am from the Mickey Star. Where do you hail from? I am from the Beast Star. We, the Beastmen, shall never be enslaved. The world channel's discourse was time-limited, allowing 1 message per day, and it had devolved into complete disarray. After familiarizing himself with the system's trading mall, virtual combat platform, regional map, and other functionalities, he recognized the value of time and devised a plan. He would plant crops in the morning and construct a temporary wooden shelter in the afternoon. The maturation period for crops here differed from Earth, allowing for swift harvesting. The sooner he sowed, the sooner he would reap rewards. Having cultivated a vegetable garden in the military, his planting skill was rated at LV1, granting him a slight efficiency advantage over an ordinary individual with LV0. In no time, he had cleared a rectangular patch for planting. Why a rectangle? It facilitated seeding and watering operations. Just as he contemplated sowing corn seeds, an idea struck him. Had 3 critical strike opportunities. Why not give it a try? Silently, he chanted, and a prompt appeared in the information bar. Your next action is guaranteed to be a critical hit. Efficiency increased by 10,000. With utmost caution, Luo Yu planted a medicinal herb seed. Medicinal herb seed can grow into a herb that heals wounds, with a minuscule chance of mutation growth period, 30 days. A miracle unfolded as the seed sprouted at an astonishing rate, transforming into a ginseng-like plant in mere moments, about the size of a palm. Ginseng enhances vitality, invigorates blood flow, prolongs life consumption, grants 2 to strength, 2 to constitution, lasting 2 years. Remarkably, the critical hit had elevated a mere herb into ginseng. Luo Yu consumed the ginseng on the spot, instantly feeling revitalized with boundless energy. Upon checking his panel, he noted strength 15, constitution 16, agility 13. He had grown stronger. Seizing this momentum, Luo Yu quickly cleared 3 patches for cultivation, planting corn, rice, and medicinal herbs. He realized he was wasting precious time in the early development phase. The next step was to build a wooden house. Surveying the surroundings, he took a saw and ventured toward a nearby grove close to the mountains, cautious not to delve too deep, and began to saw down trees. Wood 1, wood 1, wood 1. Energized by the ginseng, Luo Yu channeled all his vigor into the task, sawing down 80 units of wood in 3 hours, while only 30 units were required to construct a simple wooden shelter. Under normal circumstances, this would have taken 2 days. He clicked on the construction page of the virtual interface and selected the option for a small wooden house. A projection of the house appeared before him, prompting him to choose a location for its placement. Naturally, the chosen site was near the vegetable garden at the center of the grassland, with the small lake just to the north. Constructing the wooden house will consume 30 wood and 10 silver. Do you confirm? Silver serves as the universal currency in the celestial realm, with every individual starting with 100 silver, used for purchasing various items or required for construction. He clicked confirm. In a flash of light, a quaint wooden house materialized before him. Chapter 2. 100-fold critical hit yields treasures. Upon entering, he found nothing but barren walls, with ample timber at hand. Luo Yu expended 10 pieces of wood to craft a simple wooden bed, a table, and a chair. After relocating all the tools from outside and arranging them neatly, the space began to exude the warmth of home. Glancing at the time, he noted it was 4:30 p.m. After all his exertions, the energy granted by the ginseng had waned, leaving him hungry. The lake undoubtedly harbored fish, and he possessed a fishing rod. According to the guidelines, fishing would not only yield fish, but also a myriad of assorted materials. However, a red dot marked the center of the lake on the map, indicating the presence of a fixed enemy unit, which could be a primitive cannibal tribe or some formidable beast. It was certain that a monstrous fish lurked in the depths of the lake. Without subduing it, no one would be able to fish. Unless one wished to test their luck, wondering whether they would catch a fish or be devoured by the creature first. Earlier, Luo Yu had noticed berry bushes scattered across the small plain. If he was not mistaken, the berries were ripe and would soon rot if not harvested. He promptly grabbed a basket and set off. He walked briskly to a shrub and began to pick the berries, which were roughly the size of strawberries. Thanks to his level 1 planting skill, the quality and yield of the berries he harvested were slightly enhanced, ensuring nothing went to waste. His experience in cultivating crops for his unit had indeed honed some skills. From the first bush, he gathered 3 berries, wiping one on his work uniform. A symbol of his earthly identity, he took a bite. Delicious. His eyes sparkled with delight as he consumed 2 more berries, alleviating his hunger somewhat. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could the primordial critical hit allow him to harvest 100 berries at once? Or perhaps yield some rare item, akin to his previous experience? With this thought in mind, he directed his gaze towards another berry bush in the distance. Without hesitation, he strode over, silently reciting a mantra, and expertly plucked a berry. 100-fold critical hit activated. 10,000 increase in the chance of producing rare fruits. To his astonishment, the fruit in his hand was no longer a mere berry but a large, crimson fruit the size of his fist. Zhu Longhua. Consuming this grants a permanent increase of 5 in strength and 2 in agility, maintaining full satiety for 3 days and providing resistance against mosquitoes and diseases. Ding! You have harvested an extraordinary treasure, gaining planting experience. Your planting level has increased from 1 to 2. Ecstatic, he immediately consumed the fruit. Licking his lips, he felt a surge of power within him, and his stats displayed a transformation. Strength, 20. Constitution, 16. Agility, 15. In just a single day? He had successfully elevated himself from the average human level to that of a cosmic being. A few more such fruits would elevate him to the status of an advanced cosmic race, propelling him towards prosperity, though he felt quite satiated. The berries on the prairie would soon spoil if not harvested. Thanks to his enhanced planting skill, he spent merely 2 hours collecting every berry on the plain, filling his basket with a perfect count of 100. As dusk descended, Luo Yu, weary from a day of labor, found himself at a small stream near the lake, drawing water with a wooden bucket to cleanse himself before settling down for a chat in the communal area. Just as he reclined upon the wooden plank, an alarm suddenly blared. Alarm! A pack of wild wolves has descended from the 9527 area in search of food. They will disperse and may randomly attack survival bases. Please prepare accordingly. Luo Yu was taken aback, and the chat interface, which he had just opened, erupted with exclamations. Nyoda, Minotaur, what is happening? An attack on the very first day? Alice, Elf, may the great goddess protect every being from harm. Naker, Catgirl, meow. What should we do? The wolves are coming. Please don't eat me. Fong Yumeng, human everyone, remain calm. Those with shelters should stay inside. Otherwise, climb trees. Whatever you do, don't get injured. There are no herbs for healing. The chat became a cacophony, highlighting the stark contrast between those sheltered and those exposed. The calm and resourceful individuals likely already possessed wooden cabins. Even if wolves approached, they could not enter. Conversely, those who had panicked and lamented their fates would be vulnerable to attacks. It seemed inevitable that someone would be eliminated on this first night. And the cost of elimination was death. A chilling howl echoed from the distance, causing Luo Yu to nearly leap from his makeshift bed. The wolves had indeed arrived. He cautiously opened the window, spotting 2 wild wolves ambling toward him, each the size of a calf, sniffing about until their gaze settled on his wooden cabin. Green wolf, wildness 80, aggressive. Luo Yu, human wolves are here. After sending a brief message to the regional chat, he promptly exited the room. Good luck, good luck. Moments later, Luo Yu observed the wolves circling his cabin, seemingly at a loss regarding how to breach his defenses. However, to his fury, they began to ravage the fields. Even if these aggressive wolves did not consume humans, their destruction of the survival base was intolerable. They must either be exterminated or wait for them to depart. Peaceful coexistence was not an option. Luo Yu furrowed his brow, while the field itself could be repaired. The seeds were irreplaceable. With determination, he dashed out, wielding a stick in each hand. One wolf lunged at him, but he deftly sidestepped the attack. His agility now markedly improved. Spotting another wolf charging toward him, he swung his stick with force. Elders often remarked that wolves had tough skulls and fragile bodies. Thus he aimed for a critical strike. Critical hit triggered. Your next attack's power is increased by 100 times. Thud. The stick connected solidly with the wolf's skull, exploding its head into a mist of blood, resulting in its instant demise. Luo Yu was taken aback by his own ferocity, turning his gaze toward the other wolf, which appeared momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Yu strode forward and delivered a powerful kick to the wolf's flank, sending the beast sprawling to the ground. He then positioned his foot atop the wolf's head, poised to deliver a fatal blow, when a thought struck him. Was there not one more opportunity for a critical strike? Perhaps he could attempt to tame the wolf. He pressed down forcefully on the wolf's skull and barked. Submit to me, or perish. Ding. Critical strike activated. Your success rate for taming beasts has increased by 100 times. The azure wolf trembled violently, and after a brilliant flash of light enveloped its form, it surrendered completely. Taming successful. Your taming level has risen to 2. Azure wolf, male, 3 years, strength 9. Constitution 12, agility 14. Now able to perceive its specific attributes, Luo Yu released his foot, and the azure wolf immediately sprang up, affectionately rubbing against his calf. Tamed animals could assist in combat, carry burdens, patrol, or guard fields, especially as various small creatures or birds often pilfered crops in this region. Luo Yu affectionately patted the azure wolf's head and named it Adai, before turning his gaze toward another lifeless wolf nearby. Within the wooden cabin, there was no knife to be found, and Luo Yu recalled the pickaxe he had used for mining. He pondered why he hadn't utilized it to fend off the wolf earlier. By the bank of a small stream that fed into the lake, he commenced the dissection of the azure wolf. As he cast its various entrails into the stream, a school of fish was swiftly attracted. Numerous fish surged forth, eagerly competing to feast on the organs, ranging from those as small as fingers to others that appeared to weigh 2 or 3 pounds. Luo Yu was overjoyed. Yet he understood that even if he caught fish, he had no means to keep them alive. He thus gathered some stones to dam both ends of the stream. The water level in the middle rose rapidly, resembling a small fish pond. While he could not guarantee that all the fish would be trapped, he was certain that a considerable number would be ensnared. After preparing the azure wolf, Luo Yu kindled a fire not far from the cabin, intending to dry and cure the wolf's meat for long-term preservation. As the alert for the attack ceased, the regional chat buzzed with activity once more. Alice, Elf, is everyone all right? Naker, Catgirl, phew. Fortunately, I can climb trees, so they couldn't catch me, but they did eat the fruits I had gathered. Fong Yumeng, Human, is Luo Yu still alive? Fong Yumming, have you dealt with it? Never mind, as long as all is well. There must be items to trade after the attack. I'll check the trading platform. Naker, I'll go too. Alice, yes, I'll take a look as well. Luo Yu, I wish you all the best. Minotaur, ladies, aren't you curious if I'm alright? Luo Yu felt a stir in his heart and opened the trading platform. To his surprise, it was quite lively, with a myriad of items for sale. There were seeds for crops, wooden swords and knives, as well as shovels and fishing nets, all priced modestly since everyone was short on funds. However, food was scarce on the market, deemed too precious in the early stages. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yu resolved to sell his berries, as he could sustain himself for 3 days without food, and the berries had a mere 3-day shelf life. If not sold, they would surely go to waste. The rarity of an item enhances its value, and thus, Luo Yu unscrupulously priced each fruit at 25 silver coins. After a brief pause, with no inquiries forthcoming, he boldly announced in the World Channel, "Concealed, oh dear, someone is selling berries on the trading platform. Hurry and seize the opportunity." Simultaneously, countless individuals opened the trading platform, realizing that it was merely the first day. In truth, many were still unfamiliar with the concept of silver coins, and hunger gnawed at everyone. Unlike Luo Yu, who thrived from the outset, not everyone could bask in such comforts on their first day. In the blink of an eye, 100 berries were snatched up, and Luo Yu's account swelled by 500 silver coins. Was my pricing too low? He chuckled to himself, contemplating selling some wolf meat, though it was not yet cooked. Suddenly, he noticed something peculiar. Various insects, centipedes, cockroaches, flies, and mosquitoes scurried away from his vicinity. Ah, the Zhulong fruit. I possessed the ability to repel insects for 3 days. Intrigued by this discovery, Luo Yu began to roll across the lawn, and wherever he rolled, the insects hastily retreated. After all, insects are a source of nourishment, boasting a calorie content even higher than beef, with chicken-like crispiness. This was a rare opportunity. He hastily employed a sharp twig to skewer centipedes and similar creatures, planning to gather some for roasted centipedes and stewed spiders, dark culinary delights. Even if he chose not to indulge, he could certainly sell them on the platform. With so many races across the myriad realms, surely there must be a chicken tribe that relishes insects. As he rolled across the grass, he managed to capture 4 or 5 dozen centipedes with remarkable efficiency, reveling in his success. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Acquired personal trait. Insect Slayer, 1 star. Insect Slayer, 1 star, inflicts an additional 10 damage to all insect-type creatures. Immune to all insect-type attacks of 10 damage. Permanent agility 2. Oh, there are personal traits? Luo Yu recognized that personal traits are challenging to obtain and can only be acquired through fortunate circumstances, with 1 star being the minimum and 5 stars the maximum. If that is the case, let me roll a bit more. After listing a portion of wolf meat, Luo Yu continued to tumble on the grass. As he had surmised, he was indeed able to level up. Within a few hours, he elevated this Insect Slayer trait to 5 stars. Insect Slayer, 5 stars, inflicts an additional 50 damage to all insect-type creatures. Immune to all insect-type attacks of 50 damage. Permanent agility 10, Constitution 10. Upon inspecting his status panel, he noted Strength, 20 Constitution, 26 Agility, 27 Goodness. Within a single day, he had reached a level beyond the cosmic middle class. On the morning of the second day, gentle sunlight bathed the prairie, and the birds chirped melodiously. Luo Yu awakened slowly, feeling invigorated. With high constitution, he recovered swiftly. Others might have taken longer to recuperate. The world and regional channels were filled with messages of good morning, creating a serene atmosphere. However, Luo Yu understood that beneath this tranquility, many had likely perished in the attacks of the previous day. After washing his face by the brook and patting Adai's head, he checked the system notifications and confirmed that all 10 pieces of wolf meat he had listed the day prior had sold out. A staggering price of 80 silver was fetched for a single item, and currently, his account held 400 silver. Indeed, the instances of the Primordial Critical strike had reset, granting yet another opportunity for a critical hit. At present, his food supply was sufficiently ample, and the seeds had been sown. Now he needed to expand his survival base. Beginning with a perimeter wall, wooden walls proved too fragile, while stone walls offered a greater sense of security. The system could construct the walls, but the raw materials, such as stone bricks, had to be crafted by him, necessitating a stone-cutting knife. This knife not only served to slice through stone, but could also function as a melee weapon. Luo Yu whimsically pondered if purchasing items could also yield a critical hit. Prompted by this thought, he silently resolved to buy a stone-cutting knife priced at 100 silver from the system's marketplace. By the following day, he had accrued sufficient funds to procure such an item, and Luo Yu mused that he must be ahead of most others. Beep. You have triggered a 100-fold critical strike while purchasing the stone-cutting knife, acquiring an item of immense value. The Artisan's Blade worth 10,000 silver. Artisan's Blade, sharp and weighty, a formidable weapon for close combat that can also be utilized as a tool, slightly enhancing efficiency in cutting and digging activities. A flash of light revealed a sleek black long knife before him, and with great excitement, Luo Yu seized it. It felt heavy in his grasp, yet, due to his newfound strength, this weight was just right. The notion that purchases could also result in critical strikes was delightful. Approaching a slab of blue stone, he swung the blade, and what appeared to be an indomitable rock was effortlessly cleaved in two, with a single stroke. Such a feat would have been deemed extraordinary in ancient times. Luo Yu was overjoyed. Utilizing this tool to cut stone was a simple task. Without further ado, he set to work. Chapter 4. Insects are only worthy of gazing up from the soles of one's shoes. Given that Luo Yu's strength far exceeded the standard and his stamina was remarkable, coupled with the assistance of the artisan's blade, his speed in cutting stone was nothing short of astonishing. Within half an hour, he had produced 1,000 rectangular stone bricks. He was amazed at his own capabilities. Glancing at the regional chat, it was bustling with activity. How was last night? Did everyone survive? I swear, mosquitoes must be my ancestors. I must have lost a pound of blood. I'm starving. I'm so hungry. Nakal, catgirl Luo Yu, what are you up to? Are you playing solo? Luo Yu, yes. Nakal, meow. A human can play solo. That is quite impressive. By the way, how did you handle the wild wolves yesterday? Luo Yu, I dispatched them with a single strike. A flurry of question marks filled the chat. Fangyuming, really? Is a dozone level expert truly that terrifying? Nakal, oh, do you have muscles all over? Can you send me a screenshot? Minotaur, I'm all muscle, cutie. I'll send it to you. Nakal, meow. Sorry, I don't fancy minotaurs. Alice, please refrain from discussing such peculiar topics in the regional channel. Luo Yu, have you all had breakfast? I caught some centipedes. Would you like some? Fangyuming, you can keep them for yourself. Enjoy. As Luo Yu continued to cut stone and engage in light-hearted banter with his companions, he quickly became familiar with them. Suddenly, a notification regarding a relevant global event caught his attention. In the virtual arena, the Zerg 4444 set a stage to challenge humanity, with a wager of 2,000 silver pieces. Curious, Luo Yu ventured into the virtual coliseum and found the chat box ablaze with fervent exchanges. Earthlings vehemently criticized the Zerg, while the Zerg retaliated with equal fervor. Upon assessing the situation, it was evident that the human side held the upper hand in verbal skirmishes. The combat prowess of the Earthlings in this arena seemed to surpass the cosmic average. However, despite the fierce banter, no one dared to step into the arena to confront the Zerg. The competition had commenced the previous day, and it was likely that the more combative souls had already engaged, revealing that Earthlings, in terms of physical prowess, fell short compared to most races. Thus, within a mere day, they had been labeled as easy prey. Consequently, some had set up challenges, eager to profit from the Earthlings' hesitance. Earthlings are cowards. What good is mere insult? Step up, they jeered. Pathetic, Earthlings are even inferior to pests. As expletives filled the air, many valiant souls from Earth found their resolve tested. Yet, even those willing to fight needed to pay the 2,000 silver entry fee. Victors would claim 4,000, while the loser relinquished their 2,000 to the winner. Additionally, spectators were required to pay 10 silver to observe, further enriching the victor's coffers. It was clear that, should one possess the requisite strength, the arena was a lucrative venture. Luo Yu felt a flicker of displeasure. A swarm of insects had audaciously dared to challenge humanity. With sufficient funds at his disposal and contemplating his own entry, he noticed that someone could no longer contain their impatience. Earthling, hidden, pays silver and enters the arena. At that moment, all thoughts of money vanished as others hastily paid 10 silver to spectate, and Luo Yu joined them. Upon entering, a virtual screen materialized before him, revealing an expansive room of approximately 500 square meters, where two figures stood poised for confrontation. The arrogant Zerg was a grotesque creature with a pointed head and a menacing visage. Its arms resembled the scythe-like appendages of a mantis, and a pair of delicate wings adorned its back, unmistakably identifying it as a mantis-like Zerg. Opposite stood a human, yet he concealed his identification and visage, only revealing a robust physique. It was important to note that both participants were not physically present in the arena, but were projected virtual avatars, whose attributes mirrored their real-world counterparts, including traits and items. Though the battle was virtual, its intensity was virtually indistinguishable from real combat. The only difference being that physical bodies remained unharmed, barring psychological trauma. 3, 2, 1. Begin. As the countdown concluded, the mantis-like creature flapped its wings and launched forward with astonishing speed. Crack! The scythe-like arms severed the spear with ease, followed by a sweeping strike that cleaved the human in two. Exclamation point. Zerg 4444 wins. Time elapsed, 23 seconds. The chat exploded with frenzied commentary. The Zerg mercilessly mocked the humans, who were previously likened to insects and now degraded to mere maggots. The 4444 mantis monster boasted arrogantly, laughing, "Come on. It's still 2,000 silver. Do Earthlings dare to show up? I could slay 100 of these lowly beings without breaking a sweat. The male humans are utterly worthless, and the females aren't even worthy of laying our eggs." The watching Earthlings gritted their teeth, deeply offended by such insults, yet it was painfully clear that they were outmatched. Just as many felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, another notification chimed in. Earthling, hidden, pays 2,000 silver to enter the battle chamber. In the battle chamber, a flash of light revealed a man, whose number and face were also concealed. He was not as muscular as the previous giant, yet he appeared sturdy and powerful. The black long knife in his hand instilled a sense of dread. It was none other than Luo Yu. Insects are only fit to gaze up at us from the soles of our shoes. What did you say? A voice interjected. Brother, we all know your blood is boiling. But don't waste your money. Real heroes don't suffer immediate losses. Even the humans doubted Luo Yu. The countdown began. 3, 2. The mantis creature laughed menacingly. I will slowly carve you apart, Earthling. You shall forever be prey to our kind. 1. At the moment the countdown concluded, the mantis flapped its wings and lunged forward, clearly employing its full strength, moving even faster than before. With an agility of at least 20 points, it was no longer something mere humans could withstand. Insect-type nemesis trait activated, attack and defense increased by 50. Just as the spectators braced for another swift defeat, Luo Yu suddenly sprang into action, his speed surpassing even that of the flapping mantis. Such remarkable agility. The thought flashed in every observer's mind as Luo Yu's long knife clashed violently with the mantis's sharp forelimbs. Chapter 5. The alarm rings, a major assault by month's end. With a powerful sweep, the heavenly craft knife struck out, severing the mantis's lightning-fast limb, and in a single motion, it cleaved through the mantis itself. The blow was unstoppable, splitting the creature in two. Earthling victory, time elapsed, 16 seconds. A swift defeat. But this time, the vanquished was the mantis tribe. Gasps filled the air as the onlookers reacted, and soon, cheers erupted from the humans. Invincible. Who is this? Truly invincible. Wow. A martial arts master. It must be a martial arts master. Brother, you were amazing. Please tell us your name. Share a photo. Let us connect. Insects only deserve to look up from the soles of our shoes. So handsome. So very handsome. The previously boastful insects fell silent. The entire chat room was flooded with messages, either worshipping Luo Yu or mocking the insect tribe. Luo Yu had ignited hope in many, proving that humanity could indeed be formidable. You have defeated your opponent. For easier access to the virtual arena in the future, you may choose a codename. A codename, you say? Then let it be a single character, Yu. In an instant, Luo Yu's name within the arena transformed from a mere earthling to Yu. Yu, a name revered among the Huaxia people. Brother Yu, you are the hero of my heart. Brother Yu, from what region do you hail? Very well, you it is. We, the insect tribe, shall summon our kin. Do not leave. Ignoring the myriad comments in the chat room, Luo Yu promptly withdrew his earnings. Upon glancing at his personal account, he noted that his silver had surged to 6,800. Even if he had 12,000, his total would have only reached 5,300. The remainder comprised the entrance fees from spectators, a lucrative endeavor indeed. Let me peruse what exquisite items I can procure. He opened the marketplace and began browsing. After a while, he suddenly noticed a previously overlooked notification. Due to a prior critical purchase in the marketplace, he could not achieve another critical hit until the end of the month. There was a limit to the number of critical hits allowed in the marketplace, and Luo Yu had been contemplating endless opportunities for expansion. Wait a moment, this notification. Accidentally opening the map, he discovered a line of red text in the upper right corner. 28 days until the end of the month assault. Alarmed, he clicked on it and felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead. Before the monthly settlement, a hardcore assault event would inevitably occur. One whose intensity surpassed that of ordinary random events, presenting the greatest threat to the challengers. Luo Yu immediately sent a message in the regional chat. Luo Yu, do you see the map? Is there a warning for the end-of-month assault? Fangyum, indeed. I'm fainting. What are we to do? My sisters and I have just finished building a wooden cabin. Alice, everyone must strive to survive. The regional chat erupted in chaos, each participant engulfed by a sense of urgency. As Luo Yu conversed with them, his mind raced with thoughts. The construction of walls must be expedited, and the establishment of defensive facilities must be prioritized. He accessed the research interface, where a plethora of technologies lay locked. Examining the technology tree for defenses, he noted initial options including traps, shooting towers, and watchtowers. Yet, his gaze was drawn to a particular entry. Automatic crossbow can be installed on walls, shooting towers, etc., automatically loading and aiming at enemies. Automatic. This was undoubtedly the best choice for Luo Yu, who was alone in the base. However, a hurdle emerged. Unlocking this automatic defense technology required a prerequisite research option. Base Automatic Defense Core. The research cost of 5,000 silver was perhaps manageable, but the materials for construction also had to be procured personally. 3,000 silver, 200 emeralds, 200 gold, and a beast soul core, an exorbitant price indeed. Of course, the resulting automatic defense core device would be incredibly resilient and portable, a one-time investment yielding lasting security. Initially, Luo Yu had contemplated establishing a small ranch to enhance his beast taming success rate or cultivating soil to expedite plant growth. However, it now seemed that prioritizing automatic defense technology was paramount. Survival was essential for any future development and expansion. He carved this sentiment into the wooden table, along with his forthcoming development plan, a constant reminder to himself. Objective: by the end of the month, construct formidable walls and unlock automatic technology, thus creating automatic crossbows. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Yu expended 5,000 silver to unlock the automatic defense core technology, leaving him with 1,800 silver to spare. Glancing at the time, he noted that there were still 3 hours until dusk. He slung the heavenly crafting blade over his shoulder and hefted a pickaxe, setting off towards the mine. The stone bricks for the wall needed to be as tough as possible. The ordinary stones found on the plains no longer met Luo Yu's requirements. The mine was known to yield hard raw materials like black spotted stone, with a chance to unearth rare ores such as emeralds, gold, and silver. Naturally, it was time to mine. As for the pre-cut stone blocks, they could be utilized for other purposes, as stone bricks had a wide array of applications. The mine was situated near the Purple Mountains, yet it remained relatively safe. Upon entering the cave, oil lamps embedded in the rock walls flickered, remnants from the outset that could neither be moved nor required any fuel. It wasn't long before he reached the end of the tunnel, where a rock face emitted a faint blue glow. Without hesitation, Luo Yu swung his pickaxe against it, only to find nothing. Mining failed. Your mining experience has increased. Given that his mining level was merely at 0, failure was expected. The drop rate for such stones was relatively high, yet the rarity of precious ores was astonishingly low. Bang, bang. As he continued to mine, black spotted stones and granite tumbled forth, and thanks to his superior foundational attributes. Even with insufficient mining level, his efficiency remained commendable. Soon, a small mound of stones began to accumulate beside him. Mining level has increased to 1. At last, he leveled up. Luo Yu exhaled, stretching his shoulders as he contemplated a brief respite. His gaze fell upon the colorful pile of stones, realizing that transporting them posed a challenge. It then occurred to him that he was not alone. He had a companion. No, a wolf. Letting out a sharp whistle, the blue wolf, Adai, swiftly approached, darting into the mine and affectionately nudging Luo Yu's pants. Adai, go fetch 20 units of wood. With a quick bark, Adai scampered off, displaying impressive efficiency as he soon returned with the requested wood. Chapter 6, a substantial nugget of gold. Luo Yu accessed the construction interface, spending 20 units of wood and 10 silver to craft a small cart, complete with reins. Adai nodded enthusiastically, his tail wagging vigorously, and promptly began his tasks. Observing the wolf's cheerful demeanor, Luo Yu couldn't help but smile, and he too busied himself. For 4 solid hours, man and wolf toiled together, and Luo Yu began to feel fatigued. After hauling the last load of stones, Adai was utterly exhausted, collapsing on the ground like a spent dog. By the end, Luo Yu was pulling a cart laden with stones. Adai perched atop as they made their way home. After feeding Adai some chunks of meat and catching a fish from the pond, the wolf regained some strength and soon curled up to sleep. After all, the blue wolf's attributes were not particularly high. It was not a traditional beast of burden. After a long day of toil, Luo Yu made his way to the brook to freshen up. A sudden warning echoed in his mind. Warning: the hygiene standards of the survival base are alarmingly low, and the risk of disease is rising. This unexpected alert startled Luo Yu, for he was particular about cleanliness. Could it be that his earlier indiscretion in the woods had lowered the base's hygiene standards? He glanced at the current hygiene level, which was a pitiful 18, far below the barely acceptable threshold of 60. If the score could reach above 90, the inhabitants of the base would be largely immune to illness. And according to the guidelines, additional benefits would ensue. In a time when medicinal supplies were scarce, falling ill meant relying solely on his physical resilience. Even if he managed to endure, it would significantly delay progress, especially with the looming threat of an attack at the month's end. Initially intending to merely wash up, the risk of illness compelled him to indulge in a warm bath. He spent 30 pieces of wood and 20 silver coins to construct a rudimentary bathing tub, and an additional 15 silver to procure an iron kettle for boiling water. The cost of such facilities was exorbitant, but fortunately, he had amassed a fair amount of silver prior. Otherwise, he would have been unable to afford them. Moments later, Luo Yu submerged himself in the tub, completely unclothed, letting out a sigh of contentment. A gentle breeze swept across the prairie as he gazed skyward, where countless stars adorned the vast night. How was his sister faring? She must strive to survive. Luo Yu had lost his parents at a tender age and had relied solely on his younger sister, Luo Ling, now 19. She was a bright and charming young lady. Reflecting on her spirited nature, he felt confident that she was managing well. Once he unlocked higher levels of technology, he would be able to search for her. He believed that one day, they would reunite. As discussions about the impending attack at the month's end unfolded, differing attitudes towards the looming threat revealed themselves among the various races. The Earthlings, like Fang Yumeng, insisted on finding ways to unlock an automated defense core. The Elves advocated for enhancing their archery skills with silver, while the Minotaurs leaned towards augmenting their physical strength. The Catfolk, on the other hand, favored setting numerous traps, lying in wait for the opportune moment. Some even suggested that if they could not withstand the assault, they should try their luck at the marketplace for a pet egg. hoping for a rare and powerful creature to emerge. One particularly extreme proposal was to create a small boat to lure the attackers into a lake, allowing the assailants to be devoured by the monsters lurking within. Luo Yu had already settled on a plan in his mind, but participated in the discussions. As the conversation meandered back to hygiene and health concerns, everyone unanimously agreed on the necessity of constructing a toilet. Luo Yu silently nodded, resolving to elevate the priority of this task and also to devise an efficient wastewater treatment system to improve their hygiene rating. Fang Yumeng remarked, by the way, today the world chat is buzzing about how amazing Brother Yu is, referring to him as the #1 pest exterminator among the human race. Is they either talking about Luo Yu? Nakuro, did little Yu triumph over the insect race? The agility of the insectoid mantises is no less than that of our catfolk. Luo Yu, I have plenty of mantises, centipedes, scorpions, and spiders. Which one are you referring to? Fang Yumeng, huh? Are you really concocting some dark culinary creation? Planning to poison people in the marketplace? Luo Yu, the chicken tribe and bird tribe love to feast on insects. Haha, a universe holds no intrinsic meaning. There are many with the same name. Fang Yumeng was just joking around casually, trying to spark a conversation. Relaxing in a soothing hot bath, chatting with everyone, Luo Yu felt all his fatigue dissipate, leaving him utterly refreshed. Tip, you feel elated during leisure activities. Gaining, Action Frenzy, 3 days. Action Frenzy, Strength, Constitution, Agility 10, Work Efficiency 10. Taken aback by the notification, Luo Yu recalled reading something about how high values in mood, entertainment, and hygiene could yield positive outcomes, while low values might lead to adverse effects. Luo Yu, oh, soaking in a hot bath granted me Action Frenzy. Make her a hot bath. I want to bathe too. Fang Yumeng, Luo Yu, be quiet. You're making me feel all itchy. Alice, Luo Yu, in the early stages of survival, be prudent with your silver. May the goddess bless you. Irina, Dark Elf TCH, only bathing in a lake brings one closer to nature. Foolish humans understand nothing. Minotaur, it would be splendid to have a lady join me for a hot bath. Okamoto Nichuan, Earthling Yoshi, I want to bathe with you, San. Everyone expressed envy and jealousy. And Luo Yu felt a small thrill of delight. After chatting for a while longer, he rose to dry off and prepare for bed. In the morning, the regional chat erupted with messages. Good morning, everyone. Wishing you all a peaceful day. On the third day, after freshening up, Luo Yu headed to the mine. Humming a tune celebrating the glory of the working people, his spirits evidently high. With the benefit of Action Frenzy, how could he not make the most of it? Moments later, as he gazed upon the blue glowing rock wall before him, he silently chanted a word of determination and swung his pickaxe down. Critical hit triggered. Your mining efficiency and rare or yield rates have increased by 10,000. With a powerful strike, a fist-sized golden stone tumbled down. What a large chunk of gold. You have obtained gold, 300 units. Luo Yu rejoiced. This single swing had provided him with enough gold to craft the defense core, plus an additional surplus of 100 units. Chapter 7. The Blade of Insult, the Bite of Provocation. Gold is considered a raw material, not sold in the marketplace. One must either mine it, trade with other challengers, or spend lavishly on finished products from the shop, then find a way to decompose them to extract gold. This 300 gold felt like a windfall for Luo Yu. Adai beside him was equally excited, letting out joyful cries. A smile crept onto Luo Yu's lips as he stashed the gold, preparing to continue his work, when suddenly the blue rock wall before him trembled, followed by a massive cluster of golden stones rolling out. It was as large as a grinding wheel. Good heavens, is that gold? Luo Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. But the very next moment, the piece of gold began to unfurl, revealing its true form. As you unearthed rare minerals, you inadvertently provoked the ire of a golden beetle. The golden beetle, exhibiting a wildness of 85 and an aggressive disposition, emerged as a formidable adversary. Indeed, the likelihood of encountering such creatures increases with the quality of the ore extracted. The beetle's 2 gleaming golden pincers extended menacingly, appearing razor-sharp as they lunged towards Adai. With a ferocious roar, Adai leapt aside, then pounced upon the back of the beetle, biting down fiercely, yet found its defenses impenetrable. The beetle shook its body violently, dislodging Adai, and retaliated with another strike, which Adai narrowly evaded. Luo Yu observed intently. The beetle's chitinous armor was thick and resilient, yet its agility was lacking. Adai, step aside. Allow me. With that, Adai swiftly retreated, and Luo Yu, armed with the celestial blade, charged forward, delivering a powerful slash at the beetle's pincers. The sound of metal clashing resonated, as the unique trait of Insect Slayer endowed Luo Yu with remarkable prowess against such foes, cleaving a noticeable gap in the beetle's hardened pincers. In pain and fury, the golden beetle unfurled its wings in a threatening display, advancing menacingly towards Luo Yu. With an innate agility of 27, which surged to an impressive 30, Luo Yu effortlessly dodged the beetle's onslaught. The creature emitted a cacophonous chirping, charging once more, but alas, Luo Yu eluded it yet again. Frustrated by its missed attacks, the beetle spun wildly and redirected its aggression towards Adai. As a wolf, Adai possessed commendable agility, seizing the opportunity to nip at the beetle, inflicting minimal damage yet delivering a significant affront, inciting the beetle to screech and lash out in a frenzy. Beast taming. Luo Yu commanded, activating his taming skill. Taming failed, current success rate 8. With a taming level of merely 2, the likelihood of success was regrettably low, compounded by a cooldown period of 10 minutes. Per the guidelines, he could only attempt to tame the same creature 3 times. Failure on all attempts would preclude further endeavors. To enhance the success rate, not only was Luo Yu's own taming skill vital, but the creature's state of mind also played a crucial role. The golden beetle appeared to teeter on the edge of a frenzied state, prompting Luo Yu to exclaim, "Adai, follow my lead." With keen understanding, Adai watched as Luo Yu assumed a stance, suddenly leaping from side to side before the beetle, intermittently striking with the blade in a mocking manner. The blade of insult. Adai mirrored Luo Yu's movements, as both master and wolf danced around the golden beetle, unleashing taunts and playful nips, inciting the beetle further. The creature unfurled its wings, its antennae stiffening in agitation, consumed by rage. For 10 tumultuous minutes, chaos reigned within the cavern. When the cooldown elapsed, Luo Yu once again invoked the taming skill. Taming successful, current success rate, 61. Success. The success rate had risen to 61, reflecting the beetle's heightened frustration. A shimmer enveloped the golden beetle, and in an instant, its fury subsided, transforming into a docile creature that gently nuzzled Luo Yu's thigh with its pincers, reminiscent of a sheep. What malice could a mere insect harbor? Such simplicity was indeed refreshing. Golden beetle, strength 16, constitution 30, agility 3. This creature is a quintessential representation of resilience. After a slight sigh of relief, Luo Yu patted the metallic exoskeleton of the golden beetle and chuckled, "From now on, the task of transporting or shall be entrusted to you." The golden beetle joyfully wiggled its mandibles and proceeded to burrow into a rock face. Intrigued, Luo Yu observed as the beetle's mandibles penetrated the rock, and after several determined digs, it extracted a chunk of black speckled stone. This was indeed a beetle capable of mining. A wave of delight surged through Luo Yu's heart. Not only was it a sturdy shield, but also a diminutive miner. How marvelous! However, after a brief period of observation, he noted the beetle's efficiency was rather low, at least 10 times slower than his own digging. If only the number of beetles were to increase, he could forego descending into the mines altogether. For now, he still had to toil himself. After a short rest, Luo Yu resumed mining. During this endeavor, his mining skill elevated to level 2, enabling him to unearth a different type of ore, iron ore. Although it was merely a fist-sized piece, it represented a significant advancement. After quenching his thirst and glancing at the time, he realized it was already 3 p.m. Luo Yu concluded his mining for the day. Next, he began to cut stone blocks, having accumulated 3,000 units over 2 days, stacking them near his wooden hut, which would yield approximately 15,000 units of stone bricks. Without hesitation, he set to work. The sooner the city walls were completed, the greater the security. While in the midst of cutting, he suddenly received a notification. Your strength 1, current strength 21. Engaging in certain tasks could yield additional attribute points. Cutting stone and mining were labor-intensive activities. After 2 days of effort, he gained an extra point in strength, much to his satisfaction. He continued cutting stone until the sun dipped below the horizon, and as per routine, indulged in a hot bath followed by regional chat. Perhaps this brief evening chat was the sole solace for everyone after a long day of toil. Beneath the facade of a tranquil life lay immense survival pressure. This morning, Luo Yu awoke to hunger. The satiating effects of the Zhulong fruit had worn off, necessitating breakfast. Stepping outside to inspect the planting area, he found Adai basking in the sun atop the ridges. With its presence, small creatures like birds and mice dared not approach the fields. Chapter 8. Stone toilets and enclosure walls. The golden beetle ambled leisurely, nibbling on grass as it made its way to the mine, its duties firmly established as either hauling or mining. Luo Yu glanced at the crops. Corn, maturity 15. Rice, maturity 15. Herbs, maturity 3. Clearly, ordinary crops mature at a rate of 5 per day, while herbs take 1. Fresh produce was temporarily out of reach. Luo Yu walked toward the stream. The dam he had previously constructed still stood firm. This simple fish pond proved effective, harboring over a dozen sizable fish. He caught 2. Returned to the fire pit, reignited the flames, and began to roast the fish. As he walked along the mountain's edge, his goal was to locate a suitable spot for wastewater disposal. After an hour of searching, he indeed discovered a satisfactory location. In a secluded corner of the territory lies a small bamboo grove, where, hidden among the underbrush, a narrow waterway can be discerned. The stream undoubtedly flows toward the Purple Mountains, though the precise destination is of no concern to Luo Yu, as long as it does not interfere with his own water system. This secluded spot serves as an excellent site for waste drainage. After a moment of satisfaction, Luo Yu deepened the waterway with his divine tool, the Tiangong knife, and then accessed the construction interface. Simple drainage outlet, 50 wood, 50 stone, 10 silver. After confirming, he tapped lightly, and a drainage outlet, constructed of ordinary stone, materialized at the excavated waterway. Naturally, the outlet directed the flow outward. Next, he needed to dig a small trench to accommodate the drainage pipe, a task that posed little challenge to Luo Yu. After calculating the straight-line distance to his home, he set to work, completing it in less than half an hour. Lastly, it was time to construct a toilet. While a luxurious restroom was beyond his means, a modest yet comfortable stone brick toilet was certainly feasible. Choosing a spot approximately 7 or 8 meters from his wooden cabin, Luo Yu invested 3,000 stone and 80 silver to erect a stone brick toilet, equipped with basic facilities, albeit lacking a water inlet, necessitating manual water fetching. Gazing at the toilet, which was neither too large nor too small, Luo Yu felt a sense of accomplishment. In truth, the toilet boasted far superior defensive capabilities compared to the wooden cabin. Fortified with a stone door, should the cabin prove inadequate, he could seek refuge within the toilet's confines. Chuckling to himself, Luo Yu opened the system data. Sanitation rating, 48. The addition of a single toilet had significantly raised his score by 30 points, greatly diminishing his risk of illness. He then reviewed his panel data. Trialist, Luo Yu. ID, Earth, Summer Kingdom, 23333. Base rating, 60 points. Strength, 21. Constitution, 26. Agility, 27. Farming, 2. Mining, 2. Beast taming, 2. The base rating, which had initially been 0, now stood at 60, filling Luo Yu with delight. This score indicated that at the end of the month, he would receive a reward of 600 silver. However, it also meant that the intensity of attacks he would face at month's end would increase accordingly. Upon checking the detailed breakdown, green wolves, 15, golden beetles, 15, simple wooden cabin, 10, stone toilet, 15, bathtub, 5, it appeared that this score only accounted for fixed assets, items such as wolf meat, dark cuisine, and vegetables from his garden were not included. Additionally, Luo Yu noted that he himself was not counted among the trialists. This was preferable, as it meant less intensity in attacks, thereby increasing his chances of survival. With the toilet completed and the drainage pipe buried, Luo Yu began planning the location of the surrounding walls. The initial walls need not cover a vast area, enclosing the wooden cabin, vegetable garden, toilet, and future facilities would suffice. After some contemplation, he decided on a square layout of 100 by 100. Future expansions could be accommodated by dismantling sections, or if finances allowed, the walls could serve as the foundation for a grand castle. There are various types of walls, and Luo Yu resolved to first construct intermediate walls, standing 5 meters high and 30 centimeters thick, using black spotted stone as the material, strong enough to withstand even an elephant or rhinoceros. A 1 meter high wall requires not only 100 units of stone bricks, but also 2 silver coins. Without further ado, let's commence the construction. With a mere flick of his fingers, the pile of stone bricks beside him swiftly vanished, and before his eyes, a towering 5-meter wall rose majestically from the ground. Excitement gleamed in Luo Yu's eyes. The sense of accomplishment in building was utterly exhilarating. However, he was soon compelled to halt. The stone bricks had run out. The resources for constructing a mid-tier wall were rather substantial. Well then, it seems I must return to mining. As night fell, Luo Yu, having excavated a considerable amount of ore, now found himself savoring wolf meat while luxuriating in a bath, enjoying the tranquility that followed his labor. Thanks to a decent stockpile from before, he managed to erect a staggering 50 meters of wall in one go. Luo Yu calculated that completing the entire wall would take approximately 20 days, which, in terms of time, was relatively ample. Yet, he was still concerned about his dwindling silver coins. Having spent extravagantly before, he was left with a mere 1,400 silver coins. Time to earn some money. He opened the auction house and listed all his dark culinary creations. For 100 units of insect cuisine, he set a price of 10 silver coins each, a fair deal. As expected, after 10 minutes of being listed, there were no inquiries. Was there truly no one from the Moorish Star Monarch clan? Tentatively, he sent out an anonymous message to the world. Grilled centipedes and stewed spiders are now available. Unique flavors for cosmic friends. Coming by? Upon sending the message, a flurry of responses ensued. Bro, do you have fried centipedes? Braised spider is quite delicious. I belong to the centipede clan. Who dares to eat my kin? I shall eliminate them. The comments varied widely, but Luo Yu paid no heed, beaming as he began to collect his earnings. Within a few minutes, all his dark culinary creations were sold, netting him 1,000 silver coins. With a total of 2,400 now in hand, his sense of urgency diminished significantly. Speaking of insects, Luo Yu entered the virtual arena. Although it wasn't as bustling as the World Channel, it was still bustling with players, a pure stage for the strong. Much like playing games on Earth, Luo Yu browsed through various rooms, each featuring a name, a champion's introduction, and betting stakes. For the fearless, come forth. 50 silver coins, champion, werewolf clan. Who dares to kill me? 20 silver coins, champion, great-toothed clan. Let us fight fiercely tonight. 50 silver coins, champion, ghost horn clan. The human named you. Come forth before Lord Insect. 1,000 silver coins. Champion. Insect Clan. Chapter 9. Achievement of Black Iron Trialist. Activation of Mercenary Technology. The room names varied widely, with most stakes being modest, under 100. However, 7 or 8 rooms bore the same name. The human named Yu. Come forth before Lord Insect. 1,000 silver coins. Luo Yu scoffed. He was unaware of why the Insect Clan possessed such wealth, but he knew they needed to be taught a lesson. Just because he chose to remain low-key did not mean he would tolerate provocations. He promptly entered one of the rooms, only to find a male mantis warrior who recognized him immediately and bellowed, "You have finally emerged. Today, I, Blade Mantis, shall instill a psychological shadow upon you." At that moment, a multitude of spectators surged in, drawn by the allure of the 1,000 silver coin duel and the underlying animosity. Luo Yu merely let out a cold laugh, patiently awaiting the commencement. 3, 2, 1. Both parties surged forward, each exhibiting remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed paths, their weapons, the Heaven's Craft blade and the scythe, striking almost simultaneously. In the next moment, they had passed by each other, standing still. The audience, with widened eyes, suddenly heard a dull thud. Thump. The head of the mantis man fell, while Luo Yu remained unscathed. To eliminate you, a single stroke suffices. This time, he did not withdraw from the arena. Instead, he ventured into another chamber of the insect tribe, requiring 1,000 silver coins. The spectators followed closely, and once again, there was a swift stroke. In that instant, clarity dawned upon some. The weapon. This individual wielded an extraordinary weapon, capable of shattering even the exoskeleton of the great armored insect tribe. This must be a weapon of notable grade. Moreover, I suspect it could very well exceed the bronze level of quality. What bronze level? This is at least silver level. Having irrevocably antagonized the insect tribe, Luo Yu disregarded all else and commenced a sweeping campaign against the chambers of the insect tribe in the arena. In less than half an hour, he obliterated 7 chambers belonging to them. Focusing solely on the insect tribe allowed him to maximize the potential of the trait, Insect Tribe Nemesis. His primary objective in the arena remained profit. Some races commanded higher prices, ranging from 1,500 to 2,000 silver coins. Yet Luo Yu humbly acknowledged that he was no match for them. Those chambers were run by the likes of the Dragon Tribe, Ghost Tribe, and Blood Tribe, easily identifiable by their race names, types he could not hope to conquer. Glancing at his silver coins, he found himself with exactly 10,000, and he also received a notification. Congratulations on achieving consecutive victories. Your power rating has increased. You have earned the achievement of Black Iron Challenger. Black Iron Challenger achieved. Related technological chains and functions have been unlocked. A surge of joy filled Luo Yu's heart. He had previously read that attaining Black Iron status would unlock mercenary technology. He promptly exited the arena and checked the research tab, confirming that indeed, the entire series of mercenary technologies had been unlocked. The term mercenary holds its literal meaning, one who is hired for combat. By placing his information in the Mercenary Square's information bar and setting a price, should another survival base encounter an insurmountable problem, they could hire a mercenary for assistance at that cost. This implies that mercenaries can temporarily leave their own survival bases to enter others. To register as a mercenary, one must possess at least a Black Iron rating and pay a portion as a deposit. Battling in the arena entails both losses and victories, while mercenaries are guaranteed profit, with the critical advantage of high safety. However, a deposit will be deducted. When one faces life and death, who cares about the deposit? Unlocking the technology to become a mercenary requires 5,000 silver coins and a crystal essence stone. Silver coins are manageable, yet the crystal essence stone can only be procured through mining luck or by checking if anyone is selling at the auction house. Luo Yu promptly searched, finding no one offering such a precious stone. He then visited the mercenary square, only to find it devoid of any mercenaries. No rush. Even if he wished to register as a mercenary, he must first develop his base. Venturing out should only occur under the absolute safety of one's own base. This is the true path to success. It is noteworthy that, aside from the mercenary system within the technological tree, there also exists a visitor system, along with professions such as physicians, beast tamers, and herbalists, who can enter other survival bases in the form of mercenaries. Of course, at present, it is not possible for anyone to obtain certification. Before retiring for the night, Luo Yu engaged in conversation with others in the regional channel, discussing survival strategies. To his delight, he found the exchange fruitful. Fang Yuming suggested the prompt acquisition of seeds to cultivate vitamin-rich vegetables, cautioning that a deficiency in these essential elements would lead to a gradual decline in human vitality. Luo Yu wholeheartedly agreed and searched the auction, discovering that tomato seeds were available for a modest price of 20 silver coins. As dawn broke, having completed his morning rituals, Luo Yu went to catch a fish for breakfast, and subsequently prepared a new patch of land for cultivation, planting tomatoes. As he sowed the final seed, he hesitated. Should today's critical hits be reserved for planting, or should they be utilized for mining later? After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to use the critical hits for mining instead, planting the last seed before making his way to the mine. A short while later, standing before the rock face, he silently recited a phrase in his mind and struck down with his pickaxe. Critical hit activated. Your mining efficiency and rare or yield have increased by 10,000. A dazzling light flashed before him, prompting Luo Yu to step aside, revealing a green stone the size of a basin rolling out. This stone was translucent and exquisitely beautiful. You have obtained Emerald, 500 units. Your mining skill has risen to level 3. Emerald. Luo Yu's heart leaped with joy. He had acquired another essential material for the defense core. Now, only the beast soul core remained. As for fierce beasts, unexpected attack events might occur, and there was a chance of a large-scale assault at the end of the month. Those were currently the only 2 options available. Actively seeking fierce beasts in the Purple Mountains seemed a foolhardy endeavor. He decided to wait. He felt a tinge of regret that this rare or did not yield any insects, as he had hoped to demonstrate his skill with a series of agile maneuvers once more. Chapter 10. The Great Water Monster of the Lake and the Fiery Bird. On this day, Luo Yu mined for the entire day. With a mining skill level of 3 and fervor in his actions, his efficiency was remarkable, matching the output of the previous 2 days combined. Even more thrilling was the discovery of 4 iron ore blocks, bringing his total to 600 units of iron ore. As evening fell, a gentle rain began to fall from the sky. After having dinner, Luo Yu took a moment to visit the restroom and then strolled across the prairie. His aim was not merely to aid digestion, but to collect berry seeds from the underbrush. The prairie was not solely composed of grass. Other crops could also be found. Alice had mentioned that her vegetable and broccoli seeds were gathered from the prairie. It was likely that not only Luo Yu was foraging. Fang Yumeng and others were probably doing the same. Eureka! Luo Yu discovered a berry bush laden with unripe fruits. Though the berries were not yet mature, the seeds within were undeniably present. After collecting them, he continued his search. The setting sun elongated Luo Yu's shadow, and in the gentle rain, his silhouette appeared somewhat lonely, yet resolutely steadfast. At this moment, a prompt sounded. A flock of migrating firebirds has passed over your territory. Looking up, a multitude of vividly red birds approached from the distance. Upon entering the confines of the survival base, they descended in altitude. There was a lake here, and Luo Yu discerned that they were preparing to fish. Glancing at the regional chat, it quickly became animated. Fang Yume, these firebirds are stunning. Naker Meow, I want to catch one to eat. Minotaur, bird meat is unpalatable. It pales in comparison to leafy greens. Luo Yu, Old Bull, are you a vegetarian? Alice, everyone. When catching birds, please do not venture too close to the lake's edge. Beware of the creatures lurking within. Just as Luo Yu noted Alice's message, a dark shadow emerged in the center of the lake. Suddenly, a gigantic black fish, the size of a house, leapt from the water, soaring 5 to 6 meters into the air, devouring 2 firebirds that had aimed to catch fish. Luo Yu hurriedly captured the scene with the system and uploaded it to the regional chat. Fang Yume, Alice, and others. Oh my, a monster. Luo Yu, are you unharmed? Naker, I love eating black fish. Previously, Luo Yu had contemplated numerous strategies to eliminate the lake's monster, but upon witnessing this colossal creature, only one tactic remained. He resolved to devise a means of remote attack to vanquish it. I shall engage it in close combat. Boom. The massive black fish splashed into the lake, causing a deluge of water to erupt, prompting the previously calm firebirds to panic and take flight. Just as Luo Yu feared that the opportunity for bird meat had evaporated, a DUI sprang into action. From a thicket, it leaped suddenly, capturing a bewildered firebird in mid-flight. A DUI, no? Before Luo Yu could finish his warning, the firebird's neck was already severed. I intended to tame it. Seeing a DUI prance over proudly with the bird in its mouth, Luo Yu smiled faintly and patted its head, saying, Go pluck its feathers. I shall roast it for you soon. Woof woof. Upon inspection, the egg it had dropped was larger than a goose egg, undoubtedly belonging to the firebird. Had the mother bird laid it in response to the monstrous fish's emergence? What a splendid creature. A smile graced Luo Yu's face. These firebirds were not the silly flamingos found on Earth, but rather avian predators comparable in size to peacocks. If nurtured, they could aid in combat and provide remarkable reconnaissance capabilities. The key was their potential for critical strikes. What if a lucky strike resulted in hatching a little phoenix? Moments later, the rain ceased. Luo Yu munched on a roasted bird leg while engaging in light-hearted banter with the group. Naker, Meow, my sister and I managed to catch a firebird together. We can eat now? Luo Yu, together? Do you have 2 cat girls? Naker, yes, Meow. 2. Luo Yu, what do you take us for? Luo Yu, certainly. Adorable cat girls. Naker, Meow, while that is true, it feels somewhat odd. Fang Yume, I was fortunate enough to tame one. Following this statement, a picture of the firebird appeared, striking an impressive pose. Alice, does Yume possess taming talents? Fang Yume, yes, I seem to have a natural affinity for small animals. I started with a taming level of 3. Everyone, wow. One might consider unlocking the beast tamer technology, thus enabling oneself to assist others in taming beasts for profit. The roles of beast tamers and herbalists are akin to mercenaries. They provide their services for a fee, venturing forth from their bases to aid others. essentially functioning as mercenaries in spirit. Fang Yumeng inquired, Luo Yu, have you made any discoveries? Luo Yu replied, I found 2 bird eggs. The others remarked, if you can't incubate them, you might as well have them for dinner tonight. Although Luo Yu was not adept at hatching eggs, the process was relatively straightforward, as it merely required maintaining an appropriate temperature. He turned his gaze towards Adai, who was nibbling on a bird's claw, and cheerfully stated, Adai, I need your help. Adai responded, Awo? That night, Adai cradled the 2 large bird eggs, cautiously succumbing to slumber. For 3 consecutive days, Luo Yu toiled in the mine during daylight, where the stone-cutting area had accumulated a veritable mountain of stone blocks, awaiting his attention. In the evenings, he would stroll across the plains, searching for seeds or newly sprouted plants and fruits. While he had an ample supply of meat, the scarcity of vitamin-rich vegetables was becoming increasingly pressing. This issue was not unique to him. Discussions about the vegetable shortage were rampant in both regional and global channels, with the auction house pricing a single ordinary vegetable at a staggering 100 silver coins. Some races, such as the meat-loving cat girls, had little need for vegetables. For instance, Naker had never voiced any complaints regarding this matter. The trio of girls accompanying Fang Yumeng also refrained from lamenting, occasionally leading one to believe in the existence of fortunate individuals. In their base, they had recently discovered an apple grove, a bountiful find indeed. As the king of fruits, apples would provide ample vitamins, and they could capitalize on this discovery for substantial profit. Luo Yu sighed, pondering why he had only a bamboo grove instead of a fruit orchard. Perhaps that was simply the nature of life. Fortunately, due to his previous consumption of zhulong fruit and ginseng, his body was rich in trace elements, rendering him temporarily unaffected. Nonetheless, he recognized the need for foresight. Crops such as tomatoes and berries were far from maturity, and Luo Yu found himself at a loss for viable solutions. Utilizing a critical hit to hasten the growth of a common crop seemed excessively wasteful. Chapter 11. Vegetables, a trade from Fang Yumeng. As Luo Yu meandered through the bamboo grove, he noted that the Taoist world had commenced in spring, a season of warmth and renewal, with bamboo shoots growing vigorously. He patted a sturdy bamboo stalk and mused, grow on, become even harder, and I shall fashion you into a spear. Wait a moment, harder? No, continue growing. A thought surged through Luo Yu's mind as he glanced down at his feet, where a young bamboo shoot was breaking through the soil. Bamboo shoots, though not traditionally categorized as green vegetables, they were rich in various vitamins. He promptly employed his heavenly crafting knife to excavate the shoots, diligently searching and harvesting until darkness enveloped the land. That night, he prepared a pot of bamboo shoot meat soup, the delectable aroma tantalizing Adai, who was drawn to the feast. Luo Yu savored the meal, relishing its nutritional completeness, truly delightful. Having satiated his hunger, Luo Yu entered the arena, eager to earn a modest profit. Indeed, with the innate talent of the Zergbane, he managed to acquire 400 silver pieces from the combative Zerg this evening, bringing his total to an impressive 350 silver, a considerable sum. As the hour grew late, he bid goodnight to everyone in the regional chat channel and retired early. On the following morning, breakfast consisted of bamboo shoot and meat soup. After his meal, he adhered to his routine of mining. However, Luo Yu realized that spending an entire day in the mines was detrimental to his health. Thus, he adjusted his schedule to mine in the morning and engage in outdoor stone cutting in the afternoon. Today, fortune smiled upon him as he experienced a critical strike while mining, unearthing a magnet the size of a basin that nearly dislodged from his pickaxe. With each rare mineral he discovered, his mining experience surged, elevating his skill to level 4. On the 6th day, within the cavern, Luo Yu began to gather minerals with remarkable agility. His mining efficiency had significantly improved at level 4. Nearly every strike yielded results, and the probability of striking iron ore had increased as well. As he silently chanted a phrase in his heart, a notification promptly appeared. 100-fold critical strike triggered. With a swing of his pickaxe, he felt the rock face tremble slightly. He swiftly jumped back, only to witness a cascade of minerals tumbling forth, entirely composed of black spotted stones. Black spotted stone, 100 units. Remarkably, it truly was a 100-fold critical strike. Luo Yu's lips twitched. Regrettably, this time there were no rare minerals. Just as disappointment began to settle in, 2 stones from the pile suddenly stirred and lunged towards him. Burrowing worm, wildness 90, aggressive type. Frowning slightly, Luo Yu unsheathed his artisan S-blade and struck out, the Zergbane trait propelling the 2 burrowing worms away like ping-pong balls, rendering them unconscious. Playing dead? Luo Yu chuckled coldly and struck one of the worms on the forehead. Upon awakening, the creature seemed frightened and attempted to flee, but was unable to move due to his power suppression. Tame. With a sharp command, the burrowing worm was enveloped in a flash of light, and astonishingly, it was successfully tamed. Burrowing worm, strength 4, constitution 12, agility 6. Special ability, mining. The burrowing worm can perform mining tasks with lower efficiency. Initial mining level 2. Indeed. Upon reading the description, Luo Yu's heart leaped with joy, and he proceeded to tame the second burrowing worm with similar ease, as both were in a state of terror. thus ensuring a high success rate. You two shall mine diligently for me from today onward. He commanded the pair, and they immediately set to work, their forelimbs digging into the rock face. Remarkably, their efficiency far surpassed that of the golden-armored beetles. With the assistance of these two creatures, the construction of the surrounding wall could be expedited significantly. On that day, Luo Yu poured his energy into erecting the wall, achieving a length of 100 meters. With one side fully constructed, as night fell, he found himself once again soaking in a hot tub and chatting. Many voices lamented their plight, unable to find enough food or warmth, while also facing constant attacks. Such sentiments echoed throughout the world and regional chat channels. Luo Yu noticed that several active names had vanished from the regional channel after 2 days of silence. Perhaps they had departed for good. Fang Yumeng remarked. I've been eating apples for 2 days, and now everything tastes so bland. What are you all consuming? Luo Yu replied. Do you crave meat? How about we trade 1 apple for a piece of meat? Fang Yumeng responded with surprise. Oh really? It's a deal. In an instant, a trading interface materialized before Luo Yu. Fang Yumeng placed 10 apples upon the interface, while Luo Yu offered 5 pieces of wolf meat and 5 pieces of bird meat in return. The transaction was completed, and amidst a dazzling flash, the 10 apples tumbled into the bathtub. Oh, I'm so tempted. No more chatting. I'm off to enjoy meat with my sisters. However, Fang Yumeng initiated a private message, as they were not friends, and private messaging was limited to 10 minutes per day. In the world governed by the heavenly path, friend slots were quite valuable. Acquiring one required 1,000 silver coins. Once they became friends, the restrictions on private messaging would be lifted, and friendship was also a prerequisite for visiting each other's survival bases. Luo Yu's inventory displayed apples, 10, wolf meat, 30, fiery bird meat, 42, bamboo shoots, 11. Coupled with the 7 or 8 large fish in his temporary pond, his meat supply totaled approximately 80 units, while vegetables amounted to 21. He estimated a daily consumption of 5 pieces of meat and 2 vegetables, while the foolish one would also require 5 meat units. The 2 burrowing worms, though small, consumed 2 meat units each day. As for the golden beetle, being herbivorous, it required no attention. Calculating, he realized he had around 8 days of food reserves left. However, a dilemma arose. The meat had a shelf life of only 4 days and needed to be preserved. Opening the auction house, he searched for ice blocks, only to discover no one was selling them. Luo Yu contemplated constructing an underground ice cellar and attempted to announce in the world chat, Silver wanted for ice blocks. Please auction them. Where would you find ice in spring? Even if there were ice, one would keep it to store their own food. It's not for you. The world erupted in mockery. After waiting in vain for someone to auction ice blocks, he scoured the system mall again, finding no items capable of preserving food, leaving him with a sense of quiet disappointment. Chapter 12, Sudden Incident, Unusual Weather. The system mall sold common supplies, but never critical survival items. Ice certainly fell into the category of essential tools. How could he effectively preserve the meat? Luo Yu pondered, considering that curing the meat was one option, though it would only extend its shelf life marginally. With the rising temperatures, the preservation period would grow shorter. As he contemplated, his gaze fell upon a heap of iron ore outside the wooden cabin, and his eyes gradually brightened. He leaped from the bathtub, dressed promptly, and spent 4 silver coins to craft an iron box with a shelf inside from 8 units of iron ore. He then fetched clear water from the nearby stream to fill the box, placing a piece of cloth inside. One end of the cloth soaked in the water, while the other wrapped around the top of the iron box. Subsequently, Luo Yu stuffed a plethora of meat inside, leaving an opening for ventilation. This is a simple evaporative cooling device that, through the principle of evaporation, generates a cooling effect, significantly extending the time before meat spoils. Placing the metal box in a cool, ventilated area of the wooden house, Luo Yu felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Necessity is indeed the mother of invention, and the ingenuity of the working class knows no bounds. He chuckled softly and fell into a contented slumber. In the morning, he glanced at the wolf meat within the metal box, which now emanated a faint chill, ensuring it could be preserved for at least another 7 or 8 days. This time frame would suffice before the arrival of summer. For breakfast, he enjoyed an apple accompanied by half a roasted fish, relishing the meal. Once finished, a spark of inspiration struck him. The apple contained seeds. He could plant them. Originally intending to go mining, Luo Yu instead found himself at the vegetable patch, digging a hole to sow the apple seeds. Just as he was about to bury them, he recalled a thought and silently invoked a critical hit. 100-fold critical hit activated. Your planting efficiency has increased 100-fold. As he filled the hole, Luo Yu watched in awe as a small sapling burst forth from the soil, rapidly growing into a full apple tree in mere moments. Had the growth cycle truly been shortened 100-fold? Elated, he beheld the tree adorned with a dozen slightly unripe fruits. Though the apples were not yet ready for consumption, having an apple tree meant he could eventually cultivate an entire orchard. It was merely a matter of time. With great joy, Luo Yu meticulously constructed a small earthen dam around the apple tree to guard against rainwater, preventing the unfortunate fate of drowning should inclement weather strike. Having completed this task, he called out to Adai, who was still in the house incubating eggs. "Ah, die. Keep an eye on the apple tree and ensure that no birds feast upon my fruits." With a hearty appetite for work, Luo Yu resumed his mining endeavors. As fate would have it, this time, thanks to his mining proficiency, he unearthed a small piece of emerald, 20 units, to be precise, alongside 2 burrowing worms. A seasoned tamer of creatures, Luo Yu effortlessly subdued the worms, bringing his total of mining laborers to 4, and elevating his beast taming level to 3. With 4 burrowing worms and a golden beetle for transportation, Luo Yu found himself no longer required to spend an entire morning in the mines. He could now complete his tasks in just 2 hours. After all, the expanse of the base was vast, and there remained much work to be done. Upon exiting the mine, he processed all the stones, raising the city wall to a height of 130 meters. Entering the bamboo grove, he prepared to select suitable bamboo for crafting javelins. After a full afternoon of selection and cutting, Luo Yu amassed 20 units of bamboo. Then accessed the system to navigate to the weapon crafting page. Standard javelin, 1 unit of wood, 1 unit of bamboo, 5 units of iron, 5 units of silver. The iron ore he had previously mined came in handy as he opted to create 20 javelins. In a flash of light, the javelins materialized before him. He picked one up, weighing it in his hand. It felt somewhat light, yet the sharpness of the spearhead promised formidable power. Of course, this was contingent upon his accuracy. Upon reviewing his shooting skills, he realized that although he had participated in militia training and practiced shooting at targets, he was not a marksman. Nevertheless, he managed to achieve a passing score with ease. The average individual would likely score a 0. He spent 10 silver coins to purchase a wooden target and began to practice his javelin throwing technique, while simultaneously refining his shooting skills. To his surprise, with the enhancements to his abilities, his accuracy improved significantly. From 100 meters away, he achieved a hit rate of 30%, which indeed reflected his level of 3. 100 meters was a standard distance, and beyond it, his accuracy would decline. His motivation for practicing javelin throwing stemmed from 2 factors. Firstly, he intended to hunt birds, as his strength had increased considerably, allowing him to take down larger migratory birds in the future. Secondly, he aimed to confront the peculiar fish that had claimed dominion over the picturesque lake, a creature that filled him with a deep-seated resentment, compelling him to eliminate it for his own peace of mind. After an afternoon of javelin practice, his shoulders felt a bit sore, and while his shooting skill did not improve, his physique did increase by 1 point, now totaling 27. As the sun set, he felt a sense of satisfaction with his efforts for the day. After dinner, just as he was preparing to take a bath, a sudden alert appeared. Warning, climate fluctuations in the heavenly Tao world may bring unusual weather to your territory. Please prepare accordingly. The restroom offered a sense of security far superior to that of the wooden cabin. Boom. A deep rumble echoed from the sky, followed by a bolt of lightning striking the ground near the lake. A drought thunder. His heart skipped a beat. Indeed, what one fears often comes to pass. Simultaneously, the regional chat exploded with activity. Naker, drought thunder. Oh my, why is there drought thunder in our area? Nyoda, drought thunder is not so bad. Look at the world channel. Next door, there's a tornado, and in some places, hail the size of fists is falling. It's perilous even for those with shelter. Luo Yu, shelter not being safe? Do not spread such rumors. It could incite chaos. That said, drought thunder striking the grass could ignite a fire. Everyone should be cautious to prevent a grassland fire. Fangming Shiwa, everyone, do not take shelter under trees. Do not take shelter under trees. Do not take shelter under trees. This is so important it bears repeating thrice. Nyoda, stop talking. My garden is on fire. It's all over for my crops. Alice, alas, are the fire spirits angered? My place is ablaze as well. Indeed, Luo Yu's warning proved prescient, as neighbors were experiencing fires. Boom. Another thunderous clap reverberated through the air, and a bolt of lightning struck the grassland, instantly igniting sparks. Chapter 13. After the calamity, purchase ice. Luo Yu furrowed his brow slightly. Although a water source was nearby, he dared not venture out to extinguish the flames for fear of being struck by lightning. He believed that the drought thunder would not last long. Indeed, while the drought thunder might be brief, it was accompanied by fierce winds. Whoosh! The gale swept across the grassland, causing the flames to spread rapidly, transforming the distance into a sea of fire. Nyoda, the wind. My garden is surely lost. Luo Yu, do not go out to extinguish the fire. You will be struck by lightning. Naker, everyone, we must survive. We promise to connect as friends once we have wealth. We must endure. Alice, do not fear. Pray in your heart, for the goddess shall bless every kind-hearted child. Fangyaming, The lightning here has struck the lake, causing many fish to surface with their bellies exposed. I long to collect them. Luo Yu, silence, you 3 lucky ones. A fierce wind swept in, and flames rapidly consumed a stretch of grassland. Yet there was little concern upon Luo Yu's countenance, for the direction of the encroaching flames was toward the surrounding wall. At that moment, the advantages of the wall became evident. Do you possess the ability to incinerate the stones of my home? Luo Yu, fortunately, the flames have been effectively blocked by the wall surrounding my house. A wall. Elena, The dark elf foolish human. You actually have a wall? Luo Yu. Elena. You insipid woman. I have tolerated your nonsense for too long. Dare to call me foolish again, and I shall curse you with a circle. Elena. A foolish human cannot possibly wield a curse. I am not afraid of you. Alice. Elena. Cease your words. Nyoda. Impressive. Though it is merely a dozen meters. It is still formidable. The angle of the photograph misled him into thinking it was only a few meters. Julai. The pig-headed man. This is black spotted stone. Luo Yu. Where did you acquire such an abundance of it? Do not tell me you mined it yourself. Luo Yu. I have a passion for mining. Julai. Too, relish mining to build walls, but I have only managed to stack up 5 meters. Luo Yu. Your strength and stamina are astonishing. Naker meow. Luo Yu is indeed a remarkably capable boy, is he not? Fong Yumming. Someone told me to be silent. I dare not speak. Luo Yu. The flames have intensified. We shall not continue this conversation. Nyoda. My place is ablaze as well. The wooden cabin may not survive. All present. We wish you good fortune. On Luo Yu's side, the flames indeed grew larger, yet the wind continued to blow toward the wall, effectively keeping the fire at bay, as the wall, over 100 meters in length, ensured the flames could not reach the vegetable garden or the apple trees. Crackle, crackle. Following a brief inferno, heavy rain began to fall from the heavens, swiftly extinguishing the flames. However, Luo Yu sensed an ominous turn of events. Fong Yumming, it's over. My wooden cabin is leaking. So is ours. A person and a wolf leaned against the corner, both feeling the strain. Luo Yu let out a sigh. Even he felt thoroughly exhausted. It seemed many would face dire misfortunes that night. Leaning against the wall, he drifted into a drowsy slumber, dreaming of residing in a 3-story villa, calmly sipping coffee while admiring the rain-soaked scenery. The following morning, the sky was clear, and after awakening, Luo Yu stretched his body, feeling invigorated. Upon entering the wooden cabin, he discovered, to his dismay, that everything was thoroughly soaked, with water pooling upon the floor. Opening the construction page, he found that to build a stone house, he needed to unlock the prerequisite, stone house construction blueprint. Stone house construction blueprint. 1,000 silver, 200 iron ore. Base score above 100. Upon checking his score, he realized that due to constructing the extensive wall, his score had unexpectedly risen to 130. Ah, sufficient indeed. A smile spread across Luo Yu's face as he chose to unlock it. There were options for a standard stone house, a residential building, and either a 2-story small building or a 3-story grand villa, each varying in cost. The ordinary stone house requires 6,000 stone bricks and 600 silver to construct, while a 3-story villa demands an exorbitant 300,000 stone bricks and 30,000 silver. The disparity in defensive capabilities and comfort levels between the two is staggering. Upon seeing these figures, Luo Yu couldn't help but twitch his lips. All right then, I shall first construct the city walls. The 4 burrowing worms resumed their excavation of stone blocks, while Luo Yu kindled a fire in the wooden cabin, roasting food to dispel the dampness. Alice inquired, is everyone all right? Did anyone catch a chill last night? Fong Yumming replied, we 3 huddled together for warmth, too afraid of falling ill to sleep. Eventually, we couldn't hold out any longer and spent all the money we earned from selling apples to boost our constitution, managing to pull through. Is Luo Yu still alive? Luo Yu responded, I'm fine. By the way, boosting one's constitution costs 1,000 coins. Is selling apples truly that profitable? Fong Yumming said, well, we priced them at 200 each and earned over 20,000 silver in total. Last night, each of us boosted our constitution by 6 points. The Minotaur chimed in. I don't even have 100 silver to my name. You guys are making me want to die? Luo Yu exclaimed, lucky guy. Truly a fortuitous one. Alice remarked, I'm glad you're all okay. What about Kur? Is she still here? Naker responded, my sister and I are fine. As a catfolk, we can curl up together in the cave. My sister's tail is fluffy and quite warm. Fong Yumming teased, fluffy? Meow meow. I want to pet it. Looking at the regional chat, they found their familiar companions were safe. However, the world chat was filled with lamentations. Many had fallen ill, and in such an environment, sickness meant dire consequences. After chatting for a while, Luo Yu munched on roasted fish and bit into an apple while opening the auction house. He entered ice blocks. Last night, numerous places experienced hail the size of fists, and those with wits had collected them. Indeed, many were selling ice blocks. In most cases, prices in the auction house were roughly similar. One could not sell a common item at a high price, as the market determined value. Currently, the lowest price for 1 unit of ice blocks was 200 silver, while the highest was 250 silver. Luo Yu recognized that this price was decidedly above the norm. In winter, no one would buy ice blocks for even 2 coins. After browsing for a while, he initiated a private chat with a Namek named Reina. Luo Yu. Hey there, would you be willing to trade the 500 ice blocks you listed for something else? Reina, I only want silver, 15,000 silver. I want to sell for a penny less. Chapter 14, An Abundance of Worms, a Food Crisis. Luo Yu retorted, get lost. After tossing out a sarcastic comment, he promptly closed the chat window and initiated a conversation with a minotaur named Alf. Luo Yu. Hey, I'm interested in trading for those 400 ice blocks of yours. What do you say? Alf, what do you have to offer? Luo Yu, what do you want? Alf, vegetables, fruits, or a hardworking pet? A pretty female pet would also do. Luo Yu, are you seriously asking how many ice blocks you want for a humanoid pet? And it has to be attractive? Have you lost your mind? Alf, if you have it, great. If not, why are we even talking? Did you know that bird eggs have a chance of hatching humanoid birdfolk? Alf, birdfolk, do you possess an egg that can hatch into a female birdman? Luo Yu replied, I have a fiery bird's egg. My friend, I am an honest man. I cannot guarantee that this egg will indeed hatch a birdman. Even if there is a significant chance of it hatching, it may not necessarily be a female. However, it is a glimmer of hope. A wager against fate. Alf remarked, you do seem to have a point. May I see the egg? A trading interface appeared, and Luo Yu promptly displayed the egg. Fiery bird egg, soon to hatch. Alf exclaimed, it's still soon to hatch? How about this? I shall trade you 200 ice blocks for it. 200? The hope for a female birdman is only worth 200 ice blocks. Luo Yu mused. Never mind, I shall keep this hope for myself. With that, he closed the trading window. As expected, Alf quickly sent another message. 300. 300 ice blocks, that is my highest offer. Absolutely not. Luo Yu replied decisively, leaving Alf momentarily silent. However, the impatient barbarian tribe member could not contain himself for long, and sent another message within mere seconds. All right then, 400 it is. I shall risk it all for a female birdman. Luo Yu chuckled inwardly, amused by Alf's eagerness, yet he fell into silence. Brother, I implore you. Take the ice blocks, and I shall add a carrot as well. What do you say? Well, Luo Yu finally conceded. All right, you may initiate the trade. The trading page soon appeared, confirming the exchange of 400 units of ice blocks alongside 1 carrot. Without hesitation, Luo Yu placed the bird egg on the table. Transaction complete. Please select the placement area for the ice blocks. Overjoyed, Luo Yu chose to place the ice blocks outside the house. In an instant, 400 ice blocks appeared, neatly stacked, each roughly the size of a lunchbox. This was sufficient for a small underground ice cellar. Alf declared, brother, no more words. I must go and incubate the egg. If it truly hatches a female birdman, I shall bring you a carrot every day. Thank you, Luo Yu replied. Just remember to use a soft part of your body to incubate it. Do not break the egg. Ah, thank you, brother. I must be off. With that, the chat window closed, and Luo Yu wasted no time, selecting a location and beginning to dig. Luo Yu, possessing great strength and wielding the heavenly work knife with remarkable efficiency, quickly excavated a passageway, creating a square pit approximately 4 meters deep and 20 square meters in area. Accessing the construction page, he utilized some ordinary stone bricks and silver to build walls, completing a small underground cellar. He placed the ice blocks neatly, covered them with stone slabs, and the surrounding temperature plummeted instantly. In the dark confines of the ice cellar, Luo Yu felt an unparalleled sense of comfort. It could store at least 2,000 units of meat and vegetables, alleviating concerns about spoilage during the summer. Upon emerging from the ice cellar, Luo Yu surveyed the area. Chuckling to himself, I shall construct a warehouse atop the ice cellar, providing shade and convenience. Perfect. His plans were already set in motion. Fang Yumeng and her companions possess a remarkably astute mindset. A robust physique is essential for withstanding ailments, facilitating quicker recovery from injuries, and extending one's capacity for labor. Physical strength serves as the foundation of all endeavors. With 5,000 silver coins, one could acquire 5 attribute points. After careful contemplation, Luo Yu allocated 2 points to strength and 3 to constitution. An increase in strength would enhance his chances of slaying the monstrous fish with a spear. Glancing at his attributes, he noted, strength, 23, constitution, 30, agility, 27. With over 5,000 silver remaining, he decided to reserve it for future mercenary technologies. After organizing his thoughts, Luo Yu recognized that his most pressing need was for stone. The construction of walls, warehouses, and a grand villa all demanded a substantial quantity of stone. Thus, he ventured once more into the mines. In the dimly lit surroundings, he struck the rock with his pickaxe. Critical hit, X100. 100 blocks of black spotted stone emerged from the strike, yielding a bountiful amount of stone. You have gained 1 strength from mining activity. Excellent. A smile crept across Luo Yu's face as he rewarded himself with an additional attribute point after several days of effort. His keen gaze swept over the pile of stones, and to his delight, he discovered 3 burrowing worms. Without hesitation, he set about taming them. After spending 2 hours mining and an additional hour cutting stone for walls, he had accumulated 170 meters of progress, drawing ever closer to his goal of 400 meters. During lunch, the 7 burrowing worms emerged, eagerly awaiting sustenance. After providing them with a few pieces of meat, Luo Yu realized that as the number of base laborers increased, food supplies became increasingly strained. These worms neither consumed vegetables nor grass, prompting him to devise a means to secure more meat. A visit to the auction house revealed that meat was currently priced at around 80 silver per unit, significantly lower than vegetables, yet still quite expensive. It should be noted that the auction house imposes several restrictions. Each individual may only engage in 2 transactions per day, and once an item has been traded, it cannot be listed again. Luo Yu surmised that these limitations were likely instituted to prevent the resale of goods and the emergence of merchants. Purchasing meat would undoubtedly be a wasteful endeavor. He contemplated 3 methods to procure food. The first method was hunting. Small animals such as field mice, regular mice, and squirrels could be found on the plains, and with a stroke of luck, he might encounter rabbits, though the chances were slim. These creatures proved elusive, and Luo Yu was not inclined to consume mice. Chapter 15, Solutions Abound. The second method also involved hunting, but instead of pursuing mice, he considered crafting a bow and arrows to shoot small birds. However, the number of birds foraging in the grasslands was limited, and their meager meat yield made them difficult targets, a less than prudent choice. The third method, of course, was fishing. After finishing a pot of meat soup, Luo Yu munched on a carrot while strolling to the creek. The dam he had previously constructed remained intact, though only 2 or 3 large fish were left in the makeshift pond, while the smaller fish were hardly worth his attention. To attract more sizable fish, he realized he would need to procure more offal or other pungent bait, but this method was not sustainable. After pondering at the water's edge for a moment, an idea struck him. Why not simply excavate a fish pond? The fish pond can be modeled after the one before me, with the establishment of 2 embankments, serving as the inlet and outlet. Normally, the inlet would remain open, allowing the pond to fill with water while bait is cast to entice various fish to gather and make their nests here. After a couple of days, the inlet would be sealed and the outlet opened to drain the water, with a net placed at the outlet to catch the fish. Wouldn't that allow for a bountiful harvest? I suspect it wouldn't just be fish. Crabs and large prawns would also abound. The more Luo Yu contemplated this plan, the more feasible it appeared. The site should not be too far from the stream to facilitate drainage, and after careful consideration, he chose a location near the wall by the stream. This spot would not only be within the range of his firepower, but also featured varying elevations, allowing for easier excavation of the water flow direction. Moreover, should any threats arise, it could serve as a protective moat. Perfect. Having selected the location, he calculated the necessary materials: 2 large stones to block the inlet and outlet, and a sturdy fishing net to prevent the fish from being swept away when draining the water. The large stones were easy to procure, as he could easily dismantle 2 from the city wall. However, the fishing net posed a challenge. The system shop did not offer such essential tools, compelling him to devise his own solution. Crafting a sufficiently functional fishing net would require substantial effort, and he lacked materials such as nylon or rubber lines, essential items that possess both resilience and elasticity to withstand the water's current while effectively trapping fish and shrimp. After pacing thoughtfully for a moment, inspiration struck him. Bamboo. Thin strips of bamboo possess a degree of resilience and elasticity, reinforced with rattan. They could be fashioned into a bamboo basket, covering the outlet, ensuring that any fish that ventured in would be unable to escape. Wait a moment. It seemed that bamboo baskets were readily available for purchase in the shop. Luo Yu hastily searched and indeed discovered various sizes of bamboo baskets, all reasonably priced. While the shop did not offer fishing nets, it concealed a worthy alternative. As long as one's thoughts remain positive, solutions will always outnumber difficulties. With 7 insects currently digging stones, Luo Yu resolved to construct the fish pond first. Without hesitation, he spent 60 silver coins on the largest bamboo basket and began excavating with his crafted tool. When engrossed in work, time slipped away unnoticed. As the sun set, Luo Yu gazed at the nearly completed fish pond with delight, hopeful that it would be finished by the next day. High stamina was indeed a blessing. He could work tirelessly, his body in peak condition. It was once again time for the daily soak. In the regional chat, discussions resumed among the players. Nyoda, it's disastrous. A fire has ravaged half the grassland, leaving me with half the food. Sigh. The vegetable patch won't mature for another 12 days. Naker, your food supplies are quite diverse. If only I could eat grass, my life would be far less troublesome. Alice, rising with the sun and resting at dusk. Perhaps we are now pursuing the true meaning of life. Fong Yumming, Luo Yu, do you have enough food? What are your plans moving forward? Luo Yu might very well be the only Huaxiao boy in the vicinity, prompting Fong Yumming to feel a natural affinity towards him, and he reciprocated that sentiment, fostering a bond akin to that of fellow countrymen. Luo Yu, for the time being, I have enough to eat and I plan to dig a small fish pond. What about you all? Fong Yuming, well, wait a moment. Digging a fish pond? Luo Yu, is it just my illusion? Or do you always seem to possess boundless energy? Naker, as cat girls, we all adore strong boys. My sister would definitely take a liking to you. Luo Yu, hee hee. Luo Yu, I am quite curious about cat girls. I wish to see your ears and tails. Nyoda, do you want to see my ears and tail? Luo Yu, get lost. What began as a mere jest took an unexpected turn when Naker privately sent a screenshot. Perched on the edge of a steaming bathtub, 2 little heads leaned together, one adorned with white ears, the other with black. The tails behind them, faintly visible, were also black and white. These 2 catgirls were enjoying a bath. Unfortunately, they revealed only their ears and tails, which were not precisely what Luo Yu wished to see. Naker, privately just for you. But don't share it with anyone else, or I'll bite you. Luo Yu felt his heart race. This cat girl was rather flirtatious. Luo Yu, biting is fine, but please do it while mewing. Ugh, mew. My sister is blushing. Naker closed the private chat, and Luo Yu burst into laughter, feeling immensely pleased. Regional chatting truly was a delightful spice in his otherwise mundane life. After chatting for a while longer, he entered the virtual arena, where he promptly found himself in a 100 silver battle room hosted by the Zerg. The Zerg, clearly startled, shouted, "You has arrived." Without hesitation, they conceded defeat. Upon collecting his winnings and exiting the room, he noticed that the number of Zerg rooms in this channel had diminished significantly. It seemed this group of Zerg had developed a fear of him. This made him frown slightly. Had he been a bit too ruthless against the Zerg lately? Perhaps it was wise to take a break for a few days. Nevertheless, since he was already there, he decided to try his hand at a different race. He entered a room called Autumn Leaf, where the battle price was a modest 50 silver. It appeared his opponent was also a member of the human race, and a female at that. Without much conversation, they commenced the battle after a countdown of 3, 2, 1. Bang! In the fleeting moment of their clash, the sword in Autumn Leaf's hand was severed by the heavenly crafting blade, yet her subsequent display of skill provided Luo Yu with a fresh perspective on combat capability. This woman was agile, and even with a broken sword, she demonstrated both offensive and defensive prowess. Luo Yu could clearly feel his basic attributes suppressing her. Yet in the heat of the moment, he found it challenging to secure victory. Autumn Leaf ceased her attacks. Her small hand pressed against her chest where she had been struck. Though her face remained hidden, he could sense her embarrassment and indignation. Chapter 16. Profiting from Aquaculture. I shall hatch eggs. Luo Yu, noticing her distress, quickly said, I apologize. I did not mean to hit you there. You just stop talking. Autumn Leaf's voice sounded somewhat gritted. You? Very well. You are the first man who has managed to defeat me. In 4 days, at this very time. Let us duel again. Do you dare? Received a challenge from Autumn Leaf. Would you like to accept? Luo Yu could sense that engaging with this woman had slightly enhanced his practical combat skills. He nodded and replied, all right, I am ready. However, if you continue to dwell on your chest, you may find it difficult to triumph over me. How shameless. Just wait and see. Chiao Yi stormed out of the room. Upon exiting, Luo Yu did not linger in the arena but instead fell into contemplation. Just moments ago, Chiao Yi had undoubtedly demonstrated martial prowess. Despite possessing only half of Luo Yu's strength, constitution, and agility, she managed to engage him for such an extended period. Had she been a creature of the same attributes, she would have undoubtedly eliminated him without needing to trigger any special abilities. Martial skills. Luo Yu swiftly accessed the system interface and navigated to the combat technology tree. Unlocking martial skills required 10,000 silver coins, and only upon unlocking could one learn them. The marketplace did not offer any manuals on martial skills. One could only obtain them by defeating formidable beasts or through sheer luck while fishing. Of course, they might also appear at an auction, but the price would surely be exorbitant. Luo Yu was acutely aware of the significance of martial skills. If he were to set a price, it would likely start in the 7 figures of silver. Did that woman's martial skills come from a legacy, or were they merely the result of fortuitous discovery? Luo Yu pondered, resolving to defeat her in 3 days and inquire further. Upon awakening the next morning, he washed up, had breakfast, and resumed digging his fish pond. Before lunch, he had excavated a pond approximately 40 square meters and 1 meter deep. The inlet and outlet channels had been completed the previous day. Luo Yu removed the large stone blocking the inlet, and the stream flowed in with a rush. In a matter of moments, the pond was filled with water. He retrieved a field mouse caught during the excavation, sliced it in half, and prepared to toss it into the lake as bait to attract fish. Suddenly, an idea struck him. What if the bait could achieve a critical hit? As he contemplated this, he tossed the 2 halves of the field mouse into the pond. Critical hit triggered. The effectiveness of your bait has increased 100-fold. Remarkably effective. Luo Yu was taken aback, noticing a faint glow shimmering at the bottom of the pond. Even with the bait's enhanced efficacy, such a response was unexpected. He would have to wait until tomorrow to see how many fish it would attract. In the afternoon, Luo Yu began cutting stone. The 7 digging worms brought forth stones in nearly continuous loads, making him feel he no longer needed to venture into the mines. With this increased efficiency, the construction of the surrounding wall escalated from the original 20 meters to 40 meters daily. By the end of his industrious day, he had completed another section of the wall. With only 200 meters remaining, at this pace, completion was imminent. That night, as he drifted into slumber, he faintly heard the sound of fish splashing in the pond, a sound that, rather than being disruptive, was melodious to Luo Yu's ears. Upon waking the next morning, he hurried to the pond's edge, ready for action. First, he blocked the inlet. Then he forcefully removed the large stone obstructing the outlet. With a rush, the water surged, flowing through the pre-dug channels directly into the nearby stream. Luo Yu could already hear the delightful sounds of fish flopping within the bamboo basket. As the fish pond's water was nearly drained, the bamboo basket was already brimming with an assortment of fish: yellowfish, blackfish, grass carp, bluegill, and freshwater grouper, among others. alongside crabs and freshwater shrimp. In addition to those in the basket, a dozen fish were floundering in the remaining water of the pond. A broad smile adorned Luo Yu's face as he declared, "No time to waste, let us catch them. Adai, stop brooding over the eggs, and come lend a hand." An hour later, the ice cellar was filled with various large and small fish, crabs, and shrimp, all meaty delights, bringing a sense of satisfaction. The pond was replenished with water and reopened for business, with the effects of the hundredfold bait still in play. Luo Yu, however, was not greedy. He merely displayed a portion of the aquatic bounty. Indeed, it wasn't long before everything was sold out, earning him an additional 4,000 silver coins. After a moment of contemplation, he decided that enhancing his strength would be more pragmatic. Your strength, 4, current, 28. Splendid. I wonder how long the effects of the hundredfold bait will last. With that thought, Luo Yu cheerfully resumed his stone cutting. He commanded the digging worms to toil tirelessly, unearthing a substantial quantity of black spotted stone, with an endless supply of rock awaiting his craftsmanship. The days of foundational construction were invariably tedious, and dawn arrived once more. Wonderful. Without hesitation, he listed everything at the auction house, where the market price had slightly increased compared to the previous day, yielding a profit of 200 silver coins in one go. With 8 attribute points earned, Luo Yu allocated 5 points to strength and 3 points to agility, resulting in the following attributes: strength, 33, constitution, 30, agility, 30. These attributes were already double the cosmic average. Luo Yu felt a burgeoning sense of prowess. After restoring the fish pond, he continued cutting stone. Just as he was engrossed in his task, a sudden call from Adai echoed from the wooden house, stirring Luo Yu's curiosity, prompting him to rush over. Indeed, a crack had appeared in the fiery bird's egg, signaling the imminent hatching of the little bird. Step aside. I shall tend to the hatching. Awu? Adai was pushed aside, while Luo Yu cradled the soon-to-hatch chick, gently coaxing, "Come forth, little phoenix." As he thought this, a notification appeared. Critical hit triggered. Your hatching efficiency has increased 100-fold, with a chance to hatch a mutated creature. With the critical hit notification, the egg in Luo Yu's arms began to crack more vigorously, and in the next moment, a tiny head emerged, followed by a few struggles before the chick broke free. Thanks to the critical hit, its growth rate was remarkably swift, reaching the size of a hen in no time. Female earth egg hen, under conditions of ample food. She can lay at least 3 infertile earth hen eggs daily. An earth hen? Observing the affectionate hen nuzzling against him, Luo Yu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The fiery bird had mutated into an earth hen. Was this truly a mutation and not a regression? Speaking of regression, should a chicken devolve, it ought to resemble a dinosaur, right? Nonetheless, laying 3 eggs daily was rather extraordinary. Chapter 17. Scarce Resources, Luo Yu's First Mover Advantage. Cuckoo. The hen leapt from Luo Yu's embrace, scampering outside to peck at insects. Luo Yu hastily commanded, "Do not leave the base," and refrain from consuming the crops in the garden. The hen clucked in response, engrossed in its foraging. Very well, daily eggs shall henceforth be a delight, ensuring a balanced diet. While Luo Yu constructed a coop for the hen, he received a notification. Fang Yumeng has invited you to join a group chat. Do you accept? A group chat is a more intimate circle than regional chat. In truth, this area is populated by no fewer than 10,000 individuals, yet over the days, everyone has formed their little circles, predominantly chatting amongst their kin. Consequently, many have begun establishing small group chat rooms. Upon acceptance, Luo Yu discovered that, besides Fang Yumeng, there were also Na Kuer, Nyoda, Alice, and Elena present. Na Kuer, Luo Yu, you've arrived. Now we are all here. Nyoda, finally you came. I was the sole male in the group chat before, which was quite awkward. Luo Yu, oh, where is Zhu Lai? Did you not invite him? Fang Yumeng, we're not well acquainted with him, so it's just us. By the way, Luo Yu, how is the fish pond excavation going? Luo Yu, it's completed. I'll continue fishing tomorrow. Fang Yumeng, my 2 sisters have been inquiring about your physique. How is it that one person can excavate such a large pond in just 2 days? Luo Yu, it's slightly above average, but manageable. Fang Yumeng, physique is truly crucial. My sisters and I each have a score of 9, and it sometimes feels like the work is beyond our strength. She shared a screenshot of her physique. Nakuro, I've heard that human males typically score 10. The 3 of you with 9 is quite impressive. I only have 10, while my sister has 8. Nyoda, I possess a physique of 18 and strength of 16. I shall protect you all. Nakur, that's unnecessary. Elena, humans are so frail. Us female elves are agile, with physiques starting at 15. Alice, do you not have a score in the 20s? Alice, yes, just over 20. Fang Yumeng and Nakur, wow. You 2 elven sisters are formidable. Elena, Luo Yu, what is your physique as a foolish human male? Luo Yu, not high, rather modest. Fang Yumeng, how modest is not high? After contemplating, Luo Yu decided to reveal a bit, as everyone in the group was familiar and had a good rapport. I've earned some money, which has enhanced my physique. He then shared a screenshot of his physique. Physique, 30. Fang Yumeng. Nyoda, you are indeed a true powerhouse. Nakur, a robust man. Alice, oh my, how astonishing. Elena, How is this possible? How can a mere human male possess such a high physique? Fangyaman, the three of us girls combined do not match your score. Truly an extraordinary man. A hint of pride flickered across Luo Yu's face as he chuckled. It's merely luck. Now let's get back to work. No more chatting. Fangyaman, wait. What shall we name our little group? Luo Yu. Since your name contains you, along with the two elven ladies, let us call it Rain Spirit Cottage, shall we? Excellent. The name received unanimous approval. Luo Yu smiled gently and returned to his tasks. With a flurry of activity, the stone wall's total length had reached 300 meters. As he gazed at the nearly completed structure, Luo Yu felt a surge of impatience. He promptly re-entered the mine to resume his excavation. With his current strength and physique, coupled with a mining level of 4, his efficiency had soared. Before the sun dipped below the horizon, he had amassed a small mountain of black spotted stones and other ores. Had it not been for Adai's assistance in transporting the materials, the golden beetles alone would have struggled to manage the load. After dinner, Luo Yu kindled a bonfire and spent the night meticulously cutting the stones, striving to complete the final segment of the wall. It was finished. What was initially projected to take 20 days was accomplished in a mere 8, fulfilling the task splendidly. The wall stretched 100 meters on each side, stood 5 meters high, and bore a stone door on every face. An internal staircase provided access, imparting a profound sense of security. The monumental structure had risen from the ground, and Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction, glancing at the clock. It was already midnight. He hurried to wash up and retire for the night. In the morning, he awoke to find the wall had indeed risen, though the view was not as clear as before. To enhance visibility, he contemplated constructing a 3-story villa. However, for the time being, he resolved to build a watchtower. He first headed to the fish pond to release water, as the efficacy of the bait had diminished. This time, he only managed to catch 450 units of fish and shrimp, which he decided to keep for personal consumption rather than sell. For breakfast, he enjoyed a boiled egg, an apple, and half a crucian carp, feeling invigorated as he opened the construction page. The watchtower, standing at 15 meters, required 1,000 wood, 200 stone, 100 silver. This tower could also serve as a shooting platform, providing a tactical advantage for archery. However, it was somewhat costly. Although he still had 1,000 units of stone, his supply of wood had dwindled. The only small grove within his territory had been halved in its yield due to various constructions, and he needed wood for daily fires as well as for crafting bows and arrows. Especially in winter, the lack of wood for warmth could prove fatal. He needed to prepare for the future. At this moment, Luo Yu realized that timber was a relatively scarce resource on this plane. As for venturing into the Purple Mountains to harvest wood, he had learned from the world chat channels that there was an air wall encircling the edges of his territory, blocking trial seekers. To leave on foot, he would first need to invest a substantial amount of silver to unlock the necessary technology. He also discovered that the air wall's range could expand, implying that the territory could be enlarged, though this too required technological advancements and significant resources. For now, he set aside these thoughts. With wood being so precious, Luo Yu was particularly mindful of the grove, deciding it should not be further harvested. He opened the auction house, intending to purchase wood with silver. Upon searching, he was astonished to find that 1 unit of wood was priced at merely 1 silver. Each tree typically yielded about 10 units of wood, meaning a single tree cost only 10 silver. Since everyone began in the plains, with each person only able to claim 1 grove, it seemed peculiar that wood, such a valuable commodity, was so inexpensive. Yet, upon further reflection, Luo Yu began to grasp the underlying reasons. In this contemporary era, many are still preoccupied with the issue of sustenance. Who possesses the capability to construct a watchtower akin to his? The widespread utilization of timber has not yet commenced, and initially, everyone has access to woodlands, rendering timber exceedingly inexpensive. At this moment, Luo Yu's first mover advantage becomes evident. Chapter 18, The Wandering Bison. Without a moment's hesitation, he procured 2,000 units of timber, exchanging 2,000 silver for 2,000 wood, a remarkable profit. Please select a location for timber placement. Luo Yu decided to position the timber against a wall, accessing the construction page to commence the building of the watchtower. In no time, a 15-meter-high watchtower stood completed at the corner where the 2 walls converged. Ascending to the top, he was enveloped by a sense of vantage. Luo Yu felt that from this height, utilizing a bow or throwing a spear would enhance both range and impact. This watchtower, however, did not entirely encompass the defensive perimeter of the base. Luo Yu's intention was to install watchtowers at all 4 corners of the walls, ensuring a 360-degree coverage without blind spots. Eventually, he could also equip the towers with automatic crossbow launchers to guarantee the safety of the base. Presently, he retained 300 silver, sufficient to complete the construction of 3 additional watchtowers. But before that, Luo Yu planned to craft bows and arrows. For ranged combat, spears sufficed. For close quarters, the heavenly crafting blade excelled, and for mid-range encounters, bows were undoubtedly the best choice. Iron bow, 300 iron ore, 100 silver, 1 animal sinew. He had enough iron, ore, and silver for the moment, but lacked the sinew. He opened the auction house, only to find nothing available. The demand for bows and arrows was universal, and sinew, being a food source, was likely consumed by others. Where could one find a piece of beef sinew? Luo Yu pondered, his gaze drifting to Ada, who was frolicking with the local chickens, and then to the distant golden beetle hauling a cart of ore, shaking his head. Neither seemed suitable, and he was reluctant to slaughter them, just as he was at a loss. The system unexpectedly provided a notification. A herd of wandering bison has entered the area. They will remain nearby for 12 days. Luo Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Just as he contemplated acquiring sinew, a herd of wild bison appeared. Indeed, from his vantage point atop the watchtower, he spotted 3 white bison ambling down from the purple mountains into his territory. Wandering bison, wildness 90, neutral creature. Fang Yumen, there are bison. Oh no, they're heading towards my orchard. Nyoda, I am far more handsome than that bull. Hey, don't graze on my grass. Alice, everyone, refrain from approaching these wild bison. If provoked, they will attack. Naker, this is bad. My bull is heading towards my vegetable patch, my food. We must take action to slay it. I am agile enough. Elena, I advise you to reconsider. Even if you are agile, can your small wooden house withstand the impact of a bull's horns? Naker, oh, it seems so. Once they become hostile, they cannot be attacked directly, but will target buildings. That one do. I must hunt it down. Fang Yumen, should I try to tame one? Luo Yu, no, the success rate for taming a creature with 90 wildness is very low. Failure will incite an attack. Fang Yumen, all right, I'll heed your advice. The chat group erupted in exclamations as they witnessed the formidable wild buffaloes, leaving everyone feeling somewhat helpless, merely watching them graze upon the vegetable patch and the grass. Although this may appear to be a mundane occurrence, it posed a significant threat to the crops within their territory. Luo Yu observed the 3 buffaloes ambling towards the bamboo grove, a slight frown creasing his brow. Surely, they do not intend to devour my bamboo shoots? This is intolerable. Luo Yu declared, I have a wall. Let me first test the combat prowess of these buffaloes. Fang Yumen and Naku warned him to be cautious. Instead of rushing into action, Luo Yu scrutinized the scene, discovering that among the 3 buffaloes, 2 were females and 1 was a male. The male was exceptionally robust, likely weighing around 750 kilograms, rivaling even the might of a rhinoceros. Luo Yu preferred not to confront them directly, as such a course of action would be unwise. However, despite the bull's strength, he had yet to unleash his critical strike today, possessing the ability to deliver a decisive blow. His gaze shifted towards the spear. Though the distance was considerable, he could potentially launch it with his strength, yet his accuracy would undoubtedly be compromised. The bamboo grove further diminished his chances of success. After a moment of contemplation, an idea formed in his mind. Adai, far from displaying fear, emitted a bloodthirsty growl, his expression fierce, embodying the essence of a wolf. In the next instant, Adai charged towards the bamboo grove. The 3 buffaloes were startled and hastily retreated, but Adai pressed forward, aiming to bite at the hind leg of the female buffalo. Upon witnessing this, the bull became enraged, thrusting a horn towards Adai, who narrowly evaded the attack with agility. The 3 buffaloes, now provoked, entered a hostile state. The bull, incensed by its missed strike, charged after the fleeing Adai, with the 2 females also entering an aggressive stance, as the 3 massive buffaloes pursued the young wolf across the grassland. Dust billowed in their wake as Luo Yu squinted, noting they were now within a distance of 200 meters. He bellowed, "Die!" and with all his strength, hurled the spear. Although he did not achieve a critical strike, the spear sped forth with remarkable velocity, propelled by over 30 units of strength. Yet, to Luo Yu's astonishment, the spear grazed the bull's hide, failing to make contact. With a shooting accuracy of merely 3, compounded by the 100+ meters distance, his hit rate was only 20%. Luo Yu's lips twitched in frustration. It was too late to launch another spear. He shouted through the door gap, "Quickly, Adai, come inside." Adai swiftly darted through the narrow opening, and in the following moment, Luo Yu secured the stone door, fastening it with a wooden stick. Having completed this, he dashed up the wall. Witnessing the furious trio of buffaloes charging towards him, seemingly intent on forcibly breaching the stone door. With a resounding crash, Luo Yu felt the entire wall tremble, followed by 2 additional loud thuds as the buffaloes repeatedly collided with the stone door. Under the tremendous force of impact, cracks appeared in the door, and the wooden stick securing it splintered, yet the 3 buffaloes collapsed to the ground, rendered momentarily dazed. Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback, but a smile soon graced his face. Can your stubbornness surpass that of the black-spotted stone door? Are you dead yet? Just as his curiosity peaked, the bull in the center, swaying unsteadily, managed to rise again. Rubbing against the 2 cows, it noticed their immobility. Its blood-red eyes fixed on Luo Yu above, and its robust body began to pace anxiously beneath the stone door. Is it truly capable of standing again? Remarkable, Luo Yu thought, astonished, yet resolute in his determination to subdue the 3 wild bulls. Chapter 19. The bull can plow, the cow can milk. Luo Yu descended from the wall, retrieving a new piece of wood to secure the stone door. Then he moved 2 black-spotted stones back up onto the wall. Good grief. With all his might, he smashed one stone down, striking the bull squarely on the head, causing it to stagger momentarily, but it paid no heed as the cows began to flee. Trying to escape, another stone was hurled with precision, striking its head once more. Luo Yu's impressive strength, exceeding 30, was vividly displayed, and the wild bull toppled to the ground, blood spurting from its mouth. Yet, astonishingly, this bull was extraordinarily resilient. It shook its head and rose again. What? Luo Yu's fury ignited as he spotted a nearby golden beetle, clumsily pulling a cart. He rushed over, lifted the beetle, and, treating it like a hefty stone, hurled it towards the bull. The beetle's shell was far harder than any rock, and though it understood its master intended to use it as a projectile, it wisely refrained from spreading its wings, instead resigning itself to its role as a stone. Bang! The colossal golden beetle crashed into the wild bull, which let out a pained bellow and collapsed, blood pouring from its mouth, unable to rise again. Luo Yu leapt from the wall and approached the bull. In its helpless gaze, he patted its horn and intoned, "Tame." A flash of light flickered, but the attempt failed. Once more tame. Again, the light flashed. Yet it was another failure. There remained one final chance. He could unleash a 100-fold critical strike, but it would undoubtedly be reserved for the cow, as only the cow could produce milk, unlike the bull. If taming proved impossible, then it would be slaughtered for its meat. A glint of murderous intent sparked in Luo Yu's eyes. The bull appeared increasingly helpless. "I wish for your successful taming as well. But your beast taming level is far too low," he declared. "Submit to me, or perish." "Tame," he exclaimed, and once more, a flash of light erupted. "You have tamed the wild bull with a 37 success rate. It worked." Joy illuminated Luo Yu's eyes as the bull, weakly extending its tongue, licked his palm, signaling its submission successfully. "Warning, the bull is in a critical state. Without treatment, it will die in 2 hours." "What?" Luo Yu gasped, realizing he lacked any herbs. Hastily, he opened the auction house to search for healing herbs and discovered several listed, each priced at 300 silver coins. It seemed some fortunate individuals had unearthed matured wild herbs on the grasslands. With no other option, he purchased one herb and fed it to the bull, receiving a prompt that it would now die in 5 hours instead. Finally, it was not 2 hours. He bought 2 more herbs to feed, and at last, the notification assured him that the bull would not perish. Struggling, the bull managed to rise, licking Luo Yu in gratitude, to restore its former robust appearance. Several days of recuperation would be required. After reviving the bull, I hastily proceeded to inspect the 2 cows, only to discover that one had sustained an unfortunate injury and had perished, while the other appeared to be on the brink of death. Despite my 2 prior attempts at taming, I had met with failure. Thus, for the 3rd attempt, I resolved to utilize a critical opportunity. Critical hit triggered. Your taming efficiency increased by 100-fold. With a success rate of 100, you have successfully tamed the cow. While I had indeed tamed the cow, it remained in a near-death state. Consequently, I spent 900 silver coins to procure 3 herbs to revive it. The cow affectionately licked me, yet still bore a frail demeanor. At that moment, I noticed the cow was leaking milk. I purchased a wooden bucket from the marketplace and placed it beneath her, unwilling to let the precious resource go to waste, and began to milk her. To my astonishment, I yielded an entire barrel of milk. Milk, 25 units. The calculation for food is generally 1 unit equates to 1 gene. Thus, I had extracted a substantial 25 genes of milk. Checking the auction house, I found that 1 unit of milk was worth 40 silver coins. Embracing the cow with affection, I playfully patted both cows on their rumps and cheerfully remarked, "Feel free to graze on any grass, except for crops, and stay away from the lake's edge. Be cautious not to be devoured." Moo. Tamed animals can comprehend simple commands. Both cows responded with a moo and began to graze within the city walls. After spending 5 silver coins and 20 stones, I was in the process of repairing a damaged stone gate when a message appeared in the group chat. "Fong Yumming, is Luo Yu still alive?" "Luo Yu, the wild bull fainted after colliding with the stone wall. I have managed the situation here." "Fong Yumming, haha, foolish bull. By the way, it seems the cow here is rather affectionate towards me." "Nakuro? Affectionate? You don't happen to possess some hidden beast taming attribute, do you?" "Fong Yumming, I checked the panel earlier, and it appeared I had a personal trait. Let me verify again." "Everyone, personal trait. My heavens. You truly have a knack for this." "Fong Yumming, yes, it's a beast taming trait, 3 stars." "Luo Yu, I recommend you attempt to tame it. If you fail, simply flee." "Fong Yumming, oh? What should I do if the cow charges at me?" "Luo Yu, be brave." "Very well. We believe in you." After Fong Yumming acknowledged, she fell silent, seemingly preparing to make her attempt. "Luo Yu, how many cows have entered your territory?" "1. Everyone replied there was just 1 cow, whether male or female. It was still just 1. Luo Yu frowned, refraining from disclosing that his base had welcomed 3 cows. After a moment's contemplation, he began to grasp the underlying reason. His base's score had already reached 180 points, likely 3 to 5 times higher than that of the others, thus intensifying the event's challenge. This was indeed a snowball effect. Realizing this critical aspect, Luo Yu understood that development was paramount, the faster one advanced, the larger the snowball would grow. Of course, one must not blindly enhance buildings to inflate scores. All improvements must be predicated on the ability to defend effectively. The milk of the day, derived from a cow that had suffered an injury during its production, left Luo Yu with an unsettling feeling of potential misfortune should he consume it. Consequently, he opted to place it directly in the auction house, where it swiftly garnered a price of 1,000 silver coins. The next task at hand was to deal with the carcass of the other cow. With automatic technology still locked, Luo Yu was unable to craft an automated slaughtering station and thus had to resort to manual labor. Fortunately, armed with the heavenly crafting knife and ample strength, he efficiently processed the cow's substantial body within half an hour. Coincidentally, the bait in the fish pond had expired, prompting him to discard the inedible entrails into the water as bait. After all, beef translates to wealth, and wealth equates to attribute points. Seizing the opportunity of high prices, he hastily sold the beef, which was rapidly snatched up, netting him another 5,000 silver coins. Upon checking his silver balance, he found himself with a remarkable sum of 9,500. Earning money was not as daunting as it seemed. In Chapter 20, titled Victory Through Archery, he promptly purchased 6 attribute points, allocating 2 each to strength, agility, and constitution. A glance at his status panel brought him satisfaction. Strength, 35, constitution, 32, agility, 32. With the cow tendons now in his possession, he could craft a bow. Without hesitation, Luo Yu chose to forge an iron frame bow. Upon confirmation, a flash of light revealed a sturdy iron bow before him. Drawing the string, he felt a surge of exhilaration. He then spent an additional 60 units of wood, 60 units of iron ore, and 60 silver coins to create 30 arrows. Though not as effective as feathered arrows, given the absence of bird feathers, he made do with what he had for the time being. With his robust constitution, he no longer required protective finger sleeves for archery. Pulling the bowstring to its limit, he released an arrow that soared at remarkable speed, reaching an impressive distance of 150 meters. While this was not the extent of Luo Yu's strength, it did represent the maximum range of the iron bow, which was quite commendable as the typical limit for bows hovers around 100 meters. At that moment, Fang Yuming finally spoke in the group chat. Heavens, we did it. We managed to provoke the cow successfully this time. Congratulations flooded the chat, and Luo Yu urged, hurry and milk her, there's a surprise. Fang Yuming replied, indeed. Without your encouragement, the 3 of us girls might not have had the courage to provoke the cow. Thank you. Luo Yu responded, the courage is your own. There's no need for thanks. Go on and get busy. Fang Yuming fell silent, while Naker was seemingly engaged in a fierce battle with a wild bull. And Elena interjected, Luo Yu, how do you know about milking? Isn't that a bull you have? Luo Yu clarified, there are female cows too. Bull big hiss. Your base score is double ours. Luo Yu replied, is it? I merely constructed a few walls. I'm not entirely sure. Elena retorted, what a despicable man, pretending. I shall not be outdone. Luo Yu smirked, but refrained from responding. Naker chimed in, that foolish bull has fallen into my trap. It's done for. It seemed the cat girl had also triumphed. Luo Yu glanced at the regional chat, starkly contrasting with his small group, which was filled with cries of despair. Some had been charged by the bull, others found their crops devoured, and some even had their homes collapsed by a rampaging bull. Once again, the world chat window was opened, revealing a realm plagued by wandering buffaloes, packs of wolves launching attacks, unusual weather phenomena, and flooded lakes. A continuous stream of calamities. Life was arduous for everyone, a relentless struggle for survival and strength. This encapsulated the essence of existence for all beings in the cosmos at present. Luo Yu closed the chat window and turned his gaze towards the distant golden beetle pulling a minecart, resuming his stone-cutting efforts, striving towards the grand mansion. Entering the arena, he noted that only 2 hours remained until his duel with Qiu Yi. He discovered a black iron trialist from the insect race had opened a room priced at a staggering 1,000. In the arena, black iron was already considered a master. And since everyone was skilled, who could fear whom? Luo Yu paid the fee and ventured inside. He had arrived, once again facing off against the insect race. Room 6363. Insects, gather and cheer for the blood spider. Room 6363, Brother Yu has arrived. Fans assemble. In an instant, both humans and insects flooded into the room. And the viewing fees continued to rise. In the expansive chamber, a creature known as the Spider-Man, with the upper body of a man and the lower body of a spider, coldly regarded Luo Yu. This spider bore a striking resemblance to a seductive spider spirit from a certain tale of the journey to the west. However, this particular specimen was male and offered little allure. Luo Yu remained silent. 321. Begin. As the countdown concluded, the spider creature opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of white webs aimed directly at Luo Yu. What? This was Luo Yu's first experience with a ranged attack. Fortunately, his agility was sufficiently high, allowing him to deftly evade the onslaught. However, the spider creature's web spinning was rapid, spewing forth a barrage of webs in quick succession. Such trivial skills, With agility so elevated, despite lacking martial techniques, even with a mere 32 in agility, it was exceedingly difficult for him to be struck. All the webs were skillfully dodged. Instead of recklessly charging forward, he summoned a bow with a flash of light. A bow and arrow. He had crafted a bow. Fewer than 10 individuals in the arena had ever wielded a bow and arrow, and now he possessed one. This was disastrous. Whoosh! An arrow shot forth. Its power augmented by the insect race nemesis, skill, rendering its speed as swift as lightning. The Spider-Man, unable to evade in time, was struck, resulting in a leg being violently severed. Believing Luo Yu had intentionally aimed for his leg, the Spider-Man seethed with rage. How dare you insult me? You seek death. Once more, webs were launched. I wish to aim for the head, but I cannot hit it. Luo Yu silently lamented as he summoned a heavenly craft knife in his left hand, swiftly cleaving through all the webs with a series of precise strikes. In all, the spectators gasped. To sever webs with one hand was a testament to his remarkable agility and strength. Suddenly, the Spider-Man ceased his web spinning, his expression darkening as he eyed the heavenly craft knife in Luo Yu's hand, caught in a moment of indecision. Had he exhausted his webs? Now it was my turn. With a cold smirk, Luo Yu drew his bow, arrows flying forth in rapid succession. Spider-Man lacked the agility of Luo Yu and, after withstanding a few arrows, was struck 10 times in succession. 6 legs were severed, along with one hand, and 3 arrows pierced his chest, resulting in his demise. Your shooting level has risen to 4. Luo Yu felt a surge of joy in his heart as he collected 1,000 coins from the wager and 1,500 from the audience's viewing fees, promptly exiting the room. In the following hours, he sought a sparring match with 2 black iron insectoids. Although he earned only 300 silver, even the smallest of gains is still a gain. The challenge time has ended. Do you wish to enter the battle chamber to duel with Qiu Yi? Confirmed. Luo Yu stepped into the battle chamber, where Qiu Yi arrived punctually. With a cold snort, she inquired, You, how much are you willing to wager for this match? Luo Yu replied with a gentle smile. Silver is precious. This is merely a friendly spar. Let us wager something else. Should you emerge victorious, I shall grant you a request within reason, and if I win, you must grant me a request as well. What say you? Chapter 21, The Milk Critical Hit. Qiu Yi instinctively clasped her chest, her expression a mixture of indignation and embarrassment. Dream on. I will not allow you to act recklessly. Prepare yourself. With the countdown complete, she lunged forward without hesitation. Luo Yu, aware of her misunderstanding, refrained from using weapons and met her with bare hands. Her martial skills had indeed improved, but they could not withstand the explosive growth of Luo Yu's strength, physique, and agility. You have lost. According to our agreement, you must grant me a request. Upon uttering these words, Luo Yu felt the woman beneath him tremble slightly. Though her expression remained obscured, Qiu Yi's voice quivered as she exclaimed, What do you intend to do? Let me go, you scoundrel, you pervert. Fear not. I mean you no harm. Luo Yu reassured her, yet remained seated atop her, stating firmly, Tell me, where did you acquire your martial skills? Martial skills? Is that what you wish to know? Seeing Luo Yu nod, Qiu Yi sighed in relief and continued, I can tell you, but will you allow me to rise? Apologies, it was a moment of urgency. Luo Yu conceded, releasing her. Once composed, Qiu Yi stated, My martial skills were granted to me while fishing in the lake. Fishing? Luo Yu was taken aback. Could it be that the monsters in the lake have been vanquished? How could that be possible? Qiu Yi retorted, Even a bronze-level warrior may not defeat that enormous black fish. I have my methods, but I will not divulge them to you. Luo Yu furrowed his brow, pondering what means could allow one to fish for martial skills while ensuring their own safety. Noticing his silence, Qiu Yi scoffed, Do not even think about attempting it. This is my innate ability, and you would be courting death by trying. With that, she declared, We shall resume our duel in 3 days. I refuse to believe I cannot win. And with that, she vanished. Luo Yu exited the arena, reclining in a bath as he gazed at the star-studded sky, murmuring to himself, Fang Yumeng and Qiu Yi as well. It seems I am not the only one endowed with unique talents. This world truly holds great promise, he thought, a faint smile gracing his lips, as he envisioned boundless possibilities for tomorrow and the future. Upon awakening in the morning, I discovered 2 cows peacefully resting at my doorstep, not far from which lay 2 unsightly piles of manure. A glance at the hygiene rating of the base revealed a steep decline. The increase in animals had compromised cleanliness. It was evident that the time had come to construct a beast-taming arena. This facility would not only provide shelter for livestock, but also autonomously purify their waste, thereby enhancing the hygiene rating while significantly increasing the success rate of taming endeavors. Though I was puzzled as to why establishing a pasture could elevate my personal taming success, I recognized that the world of Tian Dao was inherently extraordinary. For the time being, the beast-taming arena would be erected within the confines of the wall, a temporary and economical solution, with plans to build a more elaborate structure once the base expanded. After designating a section within a corner of the enclosure, I accessed the construction interface. Beast Taming Arena, basic building materials 3,000, silver 500. Having mined a substantial amount of stone the previous day, coupled with the remnants from before, I possessed sufficient bricks to meet the requirement. After confirming the construction, a radiant light enveloped the area, culminating in the emergence of a pasture. It featured 2 animal shelters and an assortment of initial fodder, covering a modest area of 20 square meters, primarily serving as a resting place for the animals and an automated waste disposal system. Upon inspecting the attributes of the beast taming arena, I noted an enhancement of 10 to the success rate of taming, in addition to a 10 increase in animal yield. This meant that the cow, which previously produced 25 units of milk daily, would now yield an impressive 275 units. This was indeed promising, suggesting substantial long-term gains. Checking the hygiene rating, I was pleased to see a significant improvement, now reaching 55, nearing the passing mark. The base rating also experienced an uptick, currently standing at 200. I proceeded to the fish pond, where, due to a lack of special bait, the day's harvest amounted to only 30 units of fish and shrimp, a sum derived from the remains of animal entrails. This underscored just how remarkable the previous 100-fold bait had been. With a considerable surplus of fish and shrimp from prior endeavors, I listed the remaining 200 units for sale, garnering 1,600 silver. While the fresh catch was carefully stored in the ice cellar, nothing beats the freshness of a meal. While milking the cow, an idea struck me. Could this process yield a critical hit? With that thought in mind, I silently willed the universe and squeezed with force. Critical hit triggered. The cow let out a plaintive moo as milk cascaded into the wooden bucket. To my astonishment, the milk appeared purer than before. Special milk, extremely high nutritional value. Consuming 1 unit sustains hunger for an entire day at 100. Note, the aroma of special milk exerts a powerful allure on living creatures. I successfully extracted 10 units of this exceptional milk, at which point the cow collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. My eyes gleamed with delight as I gazed at the half-full bucket of milk. Indeed, I had struck gold. 10 units capable of sustaining sustenance for 10 days. Just as I was about to indulge, I noticed Adai sprinting towards me, tail wagging furiously, evidently eager for a taste. Was it true that animals possessed a unique attraction to this special milk? Luo Yu stroked his chin, halting Adai's attempt to pilfer some milk, and placed the dairy into the ice cellar. He harbored a plan. Once the milk was thoroughly frozen, he would transform it into milk cubes or even milk slices, which might prove to be remarkably effective in critical moments. After breakfast, he did not rush to cut stone, but instead acquired a batch of saplings and seeds for vegetables and radishes at the auction house. The crop seeds were somewhat costly, yet the saplings were quite affordable, as the significance of timber had yet to dawn on most. He spent a total of 500 silver coins, and then procured plowing tools from the marketplace to harness the great bull, setting it to work in cultivating the wasteland. Previously, he had been short on labor, and managing everything alone was a daunting task. However, with the addition of a bull, he could certainly till more plots for vegetables. After meticulously planning everything, he resumed cutting stone. Now even the livestock shelter was constructed from stone, while he still resided in a wooden house. This was intolerable. Work hard. Strive for the grand villa. 3 days passed in tranquility, during which Luo Yu diligently toiled and amassed a stockpile of 20,000 units of ingredients. Additionally, he sold off the remaining milk and leftover seafood, as these items would not retain their freshness for long even in the ice cellar. Chapter 22. Prosperity through attacks. The newly cultivated plots of vegetables and radishes had been successfully sown, and the batch of camphor tree saplings was planted along the borders of his territory, all progressing in an orderly manner. After saving up all his chances for critical hits over 3 days, today Luo Yu returned to the mine, ready to strike it rich. As he silently chanted a phrase in his heart, he swung his pickaxe down. Critical hit of 100 times triggered. Thud! A silver ore the size of a basin tumbled down, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be silver. Silver, 10,000 units. What a fortune! Luo Yu's heart swelled with joy, but a warning followed promptly. Warning, you have awakened the silver-armored ladybug during this excavation. In an instant, a silver beetle, the size of a calf, burst forth and charged directly at Luo Yu. Against such an onslaught, Luo Yu merely scoffed, unperturbed, and swiftly drew his heavenly crafting blade, striking out in response. Bang! A crisp sound echoed as the blade met the silver-armored ladybug, producing a resounding clang akin to metal clashing against metal, sending the beetle flying against the rock wall. The disparity in strength was monumental. Without further ado, Luo Yu employed his beast taming skills. Taming failed. Ding! Taming successful. You have tamed the silver-armored ladybug with a 37 probability. Silver-armored ladybug, strength 16, constitution 6, agility 20, special ability, devour silver, excretes silver essence. Goodness! This creature is formidable. The attributes left Luo Yu mildly astonished, especially with its special ability. However, given the current scarcity of silver, and the impracticality of using silver essence for weapon enhancement, Luo Yu naturally would not allow this beetle to consume silver. He spent a medicinal herb to restore the silver-armored ladybug, which then danced around him in a friendly manner, revealing its striking beauty. With the ability to soar and a commendable agility, Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction, yet he promptly resumed his mining endeavors. Upon entering the ice cellar, he was enveloped by a rich, creamy aroma that was quite intoxicating, instilling a profound sense of comfort. Was it this delightful fragrance that lured the creatures? At that moment, the special milk had already frozen, and Luo Yu severed a unit of the icy milk block. Shortly thereafter, he situated himself outside the dwelling to commence the heating process of the milk. Upon heating, a remarkable occurrence unfolded. The fragrance intensified, wafting throughout the territory and filling the air with a delectable scent. Suddenly, a plop echoed from the distant lake as a large black fish surfaced, seemingly drawn by the alluring aroma. However, it did not approach. Venturing closer might prove futile, possibly leading to its stranding in the shallow waters. Witnessing this, Luo Yu felt a flicker of inspiration. Just then, a notification emerged. The fragrance of the special milk has attracted a multitude of armored turtles, who will stop at nothing to partake in the milk. What? Luo Yu was taken aback, glancing at the chat group and regional channel, which revealed no signs of activity. Thus, this assault was directed solely at him. An assault, indeed, held both peril and potential wealth. Without such encounters, Luo Yu would not have progressed so swiftly. Ascending the watchtower, he observed, to his astonishment, that from the eastern direction, 10 turtles were making their way over. These turtles were quite sizable, comparable to sea turtles that had lived for centuries. Even an adult could comfortably ride atop one. Their shells resembled grotesque boulders, formidable and evidently sturdy. However, their pace was rather unimpressive. Luo Yu noted that the 10 turtles were laboriously inching forward, their speed akin to that of a leisurely stroll. As they drew nearer, he retrieved a spear and hurled it from the watchtower with considerable force. His shooting skill had slightly improved, and indeed, the spear struck the largest armored turtle leading the pack. With a resounding thud, the spear shattered upon impact, and the turtle let out a pained cry, shaking its head as a crack marred its shell. Truly, it was resilient. Luo Yu furrowed his brow. This trial had revealed the futility of relying solely on spears or arrows to vanquish these turtles. Such efforts would be wasteful. A decisive strike with his blade would be necessary to effectively eliminate them. He remained unhurried, for all his possessions were secured within the walls. He was curious to see if the turtles could breach the barrier. Moments later, the answer presented itself. The turtles could not possibly breach the obsidian stone walls. The 10 turtles clawed at the stone door, their shells occasionally striking against it, yet they could not even leave a mark. While their defensive capabilities were astonishing, their offensive power was far inferior to that of a bull. Taming failed, success rate, 71. Taming failed, success rate, 79. After 2 consecutive failures, Luo Yu realized that a different approach was required. How could he induce an abnormal state in these turtles? His gaze swept across the surroundings, ultimately resting on the warm, special milk. A moment later, Luo Yu sat upon the wall, wielding a bamboo pole approximately 4 to 5 meters in length. At one end of the pole was affixed a small wooden bucket, which contained a rare delicacy known as special milk. Luo Yu deftly manipulated the pole, swaying it above the heads of a group of turtles, the fragrant aroma of the milk causing their mouths to water, yet they were unable to reach it. The turtles, in a flurry of agitation, twisted and turned below, their necks stretching impossibly long. This was indeed a case of awaiting an inevitable fate. Luo Yu mused that had he possessed a javelin, he could easily pierce a turtle's neck. Alas, they remained just out of reach. With a playful demeanor, Luo Yu swayed the bamboo pole while humming a cheerful tune, delighting in the antics of the turtles. Suddenly, a drop of milk splashed from the bucket, landing squarely in the mouth of one turtle. Instantly, the turtle squinted in pleasure, becoming even more frantic in its desire for the delectable milk. Unfortunately, they still could not access it. After teasing them for half an hour, observing their futile attempts to elongate their necks, Luo Yu secured the bamboo pole to the wall and departed to cut stone. 2 hours later, with the sun setting on the horizon, Luo Yu had carved out a considerable amount of stone. Upon returning to the wall, he found the turtles utterly exhausted, yet still occasionally craning their necks in a vain effort to reach the bucket. Had they entered a state of fatigue? It appeared they could not endure any longer. A faint smile graced Luo Yu's face as he employed his taming skill on one of the turtles. Taming failed, success rate 58. Taming successful, success rate 61. Chapter 23. A confrontation with the lake's monster fish. He successfully tamed one. A surge of joy filled Luo Yu's heart. The state of fatigue had indeed heightened his chances of success. Stone-armored turtle, female, pregnant, strength 11, constitution 29, agility 2. Special ability, sturdy shield. If he could tame the first, then surely he could tame most of them. Continuously utilizing his taming technique, he ultimately succeeded in taming 8 out of 10 stone-armored turtles, including the largest male. His taming skill had now reached level 5. Regrettably, 2 turtles had exhausted their taming opportunities and remained untamed, prompting Luo Yu to sorrowfully sever their heads. It is said that one becomes what they consume. Tonight, he would feast on turtle to replenish his strength. Notably, among the 8 turtles, 6 were female, 2 of which were pregnant. Once the task was completed, Luo Yu indulged in the milk from the bucket himself, finding it to be exceedingly delicious. Afterward, he felt no hunger, his body invigorated. You consumed special milk? Gaining a state of fervor, one day, he commanded the stone-armored turtles to refrain from entering the lake, temporarily confining them in a nearby stream. Seizing the moment, Luo Yu began to process the corpses of 2 stone-armored turtles. Having become quite adept at butchering, even the turtles could not withstand the sharpness of his blade. With a flurry of efficient movements, he accomplished the task with ease. Upon inspecting his haul, he was rewarded with turtle meat and 2 turtle shells. In a pot, a piece of turtle meat simmered, while beside him, Adai drooled in anticipation as Luo Yu pondered the potential uses for the turtle shells. The turtle shell is undeniably sturdy, yet it appears somewhat oversized for a shield and not particularly effective as a basin for heat conduction. After contemplation, Luo Yu resolved to affix the turtle shell to the wall, envisioning it as an excellent cover for shooting. The turtle meat would undoubtedly be excessive. Seizing the moment while the prices remain high, he decided to sell it. A message echoed through the world channel. Anonymous, indulge in the rich flavor of turtle meat. 1 bite leaves you savoring, 3 bites grant immortality. Now available at the auction house. Don't miss out. The advertisement proved immensely effective, and the turtle meat was quickly snatched up, resulting in a substantial windfall of silver for Luo Yu. Upon examining his newfound wealth, he was astounded. He had amassed a remarkable 30,000 silver. With ample food at hand, he recognized that advancing technology required not only silver, but also various materials that were still lacking. The grand villa needed stone bricks, and after some thought, Luo Yu concluded that investing silver to enhance his attributes would yield the best returns. He promptly spent 20,000 silver to acquire 20 attribute points, distributing them evenly as per his previous strategy. The changes to his status panel were significant. Strength, 42, Constitution, 39, Agility, 38, averaging 40. This represented 4 times his initial attributes. He felt as if he were comparing himself to a mere child from kindergarten. With 10,000 silver remaining, and having not sold the milk or seafood harvested today, he decided to hold on to them for now. After engaging in conversation with his peers in the group chat, Luo Yu washed up and retired for the night. The following morning, after breakfast, Luo Yu checked on the 8 turtles basking by the shore. Nothing out of the ordinary, except he noticed that the armored turtles had quite an appetite. Each turtle consumed 5 units of meat daily, and the fish caught that morning were quickly devoured. Naturally, they would also fish for themselves in the stream, but for them to be fully free-range, the lake's aquatic beasts needed to be dealt with. With a strength of 42, it was time to take action. Without hesitation, Luo Yu approached within 20 meters of the lake's edge, accessed the construction page, and opted to build a 10-meter watchtower in that location. This was the most basic of watchtowers, and once he dealt with the large black fish, he planned to dismantle it immediately. A flash of light illuminated the area as the watchtower was completed, and Luo Yu transported 19 javelins up to its platform. Standing on the watchtower, he brandished a javelin, assessing its weight and balance, and felt quite satisfied. Moments later, a sweet scent wafted through the air as a silver beetle, carrying a wooden barrel, ascended towards the center of the lake. It soared high, approximately 7 or 8 meters above the water's surface, seemingly alert to potential threats. From the distant watchtower, Luo Yu's gaze fixated on the lake, and indeed, before long, a massive shadow emerged beneath the water, swiftly heading toward the silver beetle, undoubtedly attracted by the special milk. Up high, at that very moment, as the monstrous fish breached the surface, Luo Yu clearly observed its fearsome form, its gaping maw capable of swallowing a cow, a truly terrifying sight. Now was the moment. With all his strength, Luo Yu hurled the javelin with great force. Whoosh! The spear soared through the air, slicing the wind as it hurtled towards the airborne black fish. At the opportune moment, just as the fish reached its apex, the spear struck fiercely against its body. The immense force pierced through its scales, yet to Luo Yu's dismay, there was no bloodshed. The strange fish began its descent, crashing into the water with a thunderous roar. With a resounding splash, it swiftly darted through the depths, inexplicably heading straight for Luo Yu. What? The creature is charging at me? Furrowing his brow, Luo Yu swiftly drew his heavenly craft blade. With a thunderous leap, the fish once again breached the surface, and Luo Yu could clearly discern the fierce glint in its eyes, directed at him. This was intimidation, an ominous warning of impending violence. As it splashed back into the water, its tail whipped, sending water soaring several meters high and soaking Luo Yu's clothes. How dare it humiliate me? Enraged, Luo Yu seized a spear and, seizing the moment when half of the creature's body was exposed, hurled it with all his might. Critical hit multiplier activated. This time, the spear flew like a cannonball, piercing even the air as it struck the fish with tremendous force. Bang! A burst of crimson erupted, scales shattered upon impact, and the creature let out a chilling roar, vanishing into the depths in an instant. Despite the critical hit, the fish survived, fleeing. Good heavens! What manner of beast is this? Luo Yu pondered deeply, arriving at 2 conclusions. First, the spear, primarily crafted from bamboo, could not unleash the full potential of the critical hit. Its hardness imposed a limit on the damage it could inflict. Second, His throwing technique required refinement. Chapter 24. The tragedy induced by milk. It was clear that he needed to study the art of spear throwing more diligently. Recognizing his shortcomings, Luo Yu settled upon the watchtower and began to peruse the marketplace. Surprisingly, he soon discovered precisely what he sought. Spear Throwing Mastery Manual, 50,000 silver. Purchasing it would grant proficiency in spear throwing. What a price! The description suggested immediate application, yet the cost was exorbitant. In addition to the Spear Mastery Manual, he also found Bow Mastery Manual and Crossbow Mastery Manual, each priced at 50,000. Absurd. Without mastering the spear technique, delivering a lethal blow to the black fish would be exceedingly difficult, especially knowing such creatures possessed formidable regenerative abilities that could heal in mere days. He had no choice but to purchase it. As he mulled over his thoughts, Luo Yu descended from the watchtower, inadvertently leaving his silver-armored ladybug behind. Without his command, the ladybug remained still, basking in the sun atop the tower, while beside it lay the forgotten special milk in its wooden barrel. The sweet aroma of milk gradually wafted through the air, enveloping the entire territory in a delicate fragrance. In the afternoon, as Luo Yu was cutting substantial amounts of stone bricks and preparing to take a break, he suddenly received a notification. Warning: a group of native tribesmen have been attracted by the scent of milk and are preparing to assault your territory. Please ready yourself. What? Native tribes? He hurriedly ascended the watchtower within the city walls, scanning the surroundings. Indeed, moments later, 5 indigenous individuals, armed with various weapons and clad in tribal attire, emerged from the east. They appeared to be conversing among themselves as they approached in this direction. The impending assault from the natives was undoubtedly among the most severe threats imaginable, and it was shocking that 5 of them had arrived simultaneously. Luo Yu observed them closely. The 5 bore a resemblance to humans, their skin a pale hue akin to a blend of Eastern and Western features. However, their eyes were a striking green, and their hair a rich brown. Among the group were 4 men and 1 woman. A burly man wielded an axe and a large shield, while 3 robust males carried a sword, a spear, and a bow, respectively. Luo Yu noted that the swordsman was particularly handsome, and his attire appeared to be of finer quality. The young woman of the tribe also bore a bow, her appearance not lacking in charm. Was this a tactical formation for battle? Their composition was remarkably cohesive, and they seemed to be skilled warriors. Luo Yu had not anticipated that the special milk would attract such formidable attackers. For an ordinary person, this situation could have been disastrous. There was little chance of withstanding such an assault. The 5 tribespeople approached cautiously, seemingly intrigued by the towering walls they encountered for the first time. Their eyes, filled with a bloodthirsty intent, also sparkled with curiosity. Luo Yu contemplated charging forth on a bull, sending all his animals to confront them head-on, yet he deemed it unnecessary. Utilizing the advantage of terrain to eliminate them was the wiser strategy. Concealed behind a wooden pillar in the watchtower, he caught sight of their slow advance from the corner of his eye. He refrained from loosing his arrows immediately, biding his time until they entered the optimal range. 200 meters, 150 meters, 120 meters. As the 5 entered the range of 120 meters, they did not suspect they would be targeted from within the walls. However, Luo Yu was no ordinary individual. 120 meters was his effective range. In the next instant, he swiftly drew his iron bow, aiming at the archer among the group. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth. But although the 5 had not detected his position, the sound of the bowstring caused them to instinctively drop to the ground. Alas, Luo Yu's strength was formidable, and the arrow's speed was astonishing. With a thud, it pierced the chest of the archer, emerging from his back as he coughed up blood and fell lifelessly to the ground. Shield! The swordsman shouted, and the burly man raised his shield, allowing the 3 to take cover behind it. Bang! Just as they evaded, another arrow struck the shield, startling the burly man as he felt a jolt in his arm. Gritting his teeth, he remarked, "Prince 6, the power of that archer atop the tower exceeds 30. Such strength." The female archer gasped, while the swordsman, referred to as Prince 6, coldly commanded, "Kill them. Annihilate these intruders." The 4 sheltered behind the shield began to advance cautiously. Luo Yu, momentarily unable to find a shooting angle, seized a spear nearby, preparing to pierce through the shield with brute force. At the moment he hurled his weapon, an arrow was shot forth, directly aimed at Luo Yu's chest. It was remarkably accurate. However, her bow was merely a wooden one. Faced with the towering watchtower of 15 meters and an impressive distance of 70 to 80 meters, the arrow had already lost its potency. If this arrow were to strike Luo Yu, with his exceptional agility, he would surely be doomed. With a swift motion, he deflected the incoming arrow and lunged forward with his spear. Whoosh! The spear soared forth, striking the shield with tremendous force. The sound of impact echoed as the spear was deflected off the iron shield, yet the power behind it caused the burly man to suffer a fractured grip. Struggling to maintain hold of the shield, Black Snake, the 6th prince shouted. The archer, known as Black Snake, rapidly released 3 arrows in succession, seemingly intent on suppressing Luo Yu to prevent him from hurling his spear again, allowing them to regroup. Foolish! With a casual flick of his iron bow, Luo Yu effortlessly deflected the 3 incoming arrows, then loosed another arrow, aimed directly at the female archer. Within a range of 120 meters, he could pierce through a heart. At 70 meters, the arrow's speed was even greater, rendering the female archer nearly unable to evade. "Ah!" she screamed. At that moment, the man wielding the spear bellowed. "Black Snake." He positioned himself in front of the archer, attempting to block the arrow with his spear. Bang! Although the spear struck the arrow, the force was overwhelming, causing the arrow to merely deviate from its original path rather than being entirely thwarted. With a sickening thud, the arrow pierced through the shoulder of the spear-wielding man, blood gushing forth as he collapsed, incapacitated. Black Snake was momentarily stunned, but was quickly pulled behind the shield by the 6th prince. The burly man's right hand was injured, and he now clutched the shield with his left hand to protect himself. In the next moment, the 3 individuals concealed behind the shield charged swiftly towards the wall. Chapter 25, Captured Alive. Luo Yu's shooting proficiency was at level 4. It would be challenging to strike the moving targets with a spear at such speeds. He loosed several arrows, successfully delaying their advance, yet all were blocked by shields. Lacking skills like spear mastery or bow mastery, his effectiveness against a moving target shielded by defenses was limited. Whoosh! The female archer fired 2 arrows while on the run, which Luo Yu easily deflected with a scoff, descending from the watchtower to position himself atop the wall, awaiting his moment to strike. Before long, the 3 tribesmen reached the base of the wall. But a dilemma arose. How would they ascend? Bang! The burly man slammed against the stone gate, only to be repelled by the recoil. "Prince, this is the gate of the black spotted stone. It cannot be breached." Whoosh! Seizing the opportunity presented by the impact on the stone gate, an arrow flew forth, striking the 6th prince in the chest. However, it seemed he wore a protective heart guard, though he was forced to spit out blood from the impact. His life was not in peril. Luo Yu's eyes widened in surprise, while the 6th prince gritted his teeth and commanded, "Black Snake, ascend and secure the firing position." The burly man, upon hearing this, hoisted Black Snake's petite form over the wall. Yet, as she steadied herself on the ledge, she was suddenly ambushed and knocked down by a fierce wolf. Struggling with all her might, she realized that she was not merely pinned down by the azure wolf, but also besieged by a multitude of burrowing worms. Overwhelmed by 7 of these creatures and a fierce wolf, even though this woman possessed strength surpassing that of a man, she found herself unable to move, rendered almost immobile in the ensuing chaos. Black Snake. The 6th prince's eyes flared with fury. Who could have imagined that their adversary had concealed so many beasts atop the walls? One must ponder. How could this man command such a legion of animals? "Your Highness, we should retreat," suggested the burly man. "This outsider is far too formidable. We've already lost 3 of our 5 members. Under normal circumstances, the tribe would be fleeing." "No." The 6th prince roared. "Black Snake is one of the rare female archers in our tribe. We cannot allow her to be captured. His beasts are all preoccupied with suppressing Black Snake. If we can just reach the wall and get close to him, victory will be ours." "Understood." With remarkable agility, the burly man propelled the prince towards the wall near Luo Yu. In the next moment, the prince bent down to grasp the burly man's outstretched hand, and with a powerful tug, they both ascended the wall. This unexpected maneuver caused Luo Yu to pause momentarily. Surely this group must be elite? Is it common for tribal assaults to scale walls with such finesse? With a fearsome roar, the burly man swung his axe towards Luo Yu. The force behind the strike was tremendous, likely exceeding 25 points of power. Indeed, they were undoubtedly elite. Yet I shall confront the elite. Luo Yu simply stepped back to evade the blow, then surged forward, his weapon, a heavenly craft blade, slicing through the burly man's neck. Thud! The man's head rolled away, and his lifeless body crumpled against the wall. "Mad bull!" The 6th prince gasped, disbelief etched across his face as he witnessed Luo Yu advance towards him. A sense of dread enveloped him. The man before him appeared scarcely 20 years of age. How could a mere human possess such formidable attributes? Fear eclipsed his courage, and he leapt from the wall, fleeing in desperation. "The assailants from the tribe are retreating. You have achieved victory in the defense. You are the first human to triumph over a tribal assault, earning an additional reward of 50,000 silver." Observing the prince fleeing across the prairie, Luo Yu let out a cold chuckle before approaching the subdued Black Snake. Upon seeing Luo Yu approach, her eyes filled with terror. She believed her demise was imminent. Fortunately, Luo Yu merely bound her with a rope. "You have captured the tribal archer, Black Snake." Black Snake, female tribal member, strength 11, constitution 11, agility 16, shooting 6. This woman's attributes are quite impressive. Perhaps I shall sell her. Luo Yu resolved silently, but there was still a matter to attend to. At this moment, the prince, in frantic flight, felt a surge of swiftness in his limbs unlike anything he had ever experienced. His speed seemed to amplify his agility to its zenith. He even entertained the illusion that he was akin to a cheetah being pursued by a lion on the open plains. Though unable to fight back, he could easily flee. Suddenly, he heard an unusual sound behind him, the sound of hoofbeats. The 6th prince instinctively turned his head, only to behold a robust bull charging towards him. And atop the beast sat the man who instilled fear within him. In the next instant, arrows whistled through the air. The first arrow grazed his scalp, while the second pierced into his thigh. With a thud, the sixth prince collapsed to the ground, and in that moment, the sharp tip of a blade was poised at his throat. "Ah, the prince is it. You have been captured," came the emotionless voice of Luo Yu. Mounted on the bull, the sixth prince gazed at the man in terror, left with no choice but to surrender. Moments later, the sixth prince, along with the spear wielder and the archer known as Black Snake, were bound tightly and discarded on the ground. 7 herbs were utilized to staunch their bleeding. The burly man and the initial male archer had succumbed to their injuries, their bodies unceremoniously thrown into a large pit at the edge of the prairie for incineration. Luo Yu had not yet descended into the madness of butchering human corpses for flesh or crafting leather furniture from skin. At this moment, he surveyed the heart shield mirror in his hand, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Copper gold heart shield mirror, silver tier armor. Silver tier. His own blade, the heavenly craft knife, was merely of silver tier as well. What a splendid acquisition. In addition to the heart shield mirror, the spoils included an iron spear, 2 wooden bows, a shield, an axe, and a longsword. The prince's longsword, too, bore a classification, achieving the black iron tier. Such weaponry is currently valuable and rare, promising significant profit for Luo Yu. As for the 3 captives, several strategies lay before him. The first was to subdue them, which could be approached in 2 ways, the first being verbal persuasion. It was simple enough, merely asking if they would yield and join his domain. If they complied, it would count as verbal persuasion. However, this method offered scant assurance of loyalty. The second method was recruitment, akin to taming a beast. Once successfully recruited, their loyalty would be unwavering, and they would heed his commands. Luo Yu had assessed the recruitment difficulty of the 3, all rated at 99, while his own recruitment potential stood at 0, rendering success nearly impossible. He could attempt a critical hit. Yet successful recruitment would escalate the likelihood of attacks from their tribe by at least 3 times, and with defensive fortifications yet to be established, it seemed unnecessary. Luo Yu was not inclined to pursue their recruitment. The second option was to auction them at the marketplace. Captives could indeed be listed for sale. Yet no one had done so thus far, leaving Luo Yu uncertain of a suitable price. The third and most straightforward approach was to demand a ransom. He gravitated towards this option, accessing the system page to peruse the captive's details. Sixth Prince, ransom 50,000 silver. Black Snake, ransom 3,000 silver. Iron Spear Wielder, ransom 2,500 silver. In need of funds, he resolved to utilize the system's ransom feature to sell the captives. However, there was a task to attend to first. He approached Black Snake and, under her terrified gaze, untied the ropes binding her. Before she could react, he swiftly stripped away her tribal fur garments. In an instant, the woman stood before Luo Yu completely unclad, her figure undeniably appealing. Seemingly grasping the situation, Black Snake blushed deeply, shutting her eyes as she braced herself for the impending storm. The sixth prince and the Iron Spearman glared furiously at Luo Yu, fully aware of the consequences that awaited a female captive. However, to Black Snake's astonishment, after a brief pause, nothing transpired. Upon opening her eyes, she found Luo Yu patting her shoulder, saying, "Next time, it won't be as simple as disrobing." With a flash of light, she vanished from sight, leaving behind a substantial pile of silver. Subsequently, after unbinding the sixth prince, Luo Yu placed the heavenly crafting blade against his neck and stated in a low voice, "I have no interest in undressing men. Do it yourself." Yes, I will do it right away." In no time, he stripped himself bare, and with another flash, the sixth prince disappeared, leaving behind a mound of silver worth many times more than Black Snake's. Such wealth, an anonymous voice in the world exclaimed. "I just acquired a beast skin outfit from a beautiful wild woman. It's fragrant and warm. It's up for auction now, hurry." "Is that true? Brother, did you encounter a tribal attack? Damn, did you enjoy the beautiful wild woman? Be honest." "Brother, I'll offer all my savings, 2,000 silver. Will you trade me the beautiful wild woman?" "I'll give 3,000, click to trade." Men who have long been devoid of female company, not to mention such beauty, are understandably desperate. Luo Yu chuckled inwardly as the beast skin outfit, priced at 500 silver, sold instantly, and the fragmented garments fetched an additional 1,000 silver. Quite a comfortable haul. By the time he completed these transactions, dusk had settled. After enjoying a hearty dinner, Luo Yu luxuriated in a bath, indulging in his purchases. You have acquired proficiency in javelin, costing 50,000 silver. You have acquired proficiency in archery, costing 50,000 silver. Just like that, 100,000 silver vanished. A radiant aura enveloped him, and a wealth of knowledge flooded his mind. Joy illuminated his eyes as he nodded inwardly, realizing, so this is how to exert force. No wonder my previous throws lacked spin. With 100,000 silver spent in an instant, he checked his remaining funds, 18,000 silver, sufficient for his needs. For the next 3 days, tranquility reigned over his territory. Luo Yu refrained from using special milk to attract attacks, and aside from daily critical mining, he devoted almost all his time to mastering the javelin and bow. His shooting level reached 5, and with the mastery of both weapons, he enjoyed enhanced accuracy and power, nearly attaining the status of a skilled artisan. Meanwhile, although the 3 rounds of mining did not yield any special ores, the rolling of abundant spotted stones triggered an insect assault. At this point, the number of his burrowing worms had grown to 10, tirelessly excavating and generating a significant yield of spotted stones daily, freeing him from the need to spend time in the mines. After 3 days, the quantity of stone bricks had accumulated to 250,000, placing him just a step away from his grand villa objective. On that fateful afternoon, Luo Yu stood before the observation platform by the lake, his keen gaze fixed upon the surface of the water, gripping a modified iron spear, poised to strike with the fury of a tempest. This spear had been ingeniously altered, now adorned with 2 menacing claws, rendering it even more formidable. Above, a silver-armored ladybug clutched a wooden barrel filled with special milk, luring the formidable black fish to the surface. After approximately 10 minutes of anticipation, the previously tranquil lake began to ripple, and Luo Yu discerned a dark silhouette beneath the water. It appeared that the scent of the special milk was simply irresistible to the creature. With a resounding splash, the black fish erupted from the depths, its cavernous maw aimed at the silver ladybug. Now was the moment. Luo Yu's eyes narrowed, and with all his might, he hurled the iron spear. Critical Strike X100 activated. The spear whistled through the air with an ear-piercing shriek, its speed and rapid rotation a testament to its devastating power. Simultaneously, the spear's tail was entwined with a vine rope, the other end secured to the observation tower. With a whoosh, under the influence of a 100-fold power increase, the spear transformed into a swirling black streak, aimed directly at the black fish. In the next instant, a resounding pop echoed as the spear pierced the fish's robust body. Erupting in a cloud of crimson mist, scales scattered, and blood vapor ascended, only to be followed by the incredible spectacle of the spear penetrating through the fish's massive form. Emerging from the other side with a resounding thud against the lake's surface, a heart-wrenching cry erupted from the black fish as its colossal body plummeted into the depths. Thrashing violently and snapping the vine rope taut, the observation tower began to tremble precariously, a scenario that Luo Yu had anticipated. Without hesitation, he leapt from the 10-meter-high tower, determined to vanquish the great black fish before the structure collapsed. Die! He bellowed, as he seized a javelin prepared in advance, launching it with great force. The javelin soared through the air, spinning rapidly. Although it lacked the terrifying whistle of the previous strike, its potency was undeniable. Piercing the flailing body of the black fish with precision, the javelin detonated upon impact, erupting a further cloud of blood. Once more, he unleashed a barrage of javelins, each one striking true against the flesh of the black fish. Thud, thud, thud. The blood mist erupted repeatedly, the creature's struggles intensifying, while the observation tower leaned precariously, threatening collapse at any moment. Chapter 27, Slaying the Black Fish, Acquiring a Grand Villa. One could not help but marvel at the black fish's tenacity. It seemed to understand that toppling the tower was its only chance of survival. However, Luo Yu was fully prepared for this eventuality. He promptly accessed the system interface, selecting the repair option. Repairing the observation tower. Repair costs multiplied by 10 due to damage. Each point of durability restored requires 10 silver coins. The repair costs were exorbitant. But at that moment, who cared about the expense? Action was all that mattered. Upon confirmation, the once precarious lookout tower began to straighten once more. Luo Yu observed keenly as the tower's durability fluctuated around a critical threshold. Durability, 18,100. Durability, 19,100. Durability, 18,100. Luo Yu was eager to discern whether the resilience of this black fish surpassed his wealth. Perish. He hurled another spear with great force, and his accuracy was alarmingly high. With a resounding thud, a cloud of crimson mist erupted. In preparation for this decisive battle, Luo Yu had crafted 20 additional spears, bringing the total to 39. As the 38th spear pierced the great black fish's body, it seemed to unleash a tremendous force in its dying moments, resulting in a deafening crash as the lookout tower collapsed. Could defeat be imminent again? No. Luo Yu would not allow such a fate to transpire. Gripping the vine rope with fervor, he straightened it once again in an instant, unleashing a surge of 42 points of strength, momentarily resisting the terrifying force from the other end of the rope that threatened to drag him into the water. You have chosen to spend 12,000 silver to purchase attribute points. Your current strength, 52 points. Once an attribute exceeds 50 points, the cost for enhancement escalates from 1,000 to 2,000 silver per point. Undeterred, Luo Yu immediately added 10 points to his strength, firmly anchoring himself. With all his might, he managed to hold his ground against the great black fish. Certainly, the fish, grievously wounded, struggled with significantly diminished resistance. Otherwise, even his 52 points of strength would not have sufficed. Bring it on. Luo Yu bellowed as the mighty bull and the cow thundered toward him. He wrapped the rope around them, and with a combined effort, they strained with all their might. In that moment, the great black fish thrashed desperately, yet could not escape. The bull, enraged, bellowed fiercely, while Adai beside him howled and bit the rope in assistance. Luo Yu sensed the force from the opposite end of the rope gradually diminishing. Pull it up. He and the surrounding animals exerted tremendous strength. The iron spear, lodged in the belly of the black fish, was yanked inward with overwhelming force. While it may have penetrated without issue, the extraction resulted in catastrophic damage to its insides. After a chaotic struggle, a substantial portion of the black fish's innards was nearly torn apart, eliciting a bone-chilling scream from it before it perished. You have slain the monstrous black fish. Gaining 20,000 silver. Beast Soul Core 1. Furious Wind Blade Technique 1. Silver Grade Martial Skill. Random Technology Unlock Scroll 1. Silver Grade Treasure Chest 1. You are the first challenger in this region to slay a lake monster, receiving an additional reward of 20,000 silver. Amidst the cascade of notifications, Luo Yu beheld a plethora of rewards. It was evident that this black fish was a formidable silver-grade beast, yielding a bounty of valuable treasures. Upon receiving the prompt, Luo Yu slumped to the ground, exhaling a deep sigh of relief. At that moment, he felt a throbbing ache in his arms, the palms of his hands already raw and bloodied. How fortunate it was. He was grateful he had opted to weave the rope from 20 vines instead of the initially intended 10. Otherwise, this vine rope might not have withstood such monstrous strength. He was immensely relieved that the critical strike had, as anticipated, pierced the belly of the fish. Otherwise, the black fish would have eluded capture. After a brief while, gazing upon the colossal carcass, Luo Yu couldn't help but lament that the ice cellar was too small to accommodate it. Alas, it must be sold. It was not until the sun dipped below the horizon that he managed to fully process the massive black fish, yielding 5,000 units of fish meat, along with 200 pieces of sturdy fish bones. These bones were excellent materials, suitable for crafting weapons. He surmised that once the crops matured, the price of meat would further decline, so it was prudent to sell promptly. Without hesitation, Luo Yu listed the fish meat for sale. As for the fish bones, an idea suddenly struck him. He opened the construction page and discovered that certain buildings could incorporate special monster materials to enhance durability. Currently, he possessed 48,000 silver. While the stone bricks were insufficient, he could substitute a portion with these robust fish bones. A grand villa could be constructed. Ecstatic, Luo Yu set to work. After spending half an hour dismantling his wooden house and relocating all his belongings, he proceeded to the crafting page and selected the grand villa option. The phantom of a 3-story villa materialized, and without a moment's hesitation, he confirmed his choice. A flash of light enveloped him, and the towering pile of stone bricks vanished, replaced by a complete 3-story villa. Luo Yu chose a traditional Chinese architectural style for the villa, its exterior adorned in red. The total area of the 3 stories was approximately 1,500 square feet, quite substantial, and it also featured a basement. With a heart full of excitement, he stepped inside the villa, only to find it utterly empty. Despite the villa's impeccable decor, it lacked furnishings, which he would have to procure himself. After inspecting each room on the 3rd floor, he quickly mapped out plans for a kitchen, bedroom, living room, and more. He also checked the basement, which was pristine and suitable for use as a storage space. Upon reviewing the base's rating, he was astonished to discover it had reached 500. The grand villa had directly contributed nearly 300 points to the score, indicating that the intensity of the impending month's assault would be rather formidable. The sanitation score had also risen by 12 points, now reaching a commendable 57. Villa, silver. Area, 1,650 square feet. Score, 300. Sanitation standard, 12. Positive probability, 12. Chapter 28. The Extraordinary Double Bed. Indeed, residing in such luxurious accommodations offers a chance to gain positive effects, and this probability knows no bounds. As long as one has wealth, it can be elevated to 10,000, ensuring that one steps out adorned in luxury. As for why it was classified as silver rather than ordinary silver, it was due to the incorporation of the fish skeleton, which enhanced its rating by half a tier. Ratings signify everything, the overall enhancement of defense, comfort, and more. Now, Luo Yu hesitated once more. The floor and walls were composed of ordinary stone. Perhaps replacing them with silver would be a better choice? Would it be too extravagant? Moments later, on the balcony of the 3-story villa, Luo Yu reclined comfortably in a grand armchair, gazing out over the entire territory, where the scenery was truly exquisite. After vanquishing the great water monster, a plethora of tasks awaited him: fishing, constructing bridges, assessing water quality, breeding, and a myriad of other endeavors. However, before embarking on those, he decided to first delve into the array of items that had been unveiled. He promptly opened the whirlwind blade technique, a martial skill of silver rank. As its description indicated, it was indeed a silver-grade technique, which offered little in the way of study, so Luo Yu chose to learn it directly. Whirlwind blade technique, silver level first layer. Luo Yu felt an influx of information flooding his mind, and a look of realization crossed his face. Rising, he swung the Tiangong blade, and indeed, the power and angle of his strikes had significantly improved. He also recognized that only martial skills could fully harness his attribute points. If his former self had been a brute force individual, he was now akin to a warrior of extraordinary strength, an entirely different realm. Furthermore, the whirlwind blade technique comprised 3 layers, as all silver-ranked martial skills did. With each advancement, the power of its execution would increase. Beyond silver, gold and platinum level martial skills would feature additional layers, with their power escalating exponentially. As for how to enhance these layers, it was simple: expenditure. Each advancement at the silver level cost 30,000 coins, a rather hefty sum, especially since he currently possessed only 18 silver coins, rendering further aspirations futile. Contemplating this, Luo Yu decided to employ the random technology scroll. Congratulations! You have unlocked visitor technology. Oh, had he directly unlocked the visitor? Originally, unlocking it required 5,000 silver coins and 2 special materials, yet it had been granted immediately. This meant Luo Yu could now visit other territories. Even if the other party had not unlocked visitor technology, he could still go, although they would be unable to come to his base. Naturally, all of this hinged on the other party's consent. Visitor technology was indeed powerful, capable of being a lifesaver in critical moments. Nodding in satisfaction, Luo Yu opened the silver treasure chest. Congratulations! You have acquired a personal trait, Beast Tamer, 1 star. What? A personal trait? Luo Yu was taken aback and quickly checked the details. Beast Tamer, 1 star, taming level 3. All attributes of tamed animals in the territory increase by 10. Animal production increases by 10, and the success rate of taming increases by 10. Gazing at these attributes, Luo Yu could only utter 2 words: quite impressive. He had anticipated receiving a silver-grade item, but instead, he was bestowed with such a remarkable personal trait. What if it were to be elevated to 5 stars? Had his luck truly surged? He laughed heartily, genuinely elated. The enhancement of silver-level personal traits also occurred at a rate of 3 per advancement, and he could continuously tame beasts to elevate star ratings, albeit at a slow pace. Lastly, there was the Beast Soul Core. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Yu opted to craft the base automatic defense core. You have consumed 3,000 silver, 200 emeralds, 200 gold, and 1 Beast Soul Core. Crafting succeeded. A flash of brilliance enveloped him, and a compact, futuristically designed cube gently descended into his palm. This was the object of his fervent desire. Upon accessing the construction page, he was delighted to discover that the automatic defense section had been unlocked. Automatic crossbow bolt launcher, 500 rounds, 5,000 wood, 1,000 iron, or 500 silver. How exorbitant! The necessity for vast amounts of wood, as it generates bolts automatically without the need for reloading, was astonishing. The entire base lacked even 5,000 wood, compelling him to consider purchasing it. There was no rush. With the creation of the automatic defense core, not only did the automatic bolt launcher become available, but the automatic attack arrow tower was also unlocked. Automatic attack arrow tower, 3,000 bolts, 30,000 wood, 5,000 iron, or 2,500 silver. The cost of such automated technology was staggering. As for the subsequent items like large automatic ballista, automatic lightning tower, they remained locked, and even if unlocked, he lacked the funds. This was simply outrageous. Luo Yu had once fancied himself a minor tycoon, yet in the face of these technologies, he felt like a mere novice. Constructing arrow towers required funding, upgrading martial skills demanded expenditure, enhancing personal traits necessitated resources, and even erecting other buildings came at a cost. Luo Yu realized he needed to meticulously strategize his financial endeavors. That would have to wait until tomorrow. Today, he would focus on the bed. The previous wooden bed seemed incongruous with the villa, and gazing at his empty bedroom, Luo Yu resolved to create a luxurious double bed. Luxury double bed. 520 construction units. 520 wood, 520 silver, 520 gold. A sly smile crept across Luo Yu's face. The numbers were all 520. Indeed, a double bed. Was the universe subtly indicating something? The construction units could consist of stone, wood, or other materials, but in pursuit of opulence, rare materials would undoubtedly be preferable. Luo Yu contemplated a plan, intending to wait until tomorrow when his critical hit count replenished before proceeding with the crafting. For tonight, he would simply rock in his armchair. That night, wrapped in wolf pelts, Luo Yu slumbered in the armchair, and upon waking, his first thought was to construct the bed. As for the materials, emeralds would be the perfect choice. These gems were inherently regarded as luxury items, enhancing both score and comfort, and coincidentally, he possessed exactly 520 emeralds. What a stroke of luck. Notably, critical hits could not be applied to large constructions, as they exceeded the base's limits. You have chosen to craft the Emerald Luxury Double Bed. 100-fold critical hit has been triggered. A dazzling light flickered before him, and amidst the mesmerizing brilliance, a magnificent bed materialized. Rainbow Cloud Emerald Luxury Double Bed, Diamond Grade Resting Efficiency increased by 60, Disease Recovery enhanced by 60, Positive Enhancements gained by 60, Comfort Level raised by 60. Increased Probability of Female Pregnancy. Diamond Grade. Luo Yu was left speechless, extending a trembling hand to caress the surface of the bed, the softness resonating deeply within his heart. In the next moment, he threw himself onto the bed. Indeed, it felt as though he were resting upon a cloud, floating in the ether. Such a sensation was truly refreshing for the spirit. Chapter 29. Serenity amidst the storm. You have received the blessing of auspicious clouds. All life skill experience increased by 20. Ding! Your planting skill has risen to level 3. This. Did I just lie down for 2 seconds and receive this? Preposterous. Luo Yu burst into laughter. If a bull and a cow came to sleep on my bed, should I expect 2 calves to appear tomorrow? A whimsical thought crossed his mind. Nonetheless, he was in high spirits and glanced at the panel, noting significant changes. Tester, Luo Yu. ID, Earth, Summer Kingdom 23333. Base rating, 700 points. Sanitation value, 65 points. Entertainment value, 10 points. Strength, 52. Constitution, 39. Agility, 38. Personal traits, Bug Slayer, 5 stars. Beast Tamer, 1 star. Martial skills, Gale Blade Technique, level 1. Proficiencies, Spear Mastery, Archery Mastery. Life skills, Planting level 3, Mining level 4. Beast Taming level 8, Shooting level 5. Everything seemed satisfactory, yet this base rating, 700. The intensity of attacks at the end of the month would undoubtedly be formidable. I must swiftly establish automatic defense facilities. No matter how well the base is constructed, it is futile if it cannot be defended. At that moment, a notification appeared. Abnormal weather has occurred in your area. Please take precautions. Instantly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, signaling the imminent arrival of heavy rain. Naker, it's clearly going to rain heavily, yet I remain unperturbed. For I have my own little stone house. La la la. A screenshot followed, revealing a quaint little dwelling. Fong Yumeng. Thunder is rolling. I must gather the laundry. Alice. Yumeng, do you also have a stone house now? Fong Yumeng, yes. I tamed a burrowing worm while mining, and thankfully, it helped with the digging. Nyoda, a burrowing worm? You tamed one. Your luck is extraordinary. Elena. Alice, have you completed your treehouse? Alice, yes. With the blessings of the goddess of light. I finished the treehouse before the storm arrived. Elena. I completed mine long ago. The goddess of darkness always outpaces the goddess of light. Bless the elven race. Boom. The sky unleashed torrential rain, and the entire world was enveloped in misty rain. Fong Yumeng. The rain is pouring down. Luo Yu, what is your situation? Luo Yu. I mined quite a bit of stone. Just yesterday, I happened to build a small house. Everyone a house. Naker. Quickly, share a picture of your house. Seeing everyone urging him to share, Luo Yu had taken a photo when he finished building the villa yesterday, so he decided to post it. As he uploaded the image, the chat group fell into an eerie silence. After a moment of strange quiet, Fong Yumeng exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, that is a grand villa. How on earth did you accomplish this?" Luo Yu. I have a great passion for mining. As I dug, I gathered enough materials. Naker, fainting. Luo Yu. Wouldn't you like to raise 2 adorable cat girls? Fong Yumeng. Didn't someone previously say that cat girls are not pets, but rather dashing young ladies? Elena. Foolish. Foolish man. What a waste to construct a villa with such an abundance of stone bricks. With that money, it would be wiser to erect a grand wall instead. Alice remarked, it is indeed a beautiful residence, but Luo Yu, we are still in the early stages of development. We must practice frugality. May the goddess of light bless you. Note question, brother, is mining really that lucrative? Why am I not seeing any returns? The crowd was taken aback, fully aware of Luo Yu's passion for mining. Who could have anticipated that he would have already built a villa? Luo Yu responded, let us not dwell on that. Have you all seen the announcement? Fishing after heavy rain will double our yield. The crowd exclaimed, a water monster. Do not seek your demise. Luo Yu conceded, indeed. You are correct. There are water monsters, and I shall not court danger. At that moment, Luo Yu stood on the balcony, sipping milk while gazing at the tempestuous scene before him. Engaged in conversation with his companions, he felt an unparalleled sense of contentment within. A dai was dozing on the first floor. The armored turtle had submerged itself in the lake, requiring no further concern. 2 cows and a hen sheltered in the barn, safe from the rain, while the insects remained in the mine, needing no attention. Everything was well within his control, gently swirling the milk in his cup. He smiled and mused. This mere aberration in weather is but a trifling matter. Suddenly, he remembered the vegetable patch. Luo Yu exclaimed, the vegetable patch. Everyone, safeguard it. We must not let it be submerged by the torrential rain. Fong Yumeng responded, oh dear, now that you mention it. Naker said, I do not eat vegetables. Nyoda added, I love grass. Once the rain ceases, plenty of tender grass will sprout. Fong Yumeng urged, Luo Yu, the vegetable shed. If we have enough materials, build the shed quickly. Her thoughts aligned with Luo Yu's. He had already opened the construction page. Simple vegetable shed, 1 meter, requires 5 wood, 1 iron ore, and 1 silver. Fortunately, an early warning had allowed for the digging of drainage ditches. Luo Yu hastily opted to construct, and after consuming a substantial amount of materials, the simple vegetable shed was completed. It was essentially a wooden shelter allowing rainwater to flow away without obstructing sunlight. While it could not entirely shield the vegetables from the rain, it would prevent them from drowning. Upon completing this task, Luo Yu sighed in relief and messaged the chat group. I am safe here. Fong Yumeng, how is it on your end? All is well, Fong Yumeng replied, sending a screenshot of her own simple vegetable shed, indicating it had survived the storm unscathed. Naker playfully remarked, Luo Yu only cares about Yumeng, not inquiring about my well-being. Humph, Luo Yu retorted, but you said you do not eat vegetables. Nyoda chimed in, yet she might feel jealous, haha. Fong Yumeng teased, oh, does Naker truly have feelings for Luo Yu? Naker exclaimed, no, I was just joking. Only a puppy would like him. In the midst of their banter, Luo Yu realized that his small group was quite capable, having navigated numerous crises with ease. The two elves possessed exceptional abilities, their qualities ranking among the finest of cosmic races. The two cat girls, though appearing soft and adorable, revealed Naker's fierce spirit and commendable skills through their interactions. Fong Yumeng and her three companions were indeed fortunate, and considering that Luo Yu was merely a one-star beast tamer, Fong Yumeng, with her initial 3-star rating, was truly remarkable. Nyoda, despite appearing inept at many tasks, had the advantage of being able to graze, with a robust physique. He could thrive even as a solitary figure on the vast grasslands. In contrast to the world and regional channels, the vegetables that were to mature the day after tomorrow have been swept away, a cruel twist of fate. Alas, the iron ore is insufficient to construct a vegetable shelter. Had I known, I would have mined more. You may find it hard to believe, but I was blown into the lake by a fierce wind, sensing a large dark shadow approaching. Farewell, my brother. Chapter 30. Fishing and encountering a catapult. The intermittent wind and rain persisted throughout the day, and on the following morning, as the clouds parted and the fog lifted, Luo Yu, disregarding the muddy ground, hurried to the vegetable patch. Upon inspecting the state of the vegetables, he found them alive and heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Tip: the base has become muddy, hygiene rating has decreased, disease risk has risen. Looking around, both inside and outside the walls, the entire prairie lay enveloped in mud. Various insects flitted and crawled about, a rather distressing sight. In such conditions, it is indeed a breeding ground for bacteria and disease. It would be peculiar to feel comfortable. Checking the hygiene rating, it had plummeted by 20 points. Luo Yu realized that he needed to construct a floor. Opening the construction page, he noted the plethora of flooring options available: wooden, cement, stone, and silver floors. While wooden floors evoke a warm ambience, they are highly flammable, and wood is a precious resource that is susceptible to moisture, certainly not a viable choice. Cement flooring, too, was unappealing, being too cheap and devoid of benefits. Luo Yu leaned towards the patterned stone floor. Upon checking the price, he discovered that a single unit of stone flooring required 4 stone bricks and 4 silver. Quite expensive, indeed. He would have to reconsider. Fong Yumeng remarked, oh dear. The hygiene of the base is dreadful, so many insects. Everyone, please be mindful of hygiene to avoid falling ill. Nakel added, we need to build a toilet. The chat group became lively, and after Luo Yu finished his breakfast, he embarked on a new day of endeavors. The first task was milking the cows. With his animal taming level having risen and possessing the tamer's trait, he managed to extract 30 units of milk today, keeping a portion for himself and placing the remainder in the auction house. Due to the previous day's heavy rain, many people's vegetable patches had been destroyed, causing meat prices to soar to 50 silver per unit. After several days, his stockpile had grown significantly, netting him a staggering 500 silver in one go. Next, he released water from the fish pond. Following the downpour, the pond's water level had threatened to overflow. After draining it, he obtained 25 units of aquatic produce, totaling 75 units when combined with previous stock, selling for 800 silver. By the way, have the fish and shrimp taken a holiday recently? Their numbers have evidently dwindled. Although the money earned thus far is substantial, it now appears insufficient. He must devise ways to augment his income. Fishing is a splendid option. With the formidable beasts in the lake having been vanquished, the picturesque little lake finally opened its embrace to Luo Yu. However, upon reaching the shore, he found no solid ground beneath his feet. The torrential rain had caused the water level to surge dramatically, eroding parts of the prairie. The stone-shelled turtles had climbed ashore, affectionately basking in the sun beside Luo Yu, yet he furrowed his brow slightly. In the chat group, he inquired, has the water level in your lake risen? Elena retorted, foolish man, has your little lake also flooded? Fong Yumeng expressed her concern, it has indeed risen. I hope the great monsters in the lake do not come ashore. Nicole added, what if we experience a few more storms? This is encroaching upon our living space. The group exchanged thoughts and reached a somber conclusion. As the lake's waters continuously spread, without eliminating the monstrous beasts within, they could not manage the flooding, and their living space would dwindle, ultimately leading to their demise. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon each individual. It was not only their small circle that was affected. On the World Channel, offers were being made at high prices for mercenaries to address the problem of their own water monsters. The predicament was that most mercenaries registered at the mercenary square were of the black iron rank, who among them possessed the capability to deal with silver-tier beasts. Luo Yu had relied on a 100-fold critical strike to deal with the large black fish, and he had no desire to take on this task for the time being. He commanded the stone-shelled turtles to line up, temporarily creating a resting area, and sat upon one of their backs, lost in thought. A new issue emerged: water management. With summer approaching and rain abundant, even if the great beasts were slain, the lake's waters could not be allowed to flood unchecked. It was imperative to construct a dam, elevating the lake's banks. This approach would not only serve to manage the water, but also prevent the lake from being attacked and contaminated. Indeed, the small lake was their sole water source. Should an attack involve poisoning, it would pose significant difficulties. Furthermore, if the assailants were to swim into the lake to launch an attack, it would weaken the effectiveness of the arrow towers in that direction, jeopardizing the defenses of their base. In contrast, if they were to erect a wall along the lakeshore, equipped with automatic crossbows and constructing automated arrow towers within, they could achieve both defense and water management, truly a multifaceted solution. Upon accessing the virtual construction interface and selecting the construction plan, a series of virtual cells began to connect along the lakeside under Luo Yu's direction, culminating in a calculated figure to build a flood control wall along the lake. A total of 200 stone bricks, 5 units of steel, and a construction fee of 5 silver were required. Expensive. This was not a problem that could be resolved in the short term. I might as well go fishing first. Luo Yu decisively closed the construction page and cast his fishing line. 100-fold critical hit triggered. The notification appeared, prompting Luo Yu to hurriedly reel in his line, only to discover he had caught a metal box. Upon opening it, he found a scroll. Automatic catapult storage token, a one-time item that grants an automatic catapult upon use. What? Luo Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. He had caught a catapult while fishing. Automatic catapult, capable of automatically launching stones, with an effective range of 1,000 meters. A hit rate of 20, and an automatic firing interval of 10 seconds. Remarkable. The typical range of a catapult is merely 200 meters. Yet this one boasts a range of 1,000 meters. It truly lives up to its automated nature. Luo Yu attempted to launch a stone, and immediately, a piece of bluestone appeared on the launcher. With a resounding crash, it was propelled forth, tracing an arc before striking the grassland. Although it deviated a few meters from the intended target, the accuracy remained impressively high. The crucial aspect was that it would automatically engage hostile units. What a valuable find. This undoubtedly significantly bolstered the defensive capabilities of the base. Splendid. Luo Yu chuckled heartily and merrily returned to his fishing endeavors. Following the rain, although the 100-fold critical hit was absent, the drop rate still remained doubled. Luo Yu's fishing hook was devoid of bait, clearly indicating his intention to refrain from catching ordinary fish. He sought treasures in the form of boxes. According to the descriptions provided by the Celestial Path world, at the bottom of the small lake lay a spring, ensuring that the lake remained fresh, while also occasionally spewing forth resources. However, these could not be retrieved directly from the water. They could only be caught with a fishing rod. It was indeed a fascinating concept. Chapter 31, The Magnetite Fishing Rod. Luo Yu somewhat understood that diving into the water for retrieval was far too efficient, and certain races possessed exceptional swimming abilities, which could disrupt the balance of the Celestial Path world. Fishing, on the other hand, relied entirely on luck, and not everyone possessed the luxury of time to engage in such an activity. Fishing suited 3 types of individuals: those who were leisurely, those who were ravenously hungry, and those who indulged in a gambler-esque mentality. Luo Yu was only fishing due to the doubled chances after the rain. Ordinarily, he would prefer mining, with no bait. An hour passed without a single catch. Just as he was about to succumb to despair, his fishing rod suddenly twitched. A catch. His heart leapt with joy as he reeled in another metal box. Hurriedly opening it revealed a cache of feathered arrows. Feathered arrows, 100 units. These arrows were a grade above ordinary ones, and he had received 100 at once. Satisfied, Luo Yu contemplated casting his line again, when a thought struck him. The resources he had caught were all contained within metal boxes, and had he not mined a piece of magnetite? Should he give it a try? Moments later, with the magnetite in place, Luo Yu cast his line, not merely cast, but rather hurled it. The magnetite plummeted into the water with a splash, sinking rapidly. Magnetite fishing rod. Probability of acquiring resource boxes increased by 100. Indeed, his hypothesis proved correct. The magnetite had doubled the drop rate, and soon enough, the fishing rod stirred once more. Another metal box. Checking the auction house, he noted that the prices for weaponry had decreased, as some individuals had managed to mine iron ore after such a lengthy period of development, thus enabling the crafting of items devoid of quality. With silver in hand, he continued fishing. This time, however, he waited 2 hours without any additional catches, leading him to surmise that the boxes in his area had been exhausted. Thus, he concluded his fishing for the day. Upon returning to the base, he discovered that the beetles had amassed the stones into a small mountain. Without hesitation, he set to work. After a day of diligent labor, that evening in the villa's bathroom, Luo Yu gazed at the surrounding walls and resolved to construct a bathing pool. How could a luxurious bathroom be complete without a bathing pool? As he soaked in the original bath barrel, he perused the building page. Luxury bath pool. Building materials 3,000. Silver 1,500, iron or 100. Just like the large bed, utilizing stone for the building materials was cost-effective, whereas substituting with rarer materials would be exorbitantly expensive. Fortunately, the issue of hot water was easily resolved, as the villa was equipped with a hot water boiler that would automatically generate warm water as long as there was a water circulation system in place. Luo Yu naturally hoped that the bathing pool would be crafted from jade and gold, with diamonds being the most desirable, though such luxury was unattainable. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he stepped into the arena. This time, Luo Yu opted to battle against another black iron trialist, wagering 1,000 silver. This opponent belonged to the Blood Wolf clan, and upon entering the room, the two exchanged no words before launching into combat. Bang, bang, bang. The human race is so formidable? Is this martial prowess? A glimmer of disbelief flashed in the eyes of the Blood Wolf warrior. However, in the next moment, under the relentless onslaught of the Gale Blade technique, he was struck down by a flurry of over 10 sword strikes, vanishing into thin air. With 1,000 silver now in his possession, Luo Yu swiftly moved to another chamber. That night, he engaged in 4 consecutive duels against black iron-level masters, relying on the Gale Blade technique and his formidable attributes, achieving victory each time and accumulating a total of 5,000 silver. His name began to circulate among the elite. Meanwhile, Luo Yu discovered that certain rooms were inaccessible to him, blocked from entry. Some individuals, fearing his prowess, had specifically excluded his name when creating rooms, relegating him to the role of spectator rather than participant. What happened to the promised stage for the strong? A congregation of cowards. In the early morning, after enjoying a hearty breakfast, Luo Yu cheerfully made his way to the vegetable garden. Vegetables, maturity 100. Tomatoes, maturity 100. Rice, maturity 100. Corn. In the chat group, Luo Yu announced, "The vegetables are ripe." Fang Yue replied, "Thank goodness, we've finally awaited this day." Alice commented, "The food issue is essentially resolved, allowing everyone to develop with peace of mind." Nicole questioned, "Is vegetarian food really that delicious?" Nyoda remarked, "My vegetable garden has long since perished." As Luo Yu engaged in joyful conversation with everyone, he harvested the crops. At this moment, the effects of his level 3 planting skill came into play. With each vegetable harvested, he typically yielded 1 unit, but his skill afforded him a chance to reap 2 units. Overall, his harvest was considerably enhanced. After a busy morning, Luo Yu successfully gathered all the crops. Vegetables, 158. Cabbages, 199. Tomatoes, 146. Rice, 1989. Corn, 2,294. Berries, 308. In total, he amassed 6,000 units of vegetables, predominantly staples such as rice, corn, and potatoes. If consumed solely by himself, this bounty would suffice until winter. However, with so many mouths to feed within the base, it would barely last until autumn. Naturally, it was not necessary to subsist exclusively on vegetables. A combination of fish and meat would extend their provisions even further. The seasons in the celestial realm differ from those on Earth. While Earth experiences a quarter every 3 months, the celestial realm operates on a monthly cycle. Following the end-of-month assault, summer would swiftly arrive, and within another month, autumn would follow in quick succession. Time was not as abundant as one might imagine before winter arrived. It was imperative to store more vegetables. With a fresh harvest and seeds in hand, Luo Yu commenced the expansion of his vegetable garden. In the span of an afternoon filled with planning and planting, Luo Yu elevated his planting level to 4. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he concluded his work, leaving the remaining tasks for the morrow. A glance at the expansive map revealed a foreboding reminder. Only 4 days remained until the impending assault. Chapter 32. The automatic crossbow on the wall. That evening, after a refreshing bath, Luo Yu reclined upon his opulent, multicolored bed, engaging in idle chatter with his companions. He refrained from utilizing his critical strike abilities today, opting instead to conserve them in anticipation of the looming attack, preserving them as a potential lifeline should he encounter an insurmountable challenge. "Alice, the assault is merely 3 days away. Are you all prepared?" Fang Yuming, "Do not even mention it. I am filled with dread. How do we defend against the impending attack? I currently possess over 40,000 silver coins, but I must convert them into combat strength swiftly." Nyoda, "Alas, the world is awash in lamentation. The assault approaches, and I just witnessed someone succumb to the pressure and take their own life." Elena, "Fools, lacking the courage to face danger. Living is merely a waste of sustenance." Alice, "Elena, do not speak so harshly." Luo Yu, "Allow me to propose a strategy, stall for time. If we encounter a tribal assault, we must fortify our defenses and lay waste to the surrounding resources. If we can prolong the encounter until their food supplies are depleted, they will inevitably retreat." Fang Yumeng inquired curiously, "Is that a viable strategy? Should we expedite the construction of the walls?" Luo Yu affirmed her question with a nod. "Nickel, Luo Yu, how do you know that the tribe will retreat once their food is exhausted? Have you encountered an attack before?" Luo Yu replied, "Previously, I dealt with petty thieves, deterred by my walls. Petty thieves. The group gasped in unison. Was it a burglary? Good heavens, you truly have interacted with the natives. Fan Yumeng expressed her astonishment with a flurry of exclamation marks, while Luo Yu merely smiled modestly, urging a tone of humility. He redirected the conversation. By the way, the announcement indicated that a special event will be triggered before the end-of-month assault. Seize this opportunity, as it may be the key to surviving the onslaught. Indeed. The group responded eagerly, though Luo Yu could sense their underlying anxiety. Fan Yumeng resolved to complete the wall's construction within 4 days, while Nickel prepared to dig traps. Each was devising their own strategies. Luo Yu understood that the intensity of the impending assault would be formidable. In the remaining days, he must exert every effort to fabricate automatic crossbows. At dawn, awakening from his lavish slumber, Luo Yu discovered an unexpected boon. Mining benefit. Your mining level has increased by 3, lasting for 2 days. Undoubtedly, this was a gift from the sumptuous bed. After breakfast, Luo Yu began to organize his resources in preparation for crafting automatic crossbows. Thanks to the industrious digging of the earthworms, despite their low levels, they occasionally unearthed iron ore. At present, Luo Yu possessed 750 units of iron ore. He required an additional 250 to meet the raw material demands for 3 automatic crossbows. Next was timber. Currently, the base boasted 966 units of wood, yet each crossbow necessitated 5,000 units. He was far from the target. Relying solely on himself would not suffice. Without hesitation, he resolved to purchase the necessary materials. He possessed 35,000 silver, and currently, the demand for timber was not particularly high. The auction house's timber price remained at 1 silver. With unwavering resolve, Luo Yu purchased 15,000 units of wood. Please select a storage location for the timber. Luo Yu opted to stack it beside the city wall, the considerable amount of wood resembling a small house. As for iron ore, due to the low mining levels of the populace and the high demand, purchasing it would result in significant losses. Fortunately, Luo Yu had acquired mining enhancements. Thus, he decided to mine. Upon entering the cavern, he eagerly began to excavate, unearthing a plethora of various stones, including iron ore. While receiving a notification, your mining skill has increased to level 5. Furthermore, with his mining skill now at level 8, a single strike with his pickaxe yielded a block of iron ore 20. With another strike, he gathered more iron ore 15. Exhilarated, Luo Yu reveled in his swift mining speed, and after an intense session, he amassed a total of 400 units of iron ore before pausing. A new dilemma arose: where to place the 3 crossbows on the city wall. Luo Yu recalled that every time an event or attack occurred, it originated from the eastern mountains, and the entry point into the base remained relatively consistent. He deduced that this might be the sole passage from the Purple Mountains into his territory, at least for the time being. Given this, he decided to focus on bolstering the eastern defenses, investing 15,000 units of wood, 3,000 units of iron ore, and 1,500 silver. The eastern wall gleamed as 3 crossbows were embedded into the protruding stone pillars. The effective range of the automatic crossbows was 150 meters, meaning they would only fire when hostile units entered this range. Thus, Luo Yu positioned 1 crossbow in the center and 1 at each corner of the wall, ensuring maximum coverage and creating a crossfire effect. The installation of the 3 automatic crossbows depleted Luo Yu's resources, yet significantly enhanced the base's defensive capabilities. The scoring reflected this improvement, with each crossbow contributing 50 points, underscoring their formidable power. Limited by resources, he could currently only afford 3 crossbows. It was time to earn money and see how many more he could craft in the remaining days. Luo Yu sold his daily catch and milk, then returned to mining, hoping to unearth valuable treasures. By day's end, he indeed managed to extract 400 units of iron ore, an uncountable assortment of stones, and a small piece of emerald. This was a testament to his own strength, achieved without critical hits, and it filled him with a sense of accomplishment. As night fell, Luo Yu entered the arena, only to find that the once bustling venue now appeared somewhat desolate. With an impending attack, everyone was busy preparing, resulting in fewer participants. Well, a slight reduction in earnings was acceptable. Another day passed, and as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the balcony, gracing Luo Yu's grand bed, he gradually awakened. You have gained beast taming enhancement. Next beast taming attempt success rate increased by 20. Another boon had emerged. The diamond-level luxurious bed certainly had its perks. After breakfast, Luo Yu was preparing to milk the cows when suddenly a prompt appeared. Prompt: a Xuanqiu beast girl is being pursued by a group of tribal soldiers. You may choose to provide her shelter. If you opt to protect her, you will face the onslaught of the tribal warriors. Potential adversaries: 3 archers, 6 melee soldiers. The unexpected prompt startled Luo Yu. As mentioned in the Heavenly Path World explanation, special events would manifest before the end of the month's attacks, and indeed, it had arrived. Chapter 33, Special Event. A new member has joined the territory. Fangyume. Oh my, a special event. My prompt involves a supply package that, if dropped, could damage buildings, gardens, personnel, and other entities. I must choose. How should I decide? Urgently awaiting responses. Alice, mine is also a supply package. What about you all? Yoda, mine too. Of course, I'll let it drop. My base is little of value. Elena, my special event involves a group of lost huskies seeking entry into the territory. They might cause damage. What harm can little dogs do? Naker, huh? Why do I have geological activity? The prompt indicates that special minerals may surface, potentially harming the base. Everyone encountered a variety of scenarios. Fangyume, Luo Yu. What about you? What is happening over there? Luo Yu. It states that a small creature is being hunted and requires my protection, possibly facing an attack from the indigenous tribes. Fangyume, yikes. The natives quickly refuse. No matter how adorable the creature, its life is not worth risking. Luo Yu. I believe you all should choose to accept. The losses from such events are likely far outweighed by the benefits. Just ensure your own safety. Fangyume, alright. Then I will choose to accept. But you must refuse. Safety comes first. Naker. Yes, I have also accepted. Encouraged by Luo Yu, everyone chose to accept. Luo Yu, gazing at the choice box, hesitated not. He was unfamiliar with what a Xuanqiu beast girl was, but the indigenous tribes were attacking. It was the perfect opportunity to test the power of his crossbow. Confirmed. Upon clicking in midair, the prompt box before him instantly turned red. Prompt. The Xuanqiu beast girl has joined your territory, becoming a part of your domain. Indeed, a petite figure appeared at the edge of the eastern prairie, stumbling towards the wall. Her face etched with panic and fear. Luo Yu observed closely. The so-called Xuanqiu beast girl resembled a human girl aged around 12 or 13, clad in animal skins. With a pair of fox ears atop her head, her long hair appeared quite beautiful, and she trailed a fluffy tail behind her. Unlike a human girl, this beast girl had a slightly protruding nose, resembling a fox more closely, and faint tufts of fur adorned her cheeks. Xuanqiu beast girl, 19 years old, adult. Currently in a state of panic, strength 20, constitution 18, agility 31, advanced intelligent creature, capable of performing simple tasks. Special abilities, treasure hunting, proficiency in slingshots. Current fur growth progress, 57. This attribute startled Luo Yu. The strength of this fox girl was formidable, and she possessed unique abilities. Moreover, her fur seemed to be a valuable resource. Remarkable, a lucrative opportunity. Warning, a group of natives is attacking your territory. As the fox girl approached within 300 meters of the wall, a group of armed natives appeared from the east, 6 men and 3 women, precisely 9 in total. They dashed directly towards the base. The beast girl, resembling a human yet unable to speak, screamed in terror, her gaze fixed on the wall. When she spotted Luo Yu, her little eyes were filled with helplessness, as if pleading, "Master, save me. What about your agility of 31? Why the panic?" Luo Yu chuckled inwardly, descended from the wall, and opened a gap in the stone door, gesturing for the beast girl to enter. With a swift motion, she darted inside. Just as he closed the door, the beast girl leapt into Luo Yu's embrace, sobbing. This little creature had a pleasant scent and was quite soft to hold. Indeed, a small animal, without a doubt. Luo Yu patted her head and reassured her, "It's all right. Come, let's go up the wall." Mew. The beast girl understood human speech. Seeing Luo Yu turn to ascend the wall, she hurriedly grasped his garment, flustered, and followed closely, seemingly unwilling to part from her master even for a moment. Truly, as a creature of higher intelligence, the beast girl's expression of emotion was far more intricate than that of a cow. Cows merely lick. In the distance, the 9 natives rapidly closed in on the wall, advancing to within 1,000 meters in mere moments. Creak. The sound of wood scraping echoed, and the next moment, with a swoosh, a round stone flew from the wall, tracing a graceful arc before crashing down. The automatic catapult had fired. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the stone detonated 3 meters away from the group of natives, sending dirt and debris flying, injuring 2 men wielding spears, their arms and legs shattered upon closer inspection. Catapult. Charge forward, bellowed the bearded leader among the 9. Several disregarded their wounded companions and sprinted towards the wall with fervor. The catapult had a minimum attack range. If they got too close, it would be unable to strike its target. Boom. Another stone crashed down several meters away from the group, though the distance seemed ample. A ricocheting stone struck one female archer in the thigh, causing a gushing wound and rendering her combat ineffective. Quickly, we're almost there. Form a human ladder to scale the wall, shouted the bearded man. The pace of the group quickened, but suddenly, the sound of wind cutting through the air was heard. Swoosh. An arrow struck a male archer in the shoulder, causing him to tumble to the ground. Struggling, he managed to rise and charge towards the wall. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. These natives were not recklessly charging. It was evident they possessed some degree of strategy. Unfortunately, a crossbow had also been installed at the left corner of the wall. Swoosh. A sudden bolt from a crossbow shot forth, piercing the skull of a male spear wielder. He let out a harrowing scream, yet staggered 7 or 8 steps before collapsing lifelessly. Such ferocity in death, he must have possessed remarkable fortitude. Initially a group of 9, for had already fallen before they could even breach the 50-meter radius of the wall. The burly man with stubble, his eyes ablaze with fury, bellowed, "Charge forth and dismantle his crossbow." No sooner had he spoken than a javelin whistled through the air, embedding itself into his chest, pinning him to the ground. Run. Luo Yu was preparing to hurl another javelin when the remaining few, unable to withstand the onslaught, turned tail and fled. This band was far inferior to the elite forces that had attacked previously. Was this all they could muster? Alert! The indigenous tribe is retreating. Chapter 34. The Captured Hostages. The silver-armored beetle was the first to charge out, swiftly tackling a female spear wielder. Luo Yu, mounted on a massive bull, thundered through the stone gates, with Adai leaping onto the bull's back to pursue alongside her master. How was she so agile now? Where was this dexterity when they were under siege? Unsurprisingly, all the fleeing natives were captured, and with the 2 who were maimed, they totaled 7 hostages. Would a ransom yield a critical hit? After silently contemplating, he clicked to confirm. Critical hit activated. The chief of the Skasa tribe mistakenly identified the limbless soldiers as his own sons and surrendered all the tribe's silver to you. You have acquired 80,000 silver. Luo Yu nearly laughed aloud. Who would have thought such fortune could arise? A flash of light enveloped him, and the 2 disabled soldiers vanished. Alert! The chief of the Skasa tribe realizes he has been deceived, increasing his animosity towards you. The higher the level of animosity, the greater the likelihood and intensity of future assaults. While he had amassed considerable wealth, Luo Yu sensed an ominous foreboding. What if they attacked daily? Now a dilemma arose. The Skasa tribe was devoid of funds, and the remaining 5 intact captives could not be sold. He would have to wait for the tribe's silver to replenish next month or devise an alternative means to deal with them. Just as he prepared to forge shackles to compel the captives into mining, a world notification caught his attention. Blood Clan. Anonymous, this special event has concluded. Friends who have captured indigenous hostages, message me privately. Prices are negotiable. Someone is buying captives. Dragon Clan. Anonymous, is the Blood Clan thirsty for blood again? Disgusting race. Holy Light Clan. Anonymous, the Blood Clan are devils. Do not engage in trade with devils. Blood Clan. Anonymous, we've all been transported to this cursed place by the heavenly path. What devils are you speaking of? If you're so pure, why not refrain from taking lives? A verbal skirmish erupted worldwide, a frequent occurrence, especially among powerful races that had long been at odds. Humans and orcs, in particular, were reticent to interject. The divide between strength and weakness was stark. Luo Yu clicked on the Blood Clan's message, opening the trade interface. Dear Blood Clan member, I have 5 indigenous captives, 3 men and 2 women. What price do you offer? You are the human race. Do humans possess such capabilities? Blood Clan. Although the human race is a feeble one, I shall not deceive you. The ransom for the natives is merely a couple of thousand. Thus, I offer you 2,000 per person, and I desire 5. Luo Yu, 2,000? You must be joking. What worth is there in such a trifling sum for a transaction? How bold of you to speak to me in such a manner. The Blood Clan was enraged, yet Luo Yu was unyielding, promptly closing the chat window. Having just earned a substantial fortune, Luo Yu was indifferent to a mere few thousand. Keeping the captives for mining was also an option. After severing the dialogue, Luo Yu posted a message to the world. Earthling, Anonymous, this Blood Clan member is not sincere in his dealings. He is intentionally provoking conflict. Let us not entertain him. In an instant, the verbal skirmish escalated. Unlike the earlier brutish Bull Clan member, this Blood Clan individual possessed a certain dignity, refraining from sending another trade window. After a full 5 minutes of stalemate, he could no longer contain himself and sent another trade request. Blood Clan, enough. I do not oppress the weak. Let us put aside your previous disrespect. Human lad, I offer you 3,000 per person. Sell if you wish, or do not. 100,000. What? Do you dare to swindle me? Blood Clan, Do you comprehend that we Blood Clan require women to balance the blood energy within us? Luo Yu, so you are aware? 30,000. Luo Yu boldly proclaimed. 30,000 for each of the 2 female captives. Buy if you wish, but be forewarned. I shall keep them for my own amusement if you do not. I assure you, not a single copper will I part with. Cursed be your greed. You are more avaricious than the gluttonous demons of hell. Will you buy or not? Do not waste my time. Enraged, the Blood Clan closed the chat window. Yet he seemed desperately in need of these captives, for shortly thereafter, he reopened the trade window. I tire of your idle chatter. Let us proceed with the transaction. With that, he directly offered 90,000 silver, clearly eager and in urgent need. It was fortunate for him to possess such wealth. Luo Yu surmised that this individual must have slain the great black fish and reaped great rewards. Without further ado, Luo Yu listed the 5 captives. Transaction successful. You have received 90,000 silver. You have traded captives as commodities, inciting the wrath of the Skarsa tribe, whose animosity towards you has increased. In a flash, the 5 individuals vanished. Blood Clan, you wretched insect of the human race, I shall remember you. Do what you must to survive. But do not let me discover your base's location. Luo Yu, fool. You would do well to keep your own base hidden from me, or I shall make you rue the day. With harsh words exchanged, both parties severed communication. Luo Yu had amassed a staggering sum of 170,000, a truly lucrative endeavor. He set to work on constructing automatic arrow towers. Seizing the opportunity presented by the remarkably low price of timber, Luo Yu procured over 60,000 units, stacking them within the walls to form a small mountain. Next on his agenda was iron ore. Currently, his base lacked any iron deposits, and constructing automatic arrow towers required 5,000 units of iron. He scoured the auction house once more, but alas, the quantities were scant and the prices exorbitantly unfeasible. Was he to mine for it himself? In just 3 days, the anticipated attack would commence. Luo Yu found himself in a state of hesitation. Meanwhile, the members of the group had largely resolved the current special event and resumed their discussions. Regrettably, the 3 of us girls were unable to draw a longbow. Chapter 35. The exchange of small groups, each fulfilling their needs. Nyoda, why do I only have a single supply pack? You gave me a crystal stone. What am I supposed to do with this? Luo Yu, a crystal stone? Could you send me a screenshot? After Nyoda sent the screenshot, it indeed revealed a crystal stone, a prerequisite for unlocking mercenary technology. Luo Yu's mind began to race with possibilities, but before he could voice his thoughts, Nakul interjected. A significant geological upheaval has unearthed a massive iron ore deposit resembling a small mountain. I don't need iron ore, I desire stone bricks. A sizable iron ore. Luo Yu felt a surge of excitement once more. Elena, those 3 huskies are quite adorable. Why are they said to pose a risk of destruction? Alice, oh, do you all have such remarkable items? My supply pack yielded an automatic defense core. Is that of any use? The crowd. Fangyum, oh my. An automatic core? You must be incredibly lucky. Alice, Yumming, would you like to trade? Well, that does sound appealing. However, it seems Alice, dear sister, you may be at a disadvantage. Fang Yumbing felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet Alice reassured her. The bow and arrow are the essence of our elven kin. I feel somewhat guilty myself. Both parties, seeking mutual benefit, significantly increased their chances of survival. Nakul, how splendid. I have so much iron ore that I cannot possibly use it all. I wish to exchange it for stone bricks to construct a beautiful wall. Luo Yu, how many units of iron ore do you possess? By the way, Luo Yu is quite fond of mining. Nakul shared a screenshot in the group, showcasing a colossal iron ore deposit standing prominently on the grassland, estimated to be at least 10,000 units. Luo Yu, 10,000 units of iron ore. If sold in the market, it could fetch at least 10 silver coins. You've struck gold. Nakul, that is, of course, if someone is willing to buy it. Luo Yu, how about I trade you 5 stone bricks for 5,000 units of iron ore? Sounds good. Let us make the exchange. The crowd 5. Luo Yu, you truly have a passion for mining. Luo Yu, labor is the most honorable pursuit. I take great joy in it. The trading window appeared, and the 2 promptly finalized the exchange. Nakul, my goodness, these are stone bricks made from spotted stone. How wonderful. With this, I have enough bricks to build the wall. I need not fear the attack anymore. Thank you, Luo Yu. The crowd, stone bricks made from spotted stone. Alice, Nakul, you ought to treat Luo Yu well from now on. Cutting spotted stone is no easy task. Nakul, yes, I understand. Luo Yu chuckled inwardly. Indeed, cutting it is challenging. Yet with my masterful tool, the process is remarkably swift. Nakul appeared quite pleased. Nyoda, I wish to make a trade as well. Luo Yu will Nyo. Your crystal stone is also quite valuable. What do you wish to exchange for? Weapons. Nyoda replied decisively. Axes, shields, bows, and arrows, those kinds of weaponry. Furthermore, I am in need of food. I've already devoured half of the grass. Had it been something else, Luo Yu might have found himself in a predicament. However, he just so happened to possess axes, shields, and bows. The 2 waves of attacks have certainly provided an abundance of weaponry. Luo Yu promptly sent a trade request, offering an axe, wooden arrows, a shield, a spear, along with 500 units of meat and 500 units of vegetables. Is this sufficient? He inquired. Absolutely, replied Nyoda. And a spear too. Splendid. I used to excel at spear throwing, so I feel much more at ease now. As he spoke, he placed a crystal stone onto the table. Trade successful. Gazing at the crystal stone in his hand, a smile crept across Luo Yu's face. With this, the mercenary technology could finally be unlocked. Old Nyo, the value of these items pales in comparison to your crystal stone. Let me sweeten the deal with an additional 5,000 silver. Feel free to purchase whatever you desire. Luo Yu, you are truly a good person. This brotherhood is solidified. Nyodo exclaimed. No need for formality. We are all family here. After transferring the 5,000 silver to old Nyo, Luo Yu engaged in conversation with everyone while managing his tasks. First and foremost, he set about purchasing an arrow tower. Automated attack arrow tower, 3,000 arrows 30,000 wood, 5,000 iron ore, 500 silver. The effective range of the arrow tower is 200 meters, while the length of Luo Yu's walls measures 100 meters. This means that by placing the tower at the center point, it would adequately cover the entire base, extending its reach an additional 150 meters beyond the perimeter. Moreover, The arrow tower does not fire a single arrow at a time. Rather, it releases 5 arrows simultaneously in successive volleys. Indeed, the arrow tower is far superior to a crossbow. Luo Yu opted to position the arrow tower behind the grand villa, and amidst a flicker of light, the tower rose with a thunderous sound. Standing at 20 meters tall, the wooden frame is sheathed in a layer of iron, bestowing it with an imposing presence. A wave of security washed over Luo Yu. The arrow tower is excellent, and if circumstances permit, constructing several more towers to fend off attacks would be ideal. The chat group members seemed to have each fulfilled their needs, and Luo Yu began his day's work. First, he released water to harvest aquatic produce, then proceeded to milk the cows. Due to his beast taming level, he was now able to extract 35 units of milk in one go. Moo. The Xuanqiu beast girl appeared eager for milk, and naturally, Luo Yu obliged, allowing her to drink her fill. Watching her happily gulp down the milk, he chuckled. I shall name you Xiaokong from now on. Moo. Xiaokong softly chimed in response, her face radiating joy, utterly adorable. This is precisely the kind of creature a strong man ought to nurture. As a highly intelligent being, Xiaokong, despite her inability to speak, is capable of performing basic labor tasks. Mining, planting, irrigating, hunting, and even fishing are within her repertoire, and unlike the fixed skill levels of insects, Xiaokong's skill level can be enhanced. Although currently at 0, her proficiency will surely grow over time. However, she is unable to perform advanced tasks such as medical care, cutting, or crafting. Once she finished her milk, Xiaokong eagerly trotted over to the vegetable patch, carrying a wooden bucket to begin watering the plants. Upon checking her life skill experience, it was evident that her planting experience was indeed increasing. Luo Yu smiled faintly as he accessed the technological interface and directly opted to unlock the mercenary technology. Mercenary technology unlocked. 5,000 silver, 1 crystal essence. After confirming his choice, a prompt appeared. You may register your personal information at the mercenary square and pay a certain percentage of deposit to accept tasks or be invited by others. Chapter 36. Little Kong is an animal. Luo Yu opened the mercenary square. As a black iron level warrior, will you pay a deposit of 5,000 to register as a mercenary? Note, if you fail a task or voluntarily abandon it, your deposit will be forfeited. Luo Yu did not rush to register. Instead, he browsed through the mercenary square. First, he examined the mercenary task registration section, which already contained some mercenary information. Though not many, fewer than 100. Black iron level mercenary, Steel Clan, male task price, 10,000 per task, current task count, 0, success rate, 0. Black iron level mercenary, Wing Clan, male price, 15,000 per task, current task count, 0, success rate, 0. Aside from powerful races like the Dragon Clan and Angel Clan that had reached higher levels of mercenaries, the majority were black iron level, with prices generally ranging from over 10,000 to under 20,000. Luo Yu continued to browse another section, this one featuring a list of tasks. Human race, anonymous. Female, has posted a hiring task, seeking a strong individual to protect me from the end-of-month attack, offering 2,000 silver. Wolf Clan Noika. Female, has posted a hiring task. Are there any mercenaries from my clan? Help me through the end-of-month attack. Reward 2,000. Additionally, if you wish to discuss further, message me privately. Rabbit Clan, anonymous, male. In comparison to the limited number of mercenaries, the task list was densely populated, spanning thousands of pages. Yet most rewards were under 3,000. This was a normal phenomenon. Those with wealth could afford various defensive equipment, while the less fortunate could not pay high prices. After gaining a preliminary understanding of the mercenary profession, Luo Yu decided to pay the silver to become a proud mercenary. His information was immediately displayed on the wall, but he chose to remain anonymous. Black iron level mercenary, anonymous, human race, male currently not accepting tasks. It was a simple piece of information. At present, Luo Yu had no intention of undertaking tasks unless he first survived the end-of-month attack, after which he would reconsider his options. Exiting the mercenary square, he turned his attention to Little Kong. Little Kong's attributes were quite impressive, and she quickly finished watering the plants. She wished to accompany Luo Yu to the mine, but was assigned a different task instead, fishing. Although there was no double critical hit, one of her special skills was treasure hunting. Luo Yu carefully reviewed the description of the treasure hunting skill, which indicated that there was a chance to uncover treasure chests while engaging in activities such as digging, fishing, searching, and exploring. Today, he decided to let her try her hand at fishing. As time flowed gently by, the sun began to set. Lying beside the vegetable patch, Adai yawned out of boredom. Upon seeing the stone door pushed open, he immediately ran over, knowing that his master had returned. Luo Yu gently patted Adai's head, pleased that today's work had concluded smoothly. He had unearthed a substantial quantity of stone and iron ore. Yet the digging worms had not made an appearance in recent days. Could it be that they were also due to respawn next month? Speaking of which, his mining skills had improved, necessitating both golden beetles and bulls to transport the ore carts to meet the burgeoning demands of transportation. Suddenly, Xiao Kong scampered over. Clutching a treasure chest, chirping excitedly as if to claim credit for her find. This chest, adorned with intricate patterns, appeared more sophisticated than the iron box he had previously fished up. Treasure chest found by the Xuanqiu beast girl. Indeed, a treasure had emerged. After affectionately stroking Shao Kong's head, Luo Yu eagerly opened the chest. Strength enhancement scroll. Increases strength by 3 upon use. Splendid. A radiant glow enveloped Luo Yu as his strength surged to 55 points. Now, a single point of strength would cost 2,000 silver. Meaning Shao Kong's treasure was worth a remarkable 6,000 silver. Quite a delightful boon. Besides the exclusive treasure chest that Shao Kong had obtained, she had also fished out a standard iron box. Upon opening it, Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback. Cobra egg, fertilized. Oh, such a thing could exist? Luo Yu glanced at Adai, who had scampered away. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided against letting Adai incubate the egg. Given that the current temperature had risen to over 20 degrees, the egg would be able to hatch on its own. After placing the cobra egg in an empty room of the Grand Villa, he and Shao Kong sat down for dinner. Their meal consisted solely of barbecued delicacies. And without a stove or cooking station, having consumed roasted meats and fish for such an extended period had become rather monotonous. Once the attack subsided, he resolved to set up a cooking station. This station would enable the preparation of higher quality foods, which in turn could offer beneficial effects and even enhance attribute points. It was important to note that the accumulation of attribute points had become increasingly challenging, and according to the records in the Tian Dao explanation, once all attribute points reached 100, they could no longer be increased with silver, but only through other means. Cooking was one such avenue. The ability to allocate attribute points was a privilege granted in their initial state, a rare opportunity amidst the myriad beings in the universe, many of whom possessed subpar attribute points. How many could truly survive the first wave of attacks? After dinner, as per his usual routine, Luo Yu soaked in the bath, engaging in light conversation with everyone before entering the arena. Today, the number of rooms had diminished further, with even Xiao Yi refraining from challenging anyone, as everyone focused their energies on the impending attack. After casually sparring with a few individuals and earning less than 1,000 silver, Luo Yu made an unexpected discovery upon leaving the arena. In the modest bath, a soft, snow-white body leaned against him. Mew. Shao Kong nuzzled her small head against Luo Yu's chest, exuding an affectionate demeanor. Luo Yu felt a rush of warmth. Yet reason reminded him that the creature in his embrace was an animal. Nonetheless, the gentle sensation from the girl's form was undeniably tender. She was indeed an animal. One must not engage in peculiar actions towards animals. Thus thought Luo Yu, even as his hands, seemingly of their own volition, encircled the slender waist of Shao Kong. Mew. Shao Kong let out a soft sound, her cheeks seemingly flushed. Goodness, why are you blushing? Do not behave like a girl. Luo Yu found himself increasingly unable to bear it, yet every individual possesses their own talents, and his was beginning to reveal itself. In his youth, he often listened to his grandmother reciting Buddhist scriptures, and through this exposure, he could now recite them fluently. Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, when practicing deep prajna wisdom, perceives that all 5 aggregates are empty. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. As Luo Yu meditated, Shao Kong joyfully played with the water. After his contemplation, he indeed managed to suppress the ignoble fire within him. Thankfully, they were not of the same species, thus there existed reproductive isolation. How delightful it would be if it were Fang Yuming taking a bath with him instead. Chapter 37. Shall we give ourselves a buzz cut? With such thoughts, Luo Yu prepared himself, only to realize he did not even know what Fang Yuming looked like, and thus let the idea pass. Your affection with the Xuanqiu beast girl has deepened, gaining, planting skill level 2, lasting 1 day. Ah, indeed, as a superior companion-type creature, intimacy with her could yield such benefits. I only agreed to join Shao Kong in the bath to enhance my own abilities. Yes, this was for survival. With the last vestiges of guilt dissipating, Luo Yu chuckled and said, Come, Shao Kong, let your master inspect your tail for any lice. We must ensure it is thoroughly clean. After frolicking with the little fox girl for a while, Luo Yu retired to his luxurious bed for slumber. Shao Kong followed him into the room, curling up in a corner on a soft, animal bed, comfortably drifting off to sleep. This was originally the spot where Dui rested. But yesterday Luo Yu had constructed a small wolf den by the vegetable patch for Dui to guard the crops round the clock, leaving this space vacant. After a brief while, seeing that Shao Kong had fallen asleep, Luo Yu suddenly pondered whether the probability of the luxurious bed would be beneficial for Shao Kong. With this thought, he got out of bed and lifted Shao Kong onto the mattress to sleep together. Just sleeping, nothing more. Upon awakening in the morning, Luo Yu found he had not gained anything. After all, a 60 probability does not trigger daily. Turning to glance at Shao Kong, he was momentarily taken aback. He noticed her hair had grown remarkably long. Shao Kong has gained hair growth progress 300, lasting 1 day. No wonder her hair had transformed so dramatically. What could this be? Luo Yu checked the hair growth progress, and to his astonishment, it had reached 100 overnight. Speaking of which, with his beast taming skills having improved, animal production would increase. He promptly used his heavenly crafting knife to trim the pile of brown hair. Woo! Xiao Kong sensed discomfort and awoke. Startled to see Luo Yu wielding a knife towards her, fearing he intended to butcher her for a meal. Mew! Those pitiful little eyes were truly heart-wrenching. Upon realizing that Luo Yu was merely giving her a haircut, she affectionately snuggled close to her master, giggling joyfully. Xuanqiu Beast Girl's hair, 130. Originally, there were only 100 units, but with his improved beast taming level, he received a bit more. Upon examining the attributes, Luo Yu realized this hair was extraordinary. The defensive capability and resilience are remarkably potent, with protective gear crafted from her hair being at least of bronze level, and it also provides insulation against cold. Optimal comfort temperature, 10. Minimum comfort temperature, 10. This attribute is truly impressive. While a typical individual might suffer from heatstroke at 40 degrees, those adorned in undergarments fashioned from this hair can withstand up to 50 degrees before succumbing to the heat. The same principle applies to cold resistance. It is a veritable artifact against both heatstroke and hypothermia. Xiao Kong, the heat is about to rise. Shall we shave our heads? Luo Yu desired more of her hair, as the adorableness of a shaved head seemed trivial in the face of resource acquisition. With a playful chirp, Xiao Kong seemingly pecked her master lightly before darting out of the villa. Do foxes fear bald heads as well? Luo Yu chuckled heartily, his spirits lifted. As per his usual routine, after completing his daily tasks, Luo Yu began to examine Xiao Kong's hair. While his upper body was fortified with a heart-protecting mirror for basic defense, his lower half was clad in ordinary trousers. He aimed to harvest Xiao Kong's hair during this ongoing period to fashion a pair of trousers in preparation for the imminent attack. He glanced at the construction page. Sewing table, iron ore 500, timber 500, silver 100, sewing table blueprint 1. The materials were manageable, but the blueprint posed a challenge. It could only be obtained from treasure chests caught while fishing or through special event supply packs. Upon inspecting the auction house, he discovered 2 sewing table blueprints listed at the outrageous price of 10 silver each. World Channel, Human Race, anonymous looking to buy a sewing table blueprint, please respond promptly. After a brief wait with no buyers, just as Luo Yu was preparing to abandon the endeavor, a trading window suddenly appeared. The individual straightforwardly stated, 5. As you can see, this item is priced at 10 in the auction house. Luo Yu replied, selling a blueprint for 10,000? That is sheer madness. 1 is my offer, take it or leave it. Once the attack passes, more people will be fishing, and these blueprints will plummet in value. 15. That is my final offer. With that, he placed 11 silver on the table. Seeing Luo Yu's decisiveness, the other party hesitated for a moment before ultimately presenting the blueprint. Confirming it was indeed the correct design, Luo Yu clicked to complete the transaction. Transaction successful. You have acquired sewing table blueprint 1. Farewell, may you weather the attack successfully. Luo Yu offered a polite farewell before closing the chat window. The blueprint was finally in his possession. Upon reaching the first floor of the villa, lacking a dedicated workspace, he decided to temporarily set the sewing table in the living room. After a series of operations, a radiant flash revealed a beautifully crafted sewing table. Sewing table consumes fuel. Upgradable enhances clothing production efficiency and success rate, with a chance to create quality items. Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction. Such workstations are indeed upgradable. Upgrades do not require silver, but rather upgrade vouchers obtained from fishing. The higher the station's level, the superior the quality of items produced. This is beyond dispute. As for fuel, it naturally consists of timber. The internal workings remain a mystery, but it operates by consuming wood. In a moment of elation, Luo Yu perused the instruction manual, and without hesitation, placed 10 logs into the crafting station, eager to commence his creation. The process of crafting was deceptively simple. One merely needed to deposit materials into the sewing table's inventory and follow the prompts that appeared, eschewing any traditional sewing techniques. Human pants, raw materials 200. It seemed that the requirements for the pants were quite substantial. He decided to wait until tomorrow for Xiao Kong's hair to grow back before proceeding. During the subsequent hours, rather than mining, Luo Yu chose to dig traps, while Xiao Kong, as before, went fishing, hoping to catch something valuable. Chapter 38, The Assault Begins. In the easternmost part of the territory, Luo Yu excavated a deep pit at what was likely the sole entrance, lining its depths with sharp bamboo spikes, ensuring that any unfortunate soul who fell in would be impaled. Although it was somewhat wasteful of bamboo, Luo Yu spent the entire day digging several pits, both to diminish the enemy's combat capabilities and to slow their advance, thereby granting the arrow towers and automated crossbows additional time to unleash their volleys. By the time he finished digging, evening had descended. Today, Xiao Hunyang had caught a rusty metal box, which astonishingly contained a serving of fried chicken, and notably, it was a black iron grate. After indulging in barbecued fare for so long, Luo Yu found this fried chicken to be exquisitely delicious, truly deserving of its black iron classification. Upon finishing, he received an additional reward, a 10 increase in the success rate for recruiting captives, lasting 3 days. That night, The atmosphere in the chat group was somewhat somber as the impending attack loomed just 2 days away, leaving their fates uncertain. On the following morning, after completing his daily tasks, Luo Yu trimmed Shao Kong's hair, accumulating precisely 200 units. With determination, he set to work. When operating the sewing machine, he opted for a critical hit. 100-fold critical hit triggered. A system notification appeared, and in the next moment, the sewing machine radiated a brilliant light, slowly producing a pair of pants from its output. Pants made from Shao Kong's hair, platinum grade defense 50, increases resistance to cold and heat effects by 50. Overjoyed at the sight of the platinum grade pants, Luo Yu immediately removed his work trousers and donned the new attire. His first impression was one of unparalleled comfort. His lower half felt refreshingly invigorated. With such enhanced defense, he felt a profound sense of security. Luo Yu was thoroughly pleased with his new pants, and the day brimmed with enthusiasm. Having made sufficient progress with the traps, today's objective was to excavate a moat. Luo Yu planned to dig a trench along the perimeter wall, which would not only hinder enemy assaults, but also prolong the effectiveness of the automated defense mechanisms. Additionally, he intended to introduce armored tortoises into the moat as ambush units to surprise any intruders. This was a monumental task. Yet Luo Yu's strength and stamina had vastly improved, especially with Shao Kong, who proved to be adept at digging. The two labored diligently for a day and a half, ultimately completing the moat, which measured 3 meters deep and 2 meters wide. With rudimentary drawbridges installed at each city gate, standing atop the watchtower and surveying their work, Luo Yu felt a burgeoning sense of pride as his base began to resemble a fortified stronghold. Having spent a month in the realm of the celestial path, Luo Yu felt a profound sense of accomplishment at the scale of the edifices he had constructed. That night, after a refreshing bath, he reclined on his grand bed, engaging in conversation with his companions, while the petite fox maiden nestled beside him had already succumbed to slumber, utterly exhausted. Fang Yumeng inquired, "Will the assault commence tomorrow morning? Will it start at the same time? I'm so anxious that I can hardly sleep." Elena reassured her, "Do not fear. It will likely only be a few indigenous people attacking, nothing to worry about." Alice added, "May the goddess bless us all." Nyodo exclaimed, "After consuming the food Luo Yu provided and wielding the axe he gifted me, I am brimming with vigor." Luo Yu encouraged everyone, "Let us retire early to restore our spirits for tomorrow's great battle." Fang Yumeng asked, "Luo Yu, aren't you nervous?" Luo Yu replied, "Not at all. What is meant to be a blessing cannot be a curse. If misfortune approaches, facing it bravely reveals that it is not as daunting as it seems." Luo Yu then pondered, "Wait, are all 3 of you coming? I fear I may struggle to manage alone." Fang Yumeng retorted, "Why would you struggle? What are you thinking?" Luo Yu clarified, "I am quite the bashful individual, not adept at interacting with girls. Surely you understand what I mean." Fang Yumeng teased, "You bully. You big pervert. When we arrive, the 3 of us will give you a proper thrashing, humph." Alice intervened, "Yumeng, Luo Yu is a good boy. Please do not bully him henceforth." Elena remarked, "Alice, did you not notice that these 2 humans are speaking of peculiar matters?" "Peculiar matters? What do you mean?" Alice questioned, perplexed. Naka responded with a string of cheerful emojis, lightening the previously tense atmosphere. Fang Yumeng soon realized that Luo Yu was merely jesting to alleviate her anxiety, and she felt her tension dissipate considerably. Fang Yumeng said, "Luo Yu, you must not perish. Wait for us so we can teach you a lesson." Luo Yu laughed heartily. "If you have the means, you should first erect the walls." In this convivial atmosphere, everyone gradually drifted off to sleep. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the room, Luo Yu instinctively sat up, immediately checking for alerts. Upon discovering there was no warning of an impending attack, he hurriedly rose to wash up and have breakfast. Standing atop the watchtower, he gazed into the distance. His companion, the small fox, equipped with a slingshot at her waist and a short sword on her back, anxiously scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, an alert appeared. An unknown force is sweeping across the celestial path realm. Various indigenous beings are beginning to gather, preparing to launch an assault. The moment sent a jolt through Luo Yu. The alert had manifested, yet he wondered how many waves of attack would occur in his region. Just as this thought crossed his mind, another alert appeared. "Warning, various indigenous creatures in this area are about to launch an attack. Please prepare yourself." The first wave. Their region was indeed the target of the initial onslaught. 10 seconds later, the alarm blared again. "The nearby Skarsa tribe's forces are commencing an attack on your territory. They seem to be employing clever tactics." Peering ahead, Luo Yu beheld a large throng of indigenous people to the east of his territory, both men and women, all armed with weapons. Among them, 5 indigenous riders were mounted upon formidable wild boars. Luo Yu swiftly assessed the number of adversaries before him, 40 individuals. This month-end assault was surprisingly formidable, comprising 40 attackers, not to mention their mounts, which significantly heightened the threat level, causing a flutter of apprehension within Luo Yu. Upon examining the base's rating, it stood at precisely 800 points. It was hypothesized that each unit of attack corresponded to a score increment of 20. While the mounts were classified as weapon units rather than independent attackers, Naturally, the description of the Heaven's Path world mentioned a unique algorithm governing each assault. Yet it remained evident that a higher score typically attracted a greater number of assailants. Luo Yu discerned that the leader of this indigenous group was a middle-aged man. This man, riding a massive wild boar, with a scruffy beard and draped in a shimmering silver cloak, decidedly commanded attention. Could he be the chieftain of the tribe? As this thought crossed Luo Yu's mind, the middle-aged man's gaze turned towards the watchtower, their eyes locking momentarily in the air. From the man's eyes, Luo Yu perceived a murderous intent coupled with disdain. He seemed utterly confident in his ability to conquer Luo Yu's territory. With a cold smirk, Luo Yu thought, what could 40 men possibly do? They would fall before him without hesitation. According to the original plan, he would advance. The individual responsible for the front wall was a burly man, fierce in demeanor, who rode the wild boar and bellowed a battle cry. Kill. His team of indigenous warriors echoed his fervor, brandishing their weapons as they charged towards the front wall. However, shortly after their advance, the ground beneath them suddenly gave way, and the hulking man, along with his boar, tumbled into the abyss. A chilling scream erupted, as both man and beast were impaled by bamboo, resembling a nest of wasps. Be cautious, there are traps. The tribal chieftain roared, prompting the previously reckless warriors to slow their pace, now wary of the treacherous ground. Come forth, explore slowly. Let us see how long you can endure. Luo Yu chuckled coldly, grasping a javelin in his hand, poised to deliver a swift and decisive strike at any moment. Simultaneously, the regional chat erupted in chaos. Okamoto Nichikawa, it's over. I've encountered 4 indigenous attackers. I fear I won't withstand this. Julai, you think you're fortunate? I'm facing a stampede of 20 wild bulls. It appears our base will be reduced to ruins. Tai Tanglang, the archers of the tribe are insufferable. Come face me in a race if you dare. The regional conversation was tumultuous, and within their small group, confusion reigned. Fong Yuming, oh dear, the tribe is attacking. There are 7 of us, and 2 archers. I hope my automatic crossbow proves effective. Luo Yu, how many crossbows have you crafted? Fong Yuming, 5 crossbows, but without walls. They're all mounted on the rooftop. Luo Yu recalled Fong Yuming mentioning a sum of 40,000 silver coins, seemingly all spent on automatic crossbows. Naker, why am I besieged by a frenzied flock of seagulls? They can soar into the sky. My walls are futile. What to do? What to do? Elena, hush. The hunt in the darkness has commenced. Alice, poor indigenous people, forgive my arrows. I merely send you to meet the great goddess. Nyoda, your base's rating is exceedingly high, and the intensity of your attacks is formidable. My base consists merely of a wooden hut. Thus only 2 frenzied moose have arrived. Surely, victory is within reach, is it not? One would hope so. Luo Yu observed the circumstances of everyone around him. Despite the seemingly casual remarks, the reality was quite perilous. His own situation was equally dire, as the opposing force was overwhelmingly numerous. On the prairie, the tribesmen approached Luo Yu's base from 4 directions, inching closer. 3 traps on the periphery had been discovered, yet one had been triggered, resulting in the death of another indigenous inhabitant. There were still 38 of them remaining. The enemy had yet to enter his range, and Luo Yu, stationed in the watchtower, surveyed the expanse of the prairie with a cold gaze. The chief's contingent included 10 individuals, equipped with shield bearers, archers, and melee warriors, a formation reminiscent of the elite troops of that prince from days past. The remaining 3 groups advanced like scattered soldiers. Luo Yu noted that within each squad of 10, one individual was burdened with a pickaxe. Engineers, they intended to breach the city walls. This revelation startled Luo Yu, yet upon further reflection, it made sense. Many of the indigenous people possessed high mining levels. Mining proficiency and strength metrics directly influenced excavation speed and efficiency. Should a miner with a level exceeding 10 approach, his walls would likely be breached post-haste. Conversely, if the excavators were of lower skill, their efforts would only result in wasted time. Luo Yu resolved firmly. He must not allow those 4 engineers to approach his walls. He needed to devise a plan to eliminate them from the periphery. As the 4 indigenous squads gradually drew nearer, they eventually entered the range of the automatic catapult. Whoosh! A stone was hurled forth, striking the foremost man from the east, who was cautiously probing the ground, and he was instantly reduced to a gruesome pulp. Only 37 enemies remained. The catapult. The chief, witnessing this scene from afar, furrowed his brow. This catapult had impressive range. However, he refrained from ordering a rapid charge towards the walls, for one could not fathom the myriad traps concealed beneath the seemingly flat prairie. Whoosh! Another stone fell, this time missing its target, allowing the wary indigenous people to exhale in relief. Yet, soon after, another stone plummeted, this time aimed at the chief's western contingent, consisting of 5 individuals, which effectively comprised 2 squads. The stone arced through the air, directly targeting one of the squads. Watch out! Someone shouted, as the shield bearer gritted his teeth and braced his shield. Bang! A resounding thud echoed as the stone shattered the shield, causing the bearer to spew forth blood. His arms mangled, and he collapsed unconscious. Another foe vanquished, leaving only 36. The squad, having lost their shield, dispersed into a formation of scattered soldiers and continued their advance. A smirk crept across Luo Yu's lips atop the watchtower. Clever tactics? Can they rival the might of my catapult? Whoosh. Another explosion resonated as the catapult targeted the north, where a female archer, upon witnessing the stone hurtling toward her, reacted with remarkable speed, leaping into the water to evade the rain of debris. However, after that leap, she immediately regretted it. Beneath the water lurked a large turtle, its long neck extending forward, sinking its teeth into her ankle and dragging her beneath the surface, from which she could not escape, no matter how fiercely she struggled. The nearby male soldier's attempt to rescue her came too late. Only 35 remained. Forget her. Everyone, do not approach the small lake. The chief's thunderous voice rang out as he cast a murderous glance at Luo Yu. After the stone-armored turtle dragged the female archer underwater, it did not kill her. Instead, adhering to Luo Yu's prior instructions, it bore her into the moat and then nonchalantly discarded her at the base of the wall. Immediately, a silver-armored ladybug emerged, seizing the unconscious female archer and dragging her into the confines of the wall. Within the walls awaited bulls, cows, wolves, and insects, ready for her. If she awakened, her fate would be sealed. The entire sequence unfolded with remarkable coherence, the animals exhibiting an uncanny coordination, suggesting either countless rehearsals or habitual offenders. Chapter 40. Chief. This idea is too rigid. We must retreat. Recalling that 2 groups from his tribe had perished at this very base, the chief deemed the likelihood of habitual offenders considerably high. Shao Kong, go bind that woman. Shao Kong let out a chirp and hastily descended from the watchtower. Boom. Another thunderous sound erupted as a stone flung by the catapult shattered the arm of a spear-wielding man, who writhed in agony on the ground. Only 34 remained. Just from the outer traps and catapults, 6 enemies had already been eliminated. Chief, give the order to charge. They cannot withstand such bombardment. No. The chief gritted his teeth. You may see the stones descending from above, but you cannot discern where the traps lie beneath. Falling into those traps would mean certain death. The chief dismissed the proposal, and the group continued to advance with utmost caution. Observing this scene, Luo Yu revealed a faint smirk. In truth, there were no traps ahead. If they were too close to the base, would his own people be able to escape? The bulls and cows, along with the golden beetles, were rather dim-witted. If they fell in, it would spell disaster. Boom, boom. Stones flew one after another, crashing around the group. With good fortune, they merely splattered mud upon them. But with ill luck, limbs could be severed, or worse, they could be crushed into oblivion. As the group of natives gritted their teeth and charged within a 200-meter range, only 28 remained. Fools. Kill. 4 squads roared in unison, breaking into a sprint towards Luo Yu's base. Having endured for so long, they were finally free to gallop across the grasslands. This was the warrior's way of fighting. The group swiftly advanced to within 150 meters. And just as their spirits soared, a sudden sound sliced through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrow tower and automatic crossbows fired almost simultaneously. The spear-wielding natives at the forefront from the northern direction were felled by a volley of arrows from the tower, collapsing lifelessly. Meanwhile, to the east, they were within the firing range of 3 automatic crossbows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 crossbow bolts shot forth, aimed directly at 3 soldiers. The male spear-wielder managed to evade them, but the 2 archers were struck, blood gushing from their wounds. The arrows originated from a bolt tower, a formidable automated crossbow. The chief's eyes widened in astonishment. He had initially believed it to be a lookout tower, only to discover it was a deadly arrow tower. Shields. Be mindful and evade, he bellowed, hastily taking cover behind his shield. Though he urged everyone to dodge, the agility of most of the natives was evidently insufficient to avoid the lethal rain of arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another volley of arrows claimed a victim, the arrow tower's rapid-fire capability rendering it nearly impossible to evade. Remaining, 25, 23, 22. Under the relentless onslaught of the arrow tower and automated crossbows, the casualties among the natives increased significantly. Their fighting spirit remained unyielding, charging forward fearlessly, soon closing the distance to within 100 meters. Luo Yu noticed a particularly nimble native, with a sharp face, who had evaded 6 or 7 bolts. This individual attracted fire, diminishing the threat to his comrades and thereby accelerating their advance. With a cold snort, Luo Yu drew his bow. Thwack! The iron bow quivered, releasing an arrow that soared forth. The agile man, caught in a flurry of movement, suddenly heard the whistling of the wind and realized it was too late to dodge. The powerful feathered arrow pierced through his chest, and he collapsed lifelessly. Immediately, the crossbow bolts redirected their assault towards other targets, and without such agility, 2 more fell victim. Remaining, 19. Under such dire losses, one would expect the natives to flee. Yet their deep-seated enmity towards Luo Yu and the Skasa tribe compelled them to fight to the last breath. At this moment, the enemies to the east had been entirely eradicated. One of the crossbows mounted on the eastern wall had become inoperative, while another, positioned at the corner, continued its assault, targeting the south and north respectively. The trebuchet continued to thunder, primarily bombarding the northern foes, while the arrow tower suppressed those in the south. Luo Yu discerned that his base faced a defensive blind spot. To the west, the enemy advanced unimpeded, and it was there that the chief's elite squad was located. Grasping a bundle of javelins and taking up his bow, he hastened to the western wall, where 7 attackers, shielded behind a single large shield, were closing in rapidly. The distance was now a mere 50 meters. Could they survive with just a shell for protection? Luo Yu sneered, launching a javelin with tremendous force. The sound of wind whistling as it sped towards the shield. Bang! The shield was pierced, and the burly shield-bearer was impaled on the spot. The chief and his comrades were wide-eyed in disbelief. This strike possessed a force exceeding 40 points, and the javelin's spinning trajectory had driven straight through the shield. Scatter! This man is a master of the javelin, the chief shouted. Yet, Luo Yu remained undeterred, unleashing a flurry of arrows. Thwack! 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 3 arrows were unleashed with precision. For Luo Yu was a man skilled in archery. These 3 arrows swiftly claimed the lives of 3 soldiers, 2 of whom were archers themselves. The original party of 7 was swiftly reduced to merely 3. Such prowess with a bow and arrow. Chieftain, this is too formidable. We cannot prevail. We must retreat. Indeed, the losses were substantial, and the opposing forces began to waver. No, the chieftain roared. This man harbors a deep-seated vendetta against our tribe. He must be slain. Viper, unleash the insects. The woman referred to as Viper produced 2 clay jars from her bosom, and upon opening them, a swarm of wasps erupted forth, heading straight for Luo Yu. Now I understand the impressive stature. It conceals deadly weapons. Luo Yu scoffed coldly, drawing the heavenly artisan's blade in preparation to unleash the gale blade technique to vanquish the wasps. However, an astonishing occurrence transpired. As the wasps approached within 3 meters of Luo Yu, they abruptly veered away. The bane of insects. This passive ability had activated, causing the insects to shy away from him. Chieftain, this man is peculiar. The woman known as Viper exclaimed in horror. Yet, in the next moment, a spear hurtled through the air, striking her squarely in the chest with a resounding thud. As it was delivered by the shaft, it did not penetrate but knocked the breath from her, causing her to spout blood and collapse unconscious. Chapter 41, Annihilation. Rewards distributed, a profitable venture. However, this delay allowed the chieftain and a burly swordsman to close in to within 30 meters of the stone gate. Break down the stone door. The chieftain bellowed as his steed, a wild boar, charged with a roar towards the stone gate, seemingly intent on a head-on collision. Boom. A dull thud echoed as the wild boar collided vehemently with the stone door, its tusks flying off in the impact, while the beast's brain matter splattered, resulting in its immediate demise. In stark contrast, the stone door bore only a minor crack. If a great bull could not breach it, what chance did a wild boar have? The burly man beside him urged, Chieftain, that is a door of black spotted stone. It cannot be breached. We must flee. The chieftain, witnessing the death of his mount, was seething with rage. Crossbows, arrow towers, black spotted stone walls, turtles in the water, flying insects in the sky. While the Lord's strength was formidable, the spears and arrows were equally exceptional. Was this truly a base established by outsiders in just a month? His mind buzzed, teetering on the brink of numbness. Chieftain, we must go. The burly man grasped the chieftain, attempting to pull him away, but suddenly shaken from his stupor. The chieftain gritted his teeth and declared, advance towards him. Within 20 meters, we must claim his life. The burly man was taken aback, but with the chieftain's command. As a loyal retainer, he resolved to push forward to within 20 meters, even at the cost of his life. Kill! He roared as he charged ahead, only to be met by an arrow. Thud! The arrow embedded itself in his thigh, yet he gritted his teeth and pressed on another 5 meters. Thud, thud. Luo Yu showed no mercy this time, releasing 2 arrows that struck the same calf, severing the man's leg entirely. The robust warrior collapsed with a thud, turning to the chieftain and lamenting, Chieftain, it's 20 meters. Indeed, you are a true warrior. The chieftain bellowed. Boy, prepare to meet your end. With a swift flick of his wrist, he launched a dart that shot towards Luo Yu's throat with lightning speed. Truly, those who ascend to the chieftainship possess extraordinary abilities. In that fleeting moment, Luo Yu demonstrated his agility to perfection, executing a whirlwind blade technique that sent the dart crashing to the ground. However, he was caught off guard by the presence of a second dart, aimed directly at a vital area. This was a series of lethal darts. The chieftain was formidable. At that instant, Luo Yu realized he could not block it in time. He had no choice but to instinctively pivot aside. Fortunately, his explosive agility allowed the dart to merely graze his thigh rather than strike it directly. Huh, you are doomed. The chieftain laughed heartily. My darts are coated with the venom of a viper. Even a mere scratch will lead to your demise. You are finished. His face contorted with a malevolent glee, reveling in the thought of revenge. A scratch? Who told you I was scratched? Luo Yu retorted, pointing at his trousers with a smirk. I'm afraid these pants are platinum grade. You can't even nick them. Platinum grade? You actually possess platinum grade trousers. The chieftain's eyes widened as he looked at Luo Yu's thigh. Upon realizing it remained unscathed, he was overcome with rage and spat blood in disbelief. Impossible. Yet, in the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his throat as an arrow pierced through. There is nothing impossible. Amidst Luo Yu's mockery, the chieftain fell to the ground, marking the end of his fierce existence. Oh no, the chieftain is dead. As he collapsed, the indigenous tribesmen began to flee in panic. Congratulations. You have repelled the attack of the indigenous tribe. At the end of the month, rewards will be distributed. 8,000 silver, 800 iron ore, 800 wood, 800 meat, 800 vegetables, and 1 bronze treasure chest. You have slain the tribe's chieftain, receiving an additional reward, 1 bronze equipment treasure chest. The new chieftain of the Skasa tribe will be elected in 3 days. Your enmity with this tribe has increased. A cascade of notifications appeared as Luo Yu successfully withstood the end-of-month assault, garnering substantial rewards. These were developmental resources bestowed by the divine mandate. Yet, truthfully, aside from the bronze treasure chest, the rest held little value for him. Of course, this was merely the first month of attacks. There was no time for contemplation. Leaping over the wall, Luo Yu commanded, "Everyone, charge out and pursue them." The mighty bull and the simpleton rushed out with vigor, but when it came to capturing prisoners, none surpassed Shao Kong. Though her slingshot had a range of only 20 meters, its power was formidable. A single stone could render an opponent unconscious. And with her exceptional agility, she was merciless in her pursuit. Among the 8 indigenous individuals attempting to flee, only 1 met an unfortunate fate by stepping into a trap. While the remaining 7 were captured, the second wave of assault commenced 3 hours later. Yet the offensive by Luo Yu's contingent of 40 men concluded in less than an hour, a remarkably swift engagement. These individuals charged forth with haste, and their demise was equally rapid. Observing the situation within the group chat, silence prevailed. It appeared everyone was still grappling with the aftermath of the attack. The regional channel mirrored this quietude, with only a few sparse utterances, all of which resembled last words. Some, unable to withstand the onslaught, had likely perished. In his heart, Luo Yu silently wished them a safe passage and began to clear the battlefield. The captives, mutilated and broken, were promptly sold off at a ransom, totaling 6 individuals, yielding a profit of 7,500 silver coins. There were 9 others with intact body parts, after binding them securely. He administered herbal remedies to ensure they did not succumb before being sold. Following a previous harvest, he had a stock of 50 herbs, sufficient for their needs. The corpses were dragged by Adai and unceremoniously cast into the cremation pit, the roaring flames serving as a beacon of triumph for the victors and a final resting place for the vanquished. The world governed by the heavenly path was, in truth, quite merciless. Shao Kong gathered weapons, clothing, and resources from the fallen, amassing a substantial pile within the confines of the walls. To his astonishment, the haul was impressive. 14 iron spears, 5 iron short swords, 8 wooden and short bows, 500 assorted arrows, and 30 pieces of leather attire. Additionally, the indigenous individuals had carried with them 6,000 silver coins, 62 herbs, 100 units of dried meat, 120 emeralds, and 200 gold coins. The sheer volume of these spoils was overwhelming, representing the true benefits of surviving the assault. Without a dedicated storage facility, these assorted items would be prone to deterioration under the sun, so he decided to stow them in the basement. Chapter 42. The treatment of captives. Having completed these tasks, Luo Yu glanced at the time. It had been 2 hours since the first wave of the attack commenced, and the group chat remained eerily quiet. Undoubtedly a testament to everyone's full concentration. This silence was preferable. Luo Yu feared the sudden emergence of someone uttering a last word, a thought that filled him with sorrow. Approaching the 9 captives, now treated for their injuries, he noted they were unlikely to die immediately. Regrettably, there was no dedicated holding facility for the captives, and without such provisions, they could only remain at the base for 3 days. According to the Heavenly Path World regulations, the absence of a prison would inevitably lead to a riot among the captives after 3 days. In simpler terms, they would attempt to escape. In a state of rebellion, all restraints would vanish, and they would actively assault buildings and animals, inflicting damage upon the base. If a prison were established, the likelihood of a riot could be significantly reduced. Luo Yu had already formulated a plan for handling the captives. He would first assess their attributes. If they were particularly impressive, with high skill levels and excellent individual characteristics, he would consider recruiting them. However, as they were indigenous rather than trial participants, even if recruitment succeeded, their authority within the base would be minimal. The Heavenly Path system would be beyond their reach, and various animals would not heed their commands. In essence, one is merely a laborer, a soldier, rather than a figure of authority within the base. The true wielders of power are the challengers. Much like the 3 individuals associated with Feng Yaming, who possess control over the base, albeit under the leadership of a single person. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that non-authoritative members of the base contribute significantly to its overall rating, which in turn amplifies the intensity of attacks at the month's end. Should their attributes be lacking, the potential gains would not outweigh the inherent risks. Additionally, animals can serve as laborers, and they do not contribute to the rating, rendering them the more economical choice. As he surveyed the 9 individuals before him, 6 men and 3 women, Luo Yu meticulously examined their attributes. Typically, the members of the tribe excel in skills such as farming, hunting, and mining, while their proficiency in sewing and crafting is rather subpar. Indeed, these 9 individuals conformed to this pattern, as none possessed attributes that truly satisfied Luo Yu. As for recruitment, they fell short of the standards he held in mind. Having suitable materials at his disposal, he contemplated constructing a prison. Upon accessing the building interface, Luo Yu promptly allocated 5,000 silver to unlock the prison construction system. He discovered that the prison was rather intricate, categorized into 5 levels: basic, intermediate, advanced, luxurious, and extravagant. The higher the level, the lower the likelihood of a prisoner attempting to escape, while simultaneously increasing the success rate of recruiting these captives. The basic prison required merely 2,000 materials, reducing the escape probability by 30 and enhancing the recruitment success rate by 10, which was rather mediocre. The intermediate level decreased the risk by 50 and improved the success rate by 20. Luo Yu set his sights on constructing an advanced prison, which would lower the escape risk by 70 and boost the recruitment success rate by 30. Advanced prison, building materials 200,000, silver 20,000, iron or 10,000. Quite expensive indeed. He decided to construct a basic prison first and upgrade it once he accumulated sufficient materials in a few days. After confirming his decision, a small prison materialized in the southwestern corner of the base. Luo Yu promptly incarcerated the group, unbinding their ropes, yet handcuffs and leg shackles materialized around their limbs, proving to be quite convenient. The basic prison lacked individual cells. They were all confined to a large room, with only a partitioned toilet to separate them from the bare surroundings. Feeling a twinge of conscience, Luo Yu expended some stone to create 9 single stone beds, placing dried meat pies beside each one, thus completing the setup. With a resounding slam, he locked the prison door and exited, not wishing to witness their plight. Glancing at the chat group, he noted a continued silence. Meanwhile, the regional chat channel had become quite lively. I survived, but I lost a leg thanks to those wretched tribesmen. Damn them. Bro, unlock the disability healing technology. There's still hope. No need. I am from the centipede tribe. My leg will grow back on its own. Get lost. Is old man Finn still alive? He's gone. I previously saw that his wooden house was demolished by 2 bears. He should be dead by now. Sigh. May he rest in peace. Although the regional chat group had become animated, it was evident that many had perished. Luo Yu could no longer contain his concerns and sent a message in the group chat. I am safe here. Is everyone else all right? Fang Yumeng replied, Luo Yu. You're safe. That's wonderful. I was too afraid to speak, worried I might disturb you all. Naker. Oh, I was hesitant to say anything too, sob. My anxious heart can finally rest. Elena remarked, the darkness has consumed those foolish natives. Alice exclaimed, thank the heavens, everyone is safe. How splendid. Upon reading this, Luo Yu felt a slight relief, realizing that everyone was unharmed, and that their silence stemmed from the same concern of not wanting to disrupt their friends. Fang Yumeng chimed in, hee, everyone is uninjured, right? I have herbs. No. The chorus of responses was nearly unanimous. Yet Luo Yu sensed something amiss. Where's old Nyo? As soon as these words left his lips, the chat fell into an eerie silence. No one spoke. A foreboding feeling surged within each of them. Chapter 43, a 100-fold critical hit from opening treasure chests. After a long wait, Nyoda finally spoke. Ah, the meat of the elk is so fragrant. I haven't eaten meat in a month. If only I had some wine. Luo Yu, come, let's trade. I'll get you some too. Everyone exclaimed, why not speak sooner? You nearly scared us to death. Nyoda replied, I was just a bit overwhelmed by the meat. Get lost. Though everyone scolded him, they felt relieved. The first month's attacks had seen no casualties. How splendid. Fang Yumeng then asked, by the way, I captured 2 prisoners. What should I do with them, Luo Yu? Did you also raid a tribe? How should we handle prisoners? Luo Yu replied, your 5 automatic crossbows didn't kill them? They must have been quite fortunate. As for prisoners, don't feel burdened, just sell them. Fang Yumeng responded, it's a pity they're both male. If they were female, we could consider recruitment. One of my sisters used to work in HR, you know. By the way, have you all opened the treasure chest for the rewards? I received 2 identical design blueprints. Design blueprints? Everyone was intrigued. Fang Yumeng shared a screenshot, and upon glancing at it, Luo Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Design blueprint for War Fog Dispersion Box. Naker asked, what is this? You received 2 at once. Fang Yumeng explained, it seems to be used to release war fog, hiding buildings within the surrounding walls. However, the construction materials are exceedingly expensive, with just the gold costing 500. Elena remarked, 500 gold? You might as well burn the blueprint. Naker urged, quickly. Listed in the auction house. Perhaps there will be a fool willing to buy? Nyoda added, even if it's listed. I doubt anyone would dare to purchase it at that price. Yet Luo Yu's eyes gleamed with a spark of inspiration. If some of his internal structures could be concealed within the fog, the enemy would be oblivious to the number of arrow towers or catapults he possessed, potentially leading to significant casualties on their side. How about this? I can help you with one. I happen to have 3 female prisoners. How about a trade? Fang Yuming exclaimed. Oh really? Luo Yu, you truly are a kind person. A kind person? Luo Yu replied. Are you giving me a good person card? Fang Yuming laughed. No, but what's wrong with giving you one? Hee, hurry and trade. A trading interface materialized, and Luo Yu first removed the 3 female captives from the auction, deeming the slight loss of deposit inconsequential. He accessed the base inventory and placed the 3 female captives into the trading frame. Fang Yuming remarked, oh, they're all quite young, and their attributes are decent too. Luo Yu, it seems I've taken advantage of you again. Luo Yu chuckled inwardly. Capturing prisoners was a trivial matter, yet such design blueprints, obtainable only from treasure chests, were exceedingly rare, undeniably a boon for him. One must acknowledge that Fang Yuming's hidden skill appeared to be the luck of the gods. Ah, splendid. I shall have more resources in the future. As she spoke, Fang Yuming suddenly realized, Luo Yu, you're being lewd. My sisters are laughing at me. Oh, my face is so flushed. You're unbearable. Despite her protest, she displayed the design blueprint. Luo Yu clarified, I meant I was gaining an advantage in resources. What do you think I was referring to? Fang Yuming retorted. You know full well what you mean. Transaction completed. Design blueprint for fog dispersion box. 10,000 iron ore, 10,000 silver, 500 gold, 500 emeralds. The attributes are impressive, yet the price is outrageous. Fang Yuming exclaimed. Oh dear, I've received a prompt to construct a prison, and the resources are just sufficient. I must leave you all for now. Everyone busied themselves with their tasks, and Luo Yu opened the mercenary square, placing himself for hire. Black iron level mercenary, human. Male task price, 15,000 per assignment. Current task count, 0. Success rate, 0. The mercenary square buzzed with activity. Luo Yu observed that many were already engaged in tasks. However, as the first wave of attacks was nearing its end, the likelihood of receiving a task was minimal. He decided to wait, hoping someone might hire him. Seizing the moment, Luo Yu resolved to open some treasure chests. He had 1 bronze level random treasure chest and 1 bronze level equipment chest. After silently invoking his luck, he opened the random treasure chest. Critical hit triggered, 100x. After another silent invocation, the prompt reappeared. Critical hit triggered, 100x. You have opened the equipment chest and obtained personal storage bracelet, diamond level. What? Luo Yu was astounded. He had acquired a storage bracelet. Did such items truly exist in the world of the divine path? Gazing at the unassuming silver bracelet adorning his wrist, he quickly accessed the details. Personal storage bracelet. Internal space 1000. Cannot store living beings. Cannot store items with owners. A capacity of 1000 cubic units translates to dimensions of 10 meters each in length. Width and height. Quite generous, though limitations remained. Luo Yu promptly placed the artisan blade, a bow, and a spear inside, with a flick of his wrist. The artisan blade appeared in his palm, and with another flick, it vanished, replaced by the spear. Marvelous, simply marvelous. Luo Yu rejoiced. This was exceedingly powerful. He anxiously checked the base's rating, relieved to find it unchanged. Fortunately, equipment items did not yet contribute to the rating. Just as he was reveling in his good fortune, a new prompt arrived. The first wave of attacks has concluded 4 hours, with a survival rate of 59,772 among all the assaulted trialists in the realm of heaven. The second wave of assaults has commenced. The data is straightforward, yet the reality is harsh. Nearly half of the sentient beings succumbed to this onslaught, perishing in the process. This figure does not even account for the injured or disabled. The realm of heaven has not released a report on the disability rate, but it is safe to assume that the numbers would be utterly horrifying. Nevertheless, within this vast realm, teeming with countless beings from myriad worlds, even with a loss of half, the remaining populace remains incalculable. In his heart, Luo Yu sighed quietly, praying for his sister's safety. Speaking of which, as the second wave of attacks has begun, why has no one sought to hire me? Is it due to discrimination against my human lineage? Chapter 44. Mercenary Luo Yu. Given the lack of employment opportunities, he decided to indulge in a meal. Among the spoils from earlier, he had acquired a dish titled the Princess of the Scarcer Tribe's Affectionate Cuisine, though regrettably, the princess's fiancé had been turned into a pincushion by a bolt tower. Luo Yu seized the opportunity to sample this culinary delight. As he bit into a chicken leg, he found the flavor to be exquisite. This was the most delectable chicken leg he had ever tasted. Nay, the most scrumptious food he had ever encountered. As he feasted heartily, he mumbled, "This princess must possess culinary skills exceeding level 10. Next time, I shall capture her alive during an assault." While Luo Yu was preoccupied with thoughts of the princess, a system notification chimed in. You have consumed the affectionate bento, gaining charm immunity 1 day. For those dear to you, the princess's affectionate cuisine has a certain probability of rendering them immune to the allure of the opposite sex. Alas, this box of cuisine could not grant invulnerability to his beloved. Having savored the delightful bento, Luo Yu's spirits soared. He began to stow away some commonly used items into his spatial inventory, such as a pickaxe and hemp rope. Just as he completed his packing, another notification appeared. You have been hired by the Dwarven clan and are being teleported. Please prepare yourself. If you choose to decline the employment task, you may cancel midway. However, the deposit of 5,000 will be forfeited. Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that someone was indeed willing to hire him at the price of 15,000, 54,321. The countdown concluded, and Luo Yu felt a disorienting whirl before finding himself in an unfamiliar location. Here stood a stone house, its door ajar, with two male dwarven corpses lying on the ground, while another dwarf leaned weakly against the bed. Upon seeing Luo Yu, he appeared as though he had glimpsed a savior, urgently exclaiming, "Save me. I will pay you whatever you ask, just save me." Coming to his senses, Luo Yu's gaze sharpened. He was in an invincible state for 5 seconds, unable to attack, allowing mercenaries a moment to react. In the room, alongside the dwarf, were two indigenous individuals. Markedly different from the scarcer natives who had attacked their territory, these two bore red eyes and had a status bar floating above their heads, controlled. After the 5 seconds elapsed, Luo Yu deftly sidestepped the spear that lunged toward him, then swiftly unleashed his heavenly crafting blade. Before him, the shoulder of a native was cleaved downwards. Luo Yu swiftly swung his blade once more, severing another native in twain. "Help me," cried a diminutive male dwarf. As Luo Yu approached, he discerned the gaping wounds in the dwarf's legs, the arteries ruptured and blood gushing uncontrollably. Survival was no longer an option. "We were wrong." The dwarf coughed, blood spilling forth. "In our quest to flaunt ourselves on the regional channel, we included ourselves in the base's scoring, not anticipating that the golden grade soft armor we had crafted would attract so many foes. Help me." The dwarf's pleas persisted, yet Luo Yu's brow furrowed in concentration. This unforeseen circumstance weighed heavily upon him. "Send me the alert from the attack. Let me examine it," he urged. The dwarf, the last flicker of hope for his kin, reluctantly sent a screenshot of the message. "Golden grade soft armor has drawn the attention of the night butterfly demoness. She will lead her thralls to seize it." It became evident that the attack had been triggered by a particular item, one that would typically amplify the severity of such assaults. Yet this was an overwhelming number of assailants. Luo Yu's mind raced, arriving at a conclusion. The attributes of the three dwarves were lacking. Yet their high forging level and life skills had inflated their individual scores, rendering them highly valuable. Consequently, activating the character scoring mode had escalated the intensity of the attack. Outside, at least 20 to 30 native thralls were gathered, and without defensive structures such as arrow towers, their survival seemed improbable. "Help me." The dwarf extended a hand towards Luo Yu, but in the next instant, his pupils dilated in shock as he drew his final breath. Maximum duration of stay at a neutral base, 6 hours. Such a phenomenon existed. Realizing the implications, Luo Yu chose to remain, his gaze falling upon the three lifeless dwarves. Indeed, as the celestial mandate indicated, upon the death of a challenger, their bodies began to dissipate, leaving behind the base core and other valuable possessions. Luo Yu immediately grasped the base core, a truly splendid find. Its use could enhance the dimensions of his base, as well as its fertility and aquatic abundance, albeit by small increments. Every enhancement contributed to a cumulative effect. He stowed the base core into his personal space and then seized the golden soft armor that had been left behind. "The soft armor belongs to my master. Give me the soft armor." A thrall, under external control, lunged at Luo Yu, only to have its head severed by a swift strike. Luo Yu surveyed the stone cottage and discovered several pieces of gold, jade, and 3 scrolls of forging skill left by the deceased dwarves, along with other resources scattered within the dwelling. Without hesitation, he collected everything. "You have acquired 3 forging skill scrolls, 20 gold, 60 jade, 1 copper mirror." After thoroughly raiding the stone cottage, Luo Yu burst forth, only to find that all the natives had already scaled the walls. Approximately a dozen were rushing towards his direction. Upon the wall stood a striking woman, appearing to be around 18 or 19 years of age, clad in black attire, with a pair of ebony wings extending from her back. She regarded him with an air of indifference. "Is this the night butterfly?" Luo Yu's gaze swept across the scene, noting 2 stone houses nearby, a garden flourishing with diminutive banana trees, and a trembling kudu lying not far off. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed into one of the stone houses. This space resembled a forge, with various tools haphazardly scattered about. Luo Yu promptly gathered a pile of resources from the table. "You have acquired 200 iron essence, 100 silver essence, 2 weapon embryos. You have obtained 1 steel forging table. Golden armor. Bring us the golden armor." As he looted, the native slave soldiers had already blocked the entrance. 2 soldiers rushed in first, only to meet their demise at his hands, each struck down with a single blow. In the next moment, he wielded his heavenly crafting blade, cleaving a gap into the stone wall. The heavenly crafting blade was, in fact, a stone-cutting knife. Ordinary stone structures stood no chance against Luo Yu's prowess. He burst forth from the forge, charging into another stone house, a warehouse. Excitement flickered in his eyes as he beheld a plethora of iron ore piled within, alongside fishing rods and wooden barrels, essential items for daily life. Fishing rods were highly valuable. Each person was initially allotted one, and they were impossible to purchase. Having an extra rod would yield numerous advantages. You have acquired one fishing rod. You have obtained 5,000 iron ore. Note, your storage bracelet capacity is at 70. Please organize promptly to avoid exceeding limits. Fortunately, he had earlier achieved a critical hit, acquiring the storage bracelet. Otherwise, he would have been unable to carry away such a wealth of resources. After thoroughly plundering the warehouse, Luo Yu sought to exit, only to discover that the stone house had been completely surrounded. The voice of the night butterfly, while melodious, did not unnerve him in the slightest. Indeed, he would only be able to flee after a 5-second disengagement period. However, these natives stood no chance of stopping him. Moreover, he still possessed opportunities for critical hits, rendering fear unnecessary. With a cold smirk, he declared, "I apologize, but I never relinquish what I have acquired. If you desire the armor, let us see if you possess the capability." As he spoke, a spear suddenly materialized in his hand, which he hurled fiercely. One charging slave soldier was instantly pierced through the chest, and the spear continued its momentum, impaling another soldier blocking the doorway. Seizing his chance, Luo Yu burst out of the stone house. Yet the slave soldiers were not to be underestimated, for archers simultaneously loosed their arrows, targeting Luo Yu. With agile movements, he evaded all 4 projectiles, and the glow of the storage bracelet flickered as a steel bow appeared in his grasp. Thwack, 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 thwack. Proficient in archery, he unleashed 4 arrows in rapid succession, eliminating the 4 archers. "This is a storage bracelet. Excellent. You have captured my interest." The night butterfly licked her lips, to which Luo Yu responded with a chilling grin. "I find you equally intriguing. Do not let me catch you. Otherwise, your suffering will be unimaginable." "Very well." Night butterfly sneered. "Let us see who captures whom." With that, she commanded, "Kill him." A dozen melee slave soldiers surged towards Luo Yu. In that instant, Luo Yu unleashed the Gale Blade technique. A flurry of slashes ensued, and the first 4 slave soldiers were cleaved in 2. However, Luo Yu also felt a sharp sting as a spear grazed his thigh. Witnessing this scene, Night Butterfly scoffed, "A mere human cannot outlast you." She assumed Luo Yu was injured, but after he dispatched 2 more slave soldiers, she realized he was unscathed. Is his lower body that resilient? No. Those trousers must be of golden quality. Amid her astonishment, Luo Yu had already sliced through the encirclement and dashed towards the vegetable patch. With a fierce yank, he uprooted a banana tree and stored it in his bracelet. "You have obtained a small banana tree. The banana tree is quite a treasure." Although he wasn't fond of bananas, Little Kong would surely appreciate it. "Those are my favorite bananas. Leave the tree." Furious at this turn of events, Night Butterfly flapped her wings, unleashing a stream of pink energy towards Luo Yu. Although she possessed little combat prowess, the powder on her wings had a controlling effect, functioning as a chemical attack. As Luo Yu was enveloped by the pink mist, he momentarily hesitated. "Alert! You are under a charm attack, currently in an immune state." Remarkably, the love bento proved its worth. Luo Yu feigned stumbling, then shook his head and drew his bow, firing rapidly and eliminating 3 more natives. Only 4 remained. "Let us see how long you can endure." Night Butterfly, incensed, flapped her wings rapidly, encasing Luo Yu in the pink energy. He pretended to sway, as though he were about to succumb. What a perfect opportunity. "Quickly, capture him. I want this slave." The 4 slave soldiers dropped their iron spears and lunged at Luo Yu. However, in the next moment, he abruptly regained clarity and unleashed the Gale Blade technique once more. With their weapons discarded, the 4 slave soldiers were swiftly dispatched. "Ah!" Night Butterfly shrieked as she saw Luo Yu charging towards her, hastily taking to the air. She can fly?" Luo Yu was taken aback. In a flash of thought, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, motionless, murmuring, Night Butterfly, come here, Night Butterfly." Phew. In the air, Night Butterfly sighed in relief, then smugly remarked, "No man can withstand my butterfly powder. What a pity you cannot escape battle." She slowly descended, her gaze fixated on the storage bracelet in Luo Yu's hand, a glint of greed in her eyes. She intended to grab a short knife and sever Luo Yu's hand. But in that very moment, as she bent down, Luo Yu sprang up and tackled her to the ground. "Ah!" Night Butterfly panicked, struggling fiercely and flapping her wings. But once pinned, she could not ascend, and the butterfly powder seemed to have lost its effect. Luo Yu struck Yi Dai's face with 2 resounding slaps, jolting her delicate form into stillness, tears cascading down her cheeks. The expression of pitiful vulnerability she wore was indeed heart-wrenching. "Warning, you have been subjected to a charm attack. Current immunity activated." Alas, in that moment, Luo Yu had transformed into an unyielding man, impervious to her weeping and feigned innocence. Observing the imprints of his strikes upon her visage, he scoffed and proceeded to bind her with rope. To prevent her from escaping, he secured her wings as well. At this juncture, Yi Dai ceased her charade and, gritting her teeth, exclaimed, "You unromantic brute. What kind of binding is this? It hurts." "What kind of binding?" Naturally, it was the method known to the people of Yinzhou. He hastily found a piece of cloth to gag her, then hoisted her over his shoulder and made his way toward the wildebeest. The creature regarded him with trepidation, but Luo Yu spoke gently, "Come with me from now on." Though the wildebeest had once been tamed, it now found itself in a wild state, yet it instinctively recoiled, yearning for its former master. "Dare you refuse me?" Luo Yu's fist connected with the animal, rendering it unconscious. Chapter 46. Taming. A new member of the base. After casting Yi Dai onto the ground, Luo Yu inhaled deeply, savoring the familiar air, his eyes shining with delight. This venture had yielded substantial rewards. Mission accomplished. You have earned 15,000 silver coins. Although the three dwarves lay dead, Luo Yu had successfully captured Yi Dai, thus fulfilling the mission. As a black iron level mercenary, he could not accept another task on the same day and needed to take a moment to reorganize. First and foremost was Yi Dai. He noted that, lying on the ground and gazing at him with terror, she did not belong to the category of recruitable units, but rather to that of animals. Like Shao Kong, she was classified as an animal, albeit with peak intelligence attributes, rendering her almost indistinguishable from trial takers. Luo Yu approached her, speaking calmly, "Submit to me, or face death. I will never yield. Kill me if you must." This defiance momentarily took Luo Yu aback. Once so beguiling, Yi Dai was now fiercely resolute. Taming. He silently recited, activating his beast taming skill. Taming failed. Success rate 1. What a dismally low success rate. Currently, Yi Dai's status was that of a wild creature. Failing to tame her would leave him with no means to sell her. To kill her would indeed be a grave loss. He gazed at the obstinate Yi Dai, and after a moment of contemplation, he grinned maliciously. "Very well, your stubbornness is commendable. However, as an animal, you are subject to the consequences of your kind." In a sudden movement, he tore her garments apart, and under her horrified gaze, he coldly declared, "Within my territory roams a bull, and it has a penchant for delicate creatures like you. My precious bull, come here." A distant moo echoed, and the bull charged toward them. As the massive creature barreled forth, Yi Dai's complexion turned an ashen white. As a being of supreme intelligence, she instinctively comprehended Luo Yu's intentions. In her eyes, the once harmless old cow now resembled a fearsome bull demon. "No, please don't let it come any closer. I was wrong, just kill me. I have never experienced anything like this. I beg you, put an end to my life at once." Tears streamed down Yi Dai's face, and Luo Yu was taken aback by her words. Did this mean that this night butterfly was still a fledgling? Observing her current state, it was evident that she had succumbed to sheer terror. Tame. Luo Yu invoked his beast taming skill once more. Taming failed. Current success rate 19. Was the success rate for such an extraordinary creature so dismally low? Was it truly that challenging to tame a top-tier intelligent being? Very well, you leave me no choice. With a silent incantation, Luo Yu raised his voice again. Tame. 100-fold critical hit triggered. Taming successful. The bull came to an abrupt halt before Yi Dai, affectionately licking Luo Yu's hand with its tongue, while Yi Dai radiated brilliance, her eyes filled with disbelief. You managed to tame me? What level is your beast taming skill?" "This, our night butterfly clan cannot be tamed. Night butterfly, top-tier intelligence, 20 years old, strength 11, constitution 11, agility 35, capable of flight. Special ability, enchantment. The butterfly powder of the night butterfly possesses an enchanting effect, capable of charming hostile entities into allies, lasting for 29 days. Taming, 7. Crafting, 2. Tailoring, 3. Planting, 8. Shooting, 9. Gazing at Yi Dai's attributes, Luo Yu was inwardly astonished. Although the 3 basic attributes appeared modest, her special skills and life skills were remarkably formidable. At this moment, Yi Dai sat on the ground in a daze, and after regaining her composure, Luo Yu casually remarked, "What do you mean by you? Do you not know how to address me? Where is the etiquette of a pet?" "Oh." Yi Dai trembled in humiliation, tears of shame streaming down her face. A tamed creature could not defy its master, and both loyalty and intimacy levels were automatically maxed out. Regardless of her reluctance, the feelings that surged within her were uncontrollable. Instinctively, she yearned to submit to this man before her, even desiring intimate interaction with him. Kneeling in humiliation, Yi Dai cried out, "I pay my respects to my master." Her face flushed crimson, eyes brimming with tears, overwhelmed by humiliation yet compelled to obey. Her expression was utterly captivating. Luo Yu reached out and patted her head, laughing heartily. "Very well, from this day forth, you shall be called Shao Dai. Your first task is to assist me in organizing the spoils of war. Clothes." Shao Dai blushed deeply, clutching her chest and gritting her teeth. "Quickly give me clothing." Luo Yu furrowed his brow. "Do you not know how to properly request from your master?" Shao Dai trembled, lowering her head, and stammered, Please, master. Bestow upon your servant some clothing. Now that is more like it." Without hesitation, Luo Yu removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders, smiling gently. "Aside from this garment of mine, the rest belong to the deceased. I presume you wouldn't wish to wear those? Very well, wear mine and follow me." With that, he turned and walked toward the villa. clutching the azure robe of Luo Yu and gazing at his back, clad only in a tank top. Xiao Dai felt her heart race uncontrollably. This fellow was undeniably handsome, and his muscular physique was rather appealing. What on earth am I thinking? A flush crept across Xiao Dai's cheeks as she hastily quickened her pace to catch up. There was much to be done ahead. First, Luo Yu planted the banana tree. Indeed, it seemed that Xiao Kong had a fondness for bananas, as she clapped her hands joyfully at the sight of the tree. Once the trio arrived at the basement storage, Luo Yu emptied the contents of the bracelet, meticulously sorting them with the two pet girls. He set aside iron spears, short swords, and wooden bows, items he had no use for, and placed them in the auction house. Upon inspection, Luo Yu noted that the prices for weapons were slightly elevated today, likely due to the recent attack, which left many in need of arms and thus eager to purchase. His stock was quickly snatched up. The sale of these worn weapons had proven quite profitable. Moreover, he observed that the urgency to acquire weapons had led many to require immediate cash, prompting them to hastily sell their possessions. Items that once commanded high prices were now plummeting in value. For instance, luxury goods like gold and jade, which once fetched 1,200, had now fallen to a rate of 150. Some desperate sellers even offered them at a mere 1130. Buy in abundance. Luo Yu promptly acquired 1,000 gold, 1,000 jade, and 8,000 iron ore, amassing the necessary resources for the War Fog expansion box. Perhaps this was what they called profiting from war. In Chapter 47, the War Fog was completed and attribute points surged. Next came the 3 forging scrolls. Without hesitation, he utilized them. You have used a forging scroll. Your forging skill has upgraded from 0 to 2. You have used a forging scroll. Your forging skill has upgraded from 2 to 4. You have used a forging scroll. Your forging skill has upgraded from 4 to 5. The scrolls provided substantial experience, and Luo Yu felt a wealth of knowledge flooding his mind. With a forging level of 5, he could now attempt to forge black iron-grade equipment. His gaze drifted toward the nearby forge, and he pondered deeply. The forge generated intense heat, necessitating a specialized forging room, which required a reconsideration of the building layout. Moments later, Luo Yu stepped outside the grand villa and retrieved the base core, opting to use it. The instant he activated the core, a gentle light cascaded from the heavens over his territory, signaling the commencement of renovations. In awe of this miraculous transformation, Luo Yu mused on the resplendence of this heavenly realm. You have used the base core. Your territory area has increased by 10, soil fertility has risen by 10, and aquatic resources have augmented by 10. As he surveyed his surroundings, he indeed noticed the expansion of his territory, which had increased in land area, while the small lake remained unchanged. This was fortuitous, for otherwise, the increase in area would have been considerably diluted by the small lake. Turning to the girl beside him, he inquired curiously, Xiao Dai, what lies within those purple mountains? Xiao Dai merely huffed in response, choosing silence. Snap. Luo Yu delivered a swift slap to the young lady's bottom, prompting Xiao Dai to exclaim in surprise. Her cheeks flushed. It's just mountains, endless ranges of mountains. I know nothing more. Moments later, atop the villa's rooftop terrace, Luo Yu placed the iron box within the small loft, where a faint mist emanated from the tiny window. This mist soon vanished from his sight. Indeed, the fog of war only affected enemies. It bore no impact on the creatures dwelling within his territory and did not hinder the sunlight's radiance. The fog of war has enveloped the entire base. Current recognition rate within the mist, 30. A recognition rate of 30 merely allowed for the discernment of a silhouette. Further upgrades were necessary. Lowering the recognition rate to 0 would be truly perfect. Having completed these tasks, Luo Yu was unaware that dusk had already fallen. He turned to Xiao Dai and instructed, please throw some rations into the prison. Understood, she replied, flapping her wings and soaring towards the prison, while Luo Yu commenced preparations for dinner. After the evening meal, the sky had completely darkened. In the bathroom, Luo Yu reclined in a wooden tub, ready to execute his grand plan, to enhance his attributes. He possessed martial skills that could fully unleash the potential of his attributes. With elevated attributes, he could fend off attacks as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. A glance at his wealth revealed a total of 7 silver pieces in the base's treasury. His current attributes were Strength 52, Constitution 39, Agility 38. Without hesitation, he allocated points to increase both Constitution and Agility to 50. You have consumed 23,000 silver to enhance your Constitution and Agility attributes. Observing the virtual interface before him, Luo Yu clicked repeatedly on the next to Strength. You have spent 2,000 silver to upgrade Strength by 1. He continued to elevate his Strength to 60, expending another 16,000 silver, leaving him with 31 silver. He then proceeded to click on the next to Agility and Constitution. Ultimately, he raised both Agility and Constitution to 60, leaving him with only 11 silver remaining. He decided against further expenditures, opting to retain some for emergencies. As a result, his status panel reflected the following changes. Tester, Luo Yu. ID, Earth, Xia Country 23333. Base rating, 800 points. Sanitation value, 30 points. Entertainment value, 20 points. Strength, 60. Constitution, 60. Agility, 60. Personal traits. His sanitation value had significantly declined, owing to the influx of captives and the presence of Xiao Dai and the antelope, compounded by recent rain and the accumulation of unprocessed corpses, which brought the sanitation value to a critical threshold. A further decrease could lead to illness. Luo Yu did not worry about his own health, but was concerned for the animals in the base, the captives, and his two beloved companions, fearing the complications that illness might bring. Conversely, the entertainment value had risen by 10 points, thanks to Xiao Dai's presence. According to the Tao of Heaven world description, adorable creatures like Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong could provide amusement, each contributing 10 points to the entertainment value. A higher entertainment value yielded numerous benefits. It uplifted morale, reducing the likelihood of illness, and occasionally granted peculiar random occurrences, which could influence the course of battle. For instance, the ironclad man with a heartwarming bento is truly formidable. At this moment, an unexpected notification arrived. The month-end assault has concluded, with a survival rate of 47,168. Summer officially commences tomorrow. Please prepare accordingly. Alice, so many innocent souls have perished. Let us pray for them. Elena, Alice, you ought to pray for your own survival through the end of summer assault. Fong Yuming, with summer upon us, food storage becomes a pressing concern. Is everyone prepared? Naker, without ice, preserving food is quite challenging. I believe we should address the monstrous fish in the lake this summer, which would provide us with more seafood, and we could also fish for better supplies. Nyoda, I'm indifferent. Summer is full of grass, and food is easy to find. Luo Yu, with summer's arrival, autumn cannot be far behind. We must cultivate more land to stockpile food for winter. Fong Yumong, indeed, and though summer brings abundant rainfall, the ground will be muddy. So we must also pay attention to hygiene. The group engaged in lively discussion, each contributing their thoughts while brimming with anticipation for the future. Yes, after this assault, everyone has gained confidence and glimpsed the hope of becoming stronger. Although the world of Tiandao is harsh, it truly offers the potential for growth. Who wouldn't desire to stand atop the myriad races of the universe as a formidable being? Even Luo Yu harbors aspirations of one day becoming a mercenary of kingly stature. What an impressive feat that would be. Luo Yu, Fong Yumeng. Have those 3 captives been recruited yet? Fong Yumeng. One has been successfully recruited, with a 70 success rate. Everyone. Luo Yu. They possess beast taming skills, can recruit, and are fortunate. How is it that all 3 appeared in one base? Has the Tiandao world revealed itself? Chapter 48. Transactions can also be critical hits. In the early morning, Luo Yu, having just awakened, instinctively pushed aside the little empty space resting on his arm. He promptly checked the notifications, and, indeed, 2 captives had been sold. The 2 strongest male captives fetched 30,000 silver coins. He felt a surge of joy, but soon noticed Xiao Dai curled up at the foot of the bed, clutching one of his legs. Hadn't she said she would sleep on a mat last night? Why was she back here? Luo Yu chuckled to himself and gently rubbed her belly with his foot, awakening her instantly. She blinked her eyes open and, realizing her current situation, hurriedly released his leg and blushed, saying, I didn't intend to sleep with you. It was because you tamed me, and I couldn't help it. I wasn't trying to sleep with you. Luo Yu found it amusing, saying, Your face is so red. Why the embarrassment? Was that flirtatious demeanor merely an act? Are you, in fact, a pure little darling? When have I ever been flirtatious? Xiao Dai retorted, quite displeased, but Luo Yu waved his hand dismissively. All right, your butterfly powder is stuck to the bed. Be sure to clean the sheets later. With that, Luo Yu carried the drowsy Xiao Kong and headed off to wash up. Butterfly powder? How infuriating. I've tucked my wings away. How could he not notice? Xiao Dai huffed in indignation before quickly following suit. For breakfast, milk and eggs brought joy to Luo Yu and Xiao Kong, yet Xiao Dai appeared somewhat reluctant to partake. I shall take a stroll upon the grasslands, Luo Yu mused. Observing Xiao Dai's retreating figure, Xiao Kong's curiosity was piqued, while Luo Yu, to some extent, understood her intent. She was off in search of blossoms. Although Xiao Dai could subsist on grains and legumes, her ideal sustenance lay in nectar. Indeed, night butterflies are creatures accustomed to indulgence. Alas, caring for pets is no simple endeavor. With a soft sigh, Luo Yu, after finishing breakfast, made his way towards the prison. There remained 4 male captives, whom Luo Yu promptly extracted. Having previously raided the base of the diminutive beings, he had acquired an array of tools, perfectly suited for their labor. You 4, proceed to the mine and extract ore, Luo Yu commanded. Work diligently. Should you succeed, sustenance shall be your reward. However, should you shirk your duties, I shall not hesitate to end your existence. Do you comprehend? The captives, lacking in strength and shackled, could not oppose Luo Yu and obediently made their way to the mine. As for Xiao Kong and Xiao Dai, 2 fishing rods were conveniently at hand, allowing them to indulge in fishing. Perched atop the walls, Luo Yu surveyed the entirety of his domain, commencing to devise his subsequent course of action. The immediate priority was to enhance the sanitary conditions of the base, striving to restore it to at least 60. Thereby averting the onset of disease. The swiftest method to elevate hygiene was undoubtedly to lay down flooring. with the abundant summer rains. Neglecting this matter could result in the entire base being engulfed in muck. Luo Yu diligently completed his daily tasks, gathering 3 eggs, milking 38 units of milk, collecting 50 aquatic specimens, and harvesting 2 ripe apples. These tasks constituted the steady daily income of the base. Having grown adept at these chores, Luo Yu finished them all within an hour, and the clock had yet to strike 8. His gaze drifted towards the accumulated garments made from beast hides, all inscribed with the label, clothing of the deceased. Wearing such attire heightened the risk of disease and could potentially lead to undesirable consequences, rendering them unsellable. This was also the reason Luo Yu refrained from donning the golden armor. It too belonged to the deceased. And purification would necessitate the use of purifying water, a rare commodity procured from crates. Burning these garments felt wasteful, so after some contemplation, Luo Yu devised a plan. He hurriedly searched the auction house for design blueprints, yet found none. He utilized his singular opportunity for global communication that day, and before long, a trade window materialized. Insect race, 4444 despicable human. I possess what you seek, a fixed price of 20 silver, not a penny less. Luo Yu's expression turned peculiar. This was none other than the once boastful mantis creature. How audacious it remained. Luo Yu replied, this item is worth but 1. I shall offer you 2. And for the excess, I shall procure you a coffin. Insect race, 4444. What did you say? You humans are all talk and no skill. I might sell to others for less, but for humans, the price doubles. For, take it or leave it. The individual displayed an unwavering demeanor. Having been slain by his own hand, he must now harbor a deep-seated animosity towards humanity. Given Luo Yu's temperament, he would typically have terminated the transaction outright. Yet the blueprint was undeniably essential. At that moment, a thought crossed his mind, causing the corners of his mouth to curl upward as he placed 4 silver coins on the table. Foolish insect, let us proceed with the trade. Insectoid 4444, aren't you quite the tough talker? Why are you buying now? Humanity is nothing but trash, inferior even to the filthiest of vermin. With this newfound wealth, I shall enhance my attributes and obliterate you useless beings in the arena. As he spoke, he pressed the button. In Luo Yu's heart, he silently rejoiced and clicked on trade. 100-fold critical hit triggered, trade successful. Upon receiving the notification, Luo Yu's heart swelled with delight. The design was now in his possession. Meanwhile, Insectoid 4444 was left bewildered. Why does it amount to 400 silver? Are you deceiving me? You scoundrel. Why was it only sold for 400 silver? Ah, well, with your numerous compound eyes, it's reasonable to misread a few zeros. I suggest you blind some of those extra eyes to see the numbers clearly. Farewell. He promptly closed the transaction window and blacklisted Insectoid 4444, denying the opportunity for any further insults. World Channel, Insectoid 4444, Cursed Humanity, Anonymous. You are the scum of the earth, a fraud. World Channel, Human Barchov. Are these insects at it again? Who are you calling out, you bottom-dwelling monsters? Who is this anonymous human? Speak clearly. Anonymous human, anonymous human? Are you launching a verbal assault? I could dispatch all Insectoid Anonymous with a single strike. A verbal skirmish erupted on the World Channel, and Luo Yu soon lost interest. He reveled in the fact that the trade had yielded an extraordinary return, ensnaring his foes with impunity. Chapter 49, Fabric Recycling, Crafting Peculiar Items. A flash of brilliance illuminated the workspace, revealing a crafting table. The principle of this table was straightforward. One merely needed to toss in useless garments through the input slot. And in short order, raw materials would emerge from the output slot. After a brief moment, a dye arrived, clutching a pile of the deceased's clothing, which he stacked before the crafting table. Luo Yu began his experimentation. The table buzzed and hummed, and indeed, 1 tribal beast hide vanished, yielding 10 deer hides, 10 cotton cloth. Marvelous. Luo Yu was exceedingly pleased, for the garments of the deceased were plentiful, and tossing them in was all that was required. After a considerable time, Luo Yu had completed the task. Not a single piece of clothing remained, yet the storage box was now brimming with an abundance of fabric materials. Upon checking the sanitation rating of the base, it had indeed risen by 5 points. Excellent. He then dedicated some time to categorizing the various fabrics, ultimately tallying 503 deer hides, 721 cotton cloth, 460 heavy furs, and 777 ordinary leathers. All of these could be utilized to craft garments, bedding, and perhaps, with a touch of luxury, even sofas. Crucially, Luo Yu possessed a sewing table. It would be a waste to process only the raw materials without further refinement. While his own sewing skills were rudimentary, Xiao Dai possessed a proficiency level of 3 and could certainly assist. However, at present, Xiao Dai was engaged in fishing. It would be best to attend to this endeavor tomorrow. After departing from the villa, Luo Yu cast his gaze upon the expanse littered with an array of stones, mustering his spirit to commence the task of cutting the stones. The creation of floor tiles necessitates a substantial amount of stone. Upon initiating his endeavor, he discovered that 3 of the chests contained foundational resources such as iron ore. However, one chest held something rather unexpected: 100 cotton seeds. After enjoying dinner and taking a bath that evening, Luo Yu reclined on his bed and entered the arena. Human trash, dare to challenge me? Such rooms reappeared, confirming that the verbal skirmishes of the day required resolution within the arena at night. In need of funds, Luo Yu found the insectoids conveniently presenting themselves. He promptly entered a room filled with insectoids boasting 2,000 silver. Here comes our exterminator. Luo Yu, give it your all and defeat that centipede. The crowd surged into the room once more, and Luo Yu's opponent was a formidable centipede man, exuding an aura of intimidation with his large physique. Reminiscent of a character from an animated series. He sneered, Luo Yu, if I once feared you, that is no longer the case. I have invested a considerable amount of silver to enhance my attributes, and from this day forward, I shall drive you out of the arena. 3, 2, 1. Begin. Bang, bang, bang. Luo Yu surged forward, unleashing his wind blade technique as the heavenly craft knife in his hand struck with fervor, rendering the centipede man's shell utterly incapable of withstanding his swift strikes. Time taken, 38 seconds. A swift execution. Which insect could possibly endure 5 seconds against Brother Yu? Remarkably, this time he lasted 2 seconds longer than before. Perhaps with the insects fervently boosting their attributes, they might endure for an additional 2 seconds? Brother Yu, I am your devoted fan. Can we be friends? I'll cover the friend fee. Go, Brother Yu. Drive those insects out of the arena. Our Brother Yu has been working so hard. Do you not know how much sweat he has shed behind the scenes? Do not hold him to such high expectations. The public screen echoed a cacophony of praises from the humans, while the insectoids fled in dismay. The centipede man was swiftly dismantled, and Luo Yu, unwilling to linger, exited the arena without hesitation. You have earned 2,900 silver. Having vanquished yet another room and acquired 1,000 silver, Luo Yu chose not to tarry and withdrew from the arena. It was not that Luo Yu was averse to earning more through additional battles. Rather, he understood that excessive fame would instill fear in others, leading them to avoid confronting him, resulting in an empty arena. As he lay in bed, Luo Yu glanced beside him. Little Kong had curled up beside him, sound asleep, while Little Dai lay on the soft mat, drowsily drifting off. Luo Yu pondered the following day when he intended to teach her sewing, as sleeping in the big bed might yield opportunities for learning. He called out, Little Dai, come here and sleep on the bed. Startled, Little Dai's face flushed crimson as she slowly climbed onto the bed. Under Luo Yu's watchful gaze, she seemed to sense something, her neck turning red as well. She awkwardly leaned against Luo Yu's shoulder and stammered, I understand. Even if you possess my body, you shan't possess my heart. With a playful smack on her rear, Luo Yu retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? It's time to sleep. Huh. Xiao Dai was momentarily taken aback. She gently rubbed her bashful area and turned her gaze to Luo Yu, only to find her master already fast asleep with even breaths. Xiao Dai opened her mouth in surprise, and upon realizing the situation, she huffed softly and turned away, not wishing to see Luo Yu. Yet, the bed was so comfortable that within 10 seconds, she succumbed to slumber. When dawn broke, Luo Yu received an unexpected reward, a reduction of 5 in material consumption during construction, lasting for 10 days. Remarkable. After 2 days of anticipation, such a splendid gift. He was eager to get started. Turning to Xiao Kong, he noticed she hadn't received a reward this time, but Xiao Dai had gained a sewing skill level of 3, lasting for 1 day. Sometimes, one must marvel at the whims of fortune. When things flow smoothly, isn't that luck arriving? After awakening the 2 girls, they sat down for breakfast while Luo Yu divided the tasks. Xiao Kong, you will head to the fish pond to gather aquatic produce, and then go fishing. Mew. Xiao Kong chirped softly. She excelled at such straightforward tasks. Luo Yu then addressed Xiao Dai, with your high animal taming and sewing skills, you will first milk the cows and collect eggs, then proceed to sew garments. I'll draw a sketch for you. Simply follow this design. Luo Yu's fingers, slightly sticky with milk, began to sketch. Moments later, Xiao Dai blushed and protested. Master, will this chest design sell? Isn't it rather embarrassing? Luo Yu replied earnestly. When entering the Tao world, everyone wears the same style of clothing. I discreetly inquired with Fang Yang, and it seems women do not possess such items. It will definitely sell. Make 10 pieces, and I shall see if they attract buyers. Understood, Xiao Dai muttered. Such an embarrassing item, if it sells. It would be a miracle. Chapter 50. The Mutant Octopus and Ladies' Lingerie. After breakfast, everyone began their respective tasks. Luo Yu delegated the milking and fishing duties to the 2 adorable girls, significantly lightening his load. With summer upon them, the most suitable times for outdoor work were early morning and evening. This was the 3rd day of summer, and it was already beginning to heat up around noon. Carrying an egg to the edge of a small lake, Luo Yu silently recited a phrase, and indeed, a prompt appeared. The suction cups were quite tenacious. It took considerable effort to pry them apart. Go into the water, don't get sunburned. If there are hostile entities, assess the situation, capture if possible, otherwise, strike. Unfortunately, it was still in its juvenile stage. If it were adult, the thought alone was terrifying. Perhaps another day he would attempt a critical strike to see if it could induce breeding. At the same time, Luo Yu felt a surge of relief that the animals within his territory were not yet counted in the scoring system. Otherwise, their exorbitant value could attract formidable attacks. After pondering for a moment, Luo Yu had a brilliant idea. Marvelous! He exclaimed with a hearty laugh, summoning the bull to plow the higher ground by the lake. He decided to plant cotton there. This would effectively address the northern defenses as well as the cotton cultivation. With a splash, moments later, Luo Yu meticulously cut the continuously arriving stones while operating the construction interface. The intention to create floor tiles had been established earlier, but upon delving deeper, it became evident that there existed a plethora of varieties. Some enhanced aesthetics, others augmented entertainment value, and some improved ratings. Among them, one particular tile captivated Luo Yu's interest. The advanced defensive floor tile enhances aesthetics, entertainment value, and defense. The term defense refers to the protective capability beneath the surface, as this tile effectively prevents any digging from below. Mining skills below level 20 are incapable of disturbing this tile. Even if a determined individual with a mining skill above 20 attempted to tunnel through, there would be no cause for concern if they succeeded. Unlike other tiles, these defensive tiles possess the ability to self-repair. A single strike with a pickaxe would prompt a repair, and as long as there is sufficient silver, it cannot be breached. However, the cost to produce 1 square meter of this tile is substantial: 30 stone bricks, 10 iron ores, 10 pieces of silver, and 1 piece of gold. Currently, the area enclosed by Luo Yu's walls spans 10,000 square meters. After deducting the 2,000 square meters allocated for crops and orchards, he would require 240,000 stone bricks, 80,000 iron ores, 80,000 pieces of silver, and 8,000 pieces of gold. This constitutes an enormous sum, truly a formidable amount. Moreover, to lay down these tiles would necessitate relocating the entire crop area outward, thereby requiring the establishment of a new plot for cultivation, which involves matters of base expansion. After some contemplation, Luo Yu resolved to proceed with the installation of these defensive tiles, refusing to compromise on the security of his base for the sake of expediency and cost. He dedicated himself to cutting stone blocks, for stone bricks are always in high demand. For a full 3 days, Luo Yu tirelessly engaged in this task. With 4 captives and 11 digging worms at his disposal, the supply of stone brick materials was ample, and he even enlisted the help of a stone tortoise to transport the blocks, significantly enhancing his cutting efficiency. Throughout this time, he had not utilized any critical opportunities. On one particular afternoon, upon completing his stone cutting, he realized with surprise that he had amassed 25 stone bricks. One of the essential materials for the defensive tiles was now ready. Additionally, he had unearthed 5,000 iron ores over these days, which was quite satisfactory. After taking a sip of water, Luo Yu glanced towards the stone gate, where the stone tortoise and golden beetle continued to transport stones without pause. The more stone bricks, the better. He was poised to resume cutting when Xiao Dai fluttered over. Master, the garments you requested have been completed. Over the past few days, Xiao Dai had adapted well to her role, and calling Luo Yu master flowed smoothly. Upon arriving in the basement, Luo Yu observed that 10 pieces of bodices had been finished, and they appeared quite commendable. Without further ado, he placed them on the auction house, pricing them at an astonishing 2,000 silver each. World, Human Race, Anonymous. The first handcrafted women's lingerie in the Heavenly Dao world has been listed, available in various sizes. A total of 10 pieces, first come, first served. What? Women's lingerie has arrived. Oh my goodness, this is fantastic. No more worries about sagging. Sisters, this is truly what we've been longing for. The world channel erupted in a frenzy as the 10 pieces of women's lingerie were swiftly snatched up. Wow, is it really selling this well? Luo Yu evidently underestimated the resolve of women in acquiring intimate apparel. Chapter 51. The continuous production of silver-rated lingerie. Half an hour later, the world channel erupted once again into extensive discussions regarding the inaugural batch of intimate garments. An anonymous elf remarked, "Oh, I purchased a piece of lingerie crafted by humans, and the effect is truly commendable." An anonymous dragon responded, "Is that so? What a pity I couldn't snag one. Is the seller of the lingerie still around? Do they have any upgraded pieces? Feel free to name your price." An anonymous vampire chimed in, "I'll take 2 upgraded pieces. One for my wife and one for my concubine." An anonymous bull demon provocatively asked, to the one who claims to buy for both his wife and concubine, "Would you dare reveal your true name to the world?" An anonymous elf sought, "I'm in search of an elven companion to gift me lingerie. I am a male, and I hope you are as well." Observing the fervent discussions unfolding globally, Luo Yu recognized a remarkable business opportunity. Women's money is indeed easy to earn. He turned his gaze towards the heap of materials and commenced to personally craft women's lingerie, equipped with a sewing machine and with Little Butterfly having already prepared the templates. Luo Yu, despite his modest tailoring skills, found that simple operations would suffice. Naturally, due to his level limitations, the probability of failure loomed high, and the quality of the garments produced could potentially be subpar. Little Butterfly watched Luo Yu's endeavors with curiosity and inquired, "Master, can a man truly make clothing?" Luo Yu chuckled, "What is that? Are you underestimating me?" Little Butterfly nodded affirmatively, stating, "It's not that I look down on you. It's just that your sewing level is too low. You are bound to fail." "Oh," Luo Yu laughed, "if I managed to create a rated piece, would you grant me a kiss?" Little Butterfly blushed, then skeptically replied, "You? Rated? Master, if you produce a rated garment, I would be willing to kneel and lick your fingers, but if you fail, you must fetch me honey." "Deal," Luo Yu chuckled, "just watch." He then silently recited a spell and placed the materials into the input slot. Critical hit triggered X100. The sewing machine immediately radiated brilliance, and before Little Butterfly's astonished gaze, a piece of lingerie shimmering with white light gradually emerged from the output slot. Silver-rated women's lingerie, increased comfort, enhanced defense, improved shaping capability. You have crafted silver-rated lingerie. Tailoring level increased, current level 2. Silver-rated. Little Butterfly widened her beautiful eyes, while Luo Yu burst into hearty laughter. "It worked. I'm going to strike it rich." He promptly listed it in the auction house, pricing it at 30,000 silver. Yes, 30,000. This single piece of lingerie equaled the cost of a modest home. With the world's excitement for women's lingerie still at a peak, it wasn't too long before someone took notice. "My goodness, silver-rated lingerie. I see it too. Enhanced shaping capability. Good heavens. Such an incredible function. Alas, I cannot afford it." The world erupted in astonishment, and within 10 seconds of being listed, the silver lingerie was sold, netting Luo Yu a substantial profit. 30,000 silver, at the current rate, that could purchase 15 units of iron ore. The resources were indeed flowing in. Luo Yu promptly accessed the auction house and acquired all the inexpensive iron ore, depleting his treasury of 30,000 silver. Now, the base boasted a total of 25 units of iron ore. Elated at the sight of the newfound heap in the basement, he contemplated further endeavors. When suddenly a thought struck him as he glanced at the blushing Xiao Dai beside him. What had some individuals said earlier? Unsure of your gambling temperament? Oh. Xiao Dai trembled slightly, biting her lip before unexpectedly kneeling down, gently kissing Luo Yu's fingertip. After completing this act, she hastily rose and exclaimed, I'm going fishing." With that, she dashed out. Was she truly not attempting to evade responsibility? Luo Yu was taken aback by her commendable gambling spirit, and as he looked at his finger, he felt his heart quicken. This Xiao Dai was rather alluring. In the following hours, Luo Yu utilized both of his critical hits to craft women's undergarments. Unfortunately, due to his insufficient tailoring skills, both resulted in silver-grade items. He managed to sell one for 4 and another for 5, effectively engaging in the trade of a profiteer. Yet they were snatched up the moment they were listed. Earning money from women was indeed lucrative. With the 9 silver earned, he once again purchased iron ore, and soon the basement was filled to the brim with iron, 6 units in total. Observing that his shopping spree had caused a temporary spike in iron prices, Luo Yu decided to take a break and continue the next day. 2 days later, Luo Yu produced 2 more pieces of women's undergarments, earning 7 silver. Now, a number of affluent women gathered at the auction house each afternoon at 1 o'clock, hoping to be the first to acquire silver-grade garments. Regrettably, they were destined to leave empty-handed as Luo Yu had run out of materials. On this particular day, Luo Yu had gathered enough iron and stone bricks for constructing floor tiles, and his silver reserves had reached 65. However, a dilemma arose. He lacked gold. 8,000 gold constituted a true fortune, and therein lay the crux of the issue. The base currently housed only 1,800 units of gold. As everyone sought to unlock automated defense technology, gold had become increasingly precious, and it was virtually unavailable in the market. Luo Yu resolved to venture into the mines and urge his captives to strive for gold, but upon arrival, he discovered his captives were gone. The notification read, "Zentarians, Anonymous, purchased all of your captives. You receive 5 silver." Selling 4 captives for 5 silver was indeed a substantial sum. Yet in that moment, Luo Yu found himself in a quandary. What to do without laborers? Well, naturally, he would have to capture more. Now, the base possessed 115 silver, of which 8 was allocated for constructing floor tiles, and 5,000 was reserved for contingencies. The remaining 3 silver prompted Luo Yu to enhance his attributes. He allocated 5 points each to strength, agility, and constitution, swiftly exhausting 3 silver, which subsequently transformed his status panel. Tester, Luo Yu. ID, Earth, Summer Kingdom 23333. Base score, 800 points. Sanitation value, 35 points. Entertainment value, 20 points. Strength, 65. Constitution, 65. Agility, 65. Personal traits. Having depleted his critical hits for the day, Luo Yu intended to resume his efforts the following day. For now, he set about mining. Bang, bang, bang. Within the depths of the mine, Luo Yu excavated with remarkable speed. Tip: your mining level has increased. Current level, 6. Amidst the clattering of mining, the probability of unearthing iron ore had significantly improved, though level 6 was still rather modest, with the majority yielding stone bricks instead. Chapter 52, Fishing with Milk, Willing Souls Hooked. After a day of toil, before dinner, Luo Yu routinely opened the chests gifted by Shao Kong and Xiao Dai for fishing. A few days prior, he had uncovered a plethora of food, and today he hoped for a stroke of good fortune. There were 3 chests in total. The first 2 yielded more food, but upon opening the third, Luo Yu's eyes lit up. Automatic crossbow bolt. With a flick of his finger, the mini crossbow bolt before him swiftly enlarged, proving to be just as splendid as the one on the wall. Luo Yu was exceedingly pleased and affixed the automatic crossbow bolt to the western wall. A night passed in silence, and the following day, Luo Yu hurried to milk the cow. 100-fold critical hit triggered. Moments later, the cow, feeling utterly drained, lay down to rest, while Luo Yu carried a small bucket of special milk and placed it atop the watchtower. Soon, the entire base was filled with the fragrant aroma of milk as he continued to chisel stone, patiently awaiting an impending attack. As the afternoon sun blazed down, the temperature soared to around 30 degrees. After enjoying his lunch, Luo Yu dozed in the grand villa when suddenly, a notification arrived. Warning, a group of Skarsa tribe soldiers, drawn by the scent of milk, are commencing an assault on your territory. The alert spurred Luo Yu into action. He leaped up and rushed to the watchtower. To the east, he spotted 10 individuals slowly advancing towards his location. These were no ordinary soldiers, but rather elite fighters, with 5 forming a small team advancing cautiously. This group, consisting of 5 men and 5 women, gazed towards the base, only to find it shrouded in mist, rendering visibility nearly impossible. The group exchanged glances, and one female archer whispered to her captain, "Captain, we can barely make out the walls of the base. What should we do? Perhaps we should abandon the search for the source of that fragrance and retreat?" "There's no need for panic," replied the leader, a robust middle-aged man. "Not being able to see is no concern. We attacked this territory not long ago. The defenses at the front are formidable, but the south and north are relatively weak. Moreover, intelligence indicates that within the territory resides a rare Xuanqiu beast girl, which the new chieftain has coveted for some time. Capturing her would be a significant achievement." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the attacking tribe members sparkled with excitement. The Xuanqiu beast girl was indeed a coveted companion among chieftains, and capturing her would surely elevate their status. "We shall bypass the front. Your team will launch an assault from the north, while we attack from the south. Be wary of traps along the way." With this directive, the 2 teams began to advance slowly in their respective directions, all of which was witnessed by Luo Yu. If they were to launch a frontal assault, Luo Yu's plan to capture more prisoners might be thwarted, for these individuals could not withstand the bombardment from the catapults and automatic crossbows. He glanced at Xiao Dai beside him and whispered, "Do you have enough butterfly powder? How many can it affect?" Rather than exhibiting fear regarding the battle, Xiao Dai, filled with excitement, replied, "If it's manipulation, I can only control 1 person at a time, but if it's to induce chaos, I can disrupt 2 at once." "Excellent." Luo Yu nodded and instructed. "You and Shao Kong will follow me out. We shall capture live ones." With a soft chirp, Shao Kong tightened his grip on his short sword, and Xiao Dai nodded, her gaze turning icy. The group cautiously advanced forward when the male spear soldier suddenly spotted something and murmured, "By the lake is a cultivation area. It seems they are growing cotton." "Good, immediately destroy the cotton field." The primary focus of the assault was destruction. As the natives noticed the exposed targets, they rushed forward to set fire to the crops. Just as they ignited a small cotton seedling, a shadow suddenly emerged from the lake, swiftly sweeping up the burly man who was setting the fire. Everyone witnessed a massive black tentacle dragging the man into the water. A monster? The intel indicated that the monsters had been exterminated here. The remaining 4 were left dumbfounded, but in the next moment, 4 tentacles surged towards them with astonishing speed. The 4 stood in shock, unable to react, and were promptly ensnared and pulled into the water. The 5-member team was almost instantly submerged, and after a brief struggle, they succumbed to drowning. Prisoners. 5 elite native soldiers were captured. Luo Yu observed this spectacle with great delight. Indeed, it was a diamond-grade monster, even in its juvenile form. It was formidable. Meanwhile, the 5-man team attacking from the south, obscured by walls and fog, remained oblivious to the unfolding events, cautiously probing for potential traps on the ground. Luo Yu, accompanied by his 2 charming companions, leaped from the city wall. In the next moment, he mounted a bull, while Shao Kong rode the already tamed horned horse, bursting forth through the city gates. Xiao Dai took a more direct approach, soaring from the watchtower, saving herself the time of descent. Suddenly, the 5-man team, who were exploring, heard a sound. Looking up, they saw the stone gate had been flung open, and 2 cavalrymen charged forth. The middle-aged captain remained composed, barking, "Archers, take aim." A male and female archer promptly drew their bows, but before they could release their arrows, they were overcome by a sweet fragrance. Instantly, visions filled their minds, and they collapsed unconscious. This was the anomalous effect of Xiao Dai's butterfly powder. The middle-aged captain looked up and was startled to see a winged beauty floating in the sky. "Night butterfly? My heavens, there's a night butterfly here." He was clearly taken aback, and in that moment of distraction, the great bull and horned horse charged forward, and a stone, whistling through the air, struck him squarely on the forehead. Bang! With a dull thud, the individual was rendered unconscious, collapsing to the ground, stars dancing before his eyes. Shao Kong possessed formidable strength, an expert in the use of the slingshot, unleashing explosive power. The initial reaction of the two remaining melee soldiers was to flee, but they were swiftly pursued by Luo Yu, who dispatched them with the blunt edge of his blade, incapacitating them one after the other. Thus, the elite soldiers of 10 tribes were effortlessly subdued and captured. Moments later, the captives were stripped down to their undergarments and thrown into a prison, officially becoming honored prisoners of war. Chapter 53. You are the benevolent goddess. Upon examining the attributes of these 10 individuals, Luo Yu discovered that the middle-aged captain possessed a unique trait. Minor. Increases mining yield by 25 and rare mineral yield by 10. This trait appeared quite formidable. Furthermore, a female archer also had a distinctive trait. Stable quality. When engaged in construction, crafting, sewing, or forging, the quality of produced items is enhanced by 20. This is a remarkable skill for a craftsman. However, apart from their unique traits, their other attributes were rather unimpressive. The female archer bore an unappealing complexion, and the middle-aged man had a rebellious trait, making him prone to insurrection. Luo Yu was genuinely reluctant to recruit either of them. For now, he decided to hold off, as future opportunities might arise. The following day, the 10 captives commenced their mining duties. Although gold was scarce, there was an abundance of stone bricks. Luo Yu planned to relocate the entire vegetable garden. The chosen site was not far north of the main base, near a small lake, which would facilitate irrigation, and the distance from the main base's wall was approximately 10 meters, within the range of firepower. Luo Yu began erecting the walls. The vegetable garden did not require intermediate fortifications, merely a 2-meter-low wall, supplemented by iron spikes atop the wall to deter climbing. Currently, the automated crossbow devices were insufficient. But once materials were ample, Luo Yu intended to install automated crossbows in the vegetable garden and orchard to expand the base's defensive perimeter and enhance firepower. With sufficient materials, the walls of the garden were soon erected. While the ox plowed the land, Luo Yu meticulously began transplanting the vegetables. Fortunately, with the current level of cultivation, as long as he was gentle, success was achievable. This was a lengthy endeavor, and Luo Yu dedicated 2 full days to the task. After 2 days, the vegetable garden, spanning 2,000 square meters, was finally completed. Although some seedlings perished, Luo Yu was exceedingly pleased with the outcome. This garden featured a dedicated drainage system, alleviating concerns of flooding. Upon reviewing the base's rating, it surged by 150 points. A garden enclosed by walls was indeed a luxury. The score reached 950 points. And sanitation increased by 10 points, a splendid result. Over these few days, the 10 captives, along with a swarm of insects, had excavated a considerable amount of various stones. And there was a fair quantity of iron ore, yet the supply of gold remained inadequate. Luo Yu, diligently excavating and gathering, found that the current reserve of gold at the base amounted to merely 3,000, with a deficit of 5,000 still remaining. This situation was untenable. He needed to sell the captives swiftly. As he pondered whether there existed any lucrative avenues for selling captives, the chat group suddenly erupted with activity. Alice, I caught a box while fishing, and inside it was a personal trait transfer scroll. It should be used to transfer a captive's personal traits to oneself. I have a captive. Do any of you need it? Nyoda, what exactly is a captive? Can one eat them? Fong Yaman, my captives have already been recruited, so there is no need to transfer their personal traits. By the way, it seems Luo Yu has some captives. Is Luo Yu here? At this moment, Luo Yu felt a surge of joy. This was precisely what he required. Luo Yu, I am indeed interested in that scroll, Alice. What would you like in exchange? Alice, no need. I'll give it to you. May the goddess bless you to grow ever stronger. She promptly sent a trade window, placing the scroll within. Luo Yu, feeling somewhat bashful, understood the weight of human connections, the most challenging currency of all. He resolutely placed his iron bow into the exchange. Here. I am not adept at using bows. Consider it a gift. Alice, an iron bow. Luo Yu, thank you. Luo Yu, no, I should thank you. You are the benevolent goddess in my heart. Alice, Luo Yu, do not regard me as a goddess. Trait successful. You have received 1 personal trait transfer scroll. Gazing at the scroll in his hand, Luo Yu hurried to the captive endowed with the minor trait. He clicked to use it, and the scroll emitted a radiant glow, swirling around the individual before the captive fainted within the mine. Upon inspecting the scroll, he noted the transformation. Minor trait scroll, after use, grants the minor trait. Splendid. Luo Yu rejoiced within, promptly utilizing it. Indeed, his personal traits now included the minor trait. Next, he intended to take matters into his own hands and see what treasures he could unearth. Fong Yaman, recently, I've made some money from opening boxes and was considering recruiting some female captives, focusing on attributes and age. Do you have any suggestions? This topic seemed to pique everyone's interest. Alice, Elena, and Nakir all desired female captives to aid in constructing their bases, while Nyoda had his own motives, which were perhaps not solely for base construction. Noticing Luo Yu's silence in the discussion, Fong Yaman curiously inquired, by the way, Luo Yu, did you manage to recruit any of your captives last time, or were they all sold? Luo Yu, I sold the last batch, but recently encountered a special event and captured several more. Knock hero, I've heard that isolated special events can be quite perilous. Luo Yu, you're impressive. Fang Yuming, are there really isolated events? I thought we were all facing challenges together in a single area. Elena, Luo Yu, did you capture several female captives? Luo Yu, you may find it hard to believe, but I captured exactly 5 males and 5 females, one of whom possesses a rather remarkable trait. I plan to devise a method to secure her trait. Moreover, I am willing to sell all 4 of them to you at a bargain. As he spoke, he shared images of the 4 female captives, showcasing their appearances, physiques, and attributes within the group. Fang Yuming remarked, impressive indeed. You have managed to capture so many at once. I would love to visit your base when time permits. Alice, Naker, and Alina, do feel free to make your selections. He added. Naker responded, actually, these 4 women possess similar age attributes. I shall choose the female archer. Consequently, Naker picked one, while Alice opted for 2 female archers. And Alina, along with Fang Yuming, took 2 female gunmen, perfectly catering to their individual preferences. Luo Yu truly offered them at a remarkably low price of merely 1 silver per person, whereas the market would typically demand at least 13 for each. Chapter 54. I am female. With the transaction concluded, 6 captives remained in Luo Yu's possession. The young women in the group began recruiting new members for their territory. While Nyoda discreetly sent a message, Luo Yu, if you resolve the characteristic issue with that woman you kept, could you pass her on to me? Luo Yu replied. No problem, though I am uncertain if this female captive aligns with your aesthetic. Nyoda reassured, no worries. My taste differs from that of humans and elves. What you may find unappealing, I will surely appreciate. Brother, you are truly my brother. In the future, should you require anything, just say the word, and I shall brave any peril without a second thought. After engaging in conversation with Nyoda for a while, Luo Yu perused the auction house, only to find that no one was offering characteristic transfer scrolls, prompting him to furrow his brow slightly. With so many individuals in the world of Tiandao, it seemed improbable that only Alice had stumbled upon a scroll. There must be stock available, likely withheld from sale. Luo Yu understood that to acquire the items he desired, he too must be willing to pay the corresponding price. Presently, the only commodity he could offer for trade was women's lingerie. The critical hits he had achieved in recent days had not been in vain. He posted in the World channel, Human, Anonymous accepting custom orders for silver-grade women's lingerie. In exchange for personal characteristic transfer scrolls, those interested, please message me privately. This announcement immediately sparked a minor sensation. What? This human can craft silver-grade items? To the one making silver lingerie, are you male or female? Can we be friends? I don't need silver, a standard piece will suffice. Can you customize one for me? I am willing to pay. Simultaneously, Luo Yu received numerous private messages, ranging from requests for companionship to flattery and friendship offers, yet none sought the coveted scrolls. Just as disappointment began to set in for Luo Yu, a private message caught his attention. Human, Anonymous, I have the scroll you seek. First, I must ask, can you truly produce silver-grade lingerie consistently? Luo Yu sent a trade request, and indeed, the other party presented the scroll they desired. Filled with joy, he shared an image of the silver lingerie he had crafted previously. Stable silver quality, all human-made. You can trust my credibility. All right, but I must ask again, are you male or female? The inquiry rendered Luo Yu momentarily silent, but after a moment of contemplation, he came to a realization. The individual on the other side is undoubtedly a shy young lady. Custom lingerie requires size specifications, and she likely wishes to keep such details from men. Luo Yu yearned for that scroll and, without much hesitation, declared, I am a woman. As long as you are a woman, that's good. I certainly do not wish to disclose my measurements to a man. She responded, wait, how can you prove that you are indeed a woman? Send me a screenshot. It was evident that this woman was reluctant to engage in such dealings with a male and was quite cautious. As for the screenshot, Xiaokong, come here. Mew. Xiaokong scampered over and wrapped her arms around Luo Yu, affectionately nudging her with her little head. Xiaokong, extend your little hand. Mew? Curiosity flickered across Xiaokong's face. Yet she obediently extended her delicate, fair hands. Luo Yu promptly captured a screenshot and sent it over. Wow, your hands are so beautiful and dainty. You must be around 16 or 17, right? Luo Yu replied, yes, sister, enough of that. Please provide your measurements so I can proceed with the creation. The girl on the other end fell into a moment of silence, and after a prolonged pause, finally shyly murmured, well, yes. It's rather peculiar, isn't it? Therefore, I feel quite uncomfortable without a bra. Luo Yu responded, I'm not quite sure what that size entails. Could you send me a picture for reference? A picture? Isn't that? Well, absolutely out of the question. Even if we are both women, I can't do that. Sigh, dear sister. Let me find something for you to use as a reference. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu felt a pang of regret. Shortly thereafter, the girl sent a screenshot, revealing a small watermelon. I see, understood. I'll reach out again around this time tomorrow. All right, talk later, goodbye. As the private chat concluded, Luo Yu furrowed her brows, suddenly realizing that crafting such a large bra would require 15 times the usual amount of fabric. An increase in cost was inevitable. Before long, Luo Yu acquired a substantial supply of fabric and commenced her work at the sewing station. In truth, it wasn't particularly challenging. It merely involved scaling the bra pattern to specific dimensions. Once satisfied with the result, Luo Yu confirmed her choice while silently reciting, "Critical hit activated." The sewing machine began to emit a radiant glow, and in the next moment, a large purple bra materialized at the output. Golden level women's lingerie, increased defense, enhanced shaping effect, improved comfort, special feature, maximum comfort temperature 60, minimum comfort temperature 60. Luo Yu was taken aback. It was unexpectedly of golden quality. The fundamental attributes of this purple bra were comparable to those of silver, yet it possessed the remarkable features of thermal insulation and cold resistance. Extremely practical indeed. Was she to trade this golden piece with her? Yet, refraining from the transaction seemed prudent, as it appeared no one would require such an oversized bra. Just as Luo Yu hesitated, a prompt appeared. Your tailoring level is insufficient. This golden level women's lingerie has imperfections. Imperfection, when the right connection is attacked. It will release a weak energy, simultaneously reducing the item's defense. Indeed, the issue of skill levels has arisen. Hint, your tailoring skill has risen to level 5. Luo Yu glanced at the corset in his hands. On the right side, there was indeed a minuscule flaw that, unless one looked closely, would be nearly imperceptible. Nevertheless, the blemish did not overshadow its brilliance. Overall, this golden tier corset was remarkably exquisite. Each individual may only post to the world once per day, and one can only privately chat with non-friends for a mere 10 minutes. Thus, he would have to postpone contacting the well-endowed woman until tomorrow. At this moment, Luo Yu possessed the traits of a miner, and with the night still young, he decided to take matters into his own hands. Chapter 55, a major event in mining. He ventured into the mine, vigorously digging with fervor, causing the 5 male captives nearby to widen their eyes in astonishment. Such vigor. This lord truly knew how to mine. You have obtained 50 iron ore. You have obtained 10 copper ore. You have obtained 60 silver. You have obtained 8 gold. The notification sounds rang incessantly, and Luo Yu noticed that while the stones yielded less, other materials were emerging in abundance. Dig vigorously. It had been a long time since he had experienced such unrestrained mining. The sensation of sweating profusely was invigorating. Luo Yu became utterly absorbed in the joy of mining, finding it hard to extricate himself. After a bout of fervent digging, Luo Yu stood up to take a breather, casting a glance at the captives beside him. Nonchalantly, he remarked, "Do you see? From now on, if you work, it must be with my level of fervor. Is that sluggishness truly befitting of a man?" Several captives lowered their heads, and one burly captive chuckled awkwardly. "My lord, your strength and level are too formidable for us to emulate." Suddenly, a golden spear pierced through this man's chest, stunning everyone in the mine. Hint, your reckless digging has angered the golden scorpion king Kosgai, which will lead a swarm of insects to attack your territory. Joy turned to despair. Luo Yu's fervent mining had unearthed a significant event. The golden spear slowly withdrew from the burly man, and soon, a gigantic golden scorpion emerged on the rock face of the mine. The captives let out screams, and Luo Yu barked, "You all retreat with the earthworms. I will hold off the insects." The captives and the earthworms fled in haste, while Luo Yu too began to back away slowly. Before long, the immense golden scorpion king appeared, and Luo Yu, wielding the heavenly crafting blade, gazed in awe. Was the shell of this scorpion truly fashioned from gold? Golden scorpion king Kosgai, golden tier, its pure gold shell is hard yet resilient, possessing immense strength, and its tail harbors potent venom. This description ignited a glimmer of greed in Luo Yu's eyes. The Scorpion King, about the size of a room, did not immediately attack, seemingly awaiting its minions. From the rock face emerged a horde of smaller scorpions, some as large as calves, while others were comparable in size to wild dogs, at least 50 or 60 in total, all of them golden scorpions. Hiss! The roar of the scorpion echoed through the air as the small golden scorpion lunged directly at Luo Yu. With a swift motion, he unleashed his gale blade technique, cleaving the advancing creature in two with a resounding thud. "How dare a mere swarm of insects wreak havoc in my territory?" he scoffed. However, in the next moment, he struck again, only to hear a sharp clang as the tail of the golden scorpion king was deflected by his heavenly craft blade. Yet, Luo Yu felt a tingling numbness in his arm, realizing he was significantly outmatched in strength. The small scorpions were trivial, but this scorpion king was of golden rank. While his own prowess barely reached the bronze level, he feared he could not withstand such a foe. With a flurry of movements, the Scorpion King's tail darted toward him with relentless precision. Were it not for his remarkable agility, he would surely have met his demise. Faced with the onslaught of the smaller scorpions, Luo Yu abandoned the notion of exterminating the swarm within the mine and made a hasty retreat. "Help! Little butterfly, save me!" he shouted as he burst from the cavern. Little butterfly, having sensed the disturbance since her escape from captivity, had approached just in time. As Luo Yu called out, she swooped down, clasping her master tightly and soaring back into the air. The enormous pincers of the golden scorpion king narrowly missed his shoes, sending a chill of fear coursing through him. In midair, little butterfly glanced back at the enraged scorpion king, her concern evident. "Master, are you all right?" "I am fine. Thanks to you," he replied. Little butterfly, swift as the wind, flew with a speed rivaling that of birds, quickly ascending to the observation tower with Luo Yu in her grasp. Meanwhile, the golden scorpion king and its legion charged toward the base like a tidal wave. Boom. The catapult fired first, hurling a stone that struck a scorpion the size of a calf, shattering its skull and ending its life instantly. Almost simultaneously, the automatic crossbows unleashed a barrage of bolts, yet their impact was far less decisive than that of the stone. The scorpion's exoskeleton was exceptionally tough. While the crossbow bolts could inflict damage, their effect was limited. Witnessing this, Luo Yu's gaze hardened, and he launched a spear with precision. Thud! The spear pierced the small scorpion, killing it instantly. Without hesitation, he continued to unleash his spears, hitting his mark with unwavering accuracy, swiftly dispatching 10 more golden scorpions. Yet the sheer number of the swarm was overwhelming, and their relentless advance brought them within 100 meters in no time. Whoosh! 3 more spears flew forth, claiming the lives of yet another trio of small scorpions. Nevertheless, an unsettling premonition gripped Luo Yu. He had only 30 spears, while the swarm still numbered at least 40. Not to mention the imposing Scorpion King. In an instant, danger loomed over his base. As the swarm pressed forward, they halted at the edge of the moat, including the golden Scorpion King, who dared not cross the water. Instead, they writhed menacingly on the opposite bank. Scorpions fear water. This revelation filled Luo Yu with elation. The entire base, including the newly cultivated vegetable garden, lies within the confines of the moat. If the scorpions dare not enter the water, they cannot approach. Seizing this opportunity, Luo Yu hurled all remaining javelins, not targeting the Scorpion King, but rather the smaller scorpions. Countless tiny scorpions fell victim to the javelins, while the Scorpion King roared in fury, yet still refrained from entering the water. Boom! The catapult tirelessly launched stones, and one struck the Scorpion King's head. But it seemed to have little effect. Not even a mark was left on its hard shell. Its furious roars echoed, clearly indicating its rage. Luo Yu, now unhurried, sat atop the watchtower, awaiting the outcome. Although the javelins were expended and the iron bow was handed to Alice, the catapult, arrow tower, and automatic crossbow continued their relentless barrage, rendering the scorpion swarm mere targets as they could not cross the moat. Swish, swish, boom. The catapult claimed a few more small scorpions, while arrows incessantly flew from the arrow tower and crossbow. As time passed, all the tiny scorpions met their demise. Only the Scorpion King remained, wielding its massive pincers in a fit of rage. Unlike tribal assaults, where the tribes would retreat when faced with defeat, such animal attacks were unyielding. It was a matter of survival, with no option for retreat. There was no escape, and it was utterly unreasonable. Chapter 56. The goods are here. Bang! Clang! 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 The catapult and arrows focused their fire on the golden Scorpion King, yet it seemed impervious to the onslaught. Showing no signs of injury, Luo Yu attempted to use beast taming from a distance, but was met with the notification that untamed creatures could not be controlled. This predicament of being cornered within the base was untenable. He needed to devise a plan to eliminate the Scorpion King. Luo Yu first retrieved the automatic defense core and, after some adjustments, disabled the automatic shooting functions of the arrow tower and crossbow to conserve arrows, which required wood and iron or as fuel for replenishment. Huh. Little Butterfly complained. "Master, are you really sending such a lovely girl to be bait?" Luo Yu rolled his eyes and replied, "If I could fly, I would go myself. Hurry, and if you succeed, I'll reward you by letting you sleep with your arms around me tonight." "Oh," Little Butterfly murmured. "I don't mind whether it's arms or legs. Can you buy some flower seeds for planting? I adore peonies or the pollen of luminous flowers." "All right. I'll create a garden in our backyard," he assured. "Now go, and be careful." Luo Yu readily agreed, and a smile spread across Little Butterfly's face as she chuckled. "You promised, so no backing out. Little Empty, we shall go together." Little Empty chirped softly, and with Little Butterfly holding her, they soared towards the golden Scorpion King. "Stinky Scorpion, come chase me." Little Butterfly called from the air, but the golden Scorpion King completely ignored her, its gaze fixated on Luo Yu, radiating hatred. Little Butterfly then employed her butterfly powder to charm, but a solitary scorpion was impervious to such enchantment. Momentarily at a loss, she turned to Little Empty. "It's up to you." Little Kong was cradled in someone's arms, yet her hands remained free. Without hesitation, she retrieved her slingshot and launched a pebble. Bang! The stone struck the golden Scorpion King's eye with precision, eliciting a furious roar from the beast. Bang! Another pebble flew forth, hitting the other eye, inciting the golden Scorpion King to pursue Little Kong in a furious rage. Little Dai unfurled her wings and soared toward the lake with Little Kong in her embrace. The golden Scorpion King followed in hot pursuit, but halted just short of the water's edge, repelled by its disdain for water and a palpable sense of danger. "Little Kong, shoot it." Bang bang. Little Kong's aim with the slingshot was impeccable, each shot finding its mark in the creature's eyes. Who could withstand such an onslaught? In a fit of rage, the Golden Scorpion King charged at Little Kong, unleashing its maximum speed. Its tail swept out in a deadly arc. Little Dai, on high alert, narrowly evaded the lethal strike of the scorpion's tail. For a moment, neither party could gain the upper hand. One pulled with all its might, while the other retreated. In the distance, Luo Yu witnessed the spectacle and swiftly opened the stone door to lower the drawbridge. Anyogo? Simultaneously, Little Kong launched another pebble, which struck the scorpion's eye once more. The Golden Scorpion King recoiled in pain, its strength momentarily waning, and in that fleeting instant, the massive creature was dragged into the lake with a resounding splash. After struggling for about a minute, the scorpion lay still, lifeless. Triumph. Alas, there was no opportunity for taming. Even if it could be tamed, it would inevitably perish. Luo Yu plunged the heavenly crafting blade into the scorpion's mouth and stirred, bringing an end to its life. Bang! Upon the scorpion's demise, a notification appeared. You have slain the Golden Scorpion King. Rewards: 1 golden grade random treasure chest, 1 golden grade equipment chest, 1 golden Scorpion King's egg. Note: the Scorpion King's treasures cannot be stored for long. They will decompose if not used within 24 hours. What a windfall! Luo Yu was overjoyed. Although the treasures could not be preserved for long, it meant he could still utilize one for a critical strike. A tremendous gain indeed. Yay! Little Kong exclaimed, gleefully hugging Luo Yu's arm, while Little Dai wore a beaming smile. Luo Yu affectionately patted the heads of the two adorable girls and said, "You both go prepare dinner. I shall deal with this monster." Little Dai giggled. "Don't forget the garden, the garden." As she said this, she lifted Little Kong and flew toward the base. Luo Yu was in no rush to decompose the giant scorpion's corpse. Instead, he opted to open the equipment chest first. He would save today's 100-fold critical strike for tomorrow's random treasure chest. You have opened the golden grade equipment chest and received the item. Moonlight Dual Blades, golden grade. Can be upgraded. A radiant glow surrounded him, and the stunning pair of black and white dual blades materialized before his eyes. Luo Yu was elated. With his Gale Blade technique, dual blades would be even more advantageous. The heavenly crafting blade was merely silver grade and not specifically designed for combat, while these golden grade dual blades boasted exceptional attributes, making them the perfect weapon for Luo Yu in battle. Upon grasping the dual blades and giving them a slight flourish, Luo Yu couldn't help but furrow his brow. The weight of these twin daggers was considerable. His strength was insufficient, rendering their wielding somewhat strenuous. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he stowed the twin blades, along with another treasure chest and a peculiar egg, into his storage bracelet. He resolved to handle these items after his critical hit count replenished, prioritizing the elimination of the Scorpion King and its legion of minuscule scorpions. This endeavor consumed a staggering 6 hours, and by the time Luo Yu concluded his tasks, the clock had already struck 11 at night. Exhausted as he was, the rewards were undeniably bountiful. Chapter 57, Exquisite Floor Tiles and Garden, Rating Skyrocket. Scorpion King's Stinger, silver grade, contains a potent neurotoxin, incredibly hard and sharp. Luo Yu silently pocketed this venomous weapon, intending to use it as the spearhead for crafting a polearm or spear capable of inflicting lethal wounds with the slightest graze. Speaking of which, he now had all the materials for the flooring. It was time to commence. However, his inventory was overflowing with scorpion meat, necessitating prompt attention. He listed 10,000 units of scorpion meat for sale at a modest price of 5 silver coins per unit. Having completed all these tasks, he felt not weariness, but rather an invigorating sense of joy. After a refreshing shower, he savored the warm meat chunks and milk prepared by Xiao Dai, then comfortably retired to bed. At this hour, the two little darlings had already curled up and fallen asleep on the bed. Without them, Luo Yu would have undoubtedly expended considerable effort to subdue the Scorpion King. Truly, they were industrious girls, cradling each of them in his arms. The gentle Xiao Kong nestled against Luo Yu's arm, while Xiao Dai's eyelashes fluttered slightly, her cheeks flushing. Before long, he drifted into a peaceful slumber. Awakening to the morning light, Luo Yu was greeted with the notification. Sleep quality enhanced by 50, lasting 3 days. This indicated that what once required 8 hours of sleep for rejuvenation could now be achieved in just 6, effectively granting him an additional 2 hours of productive time. After breakfast, he commenced the construction of defensive floor tiles. Opening the construction page, Luo Yu traversed the muddy terrain with an exhilarating spirit, clicking to lay down the tiles piece by piece. You have constructed a robust high-grade defensive floor tile, costing 30 stone bricks, 10 iron or 10 silver coins, and 1 gold coin. You have constructed. The tiles were pristine white, adorned with golden patterns, exceedingly beautiful. With each tile laid, the base's rating increased. It took him the entirety of the morning to cover the inner perimeter of the walls with tiles, including the first floor of the villa, all meticulously crafted from these tiles. If the previous base resembled a modestly affluent village, it now truly resembled a castle fit for nobility. Silver gilded floor tiles, an elegant villa, towering and secure walls, and charming little animals. If the villa were transformed into a palace, embellished with gardens and fountains, it would be nothing short of a royal residence. How splendid, truly splendid. Luo Yu's spirit soared. Due to the aesthetic appeal of the base, you have gained frenzy of movement, one day. Another boon. Such is the advantage bestowed by aesthetic appeal. Luo Yu glanced at the ratings and was taken aback. The base rating had surged to an astonishing 3,400. It had been merely 800 before. With the installation of these exquisite tiles, it had skyrocketed by 2,600, while the rewards at the end of the month were promising. The scale of the impending attacks seemed rather daunting. Though filled with joy, Luo Yu felt a growing sense of vigilance, recognizing the necessity to bolster defenses. The more arrow towers and crossbows, the better. Speaking of which, he had previously promised Xiao Dai to create a garden, and he could not renege on that vow. He reopened the construction page and, to his delight, found the option for a garden. He intended to craft a luxurious garden that would complement the tiles splendidly. Luxurious garden. 10 stone bricks, 50 soil, 10 silver, 1 emerald per square meter, comes with luminous flowers. The price was somewhat steep, yet, in comparison to the tiles, it was reasonable. Moreover, he wouldn't need to construct many. A single circle around the villa would suffice. There was an abundance of soil beneath the ground, and after a series of operations, a brilliant light flickered before him. The soil began to be laid upon the tiles, and soon, flower beds adorned with emerald patterns emerged, encircling the villa and leaving 4 entrances to the north, south, east, and west. The luxury of the garden brought its benefits. The luminous flowers bloomed, exuding a fragrant aroma and providing illumination at night. Such opulence, while not essential for daily life, certainly increased the rating at a remarkable pace. Luminous flowers. Master, you truly created a garden. It must have cost a fortune. Have I perhaps made an excessive request? Observing Xiao Dai's touched expression, Luo Yu chuckled. Indeed. It required a considerable sum. How should you express your gratitude? Xiao Dai's cheeks flushed as she swiftly flew to Luo Yu's side, gently kissing his cheek. Blushing, she replied, if you ever desire a kiss in the future, I can oblige. Oh, how vexing. I shan't converse with you any longer. With her face aglow, Xiao Dai darted away, pausing to delicately inhale the fragrance of a luminous flower. The subtle pollen entered her petite nose, and a look of rapture graced her lovely visage. Luo Yu touched his cheek where she had kissed him, reflecting on how delightful a girl she was. How he wished there were no barriers to reproduction. Silver was earned quickly, yet spent even more rapidly. Upon inspection, he found only 22 left. Resolutely, he expended 2 points of strength to facilitate the use of the Moonlight Twin Blades. With only 2,000 left, and the scorpion meat unsold, his finances were rather meager. A glance at the panel revealed significant changes. Tester, Luo Yu. ID, Earth Summer Country 23333. Base rating, 3,800 points. Sanitation value, 78 points. Entertainment value, 20 points. Strength, 75. Constitution, 65. Agility, 65. Personal traits, Bug Slayer, 5 stars. Miner, 1 star. Beast Tamer, 1 star. As he walked upon the beautiful tiles, Luo Yu weighed the twin blades in his hands to familiarize himself with their heft while contemplating the future development of the base. Currently, the base rating was excessively high, making the enhancement of defenses a pressing priority. This was paramount. Secondly, a stable source of income needed to be established. Selling eggs and milk is inherently unstable, and as the biological diversity of the base increases, it is advisable to refrain from trading in such conventional provisions. Mercenary work yields quick profits, yet the absence of tasks recently has been disheartening. He possesses a sewing machine and a forge, relying on these artisanal skills for a more stable income. This necessitates a spacious workshop, capable of accommodating various enhancements, as well as an expansion of the cellar and the construction of a separate warehouse. Only with sufficient funds can he invest in attributes and accomplish these goals. The lack of money remains a pressing issue. As time approached, Luo Yu arrived at the villa, ready to engage in trade with the well-endowed woman. Moments later, a trade window appeared. Humanity's Li Curson. Sister, has the custom piece I ordered arrived? It turned out that the well-endowed woman was named Li Curson, and she had chosen not to remain anonymous. Luo Yu, however, still opted for anonymity, promptly presenting the crafted bustier. Chapter 58, Lightning Storage Box and Afforestation. Li Curson. Oh, it's purple. It looks stunning. Wait, is that golden lingerie? My goodness. Li Curson did not voice any objections. All right, I will add 30,000 silver to the deal. That's all my wealth. Who would have thought she was a little wealthy? Luo Yu. All right, a delightful collaboration. Let us proceed with the trade. Li Curson, yes. A pleasant cooperation. Trade completed. You have received 30,000 silver and a personal trait transfer scroll. Having received the items, Luo Yu found no interest in further conversation with Li Curson, who sent another message. Sister, I still don't know your name. If you have more fine goods in the future, we can exchange again. Luo Yu, my name is. Let us save this chat record so we can reconnect. Li Curson. Oh, it's you, sister. Then this is it. Goodbye. After concluding the dialogue, Luo Yu felt elated and immediately sought out the female captive, transferring her stable quality trait to himself. Stable quality. When engaged in construction, crafting, sewing, or forging, the quality of produced items is enhanced by 20. Luo Yu was quite fond of this attribute. As agreed, he opened a trade window with Nyoda, exchanging the female captive for 5,000 silver. Once again, he found himself with money. Luo Yu recalled that he still had a critical hit yet to utilize, conveniently possessing a golden level random treasure chest. Time to open it. 100-fold critical hit triggered. You have opened a golden level random treasure chest. Obtaining the item, Lightning Collection Box and Lightning Rod Design Diagram 1. What? Luo Yu was taken aback. The Lightning Collection Box is a prerequisite for unlocking the Lightning Technology Tree. This item is not available in the system mall and can only randomly appear through fishing or airdrop supply boxes. And he just acquired it? 100-fold critical hit on a golden level chest is truly remarkable. However, upon inspecting the required materials for crafting, his smile faded. Lightning Collection Box and Lightning Rod Design Diagram. 20,000 copper or 20,000 gold, 100,000 silver. An exorbitant sum. He cast another glance at the Thunder Technology Tree. After crafting this box, he would unlock the Thunder Strike Tower, a formidable defensive weapon, along with electric net traps and other fearsome creations. Most impressively, as he progressed further, not only would the base be equipped with various thunderous facilities, but individuals would also gain access to thunder skills. Having spent considerable time in the heavenly Tao world, Luo Yu had come to grasp some of its fundamental settings. Essentially, it was a realm of swords and sorcery, where survival and the pursuit of strength were the eternal themes. Thunder represented a form of elemental power, in addition to lightning. There existed wind, fire, and water, all of which could be wielded, albeit with significant difficulty in unlocking them. As for the advanced technology once possessed by humanity, Luo Yu was currently unaware of any means to acquire high-tech products. For now, he could only rely on some scientific knowledge for survival. He yearned for such advancements, yet they were costly, and he could only accumulate resources gradually. Now, he planned to construct another arrow tower to bolster the base's defenses, followed by a workshop. Auto-attack arrow tower, with 30,000 iron or 5,000 silver 500. Silver posed no problem, and he had previously mined a substantial amount of iron ore. But the critical issue remained the wood. The quantity of wood required for the arrow tower was excessive. He could purchase it once or twice, but relying on such purchases was impractical. He resolved to plant trees instead. The benefits of tree planting were manifold. First, it would supply the base's defensive equipment. Second, it would provide warmth during winter. Third, it would effectively prevent soil erosion. With clarity on the matter, Luo Yu decided to create a small grove encircling the area approximately 100 meters from the lake. This would not only mitigate soil erosion, but also allow for the placement of traps, or even the installation of automated weaponry in the trees, thoroughly reinforcing the northern defenses. Luo Yu began examining the Heavenly Tao World Manual, eager to find suitable saplings for planting. To his delight, he discovered a species known as fragrant leaf tree, which seemed quite appropriate. Fragrant leaf tree, growth cycle 60 days, broad fragrant leaves, edible as a vegetarian option, nutritional value 0-1 vegetarian. Each mature fragrant leaf tree yields 60 units of wood. Although the nutritional value was negligible, the wood yield was slightly higher than average, despite the longer growth cycle. However, the fertile soil of his territory would offset this disadvantage. He made his decision. It would be the fragrant leaf tree. He promptly purchased 500 saplings, stacking them by the lake's edge. The saplings needed to be planted without delay, so Luo Yu began digging. Xiao Kong, who had been fishing by the lake, came over to assist. Together, the master and servant commenced the planting along the shoreline, and Luo Yu reveled in the joy of reforestation. With each sapling planted, he felt a renewed vitality in his territory, delighting in the experience. As they dug, Xiao Kong suddenly chirped excitedly, prompting Luo Yu to investigate. To his surprise, she had unearthed a treasure chest. You have obtained the exclusive treasure chest of the Xuanqiu Beast Girl 1. Allowing Xiao Kong to open her treasure chest, Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback upon discovering a small vial within. Return liquid, colorless and tasteless, upon consumption within 2 hours. It forcibly reverts the user's attributes to 10 points, sealing item grades and all special skills. What a potent concoction this is. However, it seems rather ineffective for countering attacks. Does it not? Xiao Kong always manages to uncover the most peculiar items. Gently stroking the little one's head, Luo Yu stored the return liquid in his bracelet and resumed his tasks. Your planting level has risen to 6. After planting 500 trees in one breath, his planting level increased. Chapter 59. The Golden Scorpion King is the finest miner. Gazing at the circle of saplings along the lakeshore, a sense of satisfaction filled Luo Yu's heart. They provide shelter from the wind and rain, while also facilitating irrigation, truly perfect. It was now past 9 in the evening. The bright moon hung in the sky, and Xiao Kong, clutching Luo Yu's arm, began to whimper softly, indicating her hunger. Observing her mud-streaked face, Luo Yu felt a wave of tenderness and chuckled. My dear, Shall we take a bath together and then have dinner? Mew. Xiaokong, understanding human speech, unexpectedly blushed at his words. Luo Yu, unconcerned with her embarrassment, knew it was his duty as a master to bathe his pet, and he promptly scooped her up, heading towards the grand villa. Half an hour later, Xiaokong, with her little feet bare, emerged from the bathroom giggling, having enjoyed her bath. In truth, she and Xiaodai had separate tubs from Luo Yu, and he merely helped dry her off. Once the day's tasks were complete, sleep came with a rare sense of peace. Lying in the large bed, flanked by his two adorable companions, Luo Yu pulled one into his embrace and quickly fell asleep. At dawn, feeling rejuvenated, Luo Yu found Xiaodai blushing as she gazed up at him. He playfully pinched her little belly, laughing. Xiaodai, you lack abdominal muscles. You're too soft. You must work on strengthening your body. But you've never seen them. How do you know I lack abs? Xiaodai muttered softly. Though by now Luo Yu had already risen. Today promised to be another invigorating day. After a hearty breakfast, Luo Yu discovered that the remaining male captives had also been sold, netting him an additional 5 silver coins. Quite comfortable indeed. He visited the beast taming grounds to check on the cow's condition, where Xiaodai was busy milking her. The cow was still producing milk, but its state appeared less than optimal, likely having been drained after a session of special milk production. The plan to use special milk to attract attacks would need to be reconsidered. He then turned his gaze to Xiaodai, pondering whether she, being of age, could also produce milk. Upon inspecting her attributes, he found no indication of such a capability, leading him to suspect it was unlikely. A glance at Xiaokong's attributes revealed the same absence, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Each attribute bore a description, indicating that humanoid creatures, aside from possessing various peculiar ears, tails, and wings, shared a general bodily structure with humans. At this point, he began purchasing timber again, noting that prices had begun to rise, once at 1 silver coin. It had escalated to 15. Luo Yu surmised that as other territories depleted their trees, timber prices would continue to soar. Upon reviewing his possession of silver, which amounted to 87, he decided to seize the opportunity to procure a substantial quantity of timber at the current low price. He expended 45 to acquire 30,000 units of wood, initiating the construction of an arrow tower. As 10 days elapsed, he watched the time slip away, each moment a tangible cost. This time, rather than positioning the arrow tower at the center of the base, he opted for a corner where the eastern and southern walls converged. The effective range of the arrow tower placed centrally was 150 meters, while the one adjacent to the wall extended its reach to 200 meters. This strategic placement would adequately cover the eastern and southern defenses, a plan meticulously crafted by Luo Yu. He aspired to erect another arrow tower at the junction of the northern and western walls, creating a diagonal alignment that would allow firepower to envelop the entire base. Notably, even the eastern tower would have the capacity to target enemies within a 50-meter radius to the west. This was the remarkable advantage of the arrow tower, its extensive range and comprehensive fire coverage. Alas, his funds were insufficient. With the construction of one tower, the base's defenses strengthened somewhat, but true to his habit, after establishing a defensive structure, he felt compelled to construct a facility for habitation. Before proceeding with that, however, he needed to utilize the day's critical strike opportunities. He ventured to a vacant area outside the city walls and retrieved the golden scorpion king egg from his storage bracelet, silently invoking its potential. 100-fold critical strike triggered. The growth efficiency of the golden scorpion king egg is enhanced 100 times. The egg in his hand began to quiver gently, and he hastily placed it on the ground. Before long, a palm-sized golden scorpion emerged. The little scorpion rapidly grew, and in mere moments, it was the size of a small calf. The growth did not cease until the golden scorpion matched the size of a cow. The scorpion approached closely, affectionately nudging Luo Yu's arm as a gesture of endearment and submission. The description of the scorpion included tail-stinging attacks and venomous pincers, showcasing commendable attributes, particularly the ability to seek gold, which thrilled Luo Yu. Who could resist the allure of gold? Regrettably, the scorpion did not undergo mutation. It seemed that even with a 100-fold critical strike, mutation was not guaranteed, much like the unpredictability of tailoring. Sometimes one would produce golden quality, and other times silver. Luo Yu understood that within the realm of fate, there existed an element of chance. To his surprise, this scorpion possessed a mining skill of 10. Upon examining its attributes, Luo Yu realized the scorpion's mining capabilities were quite formidable. He promptly led the golden scorpion into the mine, patting its head and instructing, "Dig, give it your all." The golden scorpion obliged without hesitation. Its formidable pincers plunged into the luminous rock walls of the mine, swiftly unearthing a fist-sized chunk of gold. "You have obtained 60 gold. Wow. Keep digging. Dig with all your might." Luo Yu took on the role of supervisor with enthusiasm. "You have obtained 100 silver, 30 copper ore, and 90 iron ore." The efficiency of mining with the golden scorpion is indeed remarkable, and the yield of rare minerals has increased, truly befitting a mining skill level of 10. In Chapter 60, the opulent bath brings forth extraordinary results. The Scorpion King, a mere creature, boasts a mining efficiency equivalent to that of 5 captives. Unstoppable. Suddenly, Luo Yu received a notification. The Golden Scorpion King has mined too much, angering the giant centipede. From the rock walls of the mine emerged a colossal centipede, brandishing its formidable limbs. However, rather than feeling fear, Luo Yu found himself secretly delighted. Possessing a natural adversary to insects, he felt no trepidation, drawing forth his dual blades to strike. Yet the Golden Scorpion King was swifter. Its two golden pincers seized the centipede, and with its venomous stinger, it pierced the centipede's exoskeleton, swiftly dispatching it. Subsequently, rather than continuing to mine, it began to feast. Well, one must acknowledge that even creatures of intermediate intelligence can often act on instinct, and if it desires to eat, so be it. In a matter of moments, half of the giant centipede was consumed, while the remaining portion was devoured by the burrowing worms, with golden and silver beetles joining the fray. The mine was soon teeming with insects. Luo Yu realized the insects unearthed by the Golden Scorpion King could be consumed on the spot, saving him a considerable amount of meat. However, the challenge lay in increasing the population of insects. After some contemplation, he concluded that if he truly wished to augment their numbers, he could simply relocate the Scorpion King and employ a 100-fold critical strike to excavate, significantly increasing the chances of unearthing a nest. Having resolved this matter, he focused solely on consumption, urging the insects to feast abundantly. Perhaps he could even cultivate a breeding ground for them. After a while, Luo Yu encountered another issue. Due to the Scorpion King's high efficiency, the once reliable oxen and golden beetles responsible for transporting ore were now insufficient. Numerous stones were accumulating within the mine, leading to greater inconvenience. And the depletion of this month's mineral resources was accelerating. Indeed, the mine resembled a small lake, with a monthly cap on resource extraction set at 100,000 units. This cap could consist of stones or gold, contingent upon one's mining level and fortune, yet it could not surpass the limit of 100,000 units. Having utilized the core of his base, Luo Yu had increased the resource limit by 10. Previously, with an abundance of insects mining, the issue of resource caps had not arisen, but now, calculating the Golden Scorpion King's method of excavation, he estimated that within 15 days, the mineral vein would be depleted. In the following 15 days, would a swarm of insects merely spectate, living off the fruits of others? The Golden Scorpion King would certainly consume a substantial amount of meat in a single sitting. In his haste to enhance the resource acquisition limit of the mine, Luo Yu contemplated assigning the Golden Scorpion King some alternative tasks. Upon exiting the mine, he observed the path leading from the mine to the base, which had been compressed by the constant passage of mining carts, resulting in two distinct wheel tracks. The entire route was riddled with potholes, significantly diminishing transport efficiency and increasing labor. To amass wealth, one must first repair the roads. Luo Yu made a mental note to address the road repairs when time permitted. Has all my scorpion meat been purchased? Upon glancing at the scene, it was evident that all the scorpion meat previously listed had been entirely purchased. One could only wonder which connoisseur possessed such unique tastes and profited handsomely. In his joy, Luo Yu decided against further stone cutting, opting instead to wash his hands in the bathroom, preparing to construct a grand bathhouse. He opened the building interface, perusing the various bath options, ultimately resolving to create a luxurious bathhouse. Luxurious bathhouse. Building materials 5,000, jade 1,000, gold 1,000, silver 20,000. Expensive. Indeed, it was quite costly. Such structures, unlike beds that could trigger critical hits, offered no shortcuts. Their high prices were unavoidable. Gritting his teeth, Luo Yu noted he had the necessary materials and plunged ahead. You have chosen to spend 4,750 stone bricks, 950 jade, 950 gold, and 19,000 silver to construct a luxurious bathhouse. Do you confirm? Confirm. Upon clicking, a radiant glow enveloped the area, revealing a splendid large bathhouse. A delicate layer of pale yellow jade lined the edges and bottom of the bath, adorned with golden patterns, while a silver pipe connected to the bathhouse's built-in hot water tank, which was already gently filling the bath with warm water. A soft mist rose, presenting a scene of sheer indulgence. Luxurious bathhouse. Gold level fatigue relief speed increased by 40, cleanliness increased by 40, positive gain probability enhanced, comfort level elevated. Upon inspecting the panel, he noted, ID, Earth Summer Kingdom 23333. Base score, 4,550 points. Hygiene value, 90 points. Entertainment value, 30 points. Strength, 75. Constitution, 65. Agility, 65. The score had soared from the previous 3,800 to an impressive 4,550. Previously, he had invested significantly in the wooden arrow tower, costing 150. This bathhouse, however, was 600. Notably, the hygiene rating had reached 90 points, indicating excellent sanitation and comfort, with entertainment value rising by 10 points. After all, indulging in a bathhouse is indeed a form of entertainment. Now, with the newly constructed luxurious bathhouse, it would be a disservice not to enjoy it. Luo Yu stripped down and reclined comfortably in the bath. Amidst the swirling steam, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief, his fatigue dissipating entirely. and he found himself on the verge of slumber. However, just as he drifted between dreams, a notification arrived. Due to the recent significant improvement in your base's hygiene, your territory has garnered the favor of mysterious forces, receiving the enhancement effect, Harvest Blessing. Harvest Blessing. All crops within the territory will mature instantly. A delightful surprise. He was aware that high values of hygiene and entertainment could yield rewards, but he had not anticipated a collective boon, and certainly not the Harvest Blessing. All crops would mature instantly. How long had it been since he planted so many crops in his vegetable patch? The cotton had only been sown for a few days, and the saplings had only recently been planted. This Harvest Blessing was indeed remarkable. At that moment, Xiao Dai rushed in, excitedly exclaiming, "Master!" While Xiao Kong and I were fishing by the lake, we discovered that all the fragrant leaf trees have grown taller. Luo Yu replied nonchalantly, "Isn't it just the Harvest Blessing? No need for such astonishment." Xiao Dai was momentarily taken aback and then noticed the magnificent bathhouse before her. "Wow, what a beautiful bathhouse. Master, are you taking a bath? Do you wish to bathe as well?" Luo Yu chuckled. "There will be ample time for leisurely baths later. Please hand me my clothes. Let us visit the vegetable garden." Blushing, Xiao Dai approached Luo Yu, handed him the garments, and hurriedly dashed outside. Chapter 61. A Profitable Venture. The thief incident. Upon reaching the vegetable garden, they were greeted with the sight of fully ripened crops. Every plant in the garden had matured. Rice, corn, potatoes, greens, and tomatoes were all bountiful. Luo Yu was nearly overcome with excitement, and beside him, Xiao Kong clapped her hands in joy. This was a true bonanza. They needed to harvest swiftly and plant a new batch, for such ripe produce would surely attract various small creatures. If too many animals came, Dai would struggle to manage such an expanse of crops. To avert losses, they needed to act immediately. Currently, Luo Yu's cultivation level stood at 6, Xiao Dai at 8, and Xiao Kong, having tended to the plants diligently, had also reached level 5. Moreover, Xiao Kong possessed a diamond bed that increased crop yields by 10. Without hesitation, the trio set to work, prioritizing the harvest. Xiao Kong, Xiao Dai, let us begin. The two young ladies beamed with excitement and promptly joined Luo Yu in their endeavors. Their attributes were notably high, and with commendable cultivation levels. The yield exceeded the ordinary. Particularly with Xiao Dai's level 8 cultivation, her harvest was the most abundant. The trio toiled in the vegetable garden until past 9 o'clock in the evening, finally gathering all the crops. They had also planted a new round of seeds. Due to the soil's fertility, crops at Luo Yu's base would grow 10 faster than elsewhere. After summarizing their efforts, they realized they had harvested a total of 35,000 units of vegetables, a feat previously unimaginable for such a plot of land. The fertility of the soil and their high cultivation levels contributed significantly to this success. Xiao Kong's cultivation level had also advanced to 6, and Luo Yu's level increased as well. Currently, the average price for vegetables stood at around 10 silver coins, approximately 70 to 80 more expensive than meat. This endeavor netted them an immediate profit of 35 silver coins. Previously, the base had stored about 2,000 units of vegetables. Luo Yu retrieved these long-preserved goods and replaced them with 5,000 fresh units to place in the cellar. Subsequently, he listed all 32,000 units of vegetables for auction. Though the cellar had been tiled, lowering the temperature, it could not ensure complete preservation, so selling was imperative to prevent spoilage. World, Human Anonymous. Wow. Someone has listed over 30,000 units of vegetables. Everyone, hurry and grab them. The effectiveness of the advertisement was evident, as Luo Yu, soaking in the bath, watched his wealth multiply rapidly, filling his heart with joy. In the face of such burgeoning silver, the delicate forms of Xiao Kong and Xiao Dai, bathing alongside him, held little allure. Of course, the primary reason was their transformation into pets, in Luo Yu's eyes. The appeal of pets could never match that of ordinary female companions of his kind. In but a fleeting moment, the vegetarian dishes had sold out, yielding a remarkable profit of 32 silver pieces, a substantial gain indeed. The prospect of reaping cotton and an abundance of timber the following day filled Luo Yu with elation. He embraced the little one beside him, planting a fervent kiss, overwhelmed with joy. "Mew," Xiao Kong chirped, offering no resistance. She had grown accustomed to being used as a pillow during the night. In contrast, Xiao Dai remained distant, fully submerged in water, too timid to rise. That night, Luo Yu dreamt of reclining upon a pile of silver, initially reveling in the delight, only to be jolted awake by the realization that his original bed was worth exponentially more than the silver one. Breathing a sigh of relief upon seeing his diamond cloud bed still intact, he found himself restless. He wandered to the window, gazing at the night sky. A canvas of inky darkness scattered with twinkling stars. A glass of red wine would have been delightful, he mused, contemplating the prospect of constructing a grapevine trellis for winemaking. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. He discerned two shadowy figures hesitating by the moat outside the walls. Humans? Luo Yu was taken aback. At that very moment, a notification appeared. The harvest blessing has attracted nearby tribal thieves. Congratulations on discovering them. A thieving incident, as noted in the Heavenly Path World description. Such events typically lack prior warnings, only prompting a response upon discovery. What fortune to encounter this! Dressing swiftly, Luo Yu quietly leaped from the window. The two shadowy figures exchanged glances before simultaneously leaping across the wide moat, stealthily approaching the base. The arrow towers and crossbows remained utterly unresponsive, as if the pair had melded with the moonlight. Their agility was remarkable. They scaled the 5-meter-high wall with ease. However, the moment they landed, they collided headlong with Luo Yu. Thud! With a swift motion, Luo Yu flipped his dual moonlight blades and knocked them unconscious with the flat of his blades. Thieves have been subdued. His strength was formidable, and he dealt with them decisively. This duo of male and female thieves was dragged to the prison, where Luo Yu searched their belongings, uncovering a trove of valuable items, a fist-sized nugget of gold, 3 exquisitely crafted bracelets and rings, and a book. Stealth technique. Silver level, a special skill that allows the user to enter a state of concealment at will. In this state, the user is undetectable by architectural defenses, with a 50 reduced chance of being discovered by living beings. Oh, such a treasure? A glimmer of delight sparkled in Luo Yu's eyes. If there is anything most precious in the Heavenly Path world, it is undoubtedly skills. As a mercenary, the more skills one possesses, the better. And here was a newfound opportunity. He opted to learn the skill immediately, thus acquiring a new ability. This stealth technique, akin to the Gale Blade technique, was also of silver grade, capable of advancing to 3 tiers. However, due to its reliance on personal agility to reduce detection probability, its potential for growth was indeed high. As long as one's agility remained sufficiently elevated, one would remain undetected. In truth, all such skills must be underpinned by fundamental attributes. With sufficient strength, even a silver tier wind blade technique can overcome golden and even platinum tier martial arts. 2 captives arrived once more, upon examining their attributes. It was evident they were both agility-based and lacked notable personal traits. Luo Yu was unaware of the origins of the secret manuals they possessed. Nor did he care to know. Following the usual practice, the male would be sold, while the female would be retained for the members of his circle. Chapter 62. The Small Goals of the Group. On the following morning, as Luo Yu enjoyed his breakfast, he engaged in conversation within the group chat. Luo Yu, last night, I encountered a thief and captured a female captive. Who among you wishes to purchase her? Elena, I have no need for one. I found these natives to be of little use and a waste of resources. Alice, I, too, do not require one at the moment. Naker, I shall pass as well. The previous one is still not tamed, and she only has a small amount of resistance left. Nyoda, I would like her, but I lack the funds. Fong Yuming. Oh, then I shall not be polite. Luo Yu, let us trade. It seems that at some point, Fong Yuming had become the little wealthy lady of the group. The trading interface opened, and as Luo Yu posted the image of the female captive, Fong Yuming remarked with a smile. She looks rather good. Luo Yu, don't you want her? Not interested? Luo Yu interested? In what regard? Fong Yuming, oh? Just for labor purposes, what did you think I meant? As she spoke, she placed 15 silver coins on the table. Typically, the market price for captives with such unimpressive attributes but acceptable looks hovered around 16 or 17. Fong Yuming did not seem to take advantage of their familiarity. Fong Yuming, is your shared interest among men gaming? I'm still a child, I don't understand, quack quack quack. Transaction successful. You have received 15,000 silver coins. A smile graced Luo Yu's face. Chatting with everyone was indeed an excellent way to alleviate loneliness. During breakfast, they engaged in light banter. Naker, everyone, summer has arrived. How far can autumn be? Once winter comes, our food sources may be limited to aquatic products. Should we prioritize dealing with the great monster in the lake? Fong Yuming, is it finally time? I have been considering ways. What do you think about saving money to build an arrow tower by the lake to shoot it down? Is that idea foolish? Elena, well, the big black fish won't let you shoot it for free. That does seem a bit foolish. Fong Yuming, all right then. Alice, I have thought of a method. Take a look at Article 822 of the Heavenly Tao World. After everyone checked, they found that this article discussed the matter of forming teams. The Heavenly Tao World has a team function, provided one of the visitor or mercenary technologies has been unlocked. Forming a team to slay the great monster would yield more loot than a solo endeavor. Of course, it would not surpass the rewards of going solo, but it was certainly a viable option. Fong Yuming, oh? Sister Alice, are you suggesting we fully unlock visitor technology first, then gather to assault someone's base and collectively slay the blackfish monster? Alice, yes, precisely. This proposal has indeed stirred a sense of excitement within Luo Yu. The bounty from the great blackfish is quite appealing, and with their own territory now compromised, the prospect of partaking in another's domain is utterly enticing. While the great blackfish under his command can only be regarded as a standard yield, Luo Yu has observed through the global chat that formidable races have managed to secure remarkable spoils after vanquishing the great blackfish, including a plethora of characteristic scrolls, blueprints for technological advancements, and even core bases. Witnessing the fervent discussions among players filled him with envy. And now, an opportunity has presented itself. Luo Yu declared, I concur. Let us convene for a gathering to further familiarize ourselves. Elena inquired, what is a gathering? Fong Yumming chimed in with a playful gaggle, gaggle, gaggle. Within the time it takes to enjoy breakfast, this small collective solidified their forthcoming plans, each member eagerly preparing for action. Luo Yu, accompanied by Xiao Kong and Xiao Dai, ventured forth to harvest cotton and fell trees, prioritizing their economic pursuits. Circling the lake, they successfully gathered 20,000 units of cotton, which could be utilized for garment creation. With ample beast hides, they could even craft opulent carpets from the combination. Such luxurious carpets are indeed valuable treasures. Days swiftly passed as they engaged in the cyclical tasks of cotton collection, tree felling, and planting, until finally, Luo Yu completed his endeavors with 20,000 cotton and 30,000 timber. This quantity of timber was precisely adequate for constructing arrow towers. Acting upon their prior strategy, the arrow towers were erected at the junction of the northern and western walls. In this manner, the 3 towers effectively encompassed the entirety of the base, complemented by 5 automatic crossbows and a catapult, which led Luo Yu to believe that the defensive capabilities of the base were quite formidable. Yet, he felt it was still insufficient. While development is indeed paramount, security serves as its foundation. Seizing the momentum from his previous successes, Luo Yu boldly decided to construct 2 additional arrow towers. After all, what is money when one possesses wealth? He procured timber and iron ore, along with the silver required for construction, spending a total of 13 silver pieces. Consequently, arrow towers now stood proudly at each cardinal point of the base, significantly enhancing its firepower. Particularly within a 50-meter radius, arrows would rain down with relentless fervor. Upon reviewing the current status of the base, the 3 newly erected arrow towers contributed precisely 5,000 points to its score. In terms of wealth, there remained 21 silver pieces. Regarding food supplies, 16,000 units of scorpion meat, 2,000 units of various meats, 500 units of seafood, 5,000 units of vegetables, 150 units of milk, and 30 eggs. In terms of resources, iron, ore, and timber were depleted, with gold amounting to 3,700, emeralds at 1,250, copper ore at 588, and stone bricks totaling 80,000. His companion pets included the Xuanqiu beast maiden and the night butterfly. This essentially encapsulates the wealth currently at his disposal, not accounting for the scoring metrics. As for other constructions, Luo Yu need not review the data. Aside from defensive structures, there were villas, restrooms, walls, cellars, and a singular mist box remaining. Moreover, the reason Luo Yu refrained from selling the remaining scorpion meat is not for personal consumption, but rather to reserve it for his animals. Neither he nor Xiao Dai or Xiao Kong partake in insect meat. Gazing at the arrow towers standing sentinel, Luo Yu felt an overwhelming sense of security envelop him. Reflecting on the recent critical hits yet to be utilized, he decided to refrain from consuming any silver and instead to digest the critical hits first. Upon reaching the vast grassland, he retrieved the serpent egg he had acquired earlier, silently reciting a phrase in his heart. 100-fold critical hit triggered. Serpent egg growth efficiency increased 100-fold. Chapter 63, a fortuitous 2-fold gain. As before, the serpent egg in his hands began to crack, and moments later, a formidable serpent emerged before him. Crimson-scaled giant python, bronze level, adult strength 50, constitution 75, agility 21. This critical hit had resulted in a mutation. Despite being merely a bronze-level python with mediocre attributes, it possessed a unique ability, the production of scales. It goes without saying that incorporating serpent scales into garments would undoubtedly enhance their quality. Attributes are the true essence of power. After a series of operations, his panel displayed significant changes. Identification number, Earth, Summer Kingdom 23333. Base rating, 5,000 points. Sanitation value, 90 points. Entertainment value, 30 points. Strength, 90. Constitution, 90. Agility, 90. This endeavor cost him 13 silver, resulting in significantly enhanced attributes. After brandishing the moonlight twin blades, he felt invigorated, his entire being brimming with vitality. With the arrow tower completed, attributes augmented, and a new serpent acquired, it had indeed been a fruitful day. However, he remained resolute in his standards. Upholding the esteemed tradition of continuous combat, he pressed on to cut stone. The day swiftly passed, and on the following day, while engaged in stone cutting, he heard a shattering sound. Hastily rushing outside, he discovered that the mine cart had collapsed. The noble bull gazed at him innocently, while black speckled stones and various ores lay scattered across the ground. With a soft sigh, he patted the bull's head in consolation. The mine cart had honorably fulfilled its mission and was now retired. Opening the construction page, he examined the various surface options, but regrettably found no common choices like cement or asphalt roads. However, options such as mixed and paved tiles were available. After some contemplation, he decided to lay down dense fireproof paved tiles. This was a rather advanced choice for road construction, capable of withstanding fire, rainwater, excavation damage, and corrosion, making it a truly enduring option. He intended to establish several roads around the base in the future, starting with the mining area. Dense fireproof, paved tiles. Consumption per square, 10 stones, 3 iron ores, 1 silver. While it may not suffice for luxurious flooring within the base, it was certainly extravagant for main thoroughfares. He began constructing piece by piece, ensuring a width of 3 meters, sufficient for the mine carts to traverse comfortably. Ultimately, he not only completed the road leading to the mine, but also paved the interior of the mine in its entirety. This endeavor consumed a considerable amount of materials, yet walking upon it was far more pleasant. Moreover, he purchased an additional mine cart for the noble bull to transport ore, and indeed, the bull trod eagerly along the new path, its steps considerably lighter, even bellowing to summon the cows to join in the journey. What a sight to behold! Their joy was palpable. Standing atop the wall, Luo Yu gazed with a beaming smile at the newly paved stone road, feeling immensely satisfied. However, a sudden realization struck him. While he could traverse this splendid pathway, so too could his enemies. The impeccable construction of this road would undoubtedly enhance their mobility. Moreover, his arrow towers and catapults were indifferent to pathways. The catapults, in particular, would unleash a barrage upon the foes, potentially wreaking havoc on his own route. Would he then be compelled to expend resources for repairs? With this thought, Luo Yu's mind began to churn with ideas. Digging traps along the roadside was certainly out of the question, as the notorious stupidity of the great bull, golden beetle, and giant scorpion would likely lead them to stumble into them unwittingly. He perused the merchant interface, as well as the building and defense sections, in search of a suitable solution. To his delight, he stumbled upon a dual-purpose strategy. He first spent 1 silver to unlock the automatic trap technology, and then accessed a new interface. Automatic spike trap mechanism. When enemy units step upon the spike mechanism, they will be attacked by 20 length spikes. Friendly and neutral units cannot trigger this. The trap covers a radius of 2 meters. This trap was indeed advantageous, since it wouldn't affect friendly or neutral units. His own men would remain unharmed. If laid along this road, any enemy who dared to tread upon it would surely fall instantly. A single spike would cripple their mobility, and the other indigenous creatures would certainly think twice before approaching, keeping their distance. This method would not only allow for the capture of foes, but also prevent the extensive destruction of the road by catapults. Truly a twofold benefit. Luo Yu discovered a treasure trove of possibilities and contemplated whether to encircle the wall with such traps. However, upon reading the specifications more closely, he realized that the triggering mechanism was location-specific, only installable on paved areas. The outer circle of the wall was yet to be paved. He would have to wait. He examined the types available: iron, silver, and copper. All three possessed the same lethality, with iron being the most economical, while copper could conduct electricity, yielding remarkable results when paired with lightning technology. However, copper was currently too costly, as the copper mines were a scarce resource. He would have to defer that for now. The iron spikes, while effective, could also induce tetanus, which he wished to avoid, as treating tetanus would incur significant costs for herbs, with a considerable chance of ineffectiveness, certainly not conducive to profit. As a lord, one must consider every angle. Silver automatic spike trap mechanism, 5,000 silver. The cost of automatic technology was exorbitant. Luo Yu constructed one and buried it near the entrance of the mine, with a coverage radius of 2 meters. This meant that any enemy entering that vicinity would trigger the mechanism, causing the spikes to spring forth from the stones and injure them. Expensive though it was, the advantages of such automatons were undeniable. However, given the current financial state of the base, he could only afford this one trap. After this expenditure, he found himself with a mere 2 silver remaining. Money was a perpetual scarcity. He glanced at the cow, noting its restored condition. Perhaps in a couple of days, he could extract some resources from it. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Luo Yu glanced at the base's rating. With a plethora of tiles and traps, it had reached 5,500, which was quite satisfactory. This wave of additions was not excessive. In Chapter 64, titled Event Critical Hit, the cat transforms into a golden grisea. Oh, splendid. Little Butterfly gently nodded and said, "Master, I wish to transplant some of the luminous flowers from the garden to enhance the beauty here and provide illumination. The flickering torchlight is rather uncomfortable for my eyes." Luo Yu nodded in agreement, acknowledging her reminder. "Indeed, you may oversee the transplantation as you desire." Little Butterfly giggled. "I shall remember this, master. You must not go back on your word." Luo Yu slightly nodded, mentally noting the illumination matter. The following day, Luo Yu utilized his critical hit opportunities twice in succession, successfully selling 2 pieces of silver lingerie. The 5 ordinary pieces crafted by Little Butterfly also sold rapidly, yielding a total profit of 75. It could be said that they had reaped considerable gains. However, competition had emerged in the auction house, as others began to sell lingerie. Recognizing its profitability, although such items appeared sporadically, overall, Luo Yu still maintained a relatively monopolistic position in the market. After breakfast, unlike his usual routine of cutting stones, Luo Yu turned his attention to illumination. The entire base was engulfed in darkness at night, and the villa was no exception. The dim torchlight rendered it akin to a haunted house, uncomfortable and unsuitable for evening tasks or activities. Electric lights were undoubtedly non-existent, and using candles for illumination offered no substantial difference from torches, merely a change in form without essence. After some contemplation, Luo Yu arrived at a resolution. Unlocking luminous plants was the key. The fluorescent flowers from the flower bed could self-illuminate, albeit with a rather dim glow. What he desired was a brightness akin to that of fluorescent tubes. The cost to unlock luminous plants was 5 silver, and fortunately, no special design was required. Gritting his teeth, Luo Yu opted to unlock it. The luminous plant technology tree has been unlocked. After examining it further, he found a plant named the luminescent creeper flower, which emitted a white glow, covering an area of approximately 10 square meters with a brightness level of 60. This brightness was significantly superior to the fluorescent flowers 20, neither blinding nor overly dim, just perfect. The villa's rooms were quite spacious, generally exceeding 30 square meters, meaning 3 pots would suffice for a room. However, although the technology had been unlocked, a single seed of the luminescent creeper flower was priced at 1,000 silver, which was quite steep. Luo Yu used some bricks to craft pots and purchased 1 seed of the luminescent creeper flower for experimentation at the cost of 1,000 silver. Oh, and there was still 1 critical hit opportunity left. Perhaps he could try inducing growth? Surely it wouldn't mutate into a man-eating plant? With these thoughts in mind, he silently contemplated when suddenly a system notification appeared. Announcement: a group of cats has appeared in the nearby area. You may attempt to tame them. Hint: 15 cats are about to enter your territory. As the notification chimed, Luo Yu found himself momentarily stunned. Was he to launch a critical strike against the manhwa flower? What was this all about? Another message followed swiftly. The current event has been determined as non-malicious. Critical strike successful. This event has yielded a critical effect. Just as Luo Yu was processing this shocking information, yet another notification arrived. The 15 cats initially preparing to enter your domain have sensed a formidable presence and retreated, while 1 juvenile golden garsabaru has entered your territory. Startled, Luo Yu dashed out of the villa and leaped onto the city wall. In the distance, he beheld a striking figure, a woman towering over 6 feet. Adorned with golden hair, clad in animal hide, her skin remarkably fair. Unlike ordinary human women, this statuesque figure boasted a pair of beastly ears atop her head, and a golden tail that unmistakably resembled that of a tiger. Golden garsabaru, juvenile, diamond grade, supreme intelligence strength 279, vitality 261, agility 308, humanoid beast maiden. Capable of transforming into golden tiger form if necessary. As he read the attributes, a chill ran down Luo Yu's spine. Upon hearing the term golden garsabaru, he had anticipated encountering a monster, yet the sight of this tall, voluptuous tigress left him utterly astonished. While considering the beast maidens, he couldn't help but compare the attributes of his own little Kong and Xiao Dai to this majestic creature. Their attributes seemed almost trivial in comparison. This was merely a juvenile, and Luo Yu was aware that certain unique races had exceedingly long lifespans. Being in their 50s or 60s could still be considered their youth. He could only wonder how formidable this being would become upon reaching maturity. Meanwhile, discussions erupted within the group chat. Fanyum, oh dear, 2 tabby cats have arrived at my base. They're so adorable. Naker, huh, your base rating is quite high. I just got one too. Meow, but it's not as cute as my sister and me. Alice, I have one here as well. These little kittens can chase away snakes and rats from the house. This is a beneficial event. Nyoda, why do you all have them, but I don't? Elena, your base rating is too low. Didn't you see the instructions? The lower the base rating, the lesser the chances of beneficial events occurring. However, it may not even be a benefit. You must tame the cats first. Fanyum, I've already tamed mine. Oh, they're so cute. Luo Yu, with your high rating, how many have arrived? Luo Yu, just one. Fanyum, huh? That shouldn't be. Luo Yu, I assure you, it is indeed just one, a female tiger. Elena, you must be joking. Is the cat on your side particularly large? Fanyum, you're kidding again. Remember to take screenshots after taming so we can all enjoy the cats together. I'm off to tame another little kitty. As the others busily set about taming their cats, Luo Yu remained fixated on the approaching tigress, a wry smile gracing his lips. Fortunately, the tigress was classified as a neutral entity, thus avoiding triggering any automated defense mechanisms. She approached the stone gate, seemingly intending to leap onto the wall, when unexpectedly, the gate swung open. Steeling himself, Luo Yu ventured forward. Smiling as he addressed her, I am the lord of this domain. It is an honor to host you, Lady Golden Garsabaru. Please, allow me to welcome you inside. The tigress cast a glance at Luo Yu and proudly declared, your territory seems quite satisfactory. I shall reluctantly venture in for a closer inspection. With that, she strode confidently through the stone gate. Observing her retreating figure, Luo Yu began to deliberate. Such encounters typically lasted 2 or 3 days. Should he accommodate her for a few days before sending her off, or dare to seize the opportunity? Chapter 65, Seize the Opportunity. Upon entering the base, the fog of war that clouded the tigress's eyes dissipated. She beheld the expanse of exquisite tiles, the artistic elegance of the eastern villa, and the charming flower beds that adorn the surroundings, unable to suppress a gasp of admiration. How beautiful, Luo Yu replied with a faint smile. If you like it, you may stay for a few days. Ahem. Was she being prideful? Luo Yu frowned slightly at the mention. Pridefulness was not a commendable trait. Approaching the villa's grand entrance, the tigress was eager to push the door open, but after casting a glance at Luo Yu, she proclaimed with haughty authority, "Open the door and allow this esteemed one to admire your architecture." Her repeated use of this esteemed one irked Luo Yu. Yet he could not afford to offend her at this moment, and chose to endure it. Once inside the villa, however, she found the interior lacked the opulence she had envisioned, a flicker of disappointment evident in her eyes as she regarded Luo Yu with a hint of disdain. Your territory is only marginally distinguished by its beautiful tiles. Seating herself on a wooden chair in the living room, she coolly commanded, "Human lad, fetch some offerings." Offerings? Luo Yu's heart leapt with excitement. "I have just procured some extraordinary ingredients that you will surely enjoy. Please wait." Oh, the tigress's eyes sparkled with delight as she nodded. "Go ahead. If it is delectable, I might leave you a token of my appreciation." With a slight smirk, Luo Yu turned and exited the villa. In the cellar, he retrieved the remaining special milk from his last harvest, pouring it into a wooden cup, and then extracted a small vial from his storage ring. Origin liquid, colorless and odorless. When consumed, it forcibly reduces the user's attributes to 10 points within 2 hours, sealing their item grade and all special skills. A single drop of the origin liquid fell into the milk, and Luo Yu chuckled with anticipation. Diamond grade, is it? Attributes exceeding 300, are we? Quite proud. I see. Let us see how this unfolds. Moments later, the tigress accepted the cup and sniffed it lightly, her expression brightening further. Special milk held great allure for beings, even those of diamond rank. It appears promising. You indeed possess some treasures. Gulping down the entire cup of special milk, she exhaled contentedly, her face alight with ecstasy. Delicious, truly delightful. Go fetch more. If you manage to please me, I may leave you a lock of my hair. As she spoke, an inkling of unease began to wash over her. My strength. The origin liquid takes effect. The target's attributes are reduced to 10, and all skills are sealed for a duration of 2 hours. In that instant, the tigress leapt to her feet, her superior intellect grasping the situation immediately. You dare to scheme against me. She let out a fierce roar and lunged at Luo Yu. Regrettably, to Luo Yu, the 10-point agility appeared no different from slow motion. He swiftly extended a hand and seized her by the neck, rendering the struggling tiger girl utterly helpless. With a malevolent grin, Luo Yu taunted, "What is this? A dignified diamond-level beast girl reduced to such feeble prowess?" A low growl escaped the tiger girl's throat, revealing her small fangs as she gritted her teeth and retorted. "You despicable human, do not presume you have triumphed." Transformation. She attempted to shift into her golden tiger form, yet there was no response. Change. Still, silence prevailed. My talent has been sealed. What have you made me consume? The disbelief in her eyes was palpable as her greatest trump card was rendered useless. With a thud, Luo Yu unceremoniously tossed her to the ground and attempted to stomp on her face. However, her instinctual roll allowed her to evade his foot. After all, being diamond level endowed her with formidable instincts. Even Luo Yu's 90 agility failed to land a blow. The more you resist, the more exhilarated I become. No. The more I yearn to tame you. He chuckled ominously. If you find my shoe dirty, perhaps I should remove it. In the next moment, after discarding his shoe, Luo Yu accurately placed his foot upon the tiger girl's face. At this juncture, Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong had also arrived. While A Dai and the other animals rushed into the grand villa to assist, Luo Yu remarked, "There is an old saying in my homeland. When the tiger falls to the plain, it is bullied by dogs. Do you see that large dog of mine? It particularly favors beast girls like you, does it not, A Dai?" A Dai wagged his tail, honestly shaking his head, indicating his preference for she-wolves over she-tigers. "You insufferable creature," Luo Yu exclaimed, infuriated by the dog's honesty. "Where's the big bull? Bring it to me. The big bull is the one that truly adores beast girls. If you refuse to be tamed by me, do not blame my bull for being unkind. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Where's the big bull?" Xiao Dai glanced nervously at the tiger girl beneath Luo Yu's foot and whispered, "Master, the giant scorpion has blocked the villa's entrance. The bull cannot enter." Who allowed it to block the door? That foolish scorpion. Luo Yu fumed, pressing his foot on the tiger girl's head. "I have no patience for idle chatter. Will you surrender? Speak." The tiger girl gritted her teeth defiantly. "If you have the capability, let me go. If I were in my prime, I wouldn't fear all of you combined." "Quite the resilient tongue you have," Luo Yu mused, slightly furrowing his brow. The critical strike effect could only be applied once to the same entity. The tiger girl had already been affected by a critical strike, rendering the taming attempt ineffective. This was precisely why Luo Yu chose to act immediately rather than wait for the refresh of critical strike opportunities the following day, with the drug's effect lasting 2 hours. If she could not be tamed within that time frame, the only option left would be to kill her. While it was conceivable that slaying the tiger girl might yield a plethora of items, the potential rewards were undoubtedly far inferior to those obtained through taming. Given the tiger girl's temperament, threats and beatings would likely prove futile. With a mindset of experimentation, Luo Yu directly employed the beast taming technique on her. Taming failed. Success rate 48. Such a high probability? Upon witnessing the success rate, Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback, but soon elation filled his heart. Indeed, the Gu Yuan liquid had sealed her grade. Had she retained her original diamond tier, taming her would have been nearly impossible. However, now that her grade was sealed, she was reduced to an ordinary level, barely above the black iron standard. Were it not for her supreme intelligence and strong subjective resistance, the success rate would likely have soared beyond 80%. With this in mind, Luo Yu conceived a plan. A success rate of 48, was it? If he could induce a state of terror and fear within her, the likelihood of success would undoubtedly increase dramatically. Chapter 66. The monstrous attributes of the diamond tier beast girl. Tigers are inherently majestic creatures, and instilling fear in her would prove quite challenging. Yet, Luo Yu devised a clever strategy. Moments later, the beast girl was bound in a large X shape upon a rectangular wooden table. Luo Yu calmly stated, "I shall grant you one final opportunity to submit to my taming. Otherwise, your fate will be dire." The tiger girl, ensnared in such a position, appeared somewhat flustered. Yet she defiantly bared her sharp fangs, coldly declaring, "The poison you have fed me must have a time limit, and with such potent effects, that duration cannot be long. You villain, either kill me now, or once I recover, you shall learn the consequences of crossing Jean Jezebelu." Still brimming with defiance, Luo Yu scoffed and swiftly stripped away her beast skin outerwear, leaving her clad in merely a simple beast skin wrap and a tiny skirt. Realizing the implications, tears streamed down the tiger girl's face as she roared, "I will never submit. Even in this state, the proud Jean Jezebelu shall not yield. I will make you my slave for life." "Is that so?" Luo Yu chuckled mischievously. "Then let us see just how resilient your feet truly are." With that, he seized her delicate foot and began to tickle her mercilessly. Ha. Indeed, whether human or beast girl, the soles of the feet are incredibly sensitive to relentless tickling. The tiger girl erupted into hearty laughter, struggling fiercely against her bindings, but to no avail. "Stop. Ha, please." Tears of laughter streamed down her cheeks as Luo Yu continued unabated, for he would not cease until there was a sign of abnormality. "Shao Kong, Shao Dai, join in and tickle her," he commanded. At once, they giggled in unison. Shao Dai approached and began to tickle the tiger girl's sides. For the vulnerability of the waist is as potent for some as the soles of the feet. The tiger girl laughed even louder. The innocent Shao Kong, unaware of the chaos, produced a blade of dogtail grass and gently tickled the tiger girl's armpits. This was a true revelation. The tiger girl laughed and shrieked, the sensation proving overwhelmingly intense. Moments later, a notification finally arrived. Jean Jezebelu is in a state of collapse. Luo Yu felt a surge of joy and glanced at the tiger girl, who was beginning to roll her eyes. "Tame," he commanded, and a radiant light enveloped the tiger girl. "You have successfully tamed Jean Jezebelu with a success rate of 99. What an impressive success rate. Such a splendid state of collapse indeed. Certainly, here is the refined and enhanced version of the text. Indeed, the next time we encounter a defiant beast girl, we can draw upon the experiences of today." King Jezebelu, Childhood Current Fur Growth Progress 27, Special Ability 1, Pressure. All enemy units of a lower rank than King Jezebelu, as well as neutral units, will be subjected to a sense of intimidation, resulting in a 10 reduction in overall capability. Special Skill 2, Tiger Roar. All enemy units of a lower rank than King Jezebelu, along with neutral units, will have a significant chance of entering a state of panic upon hearing the tiger roar. Special Skill 3, A Race Favored by the Heavens. Fertility of the land within the territory is 10, aquatic resources 10, maximum mineral veins 10. Life Skills, Sowing 3, Planting 3, Mining 8. Forging 13. The sheer terror of such statistics aside, the combination of these innate traits and life skill levels is simply astonishing. A true monstrosity. With a base score of 5,500, multiplied by 100 brings it to 55, suggesting this should belong to a tier with a score of 550,000. Moreover, Luo Yu sensed that this may not merely be a 100-fold critical hit. It could very well be a critical hit of a critical hit with a low probability. Perhaps even 200 times or 300 times. Suppressing his excitement, Luo Yu turned to the bound tiger girl, a smile illuminating his face. His attitude towards foes and allies was distinctly different. Having tamed her, she was now his cherished companion. He untied the ropes binding the tiger girl, accepted a towel from Shao Dai, and gently wiped away her tears and the drool at the corner of her mouth, cheerfully inquiring, "Are you all right? Do you need some medicinal herbs?" "Humph. You scoundrel. I despise you." The tiger girl weakly huffed before losing consciousness. Luo Yu burst into laughter and addressed the surrounding beast girls and animals. "It's all fine now. Shao Dai and Shao Kong, you stay. The rest can disperse." The likes of a Dai, the giant scorpion, the silver-armored ladybug, and the golden beetle retreated, while Luo Yu picked up the tiger girl, saying, "Let us go." She's all sweaty. We should clean her up together. Half a day later, the tiger girl slowly regained consciousness, blinking her eyes to find herself lying on a comfortable large bed. Realizing her situation, she quickly sat up and noticed that the beast skin she had been wearing was gone, replaced by an unfamiliar piece of attire around her chest. Ladies' lingerie? Did he change my clothes? The tiger girl felt her cheeks flush, but upon reflecting on the events that had transpired, she let out a gentle sigh. After a moment of hesitation, she got out of bed, donned the clothing prepared by Luo Yu, and exited the room. Shortly thereafter, in the open area of the base, Luo Yu was engaged in cutting stone when he noticed the tiger girl approaching, a smile gracing his features. As she drew near, Luo Yu greeted her with a gentle smile. You're awake? How do you feel? All is well now, I trust? The tiger girl, indignant, retorted, Humph, despicable human. Even though you have tamed me, I shall not submit. With a resounding slap, Luo Yu playfully struck her little behind, chiding, From now on, you shall call me master. Understood? It hardly hurt at all. The tiger girl's face reddened. Having regained her attributes, she was indeed tough-skinned, leaving Luo Yu's slap ineffective. Call me master, he insisted. Luo Yu issued a command, and with a hint of grievance, the tiger maiden replied, Master. As a pet, she had no choice but to obey her master's orders. Even if commanded to perish, she would comply. Excellent, Luo Yu said with a cheerful smile as he handed the heavenly crafting knife to the tiger maiden. From now on, the task of cutting stones will be entrusted to you. Not a chance. Who would do your work? She retorted. Luo Yu elongated his tone, and under his gaze, the tiger maiden promptly subdued her rebellious spirit and hastily added, Just let me cut. I don't want to engage in anything peculiar. She commenced her work, and it must be said that her efficiency was astonishing. While Luo Yu required approximately 20 seconds to slice a stone into 10 units of bricks, the tiger maiden accomplished the same feat in merely 5 seconds. Her strength and craftsmanship were indeed remarkable. Finally, someone had taken up the mantle of stone cutting. Chapter 67, The Radiant Manhwa Flower. Luo Yu chuckled. From now on, your name shall be Little Gold. You must behave, or I shall bind you again for some playful tickling. Please, no? Little Gold hastily waved her hands, humiliated, and pleaded, I promise to be obedient, master. Not only had her body been tamed, but it seemed her heart had submitted as well. Luo Yu was in an exceptionally good mood today. Previously, he had been contemplating a critical strike on the manhwa flower, and now that the critical hit count had refreshed, it was time to test it. In his room, Luo Yu silently recited a phrase and watered the manhwa flower seeds in the flower bed. 100-fold critical strike triggered. A mutation in the growth efficiency of the manhwa flower has occurred. You have obtained the Radiant manhwa flower. Radiant manhwa flower, golden level illumination range of 100 square meters. Significantly enhances room aesthetics, increases positive acquisition rates, improves sleep and work efficiency, and the fruit of the manhwa flower can elevate planting levels. Current fruit growth progress, 1. Another golden level flower. This is the benefit bestowed upon Luo Yu by the stable quality trait, as the likelihood of producing gold has evidently increased compared to before. Gazing at the pure white beauty before him, as pristine as a lily, Luo Yu felt his spirit rejuvenated. How exquisite it was. A gentle touch to the flower's leaves sufficed. It was incredibly convenient, far superior to electric lights. Checking the base's rating, it remained unchanged. Plants were currently not included in the rating calculation, which was excellent. The Radiant manhwa flower would undoubtedly be placed in the bedroom, as everyone slept there, enhancing acquisition rates and indirectly boosting work efficiency, wouldn't it? Next, Luo Yu began to arrange the manhwa flowers throughout the villa. These flowers grew rapidly, sprouting pure white blossoms within 2 to 3 days, providing illumination. 1 flower per room was necessary. Corridors, living rooms, kitchens, restrooms, and bathrooms. Luo Yu spent a total of 24 silver coins and some stone materials to adorn the entire villa and water the plants. Now, all that remained was to wait 2 to 3 days to illuminate the villa splendidly. Alas, the fortune he had amassed had now all but vanished. The base was left with only 2 silver coins. Time to earn more. Upon reviewing the base data, the overall area of the base had increased by 10. The only regret is that the additional data merely accumulates on the original figures without generating a compounding effect. The snowball effect is not progressing as rapidly as anticipated. Nevertheless, Luo Yu remains exceedingly satisfied, for the arrival of Xiao Jin has undeniably transformed the entire territory. Now, standing atop the watchtower, he surveys the entire base, his gaze ultimately settling upon the vegetable garden. The overall fertility of the land has increased by 20, allowing for the cultivation of an additional crop, alongside the construction of grape trellises to optimize space. Upon entering the garden, the grape trellis is straightforward to construct, utilizing a simple wooden canopy that, entwined with grapevines, enhances rain protection. Opening the auction house, he searches for grape seeds, but finds none. How could this be? Just previously, he had observed others selling them in the world chat. Luo Yu promptly activated the global chat channel. Human race, anonymous seeking grape seeds, willing to negotiate privately. Almost instantly, a private message arrived. Water race. Gorbii 1000 proceed. I have 3. Luo Yu replied, 500. These grapes have no quality tier. Thus they are worth no more than 500. Gorbii countered, 600. Really, my friend, look at the auction house. There are none for sale. 500. Let's make the trade. Luo Yu promptly placed 1500 silver on the table, knowing Gorbii was astute and would not haggle further. Transaction successful. You have acquired 3 grape seeds. Gorbii continued, brother. Since you are seeking grape seeds, it seems you lack vegetables. I have seeds for a special plant. Are you interested? Luo Yu inquired, oh? Show me what you've got. Red mushroom fabric seed. Grows slowly. Soil fertility must exceed 150. Upon harvest, yields red mushroom fabric. Luo Yu understood that red mushroom fabric is a premium material, ideal for crafting high-quality garments. Yet the soil fertility requirement is exceedingly high. To achieve a fertility of 150 is quite a challenge, as his territory currently stands at only 120. Who could possibly meet such a demand? Gorbii asserted, I have 30 seeds available at 1,000 each. Red mushroom fabric can only be obtained from chests. It's a rare commodity that won't be available for long. 1,000? You might as well go rob someone. Gorbii queried. What do you intend to offer in exchange? Luo Yu responded, what do you desire? Others may be lacking, but I have an abundance. He presented a unit of stone bricks, stating, black spotted stone bricks. I'm not trying to profit from you. 500 bricks for 1 seed is quite generous. Wouldn't you agree? Gorbii fell into contemplation. It was indeed not a financially sound trade, considering that bricks are a renewable resource while these seeds are not. However, with an impending attack looming in just over 2 weeks, if the walls could not be reconstructed in time, their very lives could be at stake. After a moment's hesitation, Gorbii decisively agreed. All right, it's a deal. Luo Yu felt a surge of joy and immediately placed 15,000 units of stone bricks on the table. Chapter 68, My dear, taste the dishes I have prepared by hand. Transaction successful. You have acquired 30 red mushroom fabric seeds. Gorbii remarked, brother, where did you acquire such an abundance of stone bricks? Care to share your experience? Luo Yu, do you believe me when I say I enjoy mining? Gorbii, excuse me. Goodbye. After the conversation came to a close, a flicker of delight illuminated Luo Yu's eyes. With the presence of little Jean, the stone bricks could be endlessly extracted. Although the red mushrooms could not be cultivated at present, Luo Yu was confident that in due time, they would become a veritable source of wealth. Storing the seeds within his storage bracelet, he began to ponder ways to enhance the fertility of the land, when suddenly, little Dai fluttered over. Upon landing, she smiled and handed Luo Yu a scroll, saying, I found a chest while fishing earlier and opened it. This scroll is for you. Cooking station blueprint. Oh, quite nice. Luo Yu's eyes sparkled with joy. Currently, meat was limited to barbecuing, and vegetables were merely boiled to a hard consistency. Though the Heavenly Dao World Mall offered salt for purchase, it still left much to be desired in terms of flavor. Moreover, a steady diet of barbecued food could hardly be beneficial for one's health. Finally, the cooking station had arrived. Luo Yu chuckled, excellent. As a reward, come here and let me give you a kiss? Huh, if you want a kiss, then go ahead. I cannot resist you. Little Dai's flushed cheeks were undeniably adorable. Luo Yu playfully pinched her tender face and laughed. Go on, keep up the good work and strive to provide me with more blueprints. With her face still blushing, Little Dai noticed that Luo Yu's attention had shifted to the scroll, and she quietly murmured, do you like me or the blueprints more? Touching the spot where he had pinched her, a smile crept to her lips as she flitted out of the vegetable garden. Cooking station blueprint, 2,000 iron ore, 2,000 stone bricks, 1,000 silver. Fortunately, it was not excessively costly. Luo Yu entered the kitchen of the grand villa, and with a flick of his finger, a splendid cooking station materialized. It featured 3 distinct pots and an array of handy cooking devices, quite impressive indeed. Cooking station enhances the nutritional value, cooking speed, palatability, and aesthetic appeal of food, requires fuel. The fuel needed was wood, and upon inspection, the consumption rate was quite substantial. Wood was indeed a valuable resource. The cooking station came equipped with a recipe list. Simple dish, 10 basic ingredients, nutritional value, beginner, shelf life 10 days, poison probability 20, attribute point acquisition rate 0. Exquisite dish, 10 basic meat, 10 basic vegetables, nutritional value, intermediate, shelf life 10 days, poison probability 10, attribute point acquisition rate 2. Luxury dish, 20 basic meat, 20 basic vegetables, 20 basic dairy products, 20 eggs, nutritional value, advanced, shelf life 10 days, poison probability 0, attribute point acquisition rate 5. Military cuisine, 15 basic meat, 15 basic vegetables, 15 basic dairy products, 15 eggs, nutritional value, intermediate, infinite shelf life, poison probability 0, attribute point acquisition rate 2. There was a wide variety of food types, and the descriptions were relatively detailed. The so-called nutritional value was indeed crucial. It was not merely a matter of satiation, but also influenced the acquisition of personal attribute points. Once the attribute value reaches 100 points, it can no longer be increased through silver. At this juncture, enhancing attribute points through high nutritional cuisine emerges as a splendid avenue. Although the acquisition rate may appear modest at first glance, the daily consumption accumulates significantly. Moreover, the detailed explanation indicates that the quality of the dish can influence one's skin, appearance, and other aspects. Dishes of sufficient caliber can impart peculiar and extraordinary benefits, as nutrition is undeniably vital for every living being. To craft high-level cuisine, one requires not only the appropriate ingredients, but also a corresponding cooking level, ideally complemented by personal traits akin to those of a chef. Within the entire base, Luo Yu possesses the highest cooking level of 1. Yet, this meager rank permits only the creation of rudimentary dishes, and due to its low level, even these simple concoctions bear the risk of food poisoning. Such circumstances are unavoidable, for he is, after all, the only genuinely human individual in the base, including Xiao Jin. The three young women are, in essence, akin to animals. Having previously lived in the wild, Xiao Kong and Xiao Jin seem to be the type that consume raw flesh. With the exception of Xiao Dai, nevertheless, they possess superior intelligence and the capacity to learn, allowing their cooking skills to gradually improve. Contemplating the situation, Xiao Dai primarily focuses on sewing, leaving her with little time. Xiao Kong is engaged in planting and fishing, while Xiao Jin is occupied with cutting stone bricks and forging. Each of them has their own tasks, necessitating that he take matters into his own hands for the time being. After gathering an assortment of ingredients, Luo Yu placed them into a large pot and activated the buttons on the cooking station, which, akin to a sewing machine, began to operate autonomously. However, this process requires constant manual interaction. Neglecting to do so risks failure or the creation of toxic food, thereby wasting valuable ingredients. His level 1 cooking skill is indeed lackluster, and the pace of preparation is painfully slow. It took Luo Yu a full hour to produce a single rudimentary dish. Observing the unappealing square box of food on the stove, he found it unappetizing and hesitated to partake himself. "Adai, oh dear, come here," he called out cheerfully as Adai rushed over. "Here, my dear, enjoy this dish I prepared just for you." With great delight, Adai devoured the offering. Moments later, a notification appeared. "Unfortunately, your pet Adai has suffered food poisoning after consuming the rudimentary dish. Movement speed reduced by 50 for 3 days." Watching Adai roll on the ground in discomfort, Luo Yu feared the creature would not be able to hold it in within the kitchen, so he promptly tossed it out the window. Sure enough, Adai dashed straight to the restroom, having already claimed the stone toilet he had constructed. Wasn't he the toxic probability supposed to be merely 20? How did it strike so swiftly? Upon checking his cooking experience bar, he realized that to level up to 2, he must prepare at least 10 dishes. What a waste of time. To produce something that turned out to be toxic. Who could bear such misfortune? In that moment, Luo Yu felt a wave of despair wash over him. Wait a moment. He recalled that the princess of the Skasa tribe could create exquisite dishes. Her level must be exceedingly high. Contemplating this chef, Luo Yu began plotting how to acquire her services. Gazing at the elegant cooking station before him, he resolved to continue his efforts. Gaining even a modicum of experience would not be in vain. One afternoon, Luo Yu immersed himself in the kitchen, and by dinner time, he had prepared 4 exquisite dishes for everyone to share. Chapter 69, Key Technology, Water Circulation. The atmosphere at the Grand Villa's dining table was somewhat tense. Xiao Jin spoke solemnly. "Master, we witnessed the incident with that foolish dog earlier today. This means that by consuming these dishes before us, we might also be at risk of poisoning, correct?" "Meow," Xiao Kong softly mewed, expressing her apprehension, while Xiao Dai pushed her food container far away, clearly unwilling to eat. Observing the expressions of the 3 sisters, Luo Yu scoffed. "The probability of these simple dishes being toxic is merely 20. I prepared a total of 5 portions. The one that was toxic has already been consumed by the foolish one. The remaining 4 portions are absolutely safe. Trust me, it's safe to eat." "Is that so?" Xiao Jin retorted angrily. "It is precisely because I trusted you that I ended up tied up and mistreated. Furthermore, don't assume that I can't do math. 20 means each portion has a 20 chance, not that out of the 5. If one is toxic, the other 4 are guaranteed to be safe." Luo Yu shot back. "What kind of attitude is that when speaking to your master?" "Humph," Xiao Jin huffed, refraining from further argument. Luo Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Actually, Xiao Jin does have a point. However, if I've gone through the trouble of preparing these dishes and you refuse to eat them, it seems rather unbecoming. Doesn't he it?" "Master," Xiao Dai interjected, "I have a method to determine if there is poison without endangering the members of our territory." "Oh, do enlighten me." Luo Yu expressed his interest. Xiao Dai whispered, "Isn't there's someone named Yoda in your group? We could have him taste a small portion first. If he doesn't get poisoned, it would prove that the dishes are safe to eat." "Xiao Dai, where did you come up with such a devilish idea?" Luo Yu rolled his eyes. Despite her pure and adorable appearance, Xiao Dai had a rather mischievous nature. Food poisoning is no trivial matter. Should an attack occur during the poisoning period, it could lead to severe consequences. Ultimately, Luo Yu summoned a silver-armored ladybug for testing. After the 4 dishes were sampled for poison, it turned out that Xiao Dai's portion was indeed toxic. The remaining 3 dishes were shared among the 4 of them. And as for the silver-armored ladybug, its immunity was strong enough to recover after a day or 2 of rest. That evening, In the misty bathroom, Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong were splashing water in the luxurious bath, while Xiao Jin, having displayed a poor attitude, was punished to massage Luo Yu's arms. With a flushed face, she reluctantly squeezed her master's arm. Meanwhile, Luo Yu was lost in thought. With 5 dishes and 2 being toxic, the probability seemed rather high, indicating there must be something amiss. He meticulously reviewed information regarding food poisoning and finally concluded, it is not solely the level of the dish that affects the likelihood of food poisoning. The cooking level, cleanliness of the kitchen, and the freshness of the ingredients also play significant roles. Water. Luo Yu had discovered the key. Previously, barbecuing meat was inherently unclean. Yet the high temperatures had prevented food poisoning, while vegetables were boiled thoroughly, and the boiled water effectively eliminated bacteria. However, the art of cooking demands precision. The degree of doneness and the quantity of supplementary ingredients play a crucial role. A dish may be delectable, yet not necessarily hygienic. Thus, incorporating uncleaned ingredients directly into the meal could significantly heighten the risk of food poisoning. Moreover, the absence of dedicated cleaning services in both the kitchen and the entire villa would gradually lead to a decline in hygiene standards, further exacerbating the probability of food toxicity. Indeed, the principles of the world are intricately interconnected. Any disruption in one aspect can result in dire consequences for survival, even leading to death. Imagine if a solitary player were to consume toxic food only to be besieged shortly thereafter. The ramifications would be truly catastrophic. It is imperative to minimize the risk of food poisoning to the lowest possible level. This necessitates the unlocking of another technological advancement, the water circulation system. Speaking of which, aside from the hot water tank in the villa's bathroom, the base lacks a water circulation system. Even that hot water tank requires manual refilling by Luo Yu. Prerequisite for unlocking water circulation technology, hydraulic circulation blueprint, 5,000 silver. Money is one thing, but acquiring the blueprint poses a challenge. Upon perusing the auction house, Luo Yu discovered a blueprint available for sale, priced at 20 silver. Such an exorbitant cost. He furrowed his brow slightly and attempted to contact the seller, only to realize that the individual was untraceable. This revelation startled him, but he quickly grasped the situation. The seller was deceased and could not be contacted. Yet the blueprint remained listed in the auction house. Under these circumstances, the blueprint would remain available until the end of the month. Purchasing it would grant ownership, while failure to buy would result in its automatic removal from the world. Why would a deceased person list such a high-priced item? Silver is not akin to paper money. Luo Yu inwardly cursed, contemplating whether to shout in the world, hoping to procure a lower-priced version. Evening marked bath time for everyone, and was also when several channels buzzed with activity. Most players were engaged in trading and bartering, while the regional channels were filled with casual banter. Now that everyone had formed small groups, the regional channels often became sites of transactions. The group chat was lively as well. Elena, who would have thought a cat could sell for 3 silver? Nyoda, naturally. This is a companion pet. Adding a point of entertainment value. Anything that enhances entertainment value is currently quite expensive. Alice, indeed, if the entertainment value of a territory is low, as stated by the world, it can lead to a decline in both the mental and physical states of the trialists, resulting in random attribute deductions. Conversely, a high entertainment value can yield attribute points. We can use silver to increase points, capped at 100. Beyond that, we must rely on other methods. It seems everyone is preparing for the future. Nyoda, don't mention it. The other day, I lost a point in agility, but thankfully gained some strength while farming. It's been dreadful. Fong Yumming. I have 2 adorable kittens, 1 male and 1 female. I hope they produce many more kittens. Naker, Yumming is always so lucky. Unfortunately, my sister and I are cat girls, and cats do not enhance our territory's entertainment value. We can only sell them. Fong Yumming. Alas, is that really a game mechanic? It does seem quite reasonable. By the way, Luo Yu, didn't you mention a tigress? Have you managed to handle that situation? Luo Yu cast a glance at the entertainment value of his base, which stood at a commendable 40 points, and a flicker of pride ignited within him. Xiao Dai Xiao Kong and Xiao Jin each contributed an additional 10 points, complemented by the exquisite bathhouse that also added 10 points. Thus, his score undoubtedly placed him in the lead. In Chapter 70, titled Beast Tamer Certification, Earning in the Black Iron Arena, Fong Yumming exclaimed, "Is that true? Your beast taming skills are quite impressive." She pondered aloud, by the way, I am considering whether to register as a beast tamer. This prompted Luo Yu to reflect on the myriad benefits of such a registration. After a brief exchange with his companions, he accessed the professional certification page and clicked on the beast taming section. The advantage of becoming a certified beast tamer lies in the opportunity to tame wild animals once more, as well as the ability to summon one's own creatures at will, whether in the arena, during mercenary missions, or when receiving visitors. One could effortlessly call upon their pets with a mere thought. However, it is essential that the summoned creatures possess a certain rank. For instance, formidable beasts like the bull and a dai could not be summoned. This concept bore resemblance to Pokemon or game summoners, which is indeed impressive. Additionally, another benefit of being a certified beast tamer is the ability to undertake tasks akin to mercenaries, assisting others in taming wild beasts for profit. In a world rife with financial scarcity, Luo Yu was determined to seize every opportunity to earn. Certified Beast Tamer, Beast Taming Level 6 or above, possessing beast taming-related traits. 10,000 silver, and having successfully tamed at least one creature of rank. After taming the Golden Jisubalu, Luo Yu's beast taming level ascended to 6, and his beast tamer trait increased from 1 star to 2 stars. It was undeniable that he met all the qualifications for certification. Fang Yumeng chimed in. I am interested too. Alice added, the tigress Luo Yu tamed is a ranked creature. Yumeng, what is your ranked creature? Fang Yumeng replied, a little kitten. Among the cats that came to the base, there was a black iron level female cat with enhanced breeding capabilities. It's quite formidable. I will bring you all some little kittens. The crowd responded, you truly are the luckiest among us. This place attracted an abundance of powerful individuals, drawing a larger audience. The prospects for quick earnings were promising. The rooms at the forefront of the Black Iron Arena were predominantly occupied by formidable races such as the Dragon Kin, who exhibited severe discrimination against other races. Many of them barred what they deemed inferior races from entering their chambers. For instance, several Bloodkin excluded humans and subhumans, while others among the Dragon Kin outright barred Bloodkin and elves, showcasing a pronounced hierarchy of disdain. Room of You, human cordially inviting duels, 2,000 silver per match. The cost of 2,000 silver was relatively standard within the Black Iron Arena. As soon as the room opened, individuals began to enter. It was rare for a race like humans, known for their lack of physical prowess, to open a room. In the eyes of many, it was akin to offering free money. Before him stood a man from the two-headed serpent race. As the name suggests, this individual possessed a human form, yet bore 2 serpent heads. He wielded a large machete and dragged a fearsome tail behind him, presenting an intimidating visage. One of the heads cackled with a sinister laugh. This is my first encounter with a human in the Black Iron Arena. What great fortune. Kid, if Lord Serpent devours you, you'll experience what it feels like to be in my belly. Ha ha ha. The elder mocker added, in this arena, no one holds back. Striking down one's opponent is a matter of utmost priority. Luo Yu chuckled, you can swallow me, but I prefer the handsome head on the left. What? You dare say he is more handsome than I? The right head of the two-headed serpent man roared in fury. Everyone claims the right side is more attractive. Are your eyes deceiving you? Nonsense. It is universally acknowledged that the left is superior. What did you say? Seeking a fight, are you? The two heads began bickering, oblivious to the countdown nearing its end. In an instant, Luo Yu sprang forth and cleaved the two-headed serpent man in half with a single stroke. You have defeated your opponent. Duration, 12 seconds. You have earned 2,000 silver. You may choose to rest for 5 minutes before proceeding to the next match. Sometimes, fortune can be easily acquired. Through this battle, Luo Yu gleaned an important lesson. One head is sufficient. Possessing 2 merely invites foolishness. As the 5 minutes sped by, 2 individuals entered his chamber this time. They were 2 male elves, one tall and the other petite. The elder appeared to be around 24 or 25, strikingly handsome, while the younger looked about 16 or 17, adorably charming. Luo Yu furrowed his brow and inquired, one of you is a beastmaster? A beastmaster? The charming young elf chuckled, dear human brother, have you not read the guidelines? The arena operates on a territorial basis. If there are multiple challengers within the same territory, one may enter, or they may all join. Such a thing exists. 2 elves. This seemed rather underhanded to Luo Yu. He pondered for a moment and realized that this was indeed the case. The world of heavenly Tao generally operates on territorial principles. It appeared that having multiple entrants was indeed advantageous. The young boy drew a bow and arrows, while the elder elf brandished a long sword, indicating a division of melee and ranged combat. Dear human brother, both of us are classified as Black Iron level. You stand no chance. Why not surrender? Come, kiss the back of my hand in submission, and I shall take half of your earnings. Luo Yu retorted angrily, silence, you little abomination. I would rather die than yield. Abomination? Little man? The handsome boy's lips twitched in irritation, his gaze turning cold, while the young man's eyes glinted with malice. Very well, you have successfully ignited my wrath. Pitiful human, you shall regret your words. 3, 2, 1, begin. Whoosh. The sound of a whistling arrow sliced through the air, speeding directly toward Luo Yu. He deftly swung his heavenly craft blade to deflect the arrow, but almost simultaneously, the sword-wielding elf charged at him. Just as Luo Yu prepared to defend against the sword-wielding elf, 2 more arrows shot forth. A triple volley. Luo Yu's gaze sharpened as he unleashed the Gale Blade technique, effortlessly deflecting 2 arrows that flew toward him. Simultaneously, the long sword wielded by the male elf was cast aside with a resounding clash. The male elf staggered back 3 steps, his arm trembling slightly, disbelief evident in his eyes as he regarded Luo Yu. Such incredible strength. The elf, with a determined shout, prepared to charge again, but Luo Yu was swifter, sidestepping a 3rd arrow with ease. In the next instant, the heavenly craft blade swung down towards the young elf. Another loud thud echoed as the young elf barely managed to block the strike. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a black long knife appeared in Luo Yu's left hand, delivering a swift, upward slash. The blade pierced through the young elf's chest protector, leaving a gruesome gash upon him. Stunned, the elf exclaimed, "What grade of weapon is this?" In that moment, the spacious room was left with only the young elf and Luo Yu. Suddenly, another arrow whizzed through the air, but regardless of how many were shot, they were all effortlessly brushed aside by Luo Yu. The young elf, watching Luo Yu approach slowly, was overtaken by fear. "Don't come any closer," he stammered in terror, only to find himself swiftly seized by the throat as Luo Yu leaped forward. With a light tap of the heavenly craft blade on the elf's abdomen, he grinned mischievously, saying, "Not bad with the arrows, handsome. Do remember to challenge me again. I quite fancy your silver." With that, he exerted a powerful grip, snapping the young elf's neck. "You have earned 2,000 silver." In just 10 minutes, he had amassed 4,000 silver. Luo Yu mused that perhaps battling in this manner could yield even quicker profits. Shortly after, another intruder entered, this time a member of the Blood Wolf tribe. "You have earned 2,000 silver. The Tengu tribe, the insect tribe, all of them. Notice, you have reached the maximum number of victories for today and cannot earn further rewards." This was the rule of the arena. One could lose countless times each day, but could only win 5 times. Beyond that, they could continue to spar, but would not earn any more silver. By the end of the night, Luo Yu had earned 1 silver and contemplated whether to raise the stakes for the next day. These fellows claimed to be of black iron grade, each boasting of their superior lineage, yet they could not even compel his beast tamer identity to surface. What a pitiful lot. With such thoughts, Luo Yu exited the bathroom and climbed into bed. The spacious bed was occupied not only by himself, but also by 3 adorable companions. There was ample room for a few more without issue. A night passed in silence. Upon waking, Luo Yu enjoyed breakfast while browsing the marketplace. Eggs and milk once again graced his morning, free from the worry of poisoning. As he perused the marketplace, he intended to purchase a bow to enhance his combat prowess. The marketplace offered ordinary-grade weapons for direct sale. Given his current strength and proficiency with bows, even standard ones felt somewhat unwieldy. However, the best bow available in the marketplace was merely the iron frame bow. What to do? Just as he contemplated his purchase, a thought struck him. The marketplace's critical hit count for the month had reset. He could land a critical hit and buy an iron frame bow. Inspired by a sudden impulse, Luo Yu silently recited his intentions. "You have purchased the iron body bow, 300 iron or 100 silver, 1 animal sinew. 100-fold critical hit triggered. You have obtained the weapon, Yang Yu Bao, golden grade." Another golden grade. Luo Yu's heart swelled with joy. He had previously procured a golden item through a critical hit and had anticipated this one would be silver. To his surprise, it too was golden. Undoubtedly, the trait, stable quality, had come into play. A striking red longbow materialized in his grasp. Weighing it, he drew the bowstring, and the feel was exquisite. He retrieved an arrow from his storage bracelet and shot it once. Whoosh! The arrow's effective range was an astonishing 300 meters. This rivaled that of a small sniper rifle. Ordinary bows had a maximum effective range of only 100 meters. Indeed, being golden grade, this bow paired with the arrows was a formidable tool for long-range assassination. He stored it in his bracelet, drained his milk, and prepared to construct a house. With a sufficient quantity of stones at hand, he planned to build a workshop. Standing on the balcony of his villa, he contemplated the location for the workshop when suddenly, an alert appeared. "Alarm! A mysterious force sweeps through your area. The wolf pack in the nearby mountains is in a frenzied state and will attack your territory." An attack was imminent. Rather than feeling alarmed, Luo Yu's eyes glimmered with a smile. The ferocity of animal attacks was far inferior to that of tribal assaults. He remained unfazed. "Alarm! The wolf pack has entered your territory. Number 110, Wolf King, 1, Black Iron Grade." The sheer number of wolves caused Luo Yu to pause momentarily. Indeed, a large pack of wolves emerged from the eastern direction, and with a fierce howl from the Wolf King, the pack charged towards the walls, howling in unison. Even from a distance, Luo Yu could see the bloodlust gleaming in the wolves' eyes. "Fangyuming wolves. 13 of them, my goodness. Naker, the wolves can't jump over the walls. Right? Surely they can't. Alice, everyone, focus on the enemy. Do not let your guard down." Casting a glance at the group, Luo Yu realized that everyone was facing an assault. Habitually, he took his position atop the watchtower, only to witness Xiaojin leap onto the wall and roar defiantly at the advancing wolves. Roar. The tiger's roar echoed through the mountains, startling even Luo Yu. It was hard to imagine such a beautiful girl could produce such a thunderous sound. Tiger roar skill activated. 69 wild wolves enter a state of terror. Pressure skill activated. The overall capabilities of the wolf pack are reduced by 10. With a single roar, a significant portion of the approaching wolf pack hesitated in fear. Xiaojin glanced back at Luo Yu on the watchtower, and upon seeing the hint of astonishment in his eyes, a smirk of pride crossed her face. In the next moment, even more astonishing events unfolded. Her form began to change, her limbs thickened, and fur sprouted upon her face. In the blink of an eye, Xiaojin transformed into a magnificent golden tiger, comparable in size to an elephant. Roar. The roar of the tiger echoed once more, as little Jean leaped down from the wall, seemingly intent on wreaking havoc. Yet, before she could touch the ground, her massive form began to shrink rapidly, vanishing in an instant. In Chapter 72, a simple resolution. The gratitude of the Wolf King. A golden light flickered atop the watchtower, and the unclad little Jean appeared beside Luo Yu. Her cheeks flushed as she clasped her chest in embarrassment. Fuming, she exclaimed, "Master, what are you doing? Why have you undone my transformation?" After obtaining the Spirit Master certification, Luo Yu's control over his animal companion had significantly strengthened. "Do you know how much meat and fur I've lost because of the wolf pack?" he remarked, draping his jacket over little Jean. "Why didn't you mention it earlier? Also, this clothing is far too small." Little Jean huffed, instinctively retreating behind Luo Yu. Her modesty in jeopardy. "Given your size, it consumes a great deal of fabric." "Humph," little Jean muttered, retreating behind Luo Yu and remaining silent. Due to the war fog, the wolf pack could not see the little Jean atop the watchtower. Although the aura of intimidation lingered, the effect of fear had diminished considerably, prompting them to charge once again. A few wolves rushed towards the cobblestone path beyond the wall, triggering the spike traps. With a sudden thrust, spikes erupted from the ground, puncturing one wolf's hind leg with a gory hole. More spikes emerged, impaling 5 or 6 wolves that writhed in agony upon the ground. They were not foolish. Immediately, they hesitated to approach the cobblestone path. The wolves at the forefront soon faced the onslaught of the catapults, which launched stones in rapid succession. Although the wolves exhibited quick reflexes and agility, they managed to evade the larger projectiles but could not escape the barrage of smaller stones. Many wolves fell incapacitated, struck by the flying debris. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Upon entering the range of the arrow towers and crossbows, the true nightmare commenced. The arrow tower at the eastern corners first opened fire, unleashing a volley of arrows. In the shrouded war fog, the arrows were nearly undetectable, catching 2 wolves off guard and toppling them instantaneously. The rate of fire from the arrow towers far exceeded that of the catapults, as another volley of crossbow bolts took down 3 more wolves. However, the pack's bloodlust only intensified, propelling them forward with greater ferocity, advancing 20 to 30 meters. The crossbows atop the walls began to unleash their deadly projectiles. The air was filled with the sounds of whistling arrows and the shattering of stone, as wolves fell in droves. Yet, they remained undeterred, embodying the relentless spirit of wild creatures unwilling to retreat until the very last moment. As they pressed forward, the central arrow tower fired once more. A fresh barrage of arrows rained down, and the wolves succumbed even faster. Finally, as the remaining 30 to 40 wolves crossed the 50-meter threshold, both the southwestern and northwestern arrow towers unleashed their deadly volleys. 50 meters marked a line of death, as arrows rained down like a storm, causing the wolves to collapse in rows, unable to advance any further. A howl pierced the air. The last Wolf King howled towards the heavens, unleashing its utmost potential, daring to charge beneath the rain of arrows, and leaped fiercely upwards. The fog of war finally dissipated in the Wolf King's eyes, and as it strived to ascend the wall, it beheld the human stronghold before it. It glimpsed the cows and hens within the enclosure and licked its lips, just as the Wolf King sought to retaliate. It was suddenly struck by a golden whip that lashed across its body with a resounding crack. Before losing consciousness, it saw a colossal golden scorpion brandishing its pincers. In the next moment, the Wolf King tumbled from the wall, succumbing to darkness. "You have successfully defended your territory, vanquishing the wolf pack's assault." Luo Yu himself had not lifted a finger, effortlessly achieving victory. Little Jean, little Dai, little Kong, segregate this pack of wild wolves, those alive together. And the deceased piled up. Luo Yu began to direct operations, and the trio promptly sprang into action, although before that, little Jean first ventured to the basement to find some clothing. A moment later, in the base's beast training ground, Luo Yu was tending to the Wolf King, applying herbs to its wounds. The Wolf King indeed possessed a certain caliber, far superior to the foolish ones, and taming it would be most advantageous. You have treated the Wolf King, gaining medical experience, and your medical level has risen to 2. With each continuous treatment, medical experience surged rapidly. Do not underestimate the significance of medical levels, for a higher level greatly enhances treatment efficacy, and any surgical procedures performed are heavily influenced by the medical level. At this moment, the Wolf King, in a daze, began to awaken, though it could muster no strength. It turned to gaze at the man who was healing it, harboring little hostility. The assault had concluded, and according to the dictates of the world, the mysterious force that had incited their frenzy dissipated, transforming the wild wolves into neutral entities. Observing its wounds healing one by one, the Wolf King developed a sense of gratitude towards this man. Animals, too, possess emotions. Prompt. The Wolf King appreciates your treatment and wishes to voluntarily join your territory. Do you accept? The sudden prompt caused Luo Yu to pause in surprise. He had initially contemplated taming it with a critical strike, yet it unexpectedly sought allegiance. The world had mentioned that treating certain creatures carries a chance of gaining their loyalty. The more treatments administered, the greater the effect, and the higher the taming level, the higher the probability. Often, when faced with formidable animals resistant to taming, one might first incapacitate them, then repeatedly heal them. If the trigger does not activate, one could incapacitate them further and treat them again, employing this method to tame. Of course, this presupposes one can endure the creature's wrath and avoid killing it outright, with sufficient herbs at hand. Upon acceptance, the Wolf King shimmered with light. Having become a creature of the territory, Iron Wolf King, Black Iron Grade, Adult Strength 25, Constitution 28, Agility 28, Intermediate Intelligent Creature. Special Skill. The Wolf King can command a pack of wolves, simultaneously enhancing its master's taming level. The Wolf King's master possesses a taming level of 1, with related personal attributes at 1 star. It turns out to possess a supportive special skill. Luo Yu glanced at his skills. Indeed, his beast taming had reached level 7, and his beast tamer trait had ascended to 3 stars. Quite impressive. For a wolf, its attributes were commendable. Chapter 73, The Roar of the Fierce Tiger, all tamed. Unfortunately, the Wolf King was not like the humanoid, highly intelligent beast girls such as Shao Kong and Shao Dai. It had already reached its pinnacle, leaving no room for further growth. Luo Yu gently stroked the Wolf King's head and chuckled, "From now on, you shall be called a Tai. Rest easy and heal." With a howl, the Wolf King lay down on the haystack, falling into a deep slumber. The base had welcomed a new member, and Luo Yu felt a wave of joy. He made his way outside the walls, where wolves, both living and deceased, awaited his attention. In the clearing beyond the walls, Shao Dai remarked, "Master, we have killed 36 wild wolves, and 74 have survived. Sister Shao Jin is currently administering treatment." Luo Yu turned his gaze to Shao Jin, who was swiftly wrapping the injured with cloth and cotton, her efficiency remarkable, and she managed to perform basic first aid, halting the bleeding. Upon observing her medical level, he was astonished. Level 11. A medical level above 10 allowed her to treat without relying on herbs, performing simple care by hand. Moments later, all 74 surviving wild wolves were treated and transformed into neutral units, with a few even being tamed directly. Approaching Luo Yu, Shao Jin inquired, "What do you plan to do next?" With a faint smile, Luo Yu replied, "Naturally, I shall tame them all and sell them for profit. Please keep an eye on them while I attend to the deceased wolves." Shao Jin nodded, appearing as if she wished to say more, but Luo Yu, noticing her demeanor, chuckled, "Shao Jin, you've done well. I appreciate your hard work." Just as long as you know," she retorted, a hint of joy glimmering in her eyes. Regardless of her words, she had already become a pet, and pets feel genuine happiness when praised by their masters. Luo Yu observed her expression, chuckling inwardly. They have a fondness for this. As he worked, he engaged in conversation with the group. This small community was quite formidable. The descent of the wolf pack had not inflicted any harm upon them. Instead, it felt more akin to a fortunate boon. In contrast, the regional channel was filled with lamentations, as many had been injured, and some appeared to have perished. Fan Yumeng, Luo Yu, how many wild wolves have you tamed? Luo Yu, I haven't started taming yet. I'm currently dealing with the wolf carcasses. Fan Yumeng, thank you for your hard work. I've already tamed 3 wild wolves, and there are 6 unconscious ones. Once they awaken, I will tame them as well. Our base's combat strength will surge, hehe. It was evident that she was thrilled. Nyoda, can you afford to keep so many? These tamed animals can be listed for auction, and their prices are quite high now. Have you considered this? Fan Yumeng, I don't plan to sell for the time being. We still have some stored meat at home, and we can afford to keep them. Having more wolves will provide us with greater peace of mind. By the way, Luo Yu, what are your plans? Luo Yu, we already have a female tiger at home. Let's sell the tameable young wolves. By the way, does anyone in our group have a need? I'm offering them at a low price. Naker, I'll reserve 2. Elena, well, I have 2 as well. Alice, then I suppose I do too. Nyoda, I have no money. Luo Yu, didn't you sell the captive I gave you at half price? That should provide you with some funds. Nyoda, I want to sell her. She has been quite cooperative. By the way, when I mentioned you to her, she said she has no recollection of anything in your territory. Luo Yu, you brought me up while she was cooperating with you? Fan Yumeng, what are you all talking about? Alice, according to the rules of the world, whether it is a captive or an animal, as long as they are not trial takers, once sold, they will automatically lose all memories of their previous territory. This is a confidentiality measure of the world. Luo Yu was aware of this when he sold captives before. While chatting with everyone, he swiftly dealt with the carcasses of the wild wolves. A day has passed, and as the sun began to set, Luo Yu stepped into the open space outside the wall, gazing at the injured wolf pack, preparing to tame them. Every individual has limited energy. Using beast taming techniques requires both mental and physical strength. With so many wild wolves before him, it was uncertain how long it would take for Luo Yu to tame them alone. Neutral animals would leave the territory on their own. It was better to tame them quickly. He summoned Shao Jin, Shao Dai, and Shao Kong, whose beast taming skills were commendable and could alleviate some of Luo Yu's burden. He also called for the Wolf King, as its presence would enhance the success rate of taming. Shao Jin let out a fierce tiger roar to put them into a state of confusion. Little tiger? Awu? Awu? Shao Jin let out a sound and chuckled lightly. Is that how it is? Luo Yu nodded repeatedly, Adorable, just like that. Give me a few more whiz to hear. Expecting to merely tease his master. He was surprised when Xiao Jin seemed to enjoy making that sound. Annoying. Xiao Jin's face flushed, feeling shy, yet he opted for a serious roar. Indeed. The pack of wild wolves trembled in fear, all succumbing to a state of terror. The rest would be easy to tame one by one. You have tamed the wild wolf with a success rate of 83. You have tamed the wild wolf with a success rate of 79. Your beast taming level has risen to 8. In 3 hours, all 74 wild wolves were successfully tamed, not a single one missing. Wild wolves are not like the blue wolfade. They possess slightly lesser abilities. Animals with around 10 attribute points at the auction house are priced at approximately 2,500. But since wild wolves have decent intelligence and can perform various tasks post-taming, their price fluctuates around 3,000. Without hesitation, sell. Luo Yu luxuriated in the bath. The lavish tub was invigorating. Initially, he felt dizzy from the numerous taming attempts, but soaking in the bath rejuvenated him significantly. You have gained fatigue reduced by 100 during your bath. Goodness, it restored him completely. Had he not already tamed all the wild wolves, he could have continued working through the night. The situation in the bath remains unchanged from yesterday. Those who enjoy water play continue to do so, while the shy ones retreat into their shells. Luo Yu, disregarding the 3 beast girls, announced in the group, I have successfully tamed quite a few. For those who previously expressed interest in wild wolves, feel free to contact me for a trade. In Chapter 74, the water circulation design is unlocked and ready to be constructed. Nicole was the first to send a trade request, offering 6,000 silver coins. Luo Yu, may I have 1 male and 1 female? She inquired. 4,000 will suffice. I can provide you with a handsome male wolf and a beautiful female wolf. Thank you. My sister and I are truly grateful, Nicole replied sweetly. You're welcome. When we meet again, may I gently stroke your ears? Luo Yu asked. Oh, just the ears. No touching of the tail, please, Nicole responded. Is there a significance to the tail? Luo Yu chuckled and confirmed the trade. Transaction successful. You have received 4,000 silver coins. Subsequently, he sold 2 wolves, Alice and Elena, at the same price, ensuring they were both healthy and of good attributes. Fang Yameng, envious, inquired if more were available and purchased 2 as well, bringing her total to 11. It seemed her base was evolving into something akin to a zoo. Though Nyoda lacked funds, Luo Yu generously gifted him a male wolf, albeit one that limped slightly. With care, it would mend. Good friends can lend a helping hand. Nyoda, not one to take advantage, offered Luo Yu a few seeds of broccoli, enhancing the variety of crops in his garden. With 65 wild wolves remaining, Luo Yu listed them all in the auction house, starting at over 3,000 silver coins each. Given that everyone's taming levels were still quite low, the pets sold remarkably well. In just a short time, they were all sold out. With a profit of 20 silver coins, Luo Yu was overjoyed, embracing little Kong and showering her with affectionate kisses. Having earned enough to purchase the water circulation design blueprint, Luo Yu felt it was perhaps destiny. Without further ado, he proceeded to buy it. You spent 200,000 silver coins to purchase the water circulation design blueprint. Once the items arrived and the technology was unlocked, numerous buildings became available. Luo Yu was momentarily bewildered by the plethora of options before him. Water towers, pumps, pipes, cleaning stations, drainage systems, and more. The complexity of designing the pipeline routes was daunting, yet fortunately, the necessary materials could primarily be constructed from stone bricks. As night fell and fatigue set in, Luo Yu decided against further research, opting instead to rest. That night, he drifted off to sleep with little Kong in his arms, awakening the next morning, refreshed and revitalized. While you slept, you gained heat resistance, maximum comfort temperature 10. With a faint smile, Luo Yu chose not to have breakfast immediately. Instead, he practiced a set of gale blade techniques. The previous night, he had seen discussions about how martial skills could be enhanced through continuous practice, and his gale blade technique was currently at its first tier. He intends to dedicate 15 minutes each morning to practice a set of movements, which will not only hone his martial skills, but also bolster his physical well-being, allowing him to enter a focused state more swiftly. Such a splendid activity. How had it eluded his thoughts until now? After enjoying breakfast, he must commence the establishment of a water circulation system, and the initial step naturally involves securing a water source. This task is rather straightforward. A single pipe can be laid directly from underground to the small lake. The water in this lake is remarkably pristine, suitable for direct consumption, and due to the relationship with the core of the base. The purity level of this small lake is an impressive 120, significantly reducing the presence of parasites. This is quite satisfactory. With a water source secured, the subsequent step involves devising a method to extract the water. Opening the construction page, he perused various types of water pumps. The thunder electric pump was not a viable option at present. His gaze settled on the wind power pump. Wind power pump, stone 10,000, silver 500, iron or 500. Requires natural wind. Upon closer examination of the description, he noted that the wind power pump is categorized as a manual pump, capable of extracting up to 1 0.000 liters of water daily when the wind is favorable, equating to 1 ton. However, in the absence of wind, the extraction rate drops to 0. He had previously calculated that the base's daily water consumption, including bathing, drinking, and flushing toilets, was approximately 600 liters, not accounting for irrigation. Clearly, a single wind power pump would be insufficient, so he decided to construct 4 initially, given his available materials. Approaching the small lake, he erected 4 wind power pumps in the shallow waters, resembling large windmills crafted from stone bricks, as the pumps began to rotate gently. Upon observation, he noted an additional advantage of the wind power pumps. Despite their considerable size, their placement in the lake meant they occupied no land area. Checking the current extraction rate, he found that due to the gentle breeze, each pump was yielding only 100 liters of water. With the pumps established, the next task was to create a water storage facility. Since water buckets and tanks have limited capacities, he resolved to construct a water tower and an underground storage tank. The water tower would be positioned within the base, preferably distanced from the toilet and the beast taming area to prevent any inadvertent contamination. Selecting a location in the southwest corner of the base, he first removed the advanced tiles and began excavating a pit to facilitate the construction of the storage tank. Underground storage tank, stone bricks 50,000, iron ore 2,000, silver 500, storage capacity 32 tons. He dug the pit to a considerable depth and, upon completion, encircled it with advanced defensive tiles. Although costly, this would prevent unauthorized excavation, and the tiles would provide insulation against temperature extremes, safeguarding the water from spoilage or freezing. After a series of operations, he initiated construction, and a grand water tank materialized within the beautifully excavated pit, complete with a small staircase for access. The stone support columns were robust enough to bear the weight from above, leaving him quite satisfied with his handiwork. He then invested a portion of his stone materials to fashion a stone cover, fitting it seamlessly over the pit, leaving only a small door leading underground. With this, he once again laid the advanced tiles, ensuring that no one would suspect the presence of a substantial water tank beneath. It is most advisable to situate such facilities underground to preserve the aesthetic integrity of the base. Subsequently, Luo Yu commenced the construction of the water pipes. The external water pipes necessitated the excavation of trenches for installation. After dedicating some time to this task, the pipes were successfully connected to 4 wind-powered water pumps. Upon inspecting the status of the water tank, he was pleased to find that water was indeed being infused. This validation of his envisioned water circulation system proved to be both accurate and efficient. Although he lacked formal training in civil engineering, he possessed a fundamental understanding of the essentials. The accumulated materials over the past few days, including bricks and iron ore, were still adequate. With a remaining supply of over 1 unit of silver, the water towers were categorized into various types: small, medium, large, aesthetically pleasing, luxurious, and extravagant. Naturally, Luo Yu aspired to construct an extravagant water tower. However, given the circumstances, he opted for an aesthetically pleasing one instead, ensuring it would not detract from the overall ambience of the base. Aesthetically pleasing water tower, 30,000 bricks, 1,000 iron ore, 1,000 silver, 100 emeralds. Water capacity, 16 tons. Upon confirming the design, a silver water tower materialized before him, standing approximately 4 meters tall, adorned with intricate emerald carvings that presented quite a fine appearance. The pipes connected directly to the underground water tank, and upon completion, the water was swiftly initiated. At that moment, the winds picked up, allowing the 4 wind-powered water pumps to collectively provide a daily influx of 800 liters. With the water tank and tower combined, the base's total water capacity now reached 48 tons, which should suffice for the time being. Should it prove insufficient, constructing additional water towers would be a straightforward endeavor, as they occupy minimal space. Upon completing these tasks, Luo Yu promptly extended the water pipes to the grand villa, ensuring that the kitchen water supply, as well as the pipes leading to the restroom and bathroom, were equipped with separate valves. Aesthetic water outlet valve, 300 iron ore, 300 silver, 10 gold. The water outlet valve functions similarly to a faucet, and with no further ado, the construction was swiftly executed. Next on his agenda were the kitchen sink and cleaning station, which had long occupied his thoughts. The cleaning station, an automatic workstation, would enhance the kitchen's cleanliness, while the sink required no elaboration. Aesthetic kitchen sink, 500 iron ore, 500 bricks, 500 silver, 30 gold. Kitchen cleanliness, 20. Reduced risk of food toxicity. Advanced kitchen cleaning station, 2,000 bricks, 500 iron ore, 500 silver, 30 gold, 50 emeralds. Kitchen cleanliness, 50. Reduced risk of food toxicity. A series of operations depleted the iron ore reserves entirely, utilized a substantial portion of the bricks, and left only a scant amount of emeralds. However, considerable gold remained from previous accumulations. After completing these endeavors, Luo Yu assessed the base's rating, 7/200, with the hygiene score reaching a maximum of 98 points. Thus, hygiene ratings are generally calculated based on the highest attainable value. Currently, the highest score for the base stood at 98, whereas the existing hygiene value was 80 due to the prolonged neglect resulting in the accumulation of dust and similar debris. Overall, the hydraulic facilities have significantly enhanced the ratings, particularly with Luo Yu's aesthetically pleasing designs, which have garnered considerably higher scores compared to the standard models. Fortunately, if not for the elevated base ratings, the multitude of wolf packs that arrived yesterday would not have materialized, allowing him to reap substantial profits. The assurance provided by a robust rating system instills confidence in defense against attacks, making a higher score all the more desirable. After a half-day's effort, he finally resolved the water circulation system. The kitchen within the villa, along with several key facilities such as bathrooms and showers, has been equipped with water outlets, providing peace of mind. Naturally, Luo Yu did not remain idle, continuing his research on various water circulation structures. The freezing chamber can be utilized to create ice cubes. However, it necessitates unlocking another major category within water circulation technology, freezing technology, which is frustrating without the requisite blueprints. Patience is key. Upon checking the time, he realized it was already noon, and everyone settled for a barbecue meal. In the afternoon, Luo Yu began to cook. After preparing 5 simple dishes, his culinary skill finally reached level 3, a commendable achievement. With immense confidence, he had a dye taste each dish for poison, and indeed, none were toxic. The cleanliness of the kitchen significantly improved, yielding immediate results. A dye wagged his tail in delight, clearly pleased. Non-toxic cooked food is far more enjoyable than barbecued fare. Just as they were enjoying their meal, the once dim dining room suddenly illuminated. The climbing flowers had finally matured. Each room was adorned with blooming vines, brightening the entire villa, and the joy of Luo Yu and his 3 adorable companions was immeasurable. Notification: flowers blooming. Your territory is blessed by nature. This quarter's plant growth rate 100, natural plant mortality rate reduced by 100. With such fortuitous events, Luo Yu was overwhelmed with elation. The following day, everyone continued their diligent work. Luo Yu reviewed the data and noted the acquisition of 30,000 wolf meat and 10,000 wolf pelts. A staggering figure. With the ice cellar now overflowing. As it is summer, the storage of meat is inadvisable, and current meat prices have plummeted to a mere 3 silver coins, marking an unprecedented low. Outside, the temperature had soared to 34 degrees and continued to rise. Luo Yu inspected the state of the meat in the ice cellar. Despite the insulation provided by high-grade flooring, the temperature within had gradually risen above freezing. As temperatures exceed 0, ice cubes will slowly melt, leading to a vicious cycle where the cellar's temperature continues to escalate. In such sweltering conditions, within 3 days, all the meat would inevitably spoil. Consuming spoiled meat carries a high risk of food poisoning, and the foul odor would diminish hygiene ratings, rendering it unsellable and inedible, a catastrophic loss indeed. Fortunately, the presence of high-grade flooring mitigated the situation. Otherwise, the ice would have completely melted away. Following the previous logic of base construction, after Luo Yu had enhanced the ratings by constructing hydraulic buildings, he should have fortified defenses to counteract the threats posed by these scores. However, the current circumstances clearly render that approach unfeasible. Luo Yu estimated that under such temperatures, the cellar could endure for perhaps 3 or 4 more days. He needed to devise a method to reduce the cellar's temperature below 0 before the ice melted. The foremost priority was to shield it from sunlight and prevent direct exposure. Luo Yu planned to construct a large warehouse above the cellar, both to block the sun's rays and to provide storage for various items. Chapter 76: The Lord's Bracelet and the Short-Haired Beast Girl. Upon reviewing the construction options, he noted that warehouses were categorized into ordinary, intermediate, advanced, luxurious, and extravagant. The luxurious warehouse was prohibitively expensive. Thus, the advanced warehouse seemed the most prudent choice. He could always upgrade later when finances permitted. Advanced warehouse: 150,000 stone bricks, 5,000 iron ore, 10,000 silver, 200 gold. Automatically categorizes items, reduces item decay by 100, enhances insulation and cold resistance by 20, increases pest and rodent deterrence by 50. With his iron ore depleted, it would take approximately 4 to 5 days to mine 5,000 units, a timeline that was not feasible. He decided to gather resources instead. Checking his silver reserves, he found he had 15, enough to purchase 5,000 iron ore at market price. After acquiring a considerable amount of iron ore from the auction house, he found himself entirely broke. Not a single coin remained. He felt as impoverished as a ghost. Thus, the dilemma arose. He had sufficient iron ore, but lacked the silver to construct the warehouse. Fortunately, his household stock was plentiful. Luo Yu promptly listed 10,000 wolf meat for sale at the market price of 3 silver each, refusing to sell at a loss. No matter how desperate his situation seemed, he could afford to sell some good items at a lower price to his companions. But placing them in the auction house without maximizing profit felt like a personal defeat. Such was the reality. Having not utilized 2 critical opportunities from the previous day and today, and with an abundance of wolf pelts at home. Luo Yu intended to craft 2 pieces of critical wolf leather clothing. Upon entering the basement, he noticed the area was now adorned with climbing flowers and glowing flora, far more beautiful than before. Xiao Dai was busy crafting women's lingerie, having already produced over a dozen pieces, which were neatly arranged in a basket. Indeed, he still had plenty of lingerie unsold. Possessing such items brought him a sense of calm. He listed all the women's lingerie at prices ranging from 2,500 to 3,000 silver. Just as he placed them in the auction house, without even beginning to promote them, they sold out instantly. Another 35,000 silver was in his hands. What a relief. While contemplating the production of more women's lingerie, he suddenly thought of Xiao Jin. Although she had managed to find some clothes after her previous outfit was ruined, they were remnants left by a female captive he had sold. They were far too small and tattered. With this in mind, Luo Yu decided to invest additional cotton and wolf pelts to create a proper outfit for Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin, Xiao Dai, and Xiao Kong, the 3 beast girls, already had their personal clothing, so the newly crafted lingerie would be prioritized for them. Since Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong had their own garments, he would proceed to make a jacket for Xiao Jin. After sending Xiao Dai off to fish, Luo Yu approached the sewing station. The sewing station for items such as pants and jackets came with built-in patterns, allowing him to select and proceed effortlessly. With a silent affirmation, Luo Yu initiated the sewing process. Critical hit multiplier activated. Moments later, the cargo outlet flickered with light, revealing a stunning blue wolf leather jacket. Silver-grade wolf leather jacket. Increases defense, provides insulation and heat resistance. Your tailoring skill has risen to level 6. Although it was merely a silver item, there was a tinge of regret. However, the elevation of my tailoring skill was a delightful outcome. I intended to attempt crafting pants next, but at that moment, Xiaokong burst in, clutching a chest and chirping excitedly at Luo Yu. Had she stumbled upon another treasure chest? A glimmer of joy sparkled in Luo Yu's eyes as he beheld the open chest containing a black bracelet adorned with numerous small slots. Lord's bracelet, gold grade upon wearing. All resources within the territory increase by 5. It can be embedded with various cores, improving the quality of associated buildings and items by 5. Each embedded technology core increases territorial resources by 1. Luo Yu gasped, astonishment illuminating his expression. Xiaokong's chest had yielded a remarkable treasure. Indeed, her description indicated that the better her mood, the higher the entertainment value of the territory, thus increasing the likelihood of discovering chests. Yet, it made no mention of yielding gold-grade items. Moreover, this bracelet was undoubtedly among the finest of its class. Hastily, he checked the overall status of the base, and indeed, the resource metrics and fertility had surged from 120 to 125. This seemingly minor increment represented a colossal enhancement. Additionally, the durability of the walls, flooring, and the potency of the arrow towers, crossbows, and catapults had all seen significant improvements. Overjoyed, Luo Yu swiftly adorned himself with the Lord's bracelet, retrieving the automatic defense core. Upon contact with the bracelet, the core seamlessly embedded itself. Instantly, the territorial resources escalated from 125 to 126. Impressive. Presently, Luo Yu possessed additional cores, the Water Cycle Technology Core, Visitor Technology Core, and Mercenary Technology Core, which he promptly installed. The current total resources of the base now amounted to 129. Splendid, simply splendid. In a moment of exuberance, Luo Yu embraced Xiaokong tightly and planted a kiss on her cheek. Xiaokong, equally delighted, instinctively wrapped her arms around Luo Yu's neck. This bracelet was indeed a timely boon. The resources in the mine had dwindled to a mere 30, and this enhancement of 9 would surely bring joy to the Scorpion King for several days. After a brief embrace, Luo Yu noticed Xiaokong's hair had grown quite long again. He fetched scissors and trimmed her hair to shoulder length, chuckling. This short style suits you so well. You have obtained 200 strands of Xuanqiu Beast Girl's hair. With an increase in his beast taming level as a beastmaster, the rewards in hair had also multiplied. Xiaokong was overjoyed by her master's hairstyling and clung to him tightly. Once again, Luo Yu sent her off to fish. And with a thought, Xiao Jin appeared before him, summoned by his beastmaster's call. Here, try on this outfit. Silver-grade equipment? For me? After donning the attire, Xiao Jin twirled gracefully, her eyes sparkling with delight, clearly enamored with it. She gazed at Luo Yu and chuckled lightly. You truly understand me. Very well. I shall temporarily acknowledge you as my master. Have you conceded to just one piece of clothing? Luo Yu chuckled heartily, crafting a pair of ordinary trousers for her to wear. Xiao Jin's face radiated with joy, clearly delighted. Come, your hair has grown. Let me tidy it up for you. Xiao Jin, a golden tiger, like all felines, relished being pampered by her master. It was in her nature. Moreover, Luo Yu was her master, and even if she did not explicitly acknowledge it, deep within, she yearned for affectionate interaction with him. You have obtained 200 strands of Jean Jezebel's hair. Previously, during their bathing and resting moments, they had consistently received notifications of increased hair growth progress, now reaching 200. To let such an opportunity slip by would indeed be a waste. cradling the golden locks in his hands. Luo Yu discerned that Xiao Jin's hair possessed greater defensive capabilities than Xiao Kong's, though it was slightly less effective in terms of thermal insulation and cold resistance. Chapter 77. The Diamond Coat and the Premium Warehouse. Curiously, Luo Yu inquired, Xiao Jin, as beast girls, do you not produce milk? Why have I not received any notifications regarding milk production progress? Produce milk? Xiao Jin's face flushed crimson, and she stammered, I have no experience in that area. How could I possibly produce milk? Nonsense. Pervert. Is that so? Luo Yu replied with a laugh. I assumed your proportions would grant you such a capability. You are the one with that capability. Xiao Jin exclaimed, her cheeks ablaze, as she hastily stood and declared, perverted master. I shall ignore you. With that, she darted out the door. Luo Yu laughed heartily. Indeed, having an adorable pet added 10 points to his entertainment value. Occasionally teasing his little darling was a delightful form of amusement that uplifted his spirits. After Xiao Jin's departure, Luo Yu summoned Xiao Dai, similarly harvesting a portion of her hair. Xiao Dai's hair was black and, as anticipated, possessed special abilities capable of resisting ordinary mental attacks. For instance, certain unique races emitted sounds that acted as attack pollution. This function proved rather useful. With another 200 units acquired, Luo Yu now possessed a total of 600 units of special hair. With one critical opportunity remaining, it was time to craft himself a stylish coat. Luo Yu's plan was to arm himself from head to toe with special hair, starting from the outermost layer. With the platinum trousers made from Xiao Kong's hair already in place, he took a deep breath and placed all 600 strands into the sewing station, commencing his work. Critical hit multiplier activated. Moments later, the output port shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. Upon seeing this brilliance, Luo Yu was overjoyed. It was diamond level. Using exceptional hair combined with a 100-fold critical hit, he had crafted a diamond-level coat. The coat was a stunning purple, adorned with light golden patterns, pink trim, and a black collar, embodying the colors of Xiao Jin, Xiao Kong, and Xiao Dai. The design was remarkably appealing. Shimmering diamond coat, defense 200, clothing comfort 100, maximum comfort temperature 30, minimum comfort temperature 30, immunity to mental attacks 50, global work speed 100. Special ability, purple light barrier, creates a purple barrier around the body, resisting 3 attacks, with a duration of 60 seconds. Your tailoring level has risen to 7. This attribute left Luo Yu astounded. He was aware that this garment could be extraordinary, yet he never anticipated it would be to such an extent. The fundamental attributes aside, the purple light barrier was not particularly useful at the moment, but a global work speed of 100 was truly terrifying. For instance, in mining, under the influence of strength and mining skills, it previously took 3 seconds to extract a piece of ore. Now it would be merely 15 seconds. Whether cutting stone, planting, milking cows, or sewing, the efficiency of all laborious tasks had doubled. A truly formidable outfit. Upon donning the jacket, Luo Yu instantly felt a significant sense of comfort, while a purple aura enveloped him, indicating the shield was automatically activated. The Heavenly Path World's description noted that shield-type items were typically belts and exceedingly rare. To discover that this garment also possessed a shield meant that if he were to acquire a shield belt in the future, he would have 2 layers of protection. Invincible. Indeed, the clothing's design was aesthetically pleasing, but the shield was particularly eye-catching, radiating purple light. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Yu decided to temporarily deactivate the shield. There was no danger, so why attract unnecessary attention? Modesty was the better course. Exiting the basement, Luo Yu arrived at the base's stone-cutting site, where Xiao Jin was absent-mindedly chiseling away at the stone. Upon noticing Luo Yu's approach, she momentarily froze. As he drew near, Luo Yu chuckled. What's with that dazed expression? Is there something on my face? Huh. Xiao Jin blushed slightly and replied, I just feel you look even more handsome than before. The beast girl was undeniably honest. Luo Yu laughed heartily, taking the artisan's knife from Xiao Jin and swiftly cutting through the stone. Indeed, his speed had doubled compared to before. Hey, that outfit of yours. Xiao Jin touched Luo Yu's clothing, astonished. My goodness, it's diamond grade. You made a diamond grade outfit from our hair. Luo Yu grinned. Just lucky, I suppose. Xiao Jin, with your short hair, you look quite lovely too. At his compliment, a flicker of joy danced in Xiao Jin's eyes, though she feigned indifference as she replied, a wool. It's not like you didn't cut my tiger fur, humph. You should thank us. In the evening, I'd like to have yesterday's dish. And also some of that milk from last time. All right, there are still some milk slices. Feel free to take them if you like. Xiao Jin beamed, revealing her 2 sharp tiger teeth, which, in this moment, appeared rather endearing. That evening, everyone gathered to enjoy the meal prepared by Luo Yu. The food poisoning incident had not recurred for 2 days. It seemed the improvement in kitchen hygiene was indeed effective. As dawn broke the following morning, Luo Yu's first task was to check the system notifications. Indeed, the wolf meat he had sold the previous day had nearly all been purchased, netting him 3 silver coins. And with the money from selling undergarments, the base now had a total of 65 coins. He glanced at the temperature forecast for the day, above 35 degrees. With no time for breakfast, he quickly freshened up and prepared to construct a warehouse. Advanced warehouse, 150,000 stone bricks, 5,000 iron ore, 10,000 silver, 200 gold. Upon clicking the construction button, a substantial quantity of materials vanished, giving way to an elegant loft that emerged above the ice cellar. This was the advanced warehouse. Distinguished by its aesthetic appeal, from the outside, it bore little resemblance to a conventional warehouse, appearing more akin to a grand residence of a wealthy family. Upon entering the warehouse, one found it rather empty, with only a few built-in shelves adorning the 2 levels. At that moment, Luo Yu was not concerned with transporting goods, but instead hurried into the cellar. Indeed, he discovered that the temperature within the cellar began to drop. Previously, the temperature had risen to 4 degrees, but once the warehouse was completed, it completely shielded the sunlight. Coupled with its inherent insulation features, the temperature plummeted below zero in no time. A considerable quantity of meat and vegetables was preserved, letting out a heavy sigh of relief. Luo Yu patted the mountain of frozen wolf meat before him, his mind drifting to another matter. He recalled having seen a scroll in the world that offered an item stacking technology, capable of compacting items into a single unit, somewhat akin to spatial folding technology. He wondered how many items would be required to unlock it. With such stacking technology, his cellar would undoubtedly suffice. After leaving the cellar, Luo Yu commenced the task of transporting goods. He began by organizing the large quantity of wolf pelts and fabrics like cotton that were stored in the basement, placing them together. Next, he gathered metals such as iron, ore, silver, and emeralds into a separate collection. Then came the various labor tools and an assortment of captured weapons. Each sorted accordingly. What belonged on the shelves went on the shelves, and everything else was placed appropriately. With meticulous planning of the warehouse layout, the automatic sorting feature could function effectively. The advanced warehouse's automatic sorting capability was indeed remarkable, unlike a standard warehouse where one had to manually arrange items. The advanced version allowed for items to be tossed toward the entrance, where they would automatically fly to their designated storage areas once the various zones were established. Similarly, when retrieving items, one merely needed to activate the plaque at the warehouse entrance, and the desired items would emerge automatically, thus eliminating labor and human effort. Truly convenient. In the world governed by celestial principles, each race possesses its own advantages, yet the only truly equitable aspect is time. While one organizes a warehouse, others may plant additional trees or earn a bit more money, thus gaining an advantage. Over time, these disparities become apparent. Luo Yu understood this principle deeply. Therefore, he adhered to the tenet that if something could operate automatically, he would never resort to manual methods. Glancing at the current base rating, which had reached 7,600 points, he anticipated that the impending end-of-month attack would be formidable. Now that the initial freezing issues had been addressed, it was time to enhance defense facilities to mitigate the threats posed by this rating. Previously, during the wolf pack attack, most of the wild wolves had been shot down on their charge, a feat attributable not only to the intimidation caused by Xiao Jin, but also to the commendable firepower of the base. In a surprising turn of events, the Wolf King unexpectedly leaped onto the wall, marking yet another instance of a creature scaling the barrier, which served as a clarion call for Luo Yu. Before him lay 3 potential courses of action. The first option involved devising a means to create iron spikes atop the wall, though such a venture would hinder his own mobility. The second option entailed raising the height of the wall, a task requiring a substantial quantity of stones. Moreover, in the realm governed by the laws of nature, reinforcing existing structures demanded several times the expenditure. Whether one sought to elevate the wall's stature or upgrade the intermediate wall to a superior one, it necessitated a considerable investment of resources that, it seemed, would not be available this month. The primary constraint was the insufficient supply of stones. Even if the mine yielded its full potential, it might still fall short of what was needed. Additionally, structures that had been reinforced could not be further upgraded. To attain a superior wall, one would have to dismantle and rebuild, a daunting undertaking indeed. The third option, which Luo Yu found more appealing, involved laying down tiles outside the wall and setting up spike traps. The tiles required fewer stones, while the spike traps demanded silver. And this approach would enhance the aesthetic appeal of the base without obstructing visibility. Furthermore, the fire-resistant qualities of the tiles presented additional advantages over simply raising the wall. After careful contemplation, Luo Yu concluded that utilizing fire-resistant tiles would be the wisest choice. The intricate fire-resistant tiles consumed a modest amount of resources per square, 10 stones, 3 iron ores, and 1 silver. There was no need to extend the tiles excessively. A width of 3 meters would suffice for the time being. After calculation, he determined that the total expenditure would amount to 12 stone bricks, 36,000 iron ores, and 12,000 silver, a sum that was manageable. Currently, the base lacked sufficient stone bricks and iron ores, and with the 12th day of summer upon them, he aimed to complete the project by the 20th day. As he contemplated this, Luo Yu was preparing to head to the mine when an alert suddenly appeared. Warning, the Skasa tribe has launched a targeted attack on your territory in retaliation. Stunned by the notification, Luo Yu checked the group chat and regional channel, only to find a serene atmosphere. It appeared that he was the sole target of this assault, a consequence of the tribe's heightened animosity. The Skasa tribe has sent 51 participants for this attack, employing what seems to be a clever strategy. This was a typical assault, far less formidable than the impending end-of-month onslaught, yet it could still pose significant challenges. Such events rarely resulted in immediate devastation but would deplete the base's defensive strength, thus paving the way for a more catastrophic assault at month's end. Of course, the 51 attackers, when positioned in an adversary's territory, possessed a strength approximately 4 to 5 times greater than that of the upcoming large-scale attack, given the high rating of Luo Yu's base. From the watchtower, Luo Yu and 3 beastly maidens gazed into the distance. Xiao Jin, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "Let me charge out. I could eliminate them all in under half an hour." Luo Yu, observing the slow advance of the indigenous group, retorted, "Do not be overconfident. That is not feasible. Surrounded by a group with archers, what if you were to sustain an injury? We are on the defensive. There is no need for haste." Xiao Jin nodded, realizing her impulsiveness. Indeed, while a value of 300 was formidable, it could not withstand a siege. After observing for a while, Xiao Dai hastily exclaimed, "Master, they are digging a pit." Luo Yu focused his gaze and indeed discovered 2 natives rapidly excavating a hole, situated beyond the range of the catapults. It seemed that the people of the Skasa tribe had developed a profound understanding of the catapults within Luo Yu's territory. The earth was being churned with remarkable speed. No wonder they had resorted to such clever tactics. These natives were rather astute. A faint smile flickered in Luo Yu's eyes. Had it been before, he might have panicked, fearing that they would burrow directly into the walls of his base if anyone were to emerge within the confines of the base. The numerous arrow towers and crossbows would unleash their fury, effectively eliminating the intruders, but likely causing collateral damage to his own structures and creatures, while also drawing the full brunt of firepower to provide cover for the enemy assaulting from outside. However, he had previously laid down defensive tiles. In the distance, 2 highly skilled miners among the natives were diligently digging, seemingly quite deep, presumably aiming to tunnel beneath the moat and infiltrate the base. Moreover, in this realm governed by the laws of nature, the restrictions on excavation were minimal. The removed soil simply vanished without leaving a trace. Thus, one could say that earth excavation was a rather conventional assault strategy. Opposing them were 51 individuals, with 2 engaged in digging while the rest stood guard at the tunnel's entrance, poised to confront any potential emergence of Luo Yu and his companions. Typically, when a lord observes an impending tunneling attack, the instinct is to proactively strike to thwart it. Yet, Luo Yu remained unperturbed, watching their labor from the lookout tower while enjoying lunch with his 3 adorable companions. As time passed, it was not until around 4 in the afternoon that a sudden commotion arose beneath the tiles at the eastern corner of the base. Alert! The enemy is excavating your defensive tiles. Current durability, 99, 98, 97. They can indeed circumvent the moat. It appears the moat was not dug deep enough. Luo Yu mused, as the durability of the tiles gradually diminished. However, at this pace, it would take more than half an hour to breach the tiles. Luo Yu was aware of this, but the enemy was oblivious to the time required. Logically, one could easily breach the tiles with minimal effort, and the soldiers guarding the tunnel entrance began to descend into the hole. Witnessing this, a hint of amusement sparkled in Luo Yu's eyes as he gently maneuvered to commence repairs on the tiles. Current durability, 95. Current durability, 100. The speed of repair far exceeded that of destruction. These tiles were specifically designed to thwart tunneling. This meant that these individuals were now trapped beneath their own territory. This made things considerably easier. Luo Yu turned to the small golden figure beside him and said, "It's your turn. Go fetch some stones and block that tunnel." The little golden one immediately complied, leaping down from the lookout tower, clutching 2 large stones, and promptly sealed the entrance. Now, the 51 individuals underground would face a dire shortage of oxygen. Within a mere 2 to 3 minutes, the indigenous people beneath began to frantically strike the tiles. Yet their destructive efforts were vastly outpaced by the speed of repair. Even in their frenzy, it proved futile. After approximately another minute, Luo Yu sensed an unusual stillness below. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin stood atop 2 large stones blocking the entrance, exclaiming, "Master, they are all down there. They must be suffocating from lack of oxygen." Moments later, Luo Yu, along with Xiao Dai, Xiao Kong, and the massive scorpion, approached the cave entrance and removed the 2 obstructing stones, only to discover a multitude of individuals incapacitated at the cave's mouth, all rendered motionless by asphyxiation. Luo Yu chuckled heartily and, with Xiao Jin's assistance, began to haul them out one by one, binding each captive securely. By the time they regained consciousness, they would possess little to no combat prowess, making the task remarkably effortless. After securing all the indigenous captives and tossing them onto the mining cart, a system notification appeared. "Congratulations, you have defeated the Skasa tribe's revenge. The Skasa tribe's animosity towards you has intensified. Due to the complete capture of your assailants, territorial information will remain confidential. Once all the captives were confined within the prison, Another notification followed. Warning, the number of prison captives exceeds capacity, and the prison's low level significantly increases the risk of escape. Observing the captives sprawled haphazardly on the ground, Luo Yu realized that once they regained their strength, they would undoubtedly erupt with fury. After all, although they appeared feeble, they were not missing limbs. Upon checking their health status, he found that nearly all were in a state of dizziness, with an estimated recovery time of about half a day. There was time to act. The first order of business, disrobing them. Moreover, stripping the prisoners of their garments would diminish the likelihood of escape. Together with the 3 beast maidens, Luo Yu spent 10 minutes removing every article of clothing from the captives. As for the distinction between genders, it held no significance in Luo Yu's eyes. Once they were fully undressed, the sight of over 50 individuals without attire was nothing short of spectacular. Luo Yu took numerous screenshots to immortalize this remarkable scene, intending to share it with the new leader of the Skasa tribe when the opportunity arose. Meanwhile, the 3 beast maidens, including the intelligent blue wolf Dai and wolf king Tai, began to gather their clothing, weapons, and various spoils of war, depositing them directly into the warehouse where they would be automatically organized. Luo Yu then commenced a meticulous examination of each captive's attributes. The majority were of little worth, save for 2 men and 2 women who possessed unique personal traits, which could be temporarily retained while the rest were slated for sale. An anonymous message circulated among the human populace. Large-scale sale of captives with intact limbs and sound minds, regardless of gender, at a rate of 2 per person. Bulk transactions welcome. Serious inquiries only. Those looking to haggle, please refrain from disturbing me. This announcement stirred considerable excitement, causing the price of captives to soar. While 2 was the market rate, the condition of health was uncertain, as many captives captured during battle bore injuries that would hinder their labor efficiency, and some had suffered head trauma that impaired their intellect. Intelligence, after all, is a critical attribute. Once Luo Yu disseminated this information, a flurry of private messages flooded in. With many eager to engage in conversation, Luo Yu instructed those engaged in private conversations to wait a moment, while the trading interface directly inquired, "How many do you require? Males or females?" The male member of the Elven tribe, remaining anonymous, queried, "All are from the indigenous tribe, correct? 2 males and 2 females, aged no more than 40. The indigenous people, referred to as the Earthlings, constitute an independent race. Although they bear some resemblance to humans and elves, their skin tone and physical structure exhibit slight differences. Consequently, they are universally acknowledged as not belonging to any of the trialist races, classified instead as a branch of the subhuman lineage." Among the captives Luo Yu had secured, the majority were under 40. He promptly released 4 captives, and the counterpart readily offered 8 silver coins in exchange. Transaction successful. You have acquired 80,000 silver coins. The next transaction involved the bear folk, who also sought 4 captives, specifically 3 females and 1 male. Luo Yu was indifferent to their motivations for requiring so many female captives. His sole concern was the profitable sale. His business in captives flourished remarkably, and within a mere 10 minutes, he had sold them all, leaving only 4 captives with unique personal traits. Upon viewing his silver earnings, he was thrilled to discover a profit of 94. Indeed, he had amassed a staggering 94 in one go, not accounting for the garments and various weapons stripped from the captives. This was undeniably a lucrative venture. Consumption. A fervent spree of expenditure ensued. Luo Yu's first decision was to maximize his attribute points, raising them all to 100, as this would yield the most advantageous results. At that moment, his 3 primary attributes stood at 90 points, and with a flurry of clicks, he elevated them to 100. Despite the vigorous enhancements, he still retained 88 silver coins. Luo Yu's next expenditure focused on the spikes. The stone-paved road outside the base exhibited a relatively sparse distribution of spikes, prompting him to choose an increase in density. Should any adversary dare to tread upon the stone path, they would be met with an immediate barrage of spikes. The cost for silver spikes was 5,000 each, and Luo Yu purchased 20 in one go, positioning them along the stone pathway. Chapter 80. The Advancing Beast Girls. Now, the security of both the road and the mine was assured. With 78 silver coins remaining, he turned to his next investment, enhancing attributes once more. However, this time, he aimed to boost the attributes of Shao Kong and Shao Dai, while leaving Shao Jin's attributes unchanged. First, the enhancement aimed to bolster the combat effectiveness of the base. Second, a higher attribute value would correlate with improved work efficiency. Third, as a beast master, Luo Yu could summon them at will. These 3 were essentially his personal assets, accompanying him wherever he went, ready to assist in battles. How could he not enhance their attributes to make them more formidable? The attributes of the beast girls gradually increased with age, and this natural growth was complementary to the attribute points Luo Yu purchased with silver. Xian Xiu Beast Girl, 19 years old, strength 20, constitution 19, agility 31. Shao Kong's initial constitution was 18 points, and after more than a month, it had increased by 1 point. Luo Yu, in a decisive manner, spent 8 silver coins to elevate her attribute points to a total of 50. Xuanqiu Beast Girl, 19 years old, strength 50, constitution 50, agility 50. Night Butterfly, 20 years old, strength 11, constitution 11, agility 35. Little Butterfly's base attributes were even weaker. Thus, I invested in her. Spending 93 silver, Little Butterfly's attributes were all elevated to 50. Further enhancements would require 2,000 points, a sum that Luo Yu had yet to afford. Master. Feeling the transformation of her body, Little Butterfly dashed towards Luo Yu, leaping into his embrace, while Xiao Kong excitedly clung to him as well. Notice, Night Butterfly's attributes surged, her bloodline evolved into Charming Butterfly. A radiant glow enveloped Little Butterfly as she displayed a look of delight, curling her body and becoming encased in a cocoon. Notice, Xuanqiu Beast Girl's attributes surged. Her bloodline evolved into Jingyue Beast Girl. Xiao Kong shimmered with light, and unlike Little Butterfly, she completed her evolution instantaneously. There was no change in her appearance, prompting Luo Yu to hastily examine her attributes. Jingyue Beast Girl, Supreme Intelligence, Strength 100, Constitution 50, Agility 50. Special abilities: Enhanced Treasure Seeking, Proficiency in Slingshot, Mastery in Combat. Resources of Mountainous or Veins within Territory, 5. Current Fur Growth Progress, 12. Indeed, her intelligence had reached the pinnacle, strength escalated to 100. And her treasure-seeking skill had been enhanced, along with the acquisition of combat proficiency. Most impressively, the ore vein resource had increased by 5. One could only describe this as formidable. Master, Wujio. Xiao Kong affectionately nestled against Luo Yu's arm, rubbing her little head against him. Despite still calling out in her usual manner, she was now able to utter simple words. Master flowed easily from her lips. How endearing. Luo Yu recalled reading in the Heavenly Path world description that animals possess a certain probability of evolution, with the conditions being largely random and rather stringent. He had not anticipated that his two little darlings would evolve so swiftly. A moment later, Little Butterfly began to emerge from her cocoon. With a resounding crack, the white jade cocoon shattered, dispersing into radiant light. Little Butterfly flitted around Luo Yu, joyfully soaring before kneeling gracefully before him, softly expressing, "Thank you, Master, for investing significantly in my evolution. Little Butterfly will serve you diligently from now on, forever by your side." Charming Butterfly, Strength 60, Constitution 60, Agility 70, Enhanced Flight Speed. Special Ability, Group Enchantment. Enchantment dust can affect all enemies, reducing their mobility. Strikingly beautiful. Overall aesthetic value of territory, 10. Entertainment value, 10. Recruitment success rate, 10. Beast taming success rate, 10. Medical effectiveness, 10. If Xiao Kong epitomized a warrior, then Little Butterfly served as a support. A group enchantment was already quite impressive, and the strikingly beautiful trait was utterly remarkable. The aesthetic and entertainment values positively influenced acquisition rates, while recruitment, beast taming, and medical attributes were equally advantageous. With Little Butterfly's mere presence, the entire base would experience a subtle enhancement. Luo Yu joyfully lifted Little Butterfly into his arms. Indeed, this was splendid. 17 silver was a considerable amount, yet Luo Yu felt it was a tremendous bargain. After a brief interaction with them, Luo Yu directed them to continue their labor. He glanced at the silver remaining. 61, still a considerable sum. The wind blade technique could be gradually mastered through daily morning exercises, so there was no immediate need for enhancement. Instead, it was imperative to elevate his beast tamer level, which had reached its limit. To expand this limit, he needed to increase his beast tamer rank. Attaining 3 stars would allow for an additional 5 slots. According to the guidelines of the Heavenly Path world, this limit was established to prevent beast tamers from possessing an excessive number of high-tier animals, which could disrupt balance in the arena. Rationally, Luo Yu felt he might, perhaps, have already upset that balance, as he had quite a number of animals. The star rating of personal traits could either be enhanced through repetitive actions over time or resolved with monetary expenditure. The cost of upgrading from 2 stars to 3 stars was 30. Quite expensive indeed. However, Luo Yu had no intention of recruiting natives. Anyone deemed human rather than animal by the Heavenly Path world, unless possessing exceptional attributes, was generally avoided. Humans, after all, are susceptible to emotions, inequitable distribution of wealth, poor moods, and lower resistance, alongside the risk of betrayal. What if he were to venture out on mercenary tasks and face a rebellion? Although the probability was exceedingly low, it still posed a hassle. Moreover, humans might covet wealth. With his extraordinary ability of 100-fold critical strike, he preferred to keep such talents under wraps. These troublesome animals, however, would not pose such issues. What a boon it was that the top-tier intelligent beast girls could perform everything humans could, yet remain steadfast, possessing unparalleled immunity, unaffected by emotions, and indifferent to wealth distribution. As long as their master was present, they would forever be joyous. These companion animals were originally intended by the Heavenly Path world for solitary adventurers. Realizing the crux of the matter, Luo Yu decisively chose to upgrade his Beast Tamer from 2 stars to 3 stars. You have spent 30 silver to upgrade your personal trait. Beast Tamer 3 stars. The limit for high-tier animals is raised to 15, and all owned animals produce 30. Examining his personal attributes, he noted that a 3-star beast tamer was not particularly formidable. The true strength lay in the evolved trait of Beast King. This trait significantly amplified the overall combat prowess of animals, which was utterly astounding. Beyond the Beast King, there was also the Beast God trait, even more remarkable, requiring an indeterminate amount of time for upgrading. A substantial amount of wealth had been spent, leaving him with 31 silver, alongside the base's previous savings, totaling 365. Proceeding as per the earlier plan, he aimed to first lay tiles outside the walls, then place spikes, followed by constructing various buildings. For instance, the workshop needed to be established, and the prison required reinforcement, especially after receiving a system alert indicating a high probability of a riot. Frightened, Luo Yu immediately sold off the captives he had intended to keep for labor, such as cleaning duties. By the way, with the current shortage of stones, it was time to mine. Luo Yu headed straight for the cave. After various enhancements, the resource limit of the mine had increased, now reaching 134, allowing for a fruitful excavation ahead. After contemplating for a considerable time about the absence of critical strikes in mining, Luo Yu silently recited a mantra and struck down with his pickaxe. Critical strike activated. A resounding thud echoed as a piece of white metal, roughly the size of a human face, tumbled forth. The nearby Scorpion King immediately lunged to seize it, but Luo Yu, quick on his feet, delivered a swift kick that sent the creature sprawling. He picked up the metal and examined it closely. Platinum 1000. This was indeed platinum. No wonder the Scorpion King was so eager to consume it. Being of golden grade, it had a slim chance of evolving into platinum grade upon ingestion. Platinum, akin to diamonds, is a luxury metal that can elevate golden grade equipment through forging, while other equipment might not necessitate such upgrades. The Lord's Ring in Luo Yu's possession was no trifling matter. Its enhancement could yield significant benefits. Unfortunately, upgrading golden grade equipment required a forging level of at least 15. And even the minor gold had only reached level 13, alongside the necessity of a high-level forging station. Presently, the base only possessed a rudimentary forging station, which also required an upgrade. Speaking of which, he had yet to unlock the technology for forging. He decided to retain the platinum for the time being and revisit the matter later. With a sense of nostalgia, Luo Yu activated mining mode once more. The Golden Scorpion King beside him seemed equally inspired, and together they swiftly excavated, an array of mineral resources cascading before them. Iron or 15, iron or 20, iron or 8, copper or 6, black spotted stone 1. Luo Yu soon realized there was a problem. Unbeknownst to him, his mining level had escalated to 7. Coupled with his minor, personal trait, he was predominantly extracting iron and copper ores, while the yield of stone had diminished. The Scorpion King exhibited a similar predicament. In other words, although the wealth from mining was increasing, the production of the foundational stone necessary for base construction was insufficient. This posed a dilemma. When confronted with a problem, one must seek a solution. Evasion yields no resolution. Luo Yu halted his mining endeavors and pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. To augment stone production, the simplest method would involve employing lower-level mining creatures to excavate, as they would primarily yield stone. However, the total resources of the veins would still be depleted. An increase in stone extraction would lead to a decrease in other resources, and conversely, an abundance of other resources would result in a scarcity of stone. From a profitability standpoint, iron ore, copper ore, and silver ore were undoubtedly more lucrative. After some contemplation, Luo Yu concluded that extracting stone in areas outside the mines was the prudent course of action. Perusing the system interface, he fervently searched and ultimately discovered a viable solution. Quarry, capable of continuously producing various types of stone blocks without depleting vein resources, albeit with considerable difficulty in collection and various unknown risks. Despite the numerous restrictions associated with this structure, it could initially alleviate the dwindling supply of stone blocks. Further advancements in core drilling technology could be addressed later. The aesthetic appeal of the quarry was considerably diminished, thus it could not be constructed within the base itself and would be situated adjacent to the mine. This structure required no foundational building materials and could be erected directly using silver, 5 silver, which was somewhat costly, but he had no cause for concern, as he was well off. After confirming his choice, a small mound emerged on the opposite side of the mine, even more unsightly than the adjacent, hideous cavern. Upon entering the interior of the small hill through the cave, I found myself enveloped in an impenetrable darkness. The space was hollow, supported by numerous pillars that upheld this quarry. Beneath me lay a square pit, the very site of extraction, readily accessible for digging. Luo Yu made an attempt, wielding his pickaxe. However, despite his mining proficiency, the pace was excruciatingly slow. After 10 minutes, he had unearthed merely a piece of spotted stone. This was under the condition of his global work speed attribute being at 100. Had it been another individual, they might have been fortunate to extract a single stone in half an hour. Such inefficiency was disheartening, and the environment was far from favorable. As he muttered to himself, a warning suddenly appeared. Alert! Vibrations caused by mining have resulted in structural debris falling from the top of the quarry. Seeing the notification, Luo Yu hastily exited the cave. Indeed, several stones tumbled down with a cacophony. Had he remained, he could have been grievously injured. Was this the unknown peril of the quarry? Luo Yu rolled his eyes. It seemed intent on causing harm. He resolved that no sane person or animal should be allowed into the quarry. Instead, it would be best to let the worms do the digging. With a command, 11 burrowing worms entered the quarry, gradually beginning their work. Estimating their efficiency, he calculated that each worm could extract a stone in approximately 1 hour. Assuming a daily work schedule of 15 hours, each worm could yield an impressive total of 165 pieces of spotted stone per day, excluding the consumption of the ore veins. Given Little Jin's stone cutting ability, a single stone could be fashioned into 15 units of stone blocks, resulting in a daily output of 475 blocks of spotted stone. All things considered, this was quite satisfactory. Of course, Luo Yu was aware that these calculations were based on ideal conditions. Working in the quarry was fraught with the possibility of sudden demise. Contemplating this, he instructed the Golden Scorpion King beside him. Do not consume any of the worms extracted from the cave, be they centipedes or burrowing worms. Capture them. Do you understand? I will train them. If you dare to eat them, I shall fry you instead. The Golden Scorpion King sensed the threat from its master and nodded in understanding. Today had been remarkably fruitful for Luo Yu. He earned some money at the arena that evening and slowly drifted off to sleep, cradling little Kong. Chapter 82. 2 Traits Acquired. Morning arrived, bringing with it another beautiful day. Luo Yu gazed out at the rising sun, his spirits lifted. However, it felt rather warm. It seemed it had been quite some time since the last rainfall. As he pondered this, preparing to rise from his bed, an alert suddenly appeared. Notice, an aerial object is approaching your territory. Please take care to avoid it. Possible types of aerial objects. Airdrop supply crate. Oh, with a thud, a crate landed amidst the cotton fields. The airdrop supply crate has caused a fire. Please extinguish it promptly. Regrettably, it was just a single crate. Luo Yu lamented this misfortune. Airdrop supplies were not determined by territorial ratings, but rather by luck. Uncertain of its contents, he refrained from using critical strikes. Based on the patterns of the heavenly Tao world, such fortuitous events often led to subsequent misfortunes. Thus, it was prudent to save the critical strike. Peering into the iron crate, he discovered a rolled-up scroll nestled within. Automatic catapult upgrade scroll. Oh, fortune smiles upon me. Luo Yu's eyes sparkled as he discovered a usable item. In this world, regional chat and group discussions had already become quite lively. Nyoda, 2 single-humped camels have arrived in my territory. Haha, meet at last. Fong Young. I airdropped a crate, and within it was a lump of platinum. Alice, I'm receiving indications of animal migration here. We can hunt and tame them, or simply watch them leave. I think I shall attempt to tame them. Nakur, I have another ground uplift here, revealing a plethora of silver mines. Is there perhaps significant geological activity beneath my territory? Everyone, intense is good. You're about to prosper. Nakur, perhaps I could have around 50,000 silver, and I can start on visitor technology. Elena, by the way, have you all unlocked your visitor technology? That monstrous creature in the lake is becoming increasingly bothersome. As they chatted, Luo Yu engaged in the conversation. Learning that Fong Yuming and Elena had already unlocked visitor technology, Nakur, having acquired a sum of money, should be close as well. While conversing, he approached the catapult and activated the scroll. A flash of light enveloped the area, and the catapult before him began to transform. Shrinking in size, while its various components appeared more intricate. Automatic catapult, enhanced version launching speed of stones increased by 3-fold. Stones produce explosive effects, but consume a certain amount of stone bricks. The description was quite straightforward, yet rich in detail. With the catapult's attack speed tripled, it was akin to having 2 additional units, and the explosive effect of the stones significantly amplified their power, though it came at the cost of consuming stone bricks. Upon closer inspection, the consumption of stone bricks was not excessive. Each launch required 10 bricks, and the catapult would automatically seek and load any stone bricks within a 5-meter radius. Without stone bricks, it would cease fire. Initially, Luo Yu might have worried about the stone brick issue, but now that a quarry had emerged, he felt at ease. The defense had received a slight enhancement. However, as the resources in his territory once again faced a bottleneck, Luo Yu found himself unable to produce much. He thus turned to menial tasks. First, he transported stone bricks to the side of the catapult, arranging them neatly, and then began cleaning. He tidied up the villa, the warehouse, and other areas, while for captives, shackled and bound, attended to the cleaning of the outdoor tiles and walls, seizing the opportunity to conduct a thorough cleaning and improve their hygiene rating. A deep clean could not be accomplished in a day. After dinner, Luo Yu soaked in the large bath, preparing to enter the arena, when he suddenly noticed a trade message in the world. Leopard Clan. Anonymous 2 personal attribute scrolls in exchange for a piece of armor of silver grade or higher. Luo Yu's interest piqued, and after sending a trade request, he inquired, "What kind of armor do you desire?" Leopard Clan. Anonymous any armor of silver grade or above will suffice. Luo Yu offered up his golden armor, Would this golden grade piece suffice? Oh, golden grade. You possessed such remarkable items. The individual appeared astonished, but then noticed something, saying, garments of the deceased? My friend, wearing the garments of the dead brings misfortune. This item has depreciated in value. Furthermore, as long as there exists the purifying water, purification is feasible. Following this round of airdrop supplies, I believe that a considerable amount of purifying water has certainly emerged. Do consider whether to engage in a transaction. The leopard tribe member was evidently swayed. Golden grade armor is indeed a life-saving item. With the threat of an impending attack, survival is paramount. Moreover, the reasoning presented by this human seems somewhat valid. Acquiring the purifying water could potentially yield profit. Transaction successful. You have acquired 2 personal trait transfer scrolls. Upon closing the trading interface, a glimmer of joy illuminated Luo Yu's eyes. Possessing a diamond coat, he found himself less in need of armor and preferred not to go through the trouble of obtaining purifying water. Exchanging it for urgently required scrolls was the wisest choice. He accessed the captive page, where 2 male captives bore the traits of chef and brewer, the former being a 2-star. Without hesitation, he proceeded with the transfer. A flash of light ensued, and the 2 scrolls vanished, granting Luo Yu 2 additional traits. Chef, 2 stars, cooking speed 100, food toxicity probability reduced by 20. Food palatability 20, positive, attribute point acquisition probability 20. Brewer, 1-star, alcohol brewing speed 50, success rate 50, positive, attribute point acquisition probability 10. Setting the brewer aside for now, the chef trait is indeed a valuable asset. Currently, Luo Yu was responsible for cooking in the base, and a simple dish previously took an hour to prepare. Time is money. Now that he had acquired the traits, the 2 male captives held no further utility and were promptly placed on the market. Luo Yu glanced at the prerequisite resources for thunder technology: 20,000 copper, 20,000 gold, and 100,000 silver. Yet it was still insufficient. Chapter 83. The hidden weapon is a hen. Luo Yu was unconcerned about silver and copper, but 20,000 gold was a substantial sum. Purchasing gold was out of the question, as it would be too extravagant. An idea sparked in his mind, a feasible plan. The arena. The Black Iron Arena. Room of you. Human life and death are trivial. If you dare, come forth with 100 gold. The arena does not necessarily require betting silver. Other items are permissible. Betting 100 gold equates to over 1 silver, representing a significant wager. Luo Yu was not the first to gamble with gold. Many individuals who had unearthed gold or even platinum engaged in such bets. This time, it took approximately 10 minutes before someone entered the room. Opposite him stood a towering member of the bear tribe, resembling the thunder roar from the previous League of Legends. He swung his paw and spoke in a deep voice. It is my first encounter with a human daring to wager gold. Excellent, you possess courage. I happen to have 500 gold. Do you dare to raise the stakes? It seemed that the day's special events had led many to prosperity, given Luo Yu's equipment attributes. He was unfazed by wagering 500 or even 5,000. However, he needed to avoid appearing overly eager. The principle of playing the fool to catch the wise was essential. After feigning hesitation, he gritted his teeth and declared, fine, 500 it is. The stakes in this room have been raised to 500 gold. Such a substantial amount quickly attracted a multitude of onlookers. Observing the formidable bear tribe, they felt confident, but on the opposing side stood a human. Was this human out of his mind, wagering 500 gold against the bear warrior? It was not uncommon for those in the arena to become obsessed with wealth. Oh, I recognize that individual. He is reputed to possess formidable skills against the insect tribe. Whispers circulated among the crowd, while the bear warrior coldly remarked, I appreciate your generous contribution. Rest assured, I shall grant you a swift end, followed by a menacing laugh. As the countdown reached its conclusion, Luo Yu swiftly gestured, and a brilliant light illuminated the arena, conjuring a colossal wild wolf. Ah, a beast tamer. No wonder he exuded such confidence. However, relying solely on a wolf would not suffice against this bear warrior. The Wolf King, Atai, revealed a fierce demeanor, prompting the bear warrior to cackle. Then I shall slay this wild wolf first. With a thunderous roar, he charged, and Atai, too, lunged forward with a howl. The warrior's fist was poised to strike Atai's head, but suddenly an arrow whizzed through the air. Almost instinctively, the bear warrior sidestepped just in time to evade the incoming projectile, yet he was unprepared for the subsequent 2 arrows that followed. Thud, thud. The arrows struck fiercely into the bear warrior's chest, a rapid succession of 3 shots. This human was indeed an archer. The audience gasped in admiration, but the bear warrior, undeterred, yanked the arrows from his body and charged furiously at Luo Yu. However, at that moment, Atai pounced from behind, sinking his teeth into the warrior's arm. In a moment of pain, the bear warrior forcefully flung Atai aside, but the Wolf King's bite was no trivial matter, leaving behind 2 deep gashes. The bear warrior grimaced in agony. Although the arena's illusions prevented true harm, the sensation of pain remained authentic. Thud, thud, thud. Another trio of arrows struck his back. Remarkably, He pressed on, disregarding the pain, and continued his reckless advance toward Luo Yu. Witnessing this, a hint of amusement flickered in Luo Yu's eyes. He had not exerted his full strength. With such high attributes and the might of the Yanyu Bao, a single arrow could have ended the bear warrior's life. He sought a narrow victory. If he were to dominate completely, who would dare to face him in the future? As the bear warrior's fist came crashing down, Luo Yu executed a deft roll to evade. In the next moment, a Tai lunged once more, knocking the bear warrior to the ground. Whoosh! An arrow flew forth, embedding itself in the warrior's throat. He gasped, his eyes locking onto Luo Yu with a glimmer of spite, as if to say, "You will pay for this." In the next instant, he collapsed, vanishing from the arena. You have emerged victorious, taking 1 minute and 21 seconds. You have earned 500 gold and 920 silver in spectator fees. The young human actually triumphed. Astonishing. The combination of beast taming and archery is truly formidable. Indeed. This is a novel approach. The concept is taking shape. Brother Yu is so dashing. Do you remember me? I am your little admirer. In no time, everyone was engaged in fervent discussion. Luo Yu wiped the sweat from his brow, feigning a sigh of relief. His demeanor suggested that the battle had been quite perilous. After all, a beast tamer could certainly be defeated. Observing his expression, the crowd drew new conclusions. As anticipated, someone took the bait. A woman from the snow leopard tribe entered the room and coldly declared, "Others may fear your wolf, but I do not. Let us wager 500 gold to begin." Luo Yu responded with a smirk, "Very well." As the countdown reached its end, the snow leopard woman lunged forward with astonishing speed. So swift that even Ah Tai failed to react. Her agility must have been at least 60. However, in Luo Yu's eyes, her movements appeared somewhat sluggish. Seizing the moment of her attack, he raised his hand and summoned once more. In a flash of light, a hen materialized before him. The snow leopard woman, charging at full speed, collided directly with the hen, unable to react in time. The hen disintegrated upon impact, but the snow leopard woman stumbled and fell. With Ah Tai pouncing onto her back, sinking his teeth into her neck, Luo Yu seized the opportunity, driving his arrow into her side. Blood gushed forth as the snow leopard woman uttered, "Do hens have ranks as well?" Luo Yu chuckled, "Indeed, my hen lays eggs with remarkable vigor, in my eyes. It is quite exquisite." Exquisite? A hen is exquisite? The snow leopard woman opened her mouth, her eyes reflecting a deep sense of unwillingness, yet she vanished nonetheless. You have achieved victory. Time elapsed, 12 seconds. You have earned 500 gold, with a spectator fee of 1650 silver. The audience erupted in astonishment. Chapter 84. The gentle Luo Yu acquires the flying axe launcher. Goodness, this individual possesses a ranked hen. Is it truly that beautiful? Enjoying singing, dancing, and basketball? The person above must be a human. You've exposed yourself. Haha. Who would have thought that a hen could serve as a concealed weapon? Quite the lesson learned. Although one wouldn't be injured in reality, does it truly not affect egg laying? The crowd buzzed with excitement, having gained a newfound respect for beast tamers. For a time, no one dared to challenge him. The stakes were too high, and the hen as a weapon proved excessively fierce. After waiting for over 10 minutes without anyone approaching, Luo Yu realized that the arrogant races looked down upon battling a human, while those of similar standing could not afford the wager. He decided to call it a day, pondering how splendid it would be to earn 1,000 gold daily. With a quiet chuckle, he exited the arena and checked his inventory, discovering he now had 3,500 gold. He resolved to continue his efforts the following day. In the misty bath, Xiao Dai approached and sat beside Luo Yu, slightly blushing as she said, "Master, you could take us with you to the arena as well. We can protect you as well." Luo Yu chuckled, remarking, "Why wield a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Moreover, I cannot bear to see you three adorable beings engage in combat." Upon hearing his words, the three beast maidens blushed. Xiao Dai, recalling a certain incident, burst into laughter. "I still remember that day when someone shouted, 'Xiao Dai, save me.' And now you seem reluctant?" Ha, ha ha. Luo Yu emitted an awkward chuckle, marveling at Xiao Dai's remarkable memory. As dawn broke, the first thing Luo Yu did was to check today's prospects. Indeed, under various enhancements, he found himself endowed with frenzy of action and increased rare item drop rate. After a hearty breakfast, he set out for fishing. It had been a while since his last fishing expedition, and as he settled upon the azure stones by the lake, he instantly felt a certain resonance with the surroundings. The sun blazed down, and the temperature soared to a sweltering 36 degrees Celsius. Luo Yu donned his heat-resistant attire, unfazed by the heat. Yet he noticed that Xiao Kong beside him was not as comfortable. Turning to her, he observed a bead of perspiration glistening on her brow. She had been fishing under the sun for days, surely feeling the heat. Her once supple skin had darkened somewhat, yet she never uttered a word of complaint. Not only Xiao Kong, but Xiao Dai often accompanied her on these fishing trips. They truly shared a remarkable bond. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely abandoned the endeavor altogether. Luo Yu reprimanded himself for his oversight and gently suggested, "Xiao Kong, why don't you tidy up the villa while I fish today?" Mew. Xiao Kong obediently chirped before scampering off to clean. Luo Yu's affection for the little darling grew. and he pondered that this situation was unsustainable. He must provide her with a more comfortable fishing environment. He perused the construction options and ultimately narrowed it down to 2 buildings: advanced fishing dock, fishing efficiency 30, rare item acquisition rate 30, entertainment value 5. Elegant pavilion on the lake, fishing efficiency 10, rare item acquisition rate 10, overall aesthetic of the base enhanced, entertainment value 5. These 2 structures could be combined, appearing quite promising. Moreover, the materials required were identical: 20,000 stone bricks, 10,000 timber, 5,000 silver, 200 emeralds, 200 gold. While somewhat pricey, these non-essential structures would significantly elevate the base's rating. Yet, upon recalling Shao Kong's drenched state, he resolved to proceed with the construction, not only for her, but he too would frequent the fishing spot and wished to avoid turning as dark as charcoal. Having accumulated a fair amount of stone bricks over the days, he decided to use them. Timber? Purchased. After a flurry of operations, a radiant glow enveloped the area, and before him emerged a fishing dock extending about 10 meters into the tranquil lake, culminating in a charming little pavilion. This was a quintessential Eastern lakeside pavilion, furnished with stone tables and stone benches. On a blistering summer day, sitting within the pavilion brought a refreshing sensation. The shade was excellent, quite delightful indeed. Luo Yu glanced at the base rating, and to his astonishment, it surged to an impressive 800. One structure alone had granted him a remarkable 600 points, nearly equivalent to that of the Grand Villa. Indeed, the high ratings for such unnecessary luxurious constructions are quite perplexing. Casting his line, Luo Yu sat on the stone bench in the shade of the pavilion, contemplating how to mitigate the threats posed by these elevated ratings. Previously, he had intended to lay down tiles concealing spikes, but the project remained unfinished, and now the ratings had surged by 1,200. Even with the enhancement of the trebuchet, he needed to devise a means to bolster his defenses. Should he invest in the construction of an arrow tower? As Luo Yu mused over this, he suddenly sensed a tug on his line. Had it been merely a minute? With the increased efficiency of his fishing, the catch was surprisingly robust. Pulling in his line, he discovered a metal box. Indeed, with his rare item acquisition increased, efficiency compounded, and thus the box appeared. Before opening the box, Luo Yu hesitated. It seemed that no calamities had befallen him following special events. Perhaps he had triggered a critical hit. He silently recited a mantra. 100-fold critical hit triggered. Upon receiving the notification, Luo Yu promptly opened the box and revealed a scroll. Automatic flying axe launcher blueprint. Wood 2000, stone brick 2000, tendon from silver tier or above creature 1, gold 200. Oh, a defensive weapon. Luo Yu felt a surge of joy. He happened to possess these materials. After the Golden Scorpion King had perished, he had retained a golden tendon, still stashed away in the ice cellar, knowing it would eventually prove useful. Now, it had come to fruition. Just as he contemplated fortifying his defenses, the blueprint arrived. However, he wondered about the strength of this contraption. After clicking to construct, a radiant light flickered before him, revealing a large stone crossbow, upon which lay not bolts, but a small stone axe. Automatic flying axe launcher, close-range execution-style defensive structure, boasting substantial power and high accuracy. The installation site requires stone bricks for automatic axe generation, with a relatively short range. Note: due to the use of a golden tier creature's tendon in construction, the flying axe's range is 10 meters, with execution power increased. Current range, 20 meters. Please select an installation site. Remarkably, this was a lethal defensive structure. While the original range of 10 meters was indeed a bit short, 20 meters was commendable. Luo Yu gazed at the stone axe above, regardless of its sharpness. Being struck by such an object would surely be fatal. This would serve as an effective countermeasure against shielded soldiers. Arrow towers and bolts struggled against shielded foes, but the flying axe was guaranteed to strike true. What a splendid find. Chapter 85. The benefits of a thorough cleanup emerge. After some contemplation, Luo Yu resolved to install it on the front wall, precisely at the center of the eastern fortification. As for the stone bricks, he would simply stack some upon the wall, and that would suffice. His defenses were further solidified, and the vexing problem of shielded soldiers was addressed, alleviating a considerable burden from Luo Yu's mind. In truth, he was aware that he need not worry excessively. The base's strength did not solely rely on automated weaponry. The true prowess lay within himself and his array of animals. Nevertheless, he harbored the notion that engaging in close combat with his beasts felt somewhat like a failure. As the impending assault approached, one could envision themselves leisurely sipping a fine drink within the villa, relying on the automated defenses of the base to effortlessly thwart any attack. Such is the life of a true lord. With this aspiration in mind, Luo Yu, having dined, found solace in the lakeside pavilion, fishing while observing the air above the water shimmer with distortion, indicating the oppressive heat. The human body typically withstands temperatures around 38 degrees Celsius, and exceeding this threshold under direct sunlight can lead to heat stroke. Due to the nature of his clothing, he felt comfortable at a temperature of 26 degrees Celsius, with his tolerance soaring above 29 degrees. However, the heat was undeniably present. It had likely been 7 or 8 days since the last rain, and an ominous premonition stirred within him. He voiced his concerns in the group chat. Given the stifling heat, how are your anti-heat measures faring? Fang Yumeng replied, don't mention it. There's nothing we can do. My sisters and I are holed up indoors, too afraid to venture outside. Other members of the base are also prohibited from working outdoors during midday. Alice added, our tree houses are quite heat resistant. Everyone must prepare for the heat. Luo Yu responded, listen, although I haven't received any system notifications, something feels amiss. We may be at risk of drought. The storage of food, the body's ability to dissipate heat, and the irrigation of our gardens are all at stake. I urge everyone to start digging cellars and purchasing ice for insulation. Naker nodded in agreement. I concur. During the previous special event, many areas experienced hail. The price of ice isn't exorbitant now. Nyoda interjected, I don't know about the price, but I'm broke. I wish I could eliminate the monsters in the lake so I could comfortably immerse myself in the water and escape the summer heat. Indeed, that's one approach. Luo Yu mused. How is everyone's visitor technology progressing? Fang Yumeng replied, I've completed mine. Naker chimed in, so have I. The previous special event had indeed lined everyone's pockets, and upon inquiry, it turned out that everyone in their small group, except for Nyoda, had succeeded. Fang Yumeng continued. Luo Yu, after entering your ID, it stated that a visit to your territory requires 10,000 silver coins. Just how high is your territory's rating? Luo Yu chuckled inwardly at this remark. Visiting the visitor technology was not a trivial matter, even if the other party agreed. The side with the lower base rating would need to pay to visit the one with the higher rating, as such visits were akin to educational excursions, necessitating tuition fees. The fees varied by tier. Luo Yu's territory rating undoubtedly surpassed that of Fang Yumeng and her companions, hence the requirement of 10,000 silver coins, which was merely a ceiling. The disparity could well exceed that figure. The group pondered, is mining truly that lucrative? They agreed to prepare for another 2 days, with plans to visit Fang Yumeng's territory after the next wave of events concluded, addressing the distribution of spoils later. For now, following Luo Yu's suggestion, they would procure ice. He too began purchasing ice. Despite the summer heat, and even with the previous hail in many regions, the price of ice remained somewhat steep, 300 silver coins per unit. Luo Yu, possessing considerable wealth, hastily purchased 100 units of ice for 3 silver coins, promptly storing them in the ice cellar. The temperature within plummeted, presumably below -5 degrees. Meanwhile, his companions began excavating the cellar, and Luo Yu, undisturbed, continued his fishing. To his delight, as his fishing efficiency increased, he seemed to acquire more treasure chests. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he was rewarded with another chest, which upon opening revealed a palm-sized nugget of gold. Indeed, a stroke of good fortune. Checking the gold reserves of his base, he noted a gratifying increase to 3,800, thanks to the accelerated cooking process. Dinner was swiftly prepared in just over an hour. By around 7 in the evening, they concluded their day's labors and gathered around the table for a meal. After taking a bite of tomato, Xiao Dai reported, Master, over the past few days, I have stored 12 pieces of women's lingerie. You might consider selling them at your convenience. Oh, I shall sell them immediately, Luo Yu exclaimed, accessing the warehouse while enjoying his meal. He quickly listed the lingerie, and astonishingly, within 5 minutes, it was completely sold out, netting him an additional 36 silver coins. How delightful. Just as he was savoring his dinner, a notification flashed before him. Due to the improved hygiene standards of your territory, you have been favored by the heavens and gained 2 points in physique. Elation surged through Luo Yu at this revelation. The higher the values of hygiene, aesthetics, and entertainment, the greater the likelihood of obtaining attribute points. Notably, points beyond 100 could not be acquired with silver, making these points of physique exceedingly precious. Upon checking the hygiene value, he noted the maximum was still 98. With the current value at 95, evidence that the recent cleaning efforts were indeed effective. Turning to Xiao Kong, he affectionately offered her a piece of meat, saying, My dear, come. Eat more, it will help you grow strong. Xiao Dai, noticing this, cleared her throat subtly but remained silent, merely nudging her food box towards Luo Yu, her expression clearly conveying her desire. Master, I want some too. Luo Yu chuckled heartily at this. Serving both Xiao Dai and Xiao Jin a piece of meat, fairness in sharing is paramount. After dinner, the 3 charming companions washed the dishes while Luo Yu excused himself to take a bath. Following his usual routine, he entered the arena to earn some gold. Wagering on golden stakes, nothing extravagant, just 100 gold coins, open to willing participants. Not long after the room opened, a towering figure from the Bear clan entered with a menacing grin. You, I've been waiting for you. Yesterday, you swindled my brother out of 500 gold. Today, I demand double that amount. He declared, 1,000 gold. Do you dare to wager again? What a surprise. The Bear clan warrior had come seeking revenge. Luo Yu felt a surge of excitement, though he feigned hesitation, saying, I understand your intent, but I possess only 1,500 gold. Is it not too risky to wager 1,000 gold? Risky? Allow me to make it even bolder, retorted the Bear warrior with a sinister smile. Coincidentally, I too have 1005. Chapter 86, An Old Hand. The Bear Clan warrior sneered, no more idle chatter. Let us stake it all today and kick you out of the gold game. Time to quit gambling. In an instant, the Bear Clan spectators erupted in cheers, reveling in the spectacle, while onlookers from other races joined in the raucous excitement. On the side of the human race, there were numerous voices urging Luo Yu to refrain from acting impulsively, deeming it unnecessary. What impulsiveness? Luo Yu deliberately raised the stakes, as he had resolved to assist his bearkin comrade in paying a toll of intellect. Feigning anger, he bellowed, very well. Let us see whether you will expel me from the golden circle, or I shall cast you out. He boldly increased the wager, and the bear man eagerly accepted. Notice, the room's wager has been raised to 1,500 gold. In an instant, the spectators erupted in excitement, with throngs of onlookers flooding into the chamber. The admission fees alone were staggering, apart from the gold. 321, commence. Without a moment's hesitation, Bearda lunged towards Luo Yu, his initial movement executed with remarkable speed, far surpassing that of the previous bear heir. Atai! Luo Yu called out, summoning the Wolf King, Atai, who instantly pounced. Barbaric collision. With a resounding thud, Bearda's shoulder collided with Atai, sending the Wolf King flying due to the sheer force, while Bearda continued his relentless charge towards Luo Yu. Luo Yu drew his Yanyu bow, preparing to shoot, only to discover that Bearda seemed to have anticipated his move. Not a chance. The bear man swiftly drew a small stone axe from his waist, hurling it at Luo Yu. Although Luo Yu managed to evade, he had already lost the initiative. In the next heartbeat, Bearda was upon him. Earth Chicken. Luo Yu called out once more, unleashing the hidden weapon, the Earth Chicken, which soared towards Bearda's face, aiming to claw at his cheek. The Earth Chicken was surprisingly swift, catching Bearda off guard, yet this fierce warrior did not instinctively dodge. Instead, he opened his jaws wide, sinking his teeth into the Earth Chicken. Although the creature managed to leave scratch marks on Bearda's face, it was ultimately slain. Perish. Suddenly, a massive red serpent appeared, its tail sweeping across and colliding with Bearda's fist with a thunderous crash. Bang! Bearda staggered back a step. Astonishment reflected in his eyes. Not only him, but all present were taken aback. A bronze-level creature. This individual commanded a bronze-level serpent. My heavens! Was this the fearsome prowess of a beastmaster? Each onlooker was left speechless. Bearda quickly regained his composure, realizing that the python before him was as thick as a barrel and stretched at least 10 meters long. He understood the dire consequences of being ensnared by such a creature and hurriedly retreated. However, at that moment, the Wolf King had already ascended, sinking its teeth fiercely into Bearda's arm. Despite Bearda's vigorous attempt to shake it off, he could not. In the next instant, a sharp pain shot through his chest. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows were loosed in rapid succession, embedding themselves into Bearda's torso. In a fit of fury, he yanked out the arrows and retaliated by biting Atai on the neck. The wolf and the bear engaged in a savage struggle. But there was also the enormous serpent, the red-scaled giant python, a bronze-level creature, constricted around Bearda's waist, sinking its fangs into his neck. Bearda attempted to pry the python away, but found it impossible. A look of despair creeping into his eyes as he cast a venomous glare towards the human archer poised not far away, his gaze brimming with malice. He had been outmaneuvered. This human possesses a hidden card, deliberately provoking himself to ensnare his own gold. What an actor! Whoosh! An arrow pierced through his brow, and Xiongda, with great difficulty, uttered, "You, this matter is far from over." As his voice faded, the individual vanished. You have triumphed over your opponent, taking 3 minutes and 29 seconds. You have acquired 1,500 gold and 2,610 silver. Consequently, the gold amassed to 5,300, and the silver reached 40. What a substantial profit! The onlookers in the room gaped at Luo Yu, a chilling sensation enveloping their hearts. They realized that the most formidable aspect of a beast tamer is that one can never ascertain what monstrous creature they might summon next. This individual, codenamed Yu, astonishingly possessed a bronze-tier beast, and one must remember that the bronze arena has yet to commence. Fearsome indeed. In an instant, none dared to challenge him further. After waiting for a considerable time and realizing that no one would approach him, Luo Yu concluded that the intimidation factor of the crimson-scaled giant python was simply too potent. Very well, he decided to exit and retire to his beloved companion for some rest. As dawn broke once again, the first thing Luo Yu did upon waking was to check his status and the system notifications from the previous night. Notification: the diamond tier bed has granted you a tribute enhancement. Your strength is now 101. Notification: the hair growth progress of Shao Kong, Shao Dai, and Shao Jin is at 50. A brief slumber had bestowed him with a slight increase in strength. He had effortlessly earned those attributes while reclining, and his little companion's hair would soon flourish. How delightful. Today promised to be another splendid day. After enjoying breakfast, Luo Yu stepped outside, only to find that the morning temperature had reached a terrifying 37 degrees. This was merely a little past 7 a.m. Under the direct sunlight, the very air outside seemed to warp. At 8 a.m., a system notification appeared. Warning: Interference from mysterious forces has caused the entire heavenly Tao world to be besieged by a heat wave, with temperatures set to continuously rise. This heat wave will persist for over 10 days, and summer will be prolonged. Please prepare for heat prevention measures. A heat wave. Luo Yu's heart sank. This was dire news. Following the special event, a crisis had indeed emerged. Within just 5 minutes of the notification, the temperature skyrocketed to 40 degrees and continued to ascend. The world was engulfed in despair, and regional chats were filled with cries of doom. 40 degrees. Merely engaging in outdoor work could lead to heat stroke. This temperature posed a significant threat to warm-blooded races like humans and orcs, let alone those who cannot endure high temperatures. For instance, the aquatic races, the enchanting ice clan, the snow clan, or any races with poor heat resistance would face a fatal predicament. The small group chat erupted in chaos. Naker, oh my gosh, the heat wave. People will die? Fong Yuming. Fortunately, I listened to Luo Yu and built an ice cellar. But will the ice cellar hold? Elena, it likely won't withstand it. We need to devise alternative strategies. Alice, may every being be able to weather this calamity safely. Nyoda, I'm tough-skinned and not afraid of the sun, but I worry that the grass will wither. Chapter 87. The terrifying heat wave approaches. Luo Yu cast a glance at the auction house's ice prices, which had surged 20-fold in an instant. He remarked in the group chat, even a standard cellar cannot withstand such elevated temperatures, even with ice. We must construct a warehouse. Drawing from his personal experience, he shared insights, prompting a lively exchange of opinions among the members. Ultimately, they concluded that not only should the flooring be insulated, but the warehouse itself must also be temperature regulated, necessitating the installation of thermal barriers. The optimal materials for this insulation and sun protection layer would be fabrics and furs. This small collective responded with remarkable swiftness, seizing the opportunity to procure textiles and cotton before prices escalated. Luo Yu, generous by nature, had amassed a considerable stock of cotton following his recent bountiful harvest, and he sold some at original prices. The wolf pelts, too, proved effective when laid upon the rooftop for insulation. In no time, everyone was diligently preparing. Luo Yu checked on his cellar, noting that the temperature was steadily rising, necessitating further preparations. For the average individual, this preparatory phase could pose a risk of heat stroke, but Luo Yu remained undeterred. He swiftly spread the wolf pelts across the warehouse roof and, struck by inspiration, utilized wooden barrels to douse them with water. The moisture absorbed by the pelts enhanced their insulating properties, causing the cellar temperature to drop once more. He nodded approvingly, just as a notification appeared. Warning, your companion pet, Xiao Dai, shows signs of mild heat stroke. Oh no. Xiao Dai was currently laboring in the basement, appearing somewhat dazed as she rested her hand on her forehead. Luo Yu rushed to her side, supporting her with concern. How are you? I'm fine, master, just a bit lightheaded, she replied. Xiao Dai was remarkably resilient to cold. Yet her tolerance to heat was quite poor, with an optimal comfort temperature of merely 36 degrees. Outside, the temperature had soared to 42 degrees. While the Grand Villa offered decent insulation, the internal temperature had already reached 36 degrees, explaining Xiao Dai's condition. In cases of heat stroke, herbal remedies proved ineffective unless the temperature was lowered, and the situation could worsen rapidly. Without hesitation, Luo Yu scooped up Xiao Dai and dashed into the warehouse. The superior insulation of the high-end warehouse, combined with the damp wolf pelts and a hint of cool air seeping from the cellar entrance, resulted in a current temperature of 25 degrees inside. After resting for a moment, Xiao Dai felt significantly rejuvenated. Exhaling a sigh of relief, she said, Master, it's far too hot. I'm staying here to sleep on the floor of the warehouse. Indeed, the heat rendered any excursion impossible. Luo Yu surveyed the status of Xiao Jin and Xiao Kong. Xiao Jin, with a maximum comfort temperature of 300 degrees, could swim comfortably in boiling water. She was the type of creature capable of bathing in lava. No need for concern there. Xiao Kong, with a maximum comfort temperature of 65 degrees, was also an absurdly adorable companion, happily fishing in the pavilion and requiring no attention. It was unfortunate that the diamond attire and platinum trousers were bound to him. Otherwise, he could have lent her an item to help her withstand the heat. Luo Yu quickly gathered all the animals unable to cope with the heat into the warehouse, ensuring they could cool down before succumbing to heat stroke. The animals gathered in the warehouse visibly exhaled in relief, yet new challenges arose. There were too many of them, and their considerable sizes generated an immense amount of heat, causing the warehouse temperature to rise. It was approaching 30 degrees Celsius. Outside, the temperature soared to a terrifying 45 degrees, and it was barely 10 in the morning. A glance at the global and regional channels revealed a scene of despair. With numerous individuals succumbing to heat stroke, it was likely that some unfortunate species might face extinction in this sweltering heat wave. Fong Yuming, is everyone present? It's south 45 degrees outside. We cannot continue like this. While I was perusing the building options, I noticed the entertainment room, which features an indoor swimming pool. The pool can provide a cooling refuge. Both people and animals can seek shelter in the entertainment room from this calamity. Moreover, the entertainment room is a necessary construction. I believe it is a feasible solution. Let us decide quickly while the prices of materials like wood have not surged. Upon seeing Fang Yuming's proposal, Luo Yu felt a spark of inspiration and opened the building page. The entertainment room, like other constructions, was categorized into various types, including the deluxe entertainment room with a swimming pool, which required a water circulation system. Of course, a water circulation system was not mandatory. The pool could be filled manually, albeit with stagnant water that, over time, could diminish sanitation standards, leading to potential waterborne illnesses. Deluxe entertainment room. Construction materials 100,000 with 20,000, silver 5,000, gold 200, emerald 200. Such items were exceedingly expensive, and the high score increase would lead to a significant rise in attacks. Silence enveloped the group as they weighed the pros and cons. Elena was the first to break the silence. Luo Yu, what do you think? Alice added, yes, Luo Yu. You should decide. Unbeknownst to them, this small group often gravitated around Luo Yu as their core. Regarding the water circulation, I believe that, at this moment, it is not of utmost importance. There will always be a way to source water. Now, two issues remained. First, do you have sufficient materials? Second, constructing such a luxurious building will considerably elevate the score. I estimate an increase of 800 points. Based on last month's experience, this could result in an additional 40 attacking units by the end of the month. Are you confident in your ability to withstand this? The group fell into a contemplative silence, and Alice spoke. According to the heavenly decree, summer will be prolonged, and the attacks at the end of the month may arrive later. If we can endure this heat wave, it might not be an insurmountable opportunity. I am certain we will devise a solution by then. Fang Yuming responded, indeed. While I cannot guarantee survival during the attacks, the heat wave is imminent. If we cannot protect our animals and base members, we face a dire fate. We have no room for hesitation. Everyone concurred. And the final conclusion was, fear not the attacks. The remaining issue was that of construction materials. Luo Yu stated, stone bricks cannot be purchased directly from the auction house, but they can be exchanged. Wood, however, can be bought outright. As for gold and emeralds, can you gather those quantities? Chapter 88, Meeting the Girls in the Group. Luo Yu had secretly planned to lend some gold, but to his surprise, everyone claimed to have reserves of gold and emeralds. Moreover, the one with the most stockpiled resources is Nyoda. Following Luo Yu's advice, he spent his days mining, leveling up, and unearthing an abundance of rare metals. However, since he had not constructed anything yet, all these resources remained untouched. Luo Yu chuckled, we are all affluent now. If silver is in short supply, I have a solution. As the evening heat begins to wane, we shall seize the night to vanquish the monsters in the lake, utilizing the spoils to establish an entertainment room. Shall we commence tonight? The consensus was enthusiastic. Let it be so. Our first destination this evening will be Fang Yuming's domain. With ample time before dusk, Luo Yu was undeterred by the heat, though the glaring sun rendered his eyes somewhat unaccustomed. He hurried to the sewing table and crafted a bamboo hat, enabling him to work under the sun. Fang Yuming's assertion was indisputable. The entertainment room must be constructed, and constructed well. Luo Yu resolved to situate the entertainment room adjacent to the Grand Villa. Advanced entertainment room. Construction materials 100,000 with 20,000, silver 5,000, gold 200, emerald 200. The construction materials would naturally consist of stone bricks, of which he currently lacked the requisite amount. The auction house was selling wood at a price of 12 per unit, and Luo Yu expended 4 silver to procure 2 units of wood, which he stored in the warehouse before proceeding to the mine. At present, only Luo Yu, Xiao Jin, and Xiao Kong were able to operate normally. Xiao Jin continued to cut stone blocks, while Luo Yu took Xiao Kong to the mine. The mineral veins still harbored some resources, yet they were likely to face more formidable challenges ahead. Regardless of the motivation, it was imperative to amass resources swiftly. After mining throughout the day, Xiao Kong, with his lower level, extracted numerous stone blocks, while Luo Yu predominantly unearthed iron and copper ores, his mining efficiency soaring. His experience points surged, and he upgraded his mining skill to level 8, capturing 2 burrowing worms, which he fully tamed, thereby gaining an additional point in strength. Once Xiao Jin had finished with all the stone blocks, he checked the inventory, discovering they now had 8 units, sufficient for the construction of the advanced entertainment room by tomorrow. The mineral veins still retained 18 units of resources, had they not previously augmented their supplies. It would have been entirely depleted by now. As evening approached, the temperature slightly dipped, though it still hovered at a staggering 42 degrees outside, while the villa's interior cooled to 33 degrees, finally becoming bearable. They all took a refreshing bath, and Xiao Dai retired early to bed. Noticing the time, Luo Yu contemplated activating the visitor function when a prompt appeared. Fang Yuming invites you to enter her domain. Your visit incurs no additional fees. Will you proceed? After confirming, another prompt emerged. Please designate a temporary leader for the territory in your absence. Xiao Jin, I shall be back shortly. I leave this in your capable hands. Upon hearing Luo Yu's words, Xiao Jin nodded in acknowledgement, understood. If you encounter any danger, just summon me. In this oppressive heat, even a fool would refrain from launching an attack, so there was little to fear. Indeed, Luo Yu replied with a faint smile, and in the next moment, a shimmering portal materialized before him, through which he stepped. Luo Yu? A melodious female voice called out, and as he focused, he beheld a gathering of young women. Indeed, a multitude of them. Although they had never met, Luo Yu was well aware of who each of them was. The long-haired woman standing in the center, appearing to be in her 20s and possessing a pure and beautiful countenance, was undoubtedly Fan Yumeng. The girl beside her, seemingly around 25, must be the personnel manager previously mentioned, the one who was recruiting individuals. The other girl with a ponytail, looking merely 15 or 16, was naturally another girl from their faction. The remaining girls were easier to identify. The charming maiden with cat ears and a tail was Nakur, while the goddess-like beauty with fair skin and long white hair was certainly Alice. The short-haired elf maiden, with slightly darker skin and a handsome visage, was undoubtedly Elena. A smile graced Luo Yu's face as he remarked, "You all have arrived. Indeed, you are all exceptionally beautiful, just as I had envisioned, regardless of their race." Any woman would be pleased to be praised for her beauty, and the girls before him blushed slightly. Fan Yumeng chuckled lightly, saying, "We were all speculating whether a man who is so fond of mining might turn out to be a hulking muscle-bound figure. Meeting you in person, we realize you are quite delicate in appearance." Luo Yu laughed. "Is that so? I apologize for my delicate looks. I hope I haven't disappointed you." Disappointed? Fan Yumeng blushed deeply upon realizing her words, hurriedly clarifying, "And no, I never said I liked muscle-bound men." Her reaction elicited gentle laughter from the others, and a playful exchange brought them closer together. The sight of so many beautiful girls simultaneously smiling was akin to splendid flowers blooming in the night. Truly a feast for the eyes. However, beauty aside, there were matters at hand that required attention. Checking the temperature, he noted that even though it was past 7 in the evening, it was still a sweltering 39 degrees. Fortunately, there was no direct sunlight, and he smiled. "Let us proceed." With that, he stepped forward. As these girls brushed past Luo Yu, their expressions varied as they glanced at his profile. Alice wore a gentle smile. Nakur blushed slightly. Fan Yumeng held a subtle smile in her eyes, while Elena appeared astonished. She thought, unexpectedly, this foolish man was rather good-looking. Alice, watching Luo Yu's retreating figure, chuckled. "Is it merely his looks? Seeing him in person brings a sense of reassurance." "Reassurance, is it?" Elena scoffed lightly. Noticing that Fan Yumeng and Nakur had already caught up with Luo Yu, and she and Alice followed suit, Luo Yu took a tour of Fan Yumeng's base. A small high-rise with an attic, accompanied by a quaint garden at the entrance. The flooring was made of ordinary stone tiles, and the surrounding wall appeared to be of intermediate quality, measuring 50 meters in both length and width. 6 automatic crossbows were mounted atop the wall, while a plethora of animals lay still in the beast training ground, too hot to move, as sweat would soon cover their bodies. The vegetable garden lay beyond the wall, and in the distance, a vast orchard caught the eye, making it a rather comfortable little base. To develop it to this extent in less than 2 months was quite impressive. Chapter 89, Team Formation. The hunt begins. Nakur wiped the sweat from her forehead and sighed softly. "Yumeng, your home is truly beautiful. What is the score?" 1,600 points, Fan Yumeng replied with a gentle smile. "What about you all?" Nakur asked enviously. "My place has only 1,000 points. According to the regional chat, everyone seems to be hovering around 600 points. You're quite the affluent lady." Alice chimed in softly. "Yumeng's territory has developed exceptionally well. Elena and I only have 1,200 points." The voice of this white-haired elven sister was incredibly gentle, and her beauty was striking. In Luo Yu's eyes, Fan Yumeng was already a stunning beauty, surpassing even television stars, radiating a pure, natural kind of health. Yet, when compared to Sister Alice, she seemed slightly less so. Despite their different races, the conversations flowed effortlessly among them, showcasing the wonders of the world of Tiandao. Curiously, Fan Yumeng asked, "Luo Yu, what is your territory S score?" "I attempted to visit yours, but it indicated the highest fee for admission." Feeling the gaze of the lovely ladies upon him, Luo Yu smiled lightly. "A score difference of 1,000 points necessitates a fee of 10,000 silver coins." "Wait, does that mean your score is approaching 3,000? Nakur exclaimed, and the other ladies regarded Luo Yu with admiration. Even Elena, who had always been skeptical of Luo Yu, exhibited a hint of respect in her eyes. Luo Yu refrained from elaborating. Secretly amused, "Should I reveal that my score is 8,800? Would that frighten these beauties?" He deftly shifted the topic, glancing at Nakur with a smile. "Cower, didn't you promise to let me touch your ears?" Nakur gasped, her face flushing. "What? Here. Now. At least not now, please, I'm all sweaty." That sounded rather strange, didn't it? Fan Yumeng pulled Nakur behind her, gazing at Luo Yu with a teasing smile. "Oh, Luo Yu, what kind of agreement did you and Cower make? Care to share?" Pressure. An invisible pressure. This tension stemmed not only from Fan Yumeng, but also from Alice and Elena. Luo Yu, momentarily stunned, chuckled. "Why are you all looking at me like that? Don't you want to touch Cower's fluffy ears?" The girls, upon hearing this, turned their attention to Nakur's ears, their eyes glinting with intrigue. "And no, what are you all planning?" Sensing the impending threat, Nakur hurriedly dashed to Luo Yu's side. After exchanging glances, they all burst into laughter. Though it was their first meeting, they felt as if they had known each other for ages, creating a delightful atmosphere. As they continued chatting along the way, the oppressive heat seemed to dissipate. Upon reaching the lakeside, Liu's smile faded, and he said solemnly, "We can't go any further." Instinctively, everyone halted. Alice stepped beside Luo Yu and said softly, "Luo Yu, please take the lead." The ladies nodded in agreement, and Luo Yu, embracing the responsibility, replied, "Very well, but first, we must form a team." Upon accessing the team formation interface and executing a series of commands, a notification appeared. You have successfully formed a team with Fong Yumeng, Nakuer, Alice, and Elena. A note followed. The maximum number of team members cannot exceed 10. Once assembled, a brief description of each team member was visible. Luo Yu's designation read, Beast Tamer. Fong Yumeng was also identified as a beast tamer, while Nakuer was categorized as an agile warrior, and the two elfin maidens were described as precise archers. It appeared that each description merely reflected their respective areas of expertise, lacking any details regarding attributes or equipment. Fong Yumeng remarked, "My strength and agility are both at 35 points, so consider me a melee warrior. Do not treat me as merely a girl." Luo Yu nodded slightly in acknowledgement, responding, "Then I shall regard you as a man." Taken aback by his words, Fong Yumeng cast a playful glare at him, while Luo Yu focused intently on the lake's surface, stating solemnly, "First, we must lure out the large black fish." No sooner had he spoken than Elena produced a herb, declaring, "This is a plant I cultivated previously. It mutated due to the rain and transformed into lure beast grass. I have tested it before, and it effectively draws the black fish creature to the shallow waters by the shore." Upon hearing this, expressions of delight spread across the faces of the group. Luo Yu had initially considered using special milk, but it seemed unnecessary now. Aware that the girls were looking to him for guidance, he calmly asserted, "Allow me to handle this. Yumeng, construct a simple lookout tower on the shore to secure the black fish. Once it's used, it can be dismantled without substantial loss of materials." "Understood." Fong Yumeng replied earnestly, "Where shall I build it?" "Right here," Luo Yu instructed decisively. "Begin the construction." Within moments, a rudimentary lookout tower had taken shape. Luo Yu retrieved the prepared wisteria and securely bound the large black fish within his territory using the woven vines, a method proven effective in actual combat. He then produced the modified grappling spear, securing it to the lookout tower with the wisteria, and turned to the two elfin maidens, saying, "Alice, Elena, once the black fish appears, each of you should take your positions on either side and aim for its eyes. You will be the primary damage dealers against the water creature." Alice nodded earnestly, while Elena flexed her arms, stating, "It seems you have thought everything through. Let the slaughter commence swiftly." Indeed, the dark elf possessed an insatiable thirst for blood, and Luo Yu mentally affixed a label to the striking Elena before shifting his gaze to Nakuer. "Once we have ensnared the large black fish, I will have Yumeng construct a simple floating platform. Are you confident in joining me to slay the beast?" Nakuer laughed lightly. "I have invested considerable resources into enhancing my agility, and it is nearly at 50. Perhaps I should be asking you that question." Fong Yumeng raised her hand, exclaiming, "I wish to join you as well." Luo Yu looked at Fong Yumeng, acknowledging her bravery. "Very well, let us proceed together." After distributing the roles, Luo Yu turned to Elena. "Please hand me the lure beast grass." Chapter 90. 2 strikes to sever the fish's head. Understood. Elena nodded, accepting the precious beast-calling grass from the elven maiden, while Luo Yu waded into the water to make his arrangements. He discovered that the lake water was surprisingly warm. The high ambient temperature had elevated the surface temperature of the lake. With that thought, he swiftly ascended the lookout tower. In an instant, the lakeside fell silent, and the atmosphere grew tense. The beast-calling grass proved effective. Soon, a massive shadow emerged in the center of the lake, identical to the enormous black fish from his territory. However, Luo Yu noticed something unusual. The fish's swimming speed seemed notably slower than that of the one from his domain, and its scales were no longer a pure black, but rather had a grayish hue. Water temperature. He suddenly grasped the crucial factor. The elevated water temperature appeared to have weakened the black fish. This led him to another realization. While the heat wave seemed a terrifying high-risk event, it also concealed an opportunity, a chance to eliminate the lake monster. At this moment, the maidens below were breathing rapidly, their expressions tinged with anxiety, fully aware that the success of the first wave in restraining the water monster was pivotal to their battle. Unconsciously, all eyes turned to Luo Yu, who stood alone atop the lookout tower. He gripped his grappling spear, his expression grave as he gazed at the shadow in the lake. As the shadow drew closer to the shore, there came a moment when its upper half finally broke the surface. In that instant, Luo Yu recalled the skeletal structure he had observed while dissecting the black fish, and seizing the opportunity, he hurled his spear with great force. With javelin mastery and an added strength of 102 points, the spear spun rapidly as it pierced toward the black fish. Thud! A burst of blood erupted from the fish's back. Although it was not a 100-fold critical hit, Luo Yu's strength today was incomparable to that of the past. Coupled with the softened scales from the heated water, the spear plunged deeply into the fish's body. its barbed tip firmly hooking onto the fish's bones. The black fish writhed in agony, blood gushing from its mouth. This was a severe blow. The maidens below were momentarily dumbfounded, astonished by the frenzied beast before them and utterly impressed by Luo Yu's might and throwing technique. The sight of the rapidly spinning spear and the explosion of blood had left an indelible impact on their hearts. Don't just stand there. Alice, Elena, shoot your arrows. Yu Ming, quickly repair the lookout tower. Luo Yu's sharp command jolted them back to reality. Yu Ming hurriedly opened the construction interface, successfully clicking on the repair option, and sighed in relief as she saw the tower's durability begin to restore. Whoosh! 2 arrows shot forth, one from each side, and the 2 elven archers struck with precision, both arrows embedding themselves into the black fish's eyes. Blood erupted once more as the black fish screeched in agony, rolling violently. Yet it could not escape due to the spear deeply embedded and hooked onto its bones. The black fish was blinded and trapped. Ignoring the swaying of the lookout tower, Luo Yu launched his spear once again, fully aware of the fish's weaknesses from his prior dissection. The spear pierced the side of the large black fish, striking its vulnerable spot. With a furious roar, the creature expelled a torrent of blood from its mouth and thrashed violently, causing the lookout tower to descend rapidly. Fan Yuming shouted, Luo Yu, it seems the repair speed does not match the destruction caused by the black fish. What should we do? Luo Yu quickly descended from the lookout tower, responding loudly, the black fish is blind and lacks a target to attack. Yuming, immediately construct a makeshift platform. We must approach and slay it. Be careful not to be swept away by its tail. Understood. Fan Yuming nodded fervently, promptly opening the construction menu to begin creating the makeshift platforms. These platforms floated on the water, offering better stability than wooden rafts, and were quite economical. Meanwhile, Elena and Alice continued to rain arrows upon the creature, their shots precise and fierce, targeting the areas around the black fish's gills and eyes, which lacked scales. Although the arrows inflicted minimal damage, within moments, a ring of platforms emerged around the black fish. Naker leapt onto the first platform, exclaiming, Monster, perish! With a swift motion, her short sword slashed across the side of the black fish, leaving a ghastly wound. Remembering their prior agreement, she refrained from lingering too long after her strike and retreated to a safer platform, licking her lips and displaying a look of exhilaration. Luo Yu had issued the close-quarters combat order because the black fish was now blind and could no longer attack accurately. The weather was sweltering, and repairs to the lookout tower cost money. A swift resolution was essential. At this moment, Fan Yuming also charged forward, leaping from platform to platform, and with both hands on her longsword, she delivered a powerful blow to the black fish's head. In terms of strength, she surpassed Naker, and this strike was immensely damaging, carving a deep, bone-revealing gash across the creature's face. The black fish roared in anger. Despite its blindness, it instinctively opened its massive jaws to bite at Fan Yuming. Luo Yu was taken aback and rushed to assist, but Fan Yuming was agile, mimicking Naker's retreat and jumping to a platform behind her, causing the black fish to miss and merely splash water. What a remarkable girl. She possesses a natural talent for combat. In a fit of rage, the black fish thrashed violently, but at that moment, Luo Yu charged in, wielding his heavenly crafting blade and delivering a fierce strike. With a splatter of blood, he nearly severed half of the fish's head. But he was not finished. With a swift follow-up, his strength of 102 sent the blade slicing through the air, completely decapitating the remaining portion of the head. The black fish's body stiffened and fell motionless. Luo Yu had slain it. The arena fell silent as the girls exchanged glances between the black fish and Luo Yu, their mouths agape, eyes wide with disbelief. It was a swift kill. Luo Yu had dispatched the fish's head with 2 strikes. My heavens, what immense strength! Beside him, Fan Yumei regained her composure, exclaiming in astonishment, Luo Yu, how much power have you accumulated? Luo Yu casually waved the Tiangong knife in his hand, responding with a faint smile, just a bit higher than yours, nothing too remarkable. Just a bit higher? Na Kuer's lips twitched, her expression peculiar. It must be at least 50, right? Doubling your power seems more plausible. Chapter 91. Distribution of Rewards. Each takes what they need. Yes, roughly so. Luo Yu smiled gently, choosing not to elaborate further. Your squad has slain the black fish water monster in the lake, earning 40,000 silver. Beast Soul Core X2. Clear Wind Sword Technique X1. Silver Level Martial Skill. Squad Technology Sharing Scroll X1. Silver Level Equipment Chest X2. Personal Trait Scroll X1. As the notifications appeared, the platform where Luo Yu and Fan Yumei stood shimmered with light, revealing an array of items. Luo Yu was aware that rewards from team monster slaying tended to surpass individual gains, yet he was taken aback by the abundance they received. Naturally, these spoils would need to be divided. Solo kills did not require such distribution, hence the disparity in rewards. Victory! We did it! Na Kuer cheered on the platform. And in that moment, smiles illuminated everyone's faces. After a brief interval, they collectively dragged the carcass of the massive black fish onto the shore. Luo Yu suggested that Fan Yumei take charge of the items for now, proposing they first work together to dismantle and properly store the large fish. The weather is sweltering, and such a large carcass left outside will rot within a couple of hours. Everyone concurred with Luo Yu's proposal and began to divide tasks. Having lived independently for so long, they were quite adept at handling animal carcasses. Yet, when it came to proficiency, Luo Yu's speed surpassed them all. With his overall work speed at 100 and his cooking level improved, the efficiency of his butchering left the girls wide-eyed. Nakuer inquired curiously, Luo Yu, what did you do before? How come you know so much? Not just know, but you excel at it, Fang Yume added, as he continued to work. Luo Yu replied with a gentle smile, I wouldn't call it excellence. I've merely learned a few things along the way. Such modesty. Fang Yume and Nakuer chimed in unison. Luo Yu chuckled, what is the point? Even if you call me exceptional, it won't bring me any benefits. The girls laughed lightly, and the atmosphere turned cheerful. Under their collaborative efforts, they completed the task in just 15 minutes. Although Fang Yume's base's cellar lacked the superior insulation of Luo Yu's home, they at least no longer had to worry about spoilage in the short term. A moment later, they were all seated in the living room, the spoils of their battle laid out on the table, joy illuminating the girls' eyes. Fang Yume smiled and suggested, let us devise a plan for how to distribute these. As her words fell, everyone turned their gaze towards Luo Yu. He replied with a calm smile. Each territory should receive a share of the large monster's spoils. The silver, beast soul cores, and a martial skill book should be fixed rewards. Thus, these 3 items will go to the leaders of each territory, who will only take these 3, while the remaining boxes and scrolls can be distributed among those who assisted. What do you think? Nakuer was the first to raise her hand, and Fang Yume followed suit. Alice and Elena had no objections, and thus the distribution plan was settled. Fang Yumeng remarked, I will take 1 beast soul core, and the other can be divided among you. Everyone nodded in agreement, acknowledging that a beast soul core could yield either 1 or 2 pieces. This item is not solely utilized for unlocking automatic core technology. It can also be embedded in various structures and equipment. Moreover, the beast tamer's traits can significantly enhance the experience points gained from the beast soul core. Alice said, Luo Yu contributed the most this time, so you should choose first. Luo Yu smiled gently, replying, there is no rush. Let us first open the scrolls and chests to see what we obtained before making any allocations. Yumeng, you go ahead and open it, he added. Fang Yumeng nodded and softly commented, your call of Yumeng has become increasingly smooth. As she spoke, she activated the technology scroll, resulting in a team-shared technology, sealed meat production scroll. Among the treasures unearthed this round, apart from the martial skill book, this shared technology was the most valuable. According to the descriptions of the Heavenly Dao world, such shared technology scrolls only appear when monsters are defeated in a team, and the drop rate is exceedingly low. Furthermore, the technologies provided by shared scrolls are generally not of exceptional quality, with basic technologies being more common. Nevertheless, they remain highly valuable. Fang Yumeng clicked to learn the technology, and instantly, everyone acquired the sealed meat technology. This technology essentially pertains to canned meat, crafted from meat and iron ore. It can be made manually or at a cooking station. She chuckled, this technology arrives at a most opportune time. Given the current hot weather, meat cannot be preserved effectively. If the heat wave persists for a few days, it will lead to a severe food shortage. Canned meat has a long shelf life and will be in high demand in the market. We are bound to make a considerable profit. Upon hearing this, the girls' faces lit up with realization. Naker clapped her hands in delight, while the other 3 wore smiles of approval. Fang Yumeng added with a light laugh. What a splendid business opportunity. Your thinking is so clear, no wonder your base score is so high. It seems we shall all need to work hard on making canned meat these next few days. She had the least to worry about, as there were many members in her territory, and she could easily assign the task to anyone with decent cooking skills. The 2 treasure chests yielded 2 pieces of silver equipment, a pair of silver daggers, and a pair of silver stockings. The appearance of the silver stockings took everyone by surprise, as Naker, Alice, and Elena had never seen such items before. The personal trait scroll turned out to be a miner's trait. With all items revealed, everyone turned their gaze to Luo Yu. He smiled faintly and said, you can take the equipment, just give me that beast soul core. Huh. They all paused, and Alice curiously asked, Luo Yu, don't you enjoy mining? Why not choose the miner's trait? Elena frowned slightly, adding, though I may not currently measure up to you, I do not require your concession. Everyone understood that personal traits were the most precious items. Luo Yu smiled gently, I already possess the miner's trait, and the silver equipment is not suitable for me. Besides, it's not just Yumeng who deserves it. Let us proceed with your choices. They all felt that Luo Yu was at a disadvantage, but in truth, he had little desire for any of the items. Moreover, his choice of the beast soul core was motivated by the desire to unlock the luxurious beast taming arena, which would eventually generate the taming technology core, perfectly embedded within the Lord's bracelet. However, it turned out that Nakuer chose a dagger, while Alice opted for white stockings. One can only imagine how stunning this beautiful elven woman would look in stockings. It is regrettable that she was also wearing trousers. A short skirt would have complemented her much better. Perhaps I should gift her one? Luo Yu eagerly anticipated the sight of Alice in stockings. The minor trait was bestowed upon Elena. Despite her discomfort, she too aspired to mine and amass wealth like Luo Yu. Everyone received their desired items, and joy filled the air. Chapter 92. A familiar path, continuous raids. At this moment, Nyoda could no longer contain himself and spoke up in the group. Luo Yu, what are you all doing? Are you still alive? Why did I receive a technology out of the blue? The room was filled with bemused smiles as everyone exchanged glances. It was now 9 o'clock in the evening, with temperatures slightly dropping but still hovering around 39 degrees. Luo Yu responded, it is nearly impossible to operate during the day. We can only venture out a bit at night. Do you all still have the energy? Shall we head to Old Nyo's place? Though drenched in sweat, they resolved to push on, hoping to slay a few more large black fish that night. Nyoda lacked the visitor technology and could not issue invitations. But everyone could choose to visit him. You have chosen to visit Nyoda's territory, awaiting his consent. Soon, consent was granted, and a brilliant light flashed as they appeared in Nyoda's domain. Nyoda, a typical minotaur with a robust head, was momentarily dumbfounded by the sight of so many beauties before him. Luo Yu chuckled, Old Nyo, I know they are beautiful, but you need not wear your admiration on your face. Ha! Brother, it is truly a delight to see you. Nyoda laughed heartily and embraced Luo Yu warmly. Brother, our group is filled with stunning ladies. We are fortunate indeed. Fang Yuming and Elena exchanged exasperated glances at the minotaur, while Nakotor scoffed lightly. And Alice maintained a gentle smile throughout. Luo Yu remarked, all right, it's quite warm. Let us hasten our work. Nyoda's territory was quite barren, consisting solely of a stone house, a vegetable garden, and a lone female member. The female tribal captive had been sent by Luo Yu, yet she seemed to have lost all memory of him, her previous territorial recollections erased. Following their earlier arrangement, they swiftly set out to hunt by the lakeside. Fortunately, Nyoda had some resources from his mining endeavors, allowing them to construct an arrow tower and floating platform. Otherwise, they would have encountered significant difficulties. Indeed, it was not long before the large blackfish appeared. Luo Yu once again showcased his exceptional spear-throwing skills, landing a precise hit. The fish thrashed violently in the lake, but they effortlessly followed suit and soon secured the large blackfish. Nyoda was quite remarkable. It seemed he had invested the resources he acquired into enhancing his attributes, raising his constitution to 50 points and significantly boosting his strength. Observing his robust physique, one could discern a hint of tank-like resilience. This indeed presents a viable perspective. Currently, one can retain characters without factoring them into the basis score, accumulating resources for oneself. With a low territory score, the attack intensity remains minimal, making survival considerably easier. Given Nyoda's current prowess, it is likely that fewer than 10 indigenous individuals would pose any threat to him. After a brief interlude, everyone congregated at the shore to distribute their spoils. It appeared that the strength of the blackfish's yield was also correlated with the territory score. Nyoda's territory provided significantly lesser rewards. Aside from the obligatory beast soul core, not a single martial skill was granted, let alone any shared technologies or attribute scrolls, an utter scarcity. The only relatively decent offering was 2 crystal essence stones, which could be utilized to upgrade the beast taming arena. Luo Yu and Fang Yume, both beast tamers, each took 1 stone, while the remainder was distributed freely. The young women seemed disinclined to linger in Nyoda's territory, as the environment was rather poor, particularly concerning sanitation. Staying longer felt like an invitation to illness. Luo Yu advised Nyoda to focus on enhancing his base, offering preliminary support if needed, before the group set off towards Nakur's territory. At 11 p.m., they arrived at Kur's domain, which appeared far more inviting. The overall layout resembled Fang Yume's, albeit lacking in vegetable gardens and orchards, instead featuring fish ponds for aquaculture. After all, cats have a penchant for fish. The familiar strategy was employed, constructing a watchtower and enticing beasts with lure grass. Having grown accustomed to the process, they swiftly dispatched the black fish within 10 minutes. Regrettably, this time, they did not obtain any shared technologies, but they did acquire a martial skill titled Hidden Blade Technique, seemingly well-suited for Kur. It seemed that the martial skills dropped by the black fish were also influenced by the attributes of the territory's lord. The higher the attribute, the more aligned the skill. Gradually, a consensus formed among the group. This black fish was both a threat and a boon for the early development of territories. As it came time to divide the spoils, since Luo Yu and Fang Yume had secured the most prized crystal essence stones from Nyoda's territory, they decided to forego the contents of this chest altogether. What remained were merely some silver equipment and a design blueprint for a cooking station, along with a chef's attribute scroll, items Luo Yu already possessed, which were ultimately allocated to Alice. Once everything was settled, they noted that it was already past 1 in the morning. While Luo Yu felt little fatigue, the young women were beginning to show signs of exhaustion. After enduring several hours of intense combat in high temperatures, even with their enhanced physical attributes, they were reaching their limits. The sheen of sweat revealed charming outlines, subtly observed by Luo Yu. The girls nodded in agreement. Despite the fatigue etched on their faces, a glimmer of excitement shone in their eyes. The night had been exhausting, yet the rewards were unmistakable. Almost everyone had acquired a piece of silver equipment, and they had unlocked new technologies. Fanyume Nakur and Nyoda each earned their own beast soul cores along with a substantial amount of silver, truly a lucrative endeavor. With that, they decided to disperse, urging one another to rest well and be mindful of the heat during the day. Indeed, everyone was weary. After observing the animals' conditions and finding none had suffered from heat stroke, Luo Yu felt a sense of satisfaction as he briskly made his way to the bathroom. He shed his clothing and luxuriated in the warm embrace of the bath, letting out a contented sigh. Compared to the territories of his companions, his own environment was indeed a haven of comfort. The opulent bath swiftly alleviated his fatigue, leaving him utterly rejuvenated. However, once he had removed his garments, the insulating effect vanished, and he began to feel the heat. It was curious how wearing clothes provided such comfort, while being unclothed brought warmth instead. The world of Tiandao was truly a remarkable place. Checking the world and region channels, he noted that others were still lamenting their plight, with many succumbing to heat stroke. Those afflicted, if they had not discovered effective methods to cool themselves and lacked the physical attribute at the outset, would find it exceedingly difficult to endure the heat wave. As he reflected on the previous night's gains, a beast soul core, a crystalline stone, and a can of meat technology, he felt a sense of triumph. To progress swiftly, one must strike quickly. Upon returning to his room, he discovered that Xiao Dai was absent and, after a brief search, found her sleeping in the warehouse. The temperature within the villa was around 30 degrees at night. Surely, she must be uncomfortable. Holding Xiao Kong in his arms, he contemplated crafting thermal gear for Xiao Dai the following day, and with that thought, he gradually succumbed to slumber. With the first rays of sunlight gracing the earth, Luo Yu awoke feeling invigorated. Notification: you have gained efficient sleep. Sleep efficiency increased by 50. Thanks to the old reliable bed and the luxurious bath's fatigue-relieving effects. Even after 4 hours of sleep, he felt remarkably energized. By the time he finished his morning routine, the sun had fully risen, and he checked the temperature, 41 degrees outside, with a stifling 37 indoors. How could one possibly endure this? As he washed up, he found himself sweating more profusely. Suddenly remembering his lack of clothing and the absence of insulation, he hurriedly donned some attire to feel more comfortable. At that moment, Xiao Kong was groggily getting up to wash, her hair still retaining some insulating properties. After a recent trim, her hair had grown back past her shoulders due to the enhancement of her hair growth rate. Seizing the opportunity while she was still dazed, Luo Yu deftly took out scissors and skillfully gave her a stylish short haircut. You have obtained 58 units of the Beast Daughter's hair. With a gentle nuzzle of her short hair against his arm, Xiao Kong seemed to appreciate the refreshing sensation. Indeed, it must be so. The 58 units of Beast Daughter hair were sufficient. There was no need to craft an entire outfit from it. Just a touch of insulation would suffice. He proceeded to the basement to operate the sewing machine, silently concentrating. Critical hit triggered. The output glimmered, revealing a piece of lingerie perfectly tailored to Xiao Dai's measurements. Silver-grade women's lingerie increases clothing comfort with a maximum comfort temperature of 10 and a minimum comfort temperature of 10, enhancing shaping effects. The recent critical hit did not yield any gold, yet it sufficed. Moments later, Luo Yu gently roused the drowsy Xiao Dai, who was sprawled on the floor of the warehouse. Observing her sleepy demeanor, he earnestly instructed, Xiao Dai, remove your clothing. What? Xiao Dai, suddenly alert, instinctively clasped her chest, her face aflame with embarrassment. Master, could we not do this here? At least in the room. What are you thinking? I meant for you to put on this thermal undergarment. Huh? Xiao Dai paused, momentarily taken aback, before realizing that her master had crafted her a thermal garment. As the insulation began to take effect, she exhaled softly, her smile radiant. Thank you, master. I feel so much more comfortable. Indeed. Luo Yu nodded, amused. But there's some excess around your abdomen. Remember to exercise. Ugh, I know. Xiao Dai blushed, acknowledging that she might have indulged a bit too much in her recent culinary delights. Returning to the matter at hand, Luo Yu continued, Xiao Dai, since we are no longer concerned about the heat, please continue making the clothing. Yes, Xiao Dai replied earnestly, determination shining in her eyes. I will create many beautiful garments for master to sell. Her enthusiasm was infectious. It seemed that beast girls harbored little negativity, remaining ever eager and full of spirit, which was indeed a blessing. Today's temperature soared even higher than yesterday's. After completing his morning routine, Luo Yu had breakfast around 8, only to find the temperature had escalated to a staggering 44 degrees Celsius. This was merely the morning. It was unbearable. The animals were huddled motionless in the warehouse, and Luo Yu understood that the temperature would continue to rise. He needed to expedite the construction of the entertainment room to relocate the animals there. Without the animals' body heat, the warehouse temperature would decrease, ensuring the safety of the ice cellar. That was sufficient. Standing in a clearing not far from the Grand Villa, Luo Yu resolved to build the entertainment room here. Advanced entertainment room. Building materials 100,000, timber 20,000, silver 5,000, gold 200, emerald 200. Upon accessing the construction page, he dragged the virtual model of the entertainment room into place. After confirming, a substantial amount of materials vanished from the warehouse. And amidst a flash of light, a large 3-story building in shades of blue and black materialized before him. The overall structure was comparable in size to the grand villa. Excitedly, he pushed open the grand doors and stepped inside. As expected, the first floor housed an indoor swimming pool, its tiles composed of the previously fortified flooring. The original tiles had been seamlessly transferred, eliminating the need for reconstruction. The entire first floor consisted solely of the pool, devoid of even a single chair. And the pool itself was empty, requiring a water circulation system for filling. Upon ascending to the second and third floors, he discovered they were largely bare, akin to a shell, requiring his personal touch for layout. Luo Yu envisioned creating a billiards table, a gaming table, and a chess table on the second floor to stimulate intellect, along with some dartboards to hone shooting skills, and perhaps a few bookshelves. The third floor would be dedicated to a punching bag and an assortment of fitness equipment, primarily focused on strength training and martial arts. Certainly, the ground remains a rough floor for now. It must first be polished before carpeting is laid. Speaking of carpeting, the technology behind it has yet to be explored, so we shall take our time. The immediate task is to fill the swimming pool with water. Accessing the water circulation construction page, the plumbing is straightforward. A pipe can be drawn directly from the villa. However, to ensure the pool maintains a fresh flow, a drainage pipe must also be installed, which cannot share the same route as the existing piping. If it connects to the sewage line, the water would be expelled beyond the territory. And the pool water is sourced from the lake, which Luo Yu prefers not to see deplete too rapidly. Connecting to the domestic water supply is certainly out of the question due to contamination. Chapter 94. The crystal clear pool and the refreshing recreation room. Having devised the layout for the pipes and valves, Luo Yu ventured outside to commence construction. The trajectory of the pipes requires careful consideration, including the elevation and placement of valves. Any misstep could result in a cessation of water flow. An hour later, the temperature in Luo Yu's vicinity soared to a staggering 46 degrees Celsius. The global news channels erupted in chaos, with certain regions reaching 50 degrees and some individuals teetering on the brink of heatstroke, particularly those of races unable to regulate their body temperature. Without sufficient physical attributes to endure, they found it quite challenging. The snowfolk, for instance, opted for a state of summer hibernation, burrowing deep into the earth to escape the heat, where the subterranean temperature is slightly cooler. The development of their territories had become a secondary concern. Indeed, the heat wave initially struck the entire realm with profound intensity, halting the progress of most territories, and the situation was bound to worsen. Humans, however, exhibited commendable resilience. Although they may lack the physical strength of many other races, their ability to maintain a stable body temperature afforded them a greater chance of survival. Furthermore, the knowledge that humans possess is extensive. For example, the concept of a simple cellar is beyond the grasp of many races, who fail to realize that digging a cellar can provide insulation. Yet, for humans, this is a straightforward endeavor. Though some humans also succumb to heatstroke, their overall performance was notably impressive. This circumstance slightly elevated humanity's standing among the myriad races, transitioning them from a lower classification to one slightly above. At this moment, Luo Yu stood before the pool, observing the clear water rushing in from the 4 outlets, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. It was finally complete. The pool, part of the advanced recreation room, is not particularly large and pales in comparison to the luxurious or extravagant entertainment spaces. The water filled rapidly, and with the drainage outlet positioned at the critical water level, there was no concern of overflow, although it had not been treated with disinfectants. This flowing water was far cleaner than that of most swimming pools back on Earth. Indeed, as indicated in the description, the unique construction of the advanced recreation room rendered the pool akin to a large evaporative cooling basin, producing a significant cooling effect. Upon checking the temperature within the recreation room, it read 27 degrees, a stark contrast to the 46 degrees outside. The results were exceedingly satisfactory. Luo Yu tested the water temperature, finding it comfortably inviting, and he promptly called his assortment of animals to gather in the recreation room to settle in. The insects harbored a disdain for water, thus retreating temporarily to the second floor. Meanwhile, the formidable wolf king, the foolish one, the mighty bull, and the cow leapt directly into the swimming pool, luxuriating in the refreshing waters. Among them, the mighty bull displayed the finest swimming prowess, a veritable diving champion. How had this potential remained undiscovered until now? Could it be a water buffalo? The 3 young ladies, Xiao Dai and her companions, soon joined, clad only in their undergarments. As they joyfully plunged into the pool to frolic in the water, regrettably lacking proper swimwear. Little Jean, the tiger, reveled in the water, likely spending most of her time submerged, aside from her moments of stone slicing and slumber. Luo Yu himself refrained from entering the water, feeling somewhat embarrassed without swim trunks. Upon inspecting the base's score, he was pleasantly surprised to find it had reached a remarkable 10,000 points. Precisely 10,000, prompting the advanced entertainment room to award an additional 1,200 points. Notification: you are the first lord in this area to achieve a score of 10,000, thus receiving an extra reward, Random scroll 1. Oh, such a benefit exists? A luminous scroll materialized before Luo Yu, and upon clicking it, another notification appeared. You have obtained the design blueprint for a pharmaceutical production station 1. Pharmaceutical production station, capable of producing basic medical kits and other primary medicines, requiring 5,000 sterile materials, 50,000 silver, and 200 gold. Curious about sterile materials, he perused its details and gleaned a preliminary understanding. Sterile materials are crafted from a combination of silver and a basic substance. For instance, silver combined with stone bricks yields sterile stone bricks, while silver and iron ore create sterile iron blocks. These materials significantly enhance sanitary values and slightly improve quality. They are typically employed in constructing medical facilities, such as sterile beds and floors, thereby increasing recovery efficiency from ailments and the success rates of surgeries. To fabricate sterile materials, one must first unlock sterile technology, the requirements for which are manageable, save for the necessity of a vial of purified water, a consideration for another time. After stowing the scroll, Luo Yu's gaze drifted to the jubilant creatures in the pool, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The pool was a source of pure, flowing water, devoid of concerns about contamination, allowing them to frolic in joy until the heat wave subsided, at which point they could resume their labors. He proceeded to the storage room, where the temperature had dropped below 28 degrees following the animal's departure. The ice cellar posed no immediate threat, and he retrieved a portion of wolf meat and seafood from it, placing them into his storage bracelet before heading to the kitchen. Sealed meat can requires 10 basic meats, 5 vegetables, 2 iron ores. Initial nutritional value is basic. Shelf life is 1 year, with a 20 chance of food toxicity and 0 attribute point acquisition rate. The rate of decay for the sealed meat can is 300. Sealed meat cans are indeed a splendid invention. While their nutritional value is comparably costly to simple cooking, one must consider the shelf life and the speed of spoilage. This is unequivocally the perfect solution for summer food storage. Luo Yu firmly believed that sealed meat cans would prove to be highly marketable. With resolute determination, he accessed the cooking station interface, placed the necessary ingredients within, and commenced the preparation. Luo Yu's culinary level now stands at 4, and the time required to craft a can of meat at the cooking station is 30 minutes per can. However, adorned in his diamond attire which grants a global work speed of 100, this duration is significantly reduced to a mere 15 minutes. Coupled with the chef's trait that enhances his cooking speed to 100, each dish takes only 7.5 minutes to prepare. Coincidentally, during a moment of either bathing or slumber, Luo Yu received a burst of fervor that increased his work speed by 50 for 3 days. Additionally, the kitchen sink and cleaning station provide a slight boost to his cooking speed. In Chapter 95, The Cursed Garden, the preparation time for a can of meat dwindles to under 4 minutes. He promptly procured a stool and began his task, swiftly producing the first can of meat. With no immediate concerns of food poisoning, he sampled the flavor himself and found it quite delectable. Luo Yu chuckled heartily and continued his endeavors. By the time dinner arrived, he had diligently crafted a total of 105 cans of meat. This continuous labor elevated his cooking skill to level 5. He decided against selling them immediately, opting instead to wait for the heat wave to linger for another day or two, ensuring that others' food would spoil, thereby maximizing his profits. At the dining table, Luo Yu engaged in conversation with 3 charming companions while simultaneously monitoring the world and regional chat channels. Today's average temperature soared to 47 degrees. A lethal heat that cast a pall over the entire realm of Tiandao. Whispers of concern began to circulate as it became apparent that under this relentless heat, rain would not fall. The ground, parched and cracked from prolonged exposure, heralded an impending drought. This signaled dire consequences for crops. Should drought strike in summer, the autumn harvest would be scant, leading to a harsh winter ahead. Everyone began to grasp the significance of food storage, taking proactive measures to prepare for the impending crisis. While the threat of a food shortage loomed, the immediate priority was to allocate resources towards cooling solutions rather than to fret about the distant future. Even if a food crisis were to materialize, it would likely be during winter. The world of Tiandao is rife with unpredictable events. Perhaps there would be migrations of animals, providing an opportunity for hunting. There is always a glimmer of hope. Elena invites you to visit her territory. Do you accept? As the gathering time approached, Luo Yu informed his companions, Xiao Jin and the others, before making his way to Elena's territory. With a sudden shift in surroundings, he found himself in an unfamiliar locale. Fang Yumeng and the others were already present. After exchanging greetings, they surveyed Elena's domain together. The basic tiles and walls resembled those of Fang Yumeng's territory, yet distinctively. Elena resided in a treehouse, with a grand tree at the center of her land, the house seamlessly integrated into the tree itself, resembling a villa. Accessing the construction menu revealed the details of this unique abode. As the group walked toward the lakeside, Fang Yumeng observed the cracked earth and sighed. In such heat, drought has begun again. I wonder how many will suffer this time. Alice bowed her head in solemn prayer. May the goddess of light bless all living beings. Luo Yu's gaze, however, was drawn to the patch of crops cultivated by Elena, which exhibited signs of drought, particularly a section of soil that appeared oddly discolored. Elena, this patch of black soil appears to be rather peculiar, does it not? Upon hearing Luo Yu's inquiry, Elena elucidated. This is cursed black earth, unsuitable for cultivation. Any flora that emerges here undergoes mutation, such as my beast-calling grass. Oh, intrigued, Luo Yu joined the others as they approached the cursed black soil. Observing a row of dark little grasses and curiously remarked, why does it resemble poison? It is indeed a poisonous plant. Elena sighed in resignation. This is known as the heartbreak grass. I am uncertain of its original form, but the description indicates its potent toxicity. Visitors were unable to access detailed documentation, prompting Luo Yu to ask, could you share the information with me? Elena promptly distributed the descriptions to everyone. Heartbreak grass, highly toxic, can be crafted into poison, venom, or poison pills. A single plant can instantaneously kill any creature with a constitution below 30. Good heavens, it is extremely toxic. Luo Yu chuckled. This could be quite effective for defense when utilized correctly. Elena nodded. Each of you should carefully extract one, but be cautious not to succumb to its toxicity. There were approximately 30 to 40 heartbreak grasses in this vicinity. Luo Yu gingerly extracted a few with his heavenly crafting knife, wrapped them in cloth, and handed them to Fang Yumeng, Nakel, and Alice. He had assumed Alice would refuse such items, yet to his surprise, she accepted them with delight. Alice was kind-hearted yet pragmatic. Using a bow and arrow for defense against attacks was one approach, and employing poisonous plants was another. There was no inherent evil in the tools themselves. Just as they conversed, a woman's piercing scream suddenly echoed from within the walls, startling everyone. Elena sighed in exasperation. One of the two recently recruited members inadvertently consumed a spirit leaf from the cursed soil and has become addicted. Now that she has exhausted her supply of spirit leaves, she occasionally experiences episodes of madness. Upon hearing this, everyone furrowed their brows slightly. The spirit leaf is one of the herbs of the celestial realm, intended to be combined with other medications for pain relief. Consuming it alone leads to addiction. Fang Yumeng remarked, I have reviewed the description. The spirit leaf can be detoxified. We must devise a method to help her through the withdrawal phase. How do we achieve that? Elena replied helplessly. Even binding her does not suffice. When she has an episode, she runs amok, causing destruction. However, after venting, she settles down. The dangers of drugs are severe. A pall of concern fell over them, instinctively turning their gazes toward Luo Yu. It had become customary for the small group to seek Luo Yu's counsel in times of difficulty. Luo Yu gazed toward the woman who was screaming as she climbed the wall, and seriously remarked, it is rather simple, actually. If we sever her legs, she will cease to run about. She can remain in bed while waiting for the withdrawal symptoms to abate. We can fashion a wooden leg or procure a crutch for the interim. And once advanced medical restorative procedures are unlocked, limb regeneration can be attempted. Severing her legs? The girls widened their eyes at Luo Yu, although the logic seemed sound. Something felt amiss. Luo Yu pointed at the small spirit leaf seedlings and smiled. Elena, would you mind if I took some of the seeds as well? Without hesitation. Elena nodded. You may extract them yourself. By the way, Luo Yu, if I were to sever her legs, would she truly not bleed to death? As Luo Yu dug up several seeds of the spirit leaf, he remarked, herbs can staunch bleeding. However, with the heat, wounds are prone to festering. Wait until the weather cools before taking action. Understood, Elena nodded, eager to delve deeper into medical discussions with Luo Yu. But Fang Yumeng interjected, stop. Enough of this topic. Even in this sweltering heat, I feel a chill down my spine. We've arrived at the lake. Let us commence. Upon hearing Fang Yumeng's words, everyone's gaze turned to the lake's surface. The hunt began. 15 minutes later, gazing at the lifeless body of a massive black fish alongside a chaotic pile of boxes. Excitement sparkled in Luo Yu and the others' eyes. Your team has slain the lake monster, triggering an outbreak reward with a probability of 1. Obtained 100,000 silver. Acquired 4 beast soul cores. Received Moonchaser Archery Technique 1, silver level martial skill. Received 1 Mind Storm Orb, silver level item. Obtained 2 technology sharing scrolls. Acquired 4 silver level equipment chests. Received 2 personal trait scrolls. What a spectacular bounty. Just as the thrills surged among them, the small lake suddenly churned violently, and a warning appeared. Alert! Your team's continuous hunting of lake monsters has incited the wrath of the king crab, which will seek vengeance on behalf of the black fish's spirit. Boom. From the depths of the lake emerged a colossal blue crab, its size comparable to 2 rooms. Its terrifying pincers looking immensely formidable. King crab, gold level, intermediate intelligent creature, hostile target. The massive king crab leaped onto the shore and charged swiftly toward Luo Yu and his companions. The sudden appearance of a gold-level creature was alarming. The girls gasped in shock. Luo Yu quickly regained his composure and shouted, quickly, Elena, gather our loot. We must retreat. Startled, Elena and the others hastily fell back. As they retreated, Alice knocked an arrow and released 2 shots, aiming directly at the king crab's eyes. Clang. Such high defense. A sense of dread washed over them. Luo Yu called out, Alice and Elena, spread out, and take higher ground to target its eyes and hinder its movements. Yumeng and Kur, follow me, under Luo Yu's command. The two elven girls swiftly dispersed. Elena leaped onto the wall, while Alice climbed a small tree, raining arrows down upon the creature's eyes. Luo Yu knew that Elena's territory did not possess formidable automated defenses, so they had to rely on their own strength. He murmured, Yumeng and I will draw its attention. Kur, circle around to its rear and strike at the opportune moment. Got it. As the king crab squinted, Kur nimbly maneuvered to its backside. Luo Yu turned to Fang Yumeng, saying, cover me. I'll go first. Without waiting for her response, he brandished the heavenly craft blade and charged forward. Let us test its outer shell first. Just then, the king crab suddenly unleashed a jet of water. It can attack from a distance as well. Luo Yu, be careful. Fang Yumeng gasped in shock, but at that moment, a circle of violet barriers abruptly materialized around Luo Yu. The water column crashed against the barrier, only to be repelled. Soon after, the purple barrier vanished. The violet barrier withstood the incoming attack, remaining uses, too. Clang. The king of blue crabs, filled with rage, snapped its iron pincers toward him. In an instant, a flurry of blades suppressed the king of blue crabs. The companions stared at Luo Yu in astonishment. Such swift blades. Such a formidable man. However, while he managed to suppress the creature, Luo Yu was acutely aware that the heavenly craft blade was not truly armor-piercing. His ultimate weapon, the Moonlight Twin Blades, was merely of golden grade. It could breach defenses, but would undoubtedly sustain damage. Repairing golden grade weapons required a substantial amount of gold, a considerable loss. Even when engaging in battle, one must be mindful of economic efficiency. Alas, this assassin had yet to mature. She was only fit for a gentle scraping. No, not even that. It could only be likened to a mere bath. After dodging the king of blue crab's pincers, Luo Yu shouted, we cannot confront it head-on. Cue a retreat. With that, he turned and grasped Fang Yumeng's hand, leading her in flight. This sudden escape left the king of blue crabs momentarily bewildered, swinging its pincers in confusion over whom to pursue. As Luo Yu pulled Fang Yumeng back, he bellowed, Elena, have someone fetch some wood. We shall burn this crab to ashes. Understood. Elena had two members in her territory. One was in a frenzy, but the other was composed. Upon receiving the command, she immediately gathered a large pile of wood and dashed out from the walls, hurriedly starting a fire. At that moment, the king of blue crabs seemed to have found its target, charging directly toward Elena. Huh, it's coming for me? Elena swiftly began to shift in another direction, but the king of blue crabs relentlessly pursued her. Luo Yu initially thought that the creature, being highly intelligent, would aim for the fire pile. Yet it ignored the member tending to the flames, fixating solely on Elena. Was its primary target the local lord? No, if that were the case. It should have pursued her from the start. Luo Yu pondered quickly, suddenly struck by an epiphany. The beast-attracting grass. It must be drawn to the beast-attracting grass on Elena's person. He released Fang Yumeng's hand and sprinted toward the vegetable garden, calling out, Elena, hold on a bit longer. Alice, provide cover. I have a plan to deal with it. Elena nodded solemnly in response, remaining silent as she maintained a safe distance with her agility. Of course, Alice's arrows occasionally struck the beast's eyes, proving crucial for maintaining distance. In the garden, Luo Yu wrapped his hand in cloth and began to dig for the heartbreak grass. Fang Yumeng, who had been trailing behind, seemed to understand and pulled out a handkerchief to assist in the digging. Together, they swiftly unearthed 10 plants of heartbreak grass. Yumeng, hand them all to me. Chapter 97. A Bountiful Windfall, Unlocking Thermal Technology. All right. Fang Yumeng's delicate face glistened with beads of sweat as she cautiously handed the heartbreak grass to Luo Yu, expressing concern, be extremely careful. Do not worry. Luo Yu smiled gently, and then dashed toward the corpse of the large black fish by the lake. Huh, I had thought it would be directly stuffed into the mouth. But it seems the mind works quite well. Fang Yumeng immediately comprehended Luo Yu's intentions, a faint smile gracing her lips. Rushing to the side of the massive black fish, Luo Yu disregarded all caution and unceremoniously shoved 10 stalks of the deadly Duan Chong Chao into the creature's mouth. He was aware that crabs possess a remarkable resilience to toxins, and to avert the danger of poisoning, he silently recited a mantra. You have applied Duan Chong Chao to the corpse. Effects are manifesting. Critical hit activated. The toxicity of Duan Chong Chao is amplified 100-fold. In mere seconds, the vast form of the black fish darkened further, its hue deepening to a near-purple shade, revealing the potent venom within. Having completed this task, Luo Yu swiftly dashed to Elena's side, exclaiming, hand me the beast-luring grass. I know what to do. Just watch. Elena, a resolute young lady, rushed to the carcass of the black fish and accurately tossed the beast-luring grass into its mouth. The king crab, drawn by the alluring scent of the grass, immediately plunged its massive pincers into the black fish's mouth to devour it. The beast-luring grass, along with a substantial amount of toxic flesh, was consumed, and the king crab froze momentarily, its eyes bulging in horror, before collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. At that instant, everyone received a notification. Your team has slain the king crab. With a thud, A scroll tumbled from the carcass of the king crab, yet another prize. The group exchanged glances, approaching the fallen creature. Fong Yumong, observing the darkening body of the king crab, murmured, "This Duan Chong Chao is exceedingly toxic." Naker replied, "It's terrifying. It killed instantly, something I never anticipated." The girls appeared somewhat shaken, while Luo Yu picked up the scroll, grinning. Perhaps it's a case of one creature overcoming another. The remains of the black fish and the king crab needed swift disposal, as the flesh was toxic. Incineration was the best option. The girls nodded in agreement and fetched torches. Soon, the air was filled with the enticing aroma of roasting meat. Reducing such a colossal carcass to ash would require considerable time, and they would proceed at a steady pace. After a while, they gathered within the confines of Elena's territory, beginning to allocate their spoils. The black fish had yielded a substantial bounty, yet the king crab had produced merely a single scroll. Luo Yu unfurled the scroll, revealing, "Thermal Energy Supply Technology Unlock Scroll, Shared." To their astonishment, it was a shared technology scroll concerning energy. Energy-related technologies often entail substantial costs, as evidenced by the Lightning Collection box, which was priced in the tens of thousands of units of gold. Luo Yu promptly opted to utilize it, and the group received a simultaneous notification. Thermal Energy Supply Technology Unlocked. Wow! Naker exclaimed in exhilaration, while Fong Yumeng and the others radiated enthusiasm. A brief examination of the technology tree revealed that the first construct available for creation was the thermal collection panel, capable of collecting heat and converting it into energy, serving as a substitute for wood combustion to generate kinetic energy. This utility was immensely versatile, indeed a necessity for everyday life. The thermal energy collection panels can be installed on rooftops or laid upon the ground. Essentially, they can be placed wherever thermal energy is present, with various methods of collection yielding differing efficiencies. Naturally, the construction costs are somewhat steep. Naker chuckled, suggesting, "After we fend off the attack, we shall need to incinerate a considerable number of corpses, right? Why not build a crematorium and lay the thermal energy collection panels inside? The energy will flow abundantly." Everyone nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit of this proposal, as it allows the bodies to contribute their residual warmth. As for ethical considerations, while some may still hold on to such sentiments regarding their kin or fellow challengers, there exists no moral quandary concerning the indigenous assailants. It is simply a matter of practicality. Other ethical dilemmas can be set aside. Though the Crab King provided but a single item, it was a scroll that unlocked advanced technology, truly a tenfold, or rather 20-fold, advantage. Next came the distribution of the spoils acquired from the great black fish. A substantial bounty had been unearthed, and the final allocation was as follows. Elena received 50,000 silver coins, while the remaining 50,000 was divided among Liu, Fong Yumeng, Alice, Naker, and Nyoda, each receiving 10,000. Although Nyoda was absent, Liu proposed that a share be allocated to him, and Nyoda expressed his gratitude profusely in the group chat. 4 beast soul cores were available for distribution. Since Liu had already received one previously and desired other items, the 4 cores were allocated among the 4 girls, ensuring each received one. The beast soul cores commanded a hefty price on the market, starting at 5. Naturally, the moon pursuit archery technique was reserved for Elena, while the Mindstorm gem was bestowed upon Liu as compensation for the beast soul core. Mindstorm gem. Upon use, it unleashes a Mindstorm aura, causing all neutral creatures and hostile units near the territory to go berserk and subsequently attack the territory. This item falls within the category of assault summoning technology, indiscriminately attracting aggression. Luo Yu contemplated organizing an event in the future to reap substantial profits. The 2 squad technology scrolls were promptly utilized. You have unlocked technology, carpet laying. You have unlocked technology, wall construction. The newly unlocked technologies brought smiles to everyone's faces. Liu had long desired the carpet laying technology, and now it was directly unlocked. The wall construction technology, while categorized as low level, is nonetheless practical, with its prerequisite requiring the construction of advanced walls exceeding 1,000 meters. Now, they could bypass the advanced wall stage and attempt to build walls instead. This endeavor involves expanding the base's area, a major undertaking that would be set aside for the time being. Lastly, there were 4 silver treasure chests and 2 characteristic scrolls, one for each of them. Luo Yu claimed one of the characteristic scrolls, and upon use, discovered it to be a characteristic upgrade scroll for traits below level 3. Without hesitation, he applied it to the chef trait. Your chef trait has been upgraded to 3 stars. With a 3-star chef trait, the cooking speed reached 150. The longer Luo Yu resided in the world governed by the Tao of Heaven, the more he grasped the significance of efficiency. Time is indeed money. Chapter 98. Press on and achieve complete resolution this time. The spoils of their efforts truly allowed everyone to reap substantial rewards. Though the girls were visibly drenched in sweat, their faces glowed with a delightful blush of excitement. The enchanting group of beauties was indeed captivating. Naker proposed, "It's currently 10 in the evening. Shall we press on?" Everyone turned their gaze towards Luo Yu, who assessed the temperature, now a sweltering 40 degrees. He pondered, tomorrow's temperature is likely to rise even further. So let us resolve matters as swiftly as possible. Onward, let us continue our pursuit. With exhilaration, the group nodded in agreement, and moments later, they found themselves within Alice's territory. The layout of Alice's domain was somewhat akin to that of Elena's, but unlike the latter's darker ambience, this place radiated warmth and comfort. Alice belonged to the rare and illustrious clan of light elves. With the beast-attracting grass no longer at hand, Luo Yu retrieved the milk tablets crafted from special milk. Adhering to the familiar strategy. Previously, there had been concerns regarding the efficacy of the milk tablets, yet it was evident that Luo Yu had never let them down. The large black fish swiftly approached, lured by the tablets. Following their usual procedure, the team soon dispatched the large black fish. This time, there was no spectacular explosion of rewards, and the items obtained were comparable to those found in Fang Yuming's territory. Just as they prepared to allocate the spoils, another notification arrived. Due to the allure of special milk and the team's consecutive acquisition of numerous rewards, a horde of greedy groundhogs has taken notice and will attack the territory. Number of groundhogs, 62. The group paused momentarily, then a sizable pack of groundhogs, resembling oversized dogs, appeared at the eastern edge of the territory. Clambering atop the walls, they observed the rapidly charging groundhogs. With a serene smile, Luo Yu remarked, "Notice the claws of those groundhogs. Their digging capabilities should be formidable. If tamed, they could be employed to excavate moats or mines. Let us strive to capture them alive." Fang Yuming inquired curiously, "What is your plan?" Luo Yu gestured towards the gate, saying, "We shall create a small opening in the gate. Once one enters, we can incapacitate it. With our numbers, we need not fear the groundhog's potential." The girls nodded in unison, descending from the walls. They opened a narrow gap in the gate. Indeed, the groundhogs rushed towards the opening. The first robust groundhog burst through, only to meet its demise at the end of Luo Yu's wooden stick, collapsing unconscious on the spot. Kiki and Fang Yuming quickly disposed of the unconscious groundhog. But just then, another groundhog charged in, this time being sent sprawling by a swift blow from Elena. The groundhogs displayed no sense of fear. Another one rushed in. But its stubbornness was in vain, as it endured 7 or 8 strikes in a mere second before succumbing to unconsciousness. Though these groundhogs appeared strong, their combat prowess was akin to that of the blue wolves. Yet with an entire squad present, they were merely delivering themselves to their fate. 10 minutes later, all 62 badgers lay unconscious. Within the small group, Luo Yu and Fang Yume, both beast tamers, commenced the process of training them one by one, while Elena and her companions divided the rewards obtained from the giant black fish. Silver flat shoes increases movement speed, enhances comfort, reduces foot ailments, and minimizes knee wear. Quite satisfactory, indeed, as it boosts agility and adjusts to the perfect fit upon wearing. 2 hours later, all the badgers had been successfully tamed, elevating Luo Yu's taming level to 8, significantly enhancing the yield from the animals under his care. Each member of the group, Luo Yu, Fang Yume, Elena, Alice, and Nicole, was allocated 12 badgers, with the remaining 2 given to Nyoda Badger. Intermediate intelligence, strength 14, constitution 9, agility 15, special ability, digging and mining. Though the creatures appeared rather unsightly, their attributes were commendable, capable of withstanding the oppressive heat and launching attacks. With the current sluggishness of the insects under the sweltering heat and the quarry standing idle, it was an opportune moment for these little creatures to commence mining. Their agility of 15 far surpassed that of the insects, making them less susceptible to falling debris. Consequently, the giant black fish in their territory had been dealt with, resulting in a substantial influx of silver and assorted treasures, a testament to their hard-earned labor. After reaching a consensus on their next course of action, constructing a cooling entertainment room, it was deemed imperative to implement this plan promptly to avert heat stroke. The temperature was unbearably high. Upon returning home, it was already past 2 in the morning. Luo Yu settled the 12 badgers and then indulged in a refreshing bath. The luxury of a lavish bathroom was evident, as the fatigue melted away after soaking. Hint: your agility has increased by 1 while bathing. Upon entering his room, he found Xiao Kong and Xiao Jin already asleep, while Xiao Dai was dozing in the entertainment room. Embracing Xiao Kong, Luo Yu yawned and gradually drifted off to sleep. At dawn, he was roused by the oppressive heat. Glancing at the temperature, he was astounded to find it already at 45 degrees Celsius by 6 in the morning. How could one endure such conditions? He hastily donned his clothes, feeling somewhat relieved once the insulation effects took hold. As he washed up, Luo Yu contemplated his forthcoming strategies. With the addition of a high-end entertainment room, the base's rating had surged significantly. According to the previous plan, it was essential to construct defensive facilities to mitigate the threats posed by this rating increase. However, the requisite building materials, such as stone, were lacking. They would need to wait for the badgers to dig, and it would be prudent to acquire another batch of timber for reserve arrow towers. Furthermore, Luo Yu resolved to set the insects to work as soon as the evening brought cooler temperatures. Observing the swarm of insects idly crawling about the entertainment room, consuming rice without contributing, he felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Stepping onto the balcony, he gazed at his vegetable garden, the heat distorting the air above it. Some of the leaves had already begun to yellow. Despite Shao Kong's diligent efforts to water the plants under the blazing sun, the moisture evaporated too swiftly. It was impractical to water them every 10 minutes. Faced with challenges, Luo Yu perused the architectural options within the realm of the water cycle technology tree. A flicker of joy illuminated his eyes upon encountering the automatic irrigation system. Chapter 99. Automatic Irrigator. A timely rain after a prolonged drought. Automatic irrigator, capable of detecting soil moisture levels. When the moisture dips below 30, it automatically irrigates the designated area while enhancing soil fertility. Iron ore, 500. Silver, 500. Beast soul core, 1. Coverage area, 200 square meters. Many items bearing the term automatic require the construction of beast soul cores, rendering them highly versatile. A coverage area of 200 square meters is quite commendable, significantly conserving irrigation time and thereby reducing precious labor costs. It was settled, this would be the choice. The vegetable garden spans 2,000 square meters, yet the effective planting area currently stands at only 800 square meters. The rest remains barren. 4 beast soul cores are needed. Fortunately, Luo Yu possesses 1, and acquiring the remaining 3 would be a simple task. A glance into his storage revealed that the base currently holds 455 silver, ample funds indeed. He accessed the auction house, where many had recently recognized the necessity of water to combat the relentless heat. Individuals banded together to secure ownership of the small lake. And numerous beast soul cores were available for sale, with an average auction price of 50,000 silver each. Without hesitation, Luo Yu purchased 3 cores, depleting 15 silver. And before him, 3 luminous cores materialized. Adorning a straw hat, Luo Yu, neglecting breakfast, commenced construction. He first erected 4 automatic irrigators, resembling enlarged sprinkler heads adorned with exquisite beast soul engravings, undeniably a luxury item. Upon installation, the 4 irrigators were strategically placed throughout the vegetable garden, ensuring efficient irrigation for all crops. Next came the laying of pipes. Although the irrigators could automatically draw water, they required a reservoir as a source, as direct extraction from the lake was not feasible. This concept hinged on prior building requirements. Connecting a pipe directly to the water tower, the irrigation mechanism was swiftly activated as water flowed through. The 4 irrigators sprang to life, spraying water high into the air, cascading in a delightful arc, and uniformly nourishing every inch of the previously parched land. This was the essence of a timely rain after a prolonged drought. Luo Yu discerned a rainbow emerging amidst the spray, a breathtaking sight. A smile graced his face. Though he had expended considerable resources, he had successfully safeguarded his vegetable garden. He reflected, with a hint of gratitude, that had he not decisively acquired the costly water cycle technology blueprint for 20 previously, he shuddered to think of the losses he would have faced during this heat wave. Moreover, many individuals were currently seeking this design blueprint in the world, with some even offering 30, an absurdity. Luo Yu believed this blueprint, given the present circumstances, was worth at least 50. Notice, your vegetable garden's rating has significantly increased. Blessed by mysterious forces, all crops within your domain experience a growth rate of 200, lasting for 15 days. The situation is quite remarkable. Once again, it pertains to growth speed. Previously, I had acquired 1, and now I have received a double enhancement. Luo Yu glanced at the progress of his crops. And with the increased fertility of the land, the overall growth rate had reached a staggering 329. 33 times. Typically, ordinary crops grow at a rate of 5 units per day under adequate sunlight, while herbs grow at a rate of 1. Presently, the vegetables at Luo Yu's home grow at an astonishing rate of 165 units per day, maturing in just 6 days. This speed is utterly absurd. The current batch of crops is nearing maturity, and the harvest is expected in 2 days. Luo Yu is in high spirits. This expenditure was indeed worthwhile. By the way, the earlier notification pertained to the garden's rating, right? Luo Yu hastily checked the panel below. Number: Earth Summer Kingdom 23333. Base rating: 12,000 points. Sanitation value: maximum 100. Current: 83. Entertainment value: 80. Strength: 102. Constitution: 102. Agility: 101. The changes on the panel were quite significant. The entertainment value had originally been only 30 points. After Shao Dai's evolution, it increased by 10 points, while the dock and lakeside pavilion contributed an additional 10 points, and the advanced entertainment room added 30 points. The entertainment value has now reached a threshold capable of acquiring attributes. What benefits may be obtained is left to chance. Speaking of which, the sanitation rating of the base has declined again. There was no remedy, as the animals had vacated the beast taming arena to nest in the entertainment room. Were it not for Shao Dai cleaning the entertainment room each night before sleeping, the rating might have plummeted further. During the heat wave, there should be no attacks. Thus, it is imperative to earn money, construct arrow towers, and produce crossbow bolts. More is always better. Luo Yu dispatched 12 badger beasts to the quarry to extract stones, while he himself headed to the mine. After spending the entire morning in the mine, He unearthed a considerable amount of iron ore, copper ore, and other minerals. Upon checking the quarry, he was pleased to find that the badger beast's excavation efficiency far surpassed that of the digging worms. Their efficiency was approximately 4 times greater, meaning they could produce around 660 hardstones daily. After Little Jean processed them into stone bricks, approximately 900 bricks could be obtained. The rate of accumulation for 10,000 bricks was quite satisfactory. Now, a dilemma arose. The big bull was taking shelter from the heat, and there was no one to pull the mining cart. Beasts, after all, are animals and do not harbor negative emotions. Even though Little Jean possessed top-tier intelligence and was a diamond-grade entity, she still dutifully pulled the cart without any semblance of discontent, perceiving Luo Yu's request for her to work more as a sign of affection. Animals only feel unease in the absence of their owner. After lunch, Luo Yu checked the temperature, which had soared to a terrifying 50 degrees. The world channel was filled with lamentations, and participation in the regional channel had significantly dwindled, as the oppressive heat rendered many too lethargic even to engage in conversation. Fong Yuman commented, "I exchanged the previous silver I acquired for various resources. The entertainment room is complete. The pool water is a bit shallow, but the temperature has dropped to 30 degrees, making it a suitable refuge from the heat. I'm delighted." She accompanied her message with a screenshot. Her entertainment room was strikingly similar to Luo Yu's, both being luxurious spaces for recreation. However, the pool's water level was rather low, at approximately 20 centimeters. Lacking a water circulation system, it relied on manual filling, but fortunately, she had recruited quite a few laborers for the task. At that moment, she and 2 other members of the base were seated in the pool to escape the heat, while other base members and animals lounged around the pool's edge to cool off. Chapter 100, Enhancing Base Defense. Speaking of the pool, the conversation flowed effortlessly. Not only Fong Yaman, but also Alice and the others had constructed their own upscale entertainment rooms, complete with screenshots. It appeared everyone possessed remarkable skills. Luo Yu, aren't you all going to wear swimsuits while lounging in the water? Fong Yaman, you asked too many questions. No inquiries allowed. Naker, what is a swimsuit? Fong Yaman, Naker, don't ask him. He's just teasing us, humph. Luo Yu, teasing? I'm merely expressing concern for you all. Alina, what is a band-aid swimsuit? Can we all wear it since our figures are similar? Fong Yaman, Luo Yu, what on earth are you saying? Naker, oh, is Luo Yu offering to give me a swimsuit? How exciting. Luo Yu could already envision Fong Yuming's face flushed with embarrassment, struggling to explain. Fong Yaman, Luo Yu, if you dare to give me a band-aid swimsuit, I will punch you. Luo Yu, haha. At that moment, Luo Yu also reclined in the pool to cool off, while playfully teasing the girls in the group, finding joy in life. In the afternoon, Luo Yu began preparing meat cans in the kitchen, keeping a close watch on the World Channel, which reported that some gardens had withered significantly due to drought. No need to rush. He would wait until the drought intensified before selling the meat cans. By the end of the afternoon, he had produced 120 meat cans, and his cooking level was nearing an upgrade, quite satisfying. During the evening's bath time, Liu entered the arena to earn some gold, only to find it nearly deserted, as everyone was coping with the heat wave. After waiting for over 10 minutes for participants in the gold betting games, he grew bored and exited the arena. Upon leaving, he received a notification. You have enjoyed a bath, gaining 2 strength. This boost came from entertainment value, granting him 2 points of strength. Quite delightful. He then opened the auction house to purchase wood, intending to construct defensive equipment. Currently, the Eastern Front was equipped with an automatic flying axe thrower, which Luo Yu deemed sufficient for frontal defense. The Western Front was considered a stronghold. Accessing it required circumventing either the northern or southern route. The northern route was virtually impassable, meaning that enhancing the southern defenses would effectively prevent enemies from flanking to the rear. It was a strategic 2-for-1 solution. To completely seal off the southern approach to the base, the simplest method was to erect a wall extending directly from the base to its edge, adorned with various defensive devices. This would fundamentally thwart any attempts by enemies to maneuver around and attack from behind. As the territory has expanded by 29 units, bolstered by various enhancements, the distance from the base to the southern wall to the edge of the territory spans 387 kilometers. The total perimeter of the square base measures merely over 600 meters, including the vegetable gardens enclosure. This is an immense consumption of resources, and future considerations for expansion must be prudent. At present, such construction is simply unattainable. How can one achieve an impeccable defense without depleting vast amounts of materials? In solitude within the confines of the bathroom, Luo Yu pondered deeply. After much contemplation, an idea struck him. Construct bunkers. The optimal range for automatic crossbows is within 100 meters. Thus, an additional wall could be erected 100 meters away, adorned with crossbows, extending all the way to the territory's edge. Should the enemy choose to circumvent, they would inevitably traverse the crossbow's range. If they attempt to dismantle the crossbows, they would be riddled by the adjacent ones. This strategy could effectively seal off the entire southern front. With the southern perimeter locked down and the northern side largely secured by a small lake, the only potential threat would emerge from the east, rendering the western flank exceedingly secure. Partial defenses on the west could be relaxed, allowing for substantial land to be utilized for cultivating crops, planting trees, or grazing livestock, all without the necessity of walls. Enlightened by this revelation, a smile graced Luo Yu's face. He recalibrated his calculations to completely seal the southern boundary. He would need to construct 38 automatic crossbows, each requiring automatic crossbow, 500 shots, 5,000 wood, 1,000 iron ore, 500 silver. In total, this amounts to 19 wood, 38 iron ore, and 19 silver. Currently, the territory possesses 305 silver and 23 iron ore, which is insufficient, but this endeavor is not one that can be accomplished overnight. Luo Yu resolved to sell canned meat the following day to ascertain how much he could earn. The night swiftly passed, and upon awakening in the morning, Luo Yu was drenched in sweat, discovering that the temperature had soared to a staggering 49 degrees. Such heat early in the morning was unbearable. After donning his clothes, he felt considerably more comfortable. He checked the world channel, which remained rife with lamentations. Many expressed that they were on the brink of demise, some yearning to confess their feelings before perishing, while others cursed fate or lamented life. An array of sentiments echoed throughout. The oppressive heat was indeed alarming, and its duration remained uncertain. Yet, these voices merely represented the cries of the weak. The prevailing discourse on the world channel revolved around commerce, trading various goods to combat the sweltering conditions. After a hearty breakfast, activity resumed in the group chat. Naker, I spent an entire day preparing 10 cans of meat. Shall we sell them now? Fangyuming, I made some as well. Elena, I checked both the world and regional channels. The vegetable fields are nearly withered. Without ice sellers, the previously stored meat has likely spoiled. The batch of canned meat we possess should sell quite well. The girls in the group had heeded Luo Yu's advice and purchased ice, and with the construction of the advanced entertainment room, it was directly built atop the ice cellar. In the ice cellar, the threat of high temperatures no longer loomed, and with the recent slaughter of the large black fish, an abundance of fish meat was available for canning. Now, the moment for this small group to amass wealth had arrived. Alice, Luo Yu, are you there? The timing for sales is yours to determine. Chapter 101, Luo Yu, a principled merchant. First, we must establish a uniform price. In a normal temperature environment, the spoilage time for our dishes is 10 days. However, in the current heat, it has been reduced to merely 2 days. Presently, a simple dish with a 2-day shelf life is being sold for 1,000 silver coins, and even then, it is in a state of scarcity. Fangyuming lamented, indeed. The food crisis under this drought is terrifying. Prices now rival those from when we first entered the Heavenly Path world. Luo Yu, what should we price our canned meat? Let's double it. Luo Yu responded decisively. Each can should be priced at 500 silver coins. A hush fell over the group. Naker, Luo Yu, are we being too ruthless? I feel my hands tremble at the thought of 500 silver coins for a single can. Alice, Luo Yu, what is your reasoning? Please elaborate for everyone. Luo Yu explained, the nutritional value of our canned meat is equivalent to that of the simple dish. It sustains one for a day. Hunger has begun to ravage the Heavenly Path world, and 500 silver coins can buy a glimmer of hope for survival. For someone on the brink of starvation, such a price is irresistible. By charging 500 silver coins, we may very well save a life. This is not ruthless at all. After his words, the group found Luo Yu's proposal to be quite reasonable, ultimately approving the pricing. Without further ado, they proceeded to list the items. Luo Yu had a total of 235 cans of meat. No need to rush. He decided to list 100 to test the waters first. Fangyuming, has everyone listed their items? I will announce it to the world. Human race, anonymous freshly produced canned meat, with a shelf life of at least 15 days under the heat, has been listed in the auction house. Those who wish to survive, act swiftly. Upon the release of this news, it exploded in popularity. My goodness, someone is finally selling canned meat. I bet someone has unlocked the relevant technology. 500 silver coins for a can. Is this dish crafted from gold? That's exorbitantly priced. I'd rather starve than buy your cans. But can one afford to wait until starvation beckons? Can silver coins satisfy hunger? The world had its share of opinions, but none of that mattered. What was crucial was that all the listed canned meat was snatched up within 10 seconds. Wow, your reflexes are astonishing. Is there any of that canned meat left? Message me privately. I'm starving. Simultaneously, Luo Yu received a notification. You have sold canned meat, receiving silver coins, 250,000. 250 silver coins. A bonanza indeed. A faint smile graced Luo Yu's lips, and the girls in the group were overjoyed. Naker, I've earned 25,000 silver coins. Haha, this feels wonderful. Fangyuming, I was planning to build an arrow tower. Now I have the funds. Erlina, indeed, the arrow tower must be established. But our primary focus should be on producing more canned meat. Nyoda, I too have prepared 2 cans of meat, valued at 5,000 silver coins, which marks the peak of my wealth. Alice, with newfound riches, everyone should enhance their personal attributes. One must also ensure their own strength. Luo Yu, indeed, Alice, your clarity of thought is commendable. In the realm of Tian Dao, individual prowess is of utmost importance. I advocate for a balanced development. Laughter and merriment filled the group as they collectively decided to mobilize all resources to produce meat cans, seizing the opportunity to earn a handsome profit. Undeterred by the heat, the temperature in the luxurious entertainment room was well regulated, allowing them to work even during the day. Witnessing the joy of the group members, Luo Yu couldn't help but smile genuinely. In the world of Tian Dao, small communities play a pivotal role amidst the ceaseless emergence of various events. These groups can assist one another, significantly enhancing survival efficiency. Furthermore, in future confrontations, they could fight together and with increased output. Luo Yu sincerely hoped that this group would continue to grow stronger. The group had sold out of their meat cans, yet he still had 135 remaining. Upon checking the auction house, he indeed found others following suit by listing meat cans. The technology for crafting sealed meat blocks had not been exclusive to Luo Yu's small group, since it had been dropped by the Black Fish. Others could acquire it as well. The primary concern, however, was that meat cans were made from meat. Did they possess ice cellars for meat storage? Luo Yu's supply was, however, unceasing. In the auction house, the price for the following meat cans had surged to 3,000 silver coins. Though there was a chorus of complaints, the reality remained. Purchasing was inevitable. Luo Yu understood market dynamics. If he priced his batch of meat cans at 3,000 silver coins, the next wave could escalate to 3,500. Capital is eternally greedy, seeking greater profits without regard for ethics. However, such actions could destabilize the market. Rampant price inflation might provoke consumer backlash and exceed their psychological price threshold, ultimately leading to unsold inventory. After careful consideration, Luo Yu listed 20 meat cans at a price of 2,500 silver coins. The world reacted immediately. A conscientious merchant is once again selling meat cans at 2,500. They exclaimed. What integrity! The 20 cans were sold out on the spot, prompting Luo Yu to subsequently list another 30 cans, priced at 3,000 silver coins. Let us not purchase from the unscrupulous merchants. We shall support the merchant of integrity at 2,500. Indeed, we shall not buy from the deceitful. Keep your wares for yourself. As anticipated, the market swiftly responded, showcasing the phenomenon of consumer backlash. Yet, the merchant at 2,500 had not replenished his stock. Luo Yu, unwilling to restock at the 3,000 price point until the previous batch sold out, continued to manufacture new meat cans in the kitchen while waiting for his current stock to deplete. After a little over an hour, they finally sold out. This time, it took a bit longer. It appeared that the 3,000 price was nearing its limit. Checking the auction house again, he noted that the opportunists had raised their prices to 3,500 silver coins. The world was rife with criticism. A cacophony of disdain that seemed to curse not only individuals but the very planet and even the galaxy they inhabited. Some even resorted to broad-brush condemnation, implicating the Milky Way in their tirades, labeling its inhabitants as mongrels. The veins on Luo Yu's forehead throbbed slightly as he listed another 30 cans of meat, this time priced at 2,500. In the product description, he added a note. These meat cans are being sold at a bargain. As a resident of the Milky Way, please refrain from disparaging our kind and lovable galaxy beings. Chapter 102. Securing the Southern Front. Engaging in extensive construction. The conscientious merchants of the Milky Way had restocked. Apologies for our prior disdain towards the Milky Way. Long live the Milky Way. It is the beings of Taurus that are the true mongrels. What does that have to do with us Taurians? The gentlemen of the Milky Way are charming, and the ladies are beautiful. Join forces with fellow Milky Way dwellers. We could be partners. I am male, and I hope you are too. In an instant, the world channel was inundated with praises for the Milky Way. Amidst this chorus of admiration, Luo Yu joyfully collected his earnings and subsequently listed another 3,000 cans of meat. After a flurry of transactions, he successfully sold all his meat cans, achieving an average price of 2,800. With a total of 135 cans sold, he netted 378 silver coins. Adding the previous 25, he had profited a remarkable 628, bringing his total silver to 933, a fortune. Gazing at the string of numbers in his account, Luo Yu felt an overwhelming surge of joy. Time to spend. Following his prior plan, he began purchasing timber to manufacture automatic crossbows. Why crossbows instead of arrow towers? Because arrow towers are too large a target and easily destroyed. Currently, the market price for timber was 25 silver coins per unit, and constructing 38 crossbows required 19 units of timber. Without hesitation, Luo Yu bought 20 units of timber, instantly parting with 50 silver coins. How swiftly money arrived and departed. Next came the iron ore. He required a total of 38 units, but the base only had 23, necessitating the purchase of 15. The price of iron ore remained stable at a ratio of 2:1, so Luo Yu simply bought 2 units for a mere 4 silver coins. Not expensive at all. Rather than a wall, what he constructed resembled a series of abrupt square stone pillars. These pillars extended to the southern border of his territory, totaling 38, upon which rested 38 automatic crossbows, effectively sealing off the entire southern front. This endeavor earned him a remarkable 1,900 points in ratings, despite the substantial increase. Each crossbow was worth only 50 points, yet the defensive capabilities they provided could offset at least 300 points of luxury rating. Utilizing defensive weaponry to enhance ratings proved to be the most secure strategy. By the time all was completed, night had fallen. Standing atop the watchtower, Luo Yu gazed at the line of stone pillars to the south, a wave of security washing over him. After sharing dinner with 3 adorable companions, who then scampered off to play in the water, Luo Yu redoubled his efforts, continuing to produce meat cans. The group chat was buzzing with activity, as everyone was eager to seize this lucrative opportunity. Luo Yu toiled until midnight, tirelessly producing 150 cans of meat, ready to reap a handsome profit. After a refreshing shower that washed away his fatigue, he collapsed onto his grand bed, only to receive a prompt. You have gained Constitution 1. The diamond-studded bed was a delight. Gradually, he drifted into slumber, and upon awakening at dawn, another notification appeared. You have gained Frenzy of Action, Global Work Speed 50. Agility 5, lasting 3 days. What? This again? Luo Yu glanced at his status bar. He had previously acquired the Frenzy of Action, and now the effects stacked, rendering his global work speed at 200 and cooking efficiency at 300. The pace was astonishing. Time to get to work. However, before diving into his tasks, Luo Yu first needed to sell the meat cans he had prepared overnight. Following his previous strategy, with an average price of 2,800, the 150 cans quickly sold out, netting him an additional 42 silver coins. After spending so much yesterday, he checked his balance, 82. With so many races and beings across the myriad realms, the wealthy truly abound. After breakfast, he began making meat cans again early in the morning, while the girls in his group were equally enthusiastic in their endeavors. Unlike Luo Yu, who operated solo, they had at least 3 members in their territories. Though their efficiency was slower, taking over an hour to produce a single can, their numbers compensated for it. Moreover, as their proficiency increased, their speed improved. As for concerns about cooking levels and potential food poisoning, well, it wasn't for him to consume. At this juncture, he could only suppress his conscience. Whether or not they experienced food poisoning mattered little. If they did, they could lay idle, expending less energy. Everyone was bustling with energy, but Luo Yu did not require assistance from the adorable ones, as his efficiency was exceedingly high, producing a can every 3 minutes, amounting to 20 cans an hour, flowing like a well-oiled assembly line. Even he found his speed somewhat absurd. Today, the outside temperature soared to 52 degrees, and the sweltering heat distorted the air outdoors. Luo Yu remained vigilant, monitoring the system interface, keeping a close watch on the temperatures of the warehouse, cellar, and entertainment room. Fortunately, all remained within safe limits, particularly the entertainment room, where the temperature stayed below 30, a commendable feat in the kitchen. Luo Yu instinctively reached for the ingredients delivered by Shao Kong, only to feel something hard. You have obtained Shao Kong's treasure chest X1. Luo Yu paused in surprise as Shao Kong chirped joyfully, affectionately nuzzling her little head against his hand. Imagine tripping over something while walking only to discover it was a treasure chest. Wujio, Wujio. Shao Kong nodded enthusiastically. My little darling. You always manage to surprise me with new delights. Luo Yu picked her up and kissed her, only to find her covered in beads of sweat. Gently, he wiped her face and softly said, Rest now. Go play in the water with your sister, Shao Dai. Wujio. Shao Kong shook her head, clinging to Luo Yu's arm, indicating she wished to stay by her master's side. Ah, truly my sweet little darling. Luo Yu found himself increasingly fond of Shao Kong, and now he decided to open the treasure chest to see what delightful surprises she had brought him. He still had 3 critical hits left unused, and after quietly reciting a phrase in his mind, he opened the chest. Chapter 103. The Beast-Tide Assault at Extreme Difficulty. 100-fold critical hit triggered. You have obtained an attack summoner, Animal, 1, golden level, a one-time item. Oh, an attack summoner for animals? At this time of day, when the heat was at its peak, summoning animals to assault would be beneficial for him, as most creatures lacked the energy to charge forward. After gently patting Shao Kong's head and encouraging her to play in the pool, Liu ascended the lookout tower with the summoner in hand. He began to click and install a portion of the automatic crossbows originally placed in the southern territory onto the front wall. Animals were not like tribes. They would only charge head-on, so bolstering the front defenses sufficed. When he felt it was nearly ready, Liu clicked to use the item. You have used the attack summoner. Please select the difficulty of the assault. The attack summoner allowed for the choice of difficulty: easy, normal, hard, extreme, king, and hell. A wrong choice could lead to the destruction of the base. After contemplation, Luo Yu opted for extreme difficulty. After all, besides the numerous defensive installations, there was also Shaojin. The primary reason was that only at extreme difficulty and above could a variety of different ecological animals appear, rather than just a single species attacking. Different ecological animals might even spawn alongside beast girls. Capturing a beast girl would be a delightful triumph. Upon confirming his selection, an immediate prompt appeared. Your territory is besieged by various animals. Total number, 278. The number of assaults was calculated algorithmically. Typically, non-end-of-month assaults averaged 1 unit for every 200 points, and Luo Yu's base score was 13, 900. Generally speaking, a regular assault would yield around 695 units. However, having selected extreme mode, the intensity of the assault was quadrupled, resulting in 278 creatures. Luo Yu activated his Beastmaster trait and summoned Xiaojin to his side. She had just emerged from the pool, her body glistening with water, and shyly said, "Master, why did you suddenly call for me? I haven't dried off yet." Luo Yu scrutinized Xiaojin from head to toe and chuckled. "It's been a few days without checking in on you, Xiaojin. Has your physique improved? It seems your chest defense has strengthened a bit." Chest defense? Xiaojin was momentarily taken aback, but, upon realizing, rushed to cover her chest with a blush, huffing, "How rude." "Master." Luo Yu laughed heartily. With the entertainment value added to the beast girls, it was only fitting to amuse them a little. At that moment, a multitude of wild animals appeared at the edge of the territory. Upon closer inspection, there were tigers, leopards, jackals, rhinos, elephants, zebras, giraffes, centipedes, and scorpions, all charging fiercely towards the base. Oh dear, an animal assault. Xiaojin took a deep breath, ready to unleash a tiger's roar, but Luo Yu waved his hand, indicating, "Not yet. Let us observe the situation first." Just as she was about to roar, Xiaojin nearly lost her breath at his words. In the distance, a multitude of animals thundered towards him, shaking the very earth beneath their feet with an astonishing force. Luo Yu observed keenly, recognizing that among them were creatures of considerable rank. Elephants and rhinoceroses, classified as black iron grade, surged forward. However, after just 200 or 300 meters, many of the animals collapsed, succumbing to the sweltering heat, their bodies fainting from the oppressive temperature, which was nearing 54 degrees Celsius at that peak afternoon hour. Aside from a few exceptional beings, ordinary animals could hardly endure such extreme conditions. Every couple of 100 meters, groups of them fell. And by the time the herd reached the range of the catapults, only about 100 remained. The power of the improved catapults astonished Luo Yu. With a resounding boom, 2 stones were launched, toppling even the heat-resistant desert scorpions, which were subsequently crushed by the charging black iron-grade rhinoceroses. Soon, the beast horde entered the range of the arrow towers and automatic crossbows, where over 100 beasts fell in orderly rows beneath a torrential rain of arrows. As they approached within 50 meters, the arrows whistled down like a deluge, and most animals collapsed along their path of charge, leaving only the black iron-grade rhinoceroses and elephants still capable of fighting. Yet, they too were riddled with arrows, resembling porcupines in their distress. As for the formidable tiger, once deemed the greatest threat by Luo Yu, its thick fur indicated it belonged to a frigid habitat, and it had succumbed to the heat long before, likely perishing from the oppressive conditions. Such is the nature of differing ecologies. Suddenly, with a dull thud, the automatic flying axe launcher fired, sending a stone axe spinning directly towards the rhinoceros, striking its forehead with a shattering blow. The rhinoceros let out a pained bellow and collapsed to the ground. Even a mighty rhinoceros could be felled by such a blow, delighting Luo Yu with the axe's formidable power. Nevertheless, being a creature of black iron grade, the rhinoceros, known for its tough skin and resilience, shook its head and rose again, roaring as it leapt over the moat. Unfortunately, another flying axe struck it, sending it crashing down once more. Concerned for the creature's safety, Luo Yu instructed Xiaojin to capture the rhinoceros and elephant alive. With a decisive leap from the watchtower, Xiaojin landed before the black iron rhinoceros. In the midst of the battle's haze, the rhinoceros had been unaware of her presence. But upon suddenly encountering the legendary Jin Sisebelu at such close quarters, it trembled in fear. With a single punch, Xiaojin rendered it unconscious. She then repeated the feat with the black iron-grade elephant, dragging them both within the walls. "Congratulations, you have successfully repelled the beast tide's assault. Is that all?" A smile spread across Luo Yu's face. Over 200 beasts had not even touched the city walls before it was all over, leaving him craving more. Had he known, he would have chosen hell mode with a 100-fold critical hit. Yet, the greatest regret remained that no beast girls had participated in this onslaught. What a pity. The attack's summoning orb in his hand had shattered, and Luo Yu offered a faint smile. Descending from the lookout tower, he began to manage the subsequent tasks. First and foremost was the taming of the 2 black iron tier creatures. As a 3-star beast tamer with a level 9 taming skill, and with the assistance of the beast arena and the fear instilled in the animals by Little Gold, the task proved to be rather straightforward. Chapter 104. Crisis, Water Depleted. After administering some herbal treatment, Luo Yu examined their attributes. Savage double-horned white rhinoceros, black iron tier, male, adult strength 41, constitution 49, agility 23. Curled ear giant elephant, black iron tier, male, adult strength 50, constitution 56, agility 21. The attributes of these 2 black iron tier animals were commendable, and being herbivores, their dietary needs were minimal, with grass plentifully available for leisurely grazing. Furthermore, due to their tough hides and robust physiques, they possessed some resistance to heat, making them suitable for laborious tasks even amidst sweltering conditions. Both the elephant and the rhinoceros could venture to the lakeside to frolic in the water, posing no sanitary burden on the base, which was quite advantageous. Luo Yu began to search for any surviving animals. The scorching heat had resulted in a staggering mortality rate, particularly since these creatures lacked rank and had low constitutions. With over 200 animals to attend to, Luo Yu needed to slaughter them before they fully decomposed. He summoned Little Gold and Little Kong, both of whom possessed slaughtering capabilities and could operate effectively in high temperatures. Additionally, he instructed the recovered rhinoceros and elephant to transport the animal carcasses to the lakeside slaughtering site, racing against the heat wave to maximize the amount of meat procured. Fortunately, the sun was soon to set. One could not help but commend Luo Yu's remarkable efficiency in slaughtering, which was closely tied to his culinary skills. With an efficiency rating of 300 and over 100 in strength, combined with his sharp artisan's knife, the results were truly formidable. Ultimately, the scene transformed into Little Kong continuously transporting the meat to the cold storage, while Little Gold assisted in moving the animal carcasses to the lakeside, leaving Luo Yu to handle the slaughtering alone. After 2 hours, the animal carcasses began to rot, prompting Luo Yu to cease his slaughtering activities. Although not all had been processed, the remaining ones were infested with maggots, which he promptly disposed of by incinerating them in the cremation pit. This endeavor yielded 30 units of meat, causing the storage to overflow. There was no longer any need to worry about sourcing materials for canned meat. Having completed these tasks, Luo Yu leaped into the small lake, eager for a refreshing swim, though he nearly succumbed to being scalded. Finally rinsing away the stench of blood, he contemplated the creation of an automatic slaughtering platform capable of processing animals autonomously, albeit lacking a design blueprint. After dinner with everyone, Luo Yu immediately set to work on producing canned meat. Before midnight, he had prepared 100 cans, each averaging 2,800 in value, netting him a profit of 28 silver coins. His silver reserves had now reached 110. That night, after a shower, he lay in bed, fighting off sleep as he allocated attributes to Little Kong and Little Dai. While Little Gold could no longer enhance her attributes with silver, the two of them could. The strength of the beast girls was intrinsically linked to his own. Now that he had the means, it was time to invest. Originally, their attributes were as follows: Town Yu Beast Girl, Strength 100, Constitution 50, Agility 50, Charm Butterfly, Strength 60, Constitution 60, Agility 70. Now, it requires 2,000 silver to upgrade each of them, totaling 210 upgrades to reach the maximum of 100. After a flurry of clicks, a total of 42 silver was spent, leaving 68 silver in the base. Town Yu Beast Girl, Strength 100, Constitution 100, Agility 100, Charm Butterfly, Strength 100, Constitution 100, Agility 100. They are fully upgraded. Their attributes have all reached 100. From now on, apart from their own growth, they will, like Luo Yu, rely on random gains to acquire attribute points. Of course, most of what they receive pertains to fur growth progress and milk production progress, with attribute points being quite rare. It is noteworthy that an increase in constitution can also enhance the maximum and minimum comfort temperatures. While the effect may not be immediately apparent, it is indeed beneficial. In a scorching environment, it is essential to invest in constitution. With the additions completed, Luo Yu exhaled deeply and soon fell asleep. Upon waking, he routinely checked for notifications. You have gained 1 constitution from sleeping. Dressed, he practiced a set of Gale Blade techniques, contemplating breakfast. When another notification arrived, your Gale Blade technique has upgraded to the 2nd tier, increasing its power. Finally, an upgrade. Perseverance leads to victory. Luo Yu felt elated and got to work. The temperature today remained the same as yesterday, starting at 51 in the morning, while it did not decrease. It also did not increase. This brought a collective sigh of relief, indicating that the temperature had peaked and the heat wave was entering a period of stabilization and decline. However, it would still be arduous. Today, Luo Yu devoted himself to producing meat cans, and the group was quite lively. Everyone was counting money to the point of muscle strain, full of enthusiasm. Notification. Someone at the mercenary square has hired you to eliminate the large black fish within the territory for a commission of 5,000. Do you accept? No. Luo Yu promptly declined and adjusted his status at the mercenary square to indicate he would not be accepting any tasks during the heat wave. Why would I? Making tens of millions a minute, go after a large black fish? Unless one is out of their mind. With a smirk, Luo Yu prepared to continue making meat cans when yet another notification arrived. Your water supply is insufficient. Kitchen sinks, cleaning stations, and other items cannot continue to function. What? Out of water? He hurriedly checked the status of the water tanks, and, indeed, both the tank and tower were completely empty. There wasn't a drop left. Checking the water pump's operating status, 40 liters. A wind-powered water pump can only extract 40 liters a day without wind. The importance of water for the base is self-evident, especially for a base like Luo Yu's. Without water, many tasks become impossible. After the automatic sprayers were installed, water consumption skyrocketed, and with no natural wind during the heat wave, he hurriedly accessed the hydraulic circulation technology to explore possible solutions. The technology for the lightning water pump remains unlocked, and with the absence of wind, reliance on the thermal water pump has become inevitable. The thermal water pump, which extracts water through combustion, yields a daily output of 500 liters while consuming 100 units of energy. The construction requires 2,000 units of stone, 300 units of silver, and 300 units of iron ore. Compared to the wind-powered pump, it is considerably more economical, providing a consistent daily output. However, it necessitates the burning of wood. Currently, the market price for 100 units of wood is 250 silver coins. As Luo Yu calculated in his mind, under the sweltering heat, 4 sprinklers would require approximately 8 tons of water daily. Additionally, maintaining the swimming pool demands around 2 tons, while the extensive cooking, cleaning surfaces, and sinks consume about 1 ton. Including the bathhouse, toilets, and water for drinking, the total approximates 12 tons. No wonder the water tower had previously run dry. With the absence of wind, the wind-powered pump has become effectively ornamental. To maintain a steady water supply, 24 thermal pumps would be required. Observing the current stock of stone bricks, 37 bricks could yield 18 thermal pumps, yet the daily consumption of wood would amount to 4,500 silver coins, an outrageous sum. Luo Yu felt an overwhelming reluctance to burn wood. Yet, as challenges arose, he reminded himself that as long as his resolve remained steadfast, solutions would outnumber the difficulties. Suddenly, an idea sparked. Indeed, our small community has unlocked thermal energy technology. Instead of spending on wood, why not construct thermal energy collection panels? He promptly accessed the technology tree, discovering the requirements for the thermal energy collection panel: 1,000 stone bricks, 1,000 silver coins, 1,000 copper ore, and 1 beast soul core. The energy absorption conversion rate stands at 1,000 energy units per day. To elucidate, 1 unit of energy is generated by the combustion of 1 unit of wood, meaning this energy collection panel can convert a maximum of 1,000 units of wood daily. However, akin to the wind-powered pump's need for wind, the panel requires heat to function. Though the costs are not exorbitant, the necessity of a beast soul core for construction is rather preposterous. How could a mere panel demand such a high-tech component? Luo Yu rolled his eyes, yet recognizing the long-term benefits of this energy panel seemed to justify its advanced nature, leaving him momentarily speechless. Thus, he revised his personal notice at the Mercenary Square: anonymous human, black iron level offering free assistance in eliminating the great black fish, contingent upon signing a contract, with the beast soul core reverting to me post-elimination. This price is somewhat extravagant, equating to a 5-time appearance fee, contingent on the willingness of others. For now, it would be prudent to purchase the beast soul core. Opening the auction house, Luo Yu spent 10 silver coins to acquire 2 beast soul cores, then proceeded to the rooftop of his villa. He intended to install the thermal energy panel atop the roof, akin to solar panels for convenient heat absorption. Before clicking to build, he tentatively uttered a phrase in his mind. Critical hit triggered. Upon clicking to construct the upgraded thermal energy collection panel, it transformed into the powerful thermal energy absorption station. Remarkably, the thermal energy collector is classified as furniture rather than a building, allowing it to be critically struck. Before me, a dazzling light manifested into a grand stone basin, intricately engraved with various enchanting runes, exuding an aura of sophistication. Eagerly, I perused the description: powerful thermal energy absorption station, daily energy absorption conversion rate of 510,000 energy units. Each day, it can produce a minimum of 500 units of thermal energy, with a staggering maximum of 10,000. I examined the current state of the thermal energy absorption station. Thermal output, 3,000. In the midst of a heat wave, it boasted impressive power. This daily output could simultaneously operate 30 thermal water pumps. My heart soared with delight at this revelation. Furthermore, there was a beast soul core. I quickly recited the thought once more. Reminder: energy-related furniture can only trigger a critical strike once per year. Alas, it was a failure. The limitation on energy furniture's critical strikes is greater than that of the marketplace, which is understandable. Allowing infinite critical strikes could result in an overwhelming surplus of energy, attracting formidable higher beings to assault the base. What appears to be a limitation also serves as a form of protection. Thus, I resolved to craft a standard energy collection panel. With a flick of my fingers, a black ordinary energy panel was successfully created, merely a rectangular black stone slab adorned with simple engravings, exuding a sense of modesty. Thermal energy collection panel. Current thermal output, 500. The 500 units of power should not be underestimated. Satisfied, I nodded and glanced at the Territory S rating, which surged by 2 for 100. The ordinary thermal energy collection panel contributed 400 points, while the powerful absorption station garnered an astonishing 2,000 points. 2,000. The enormity of this figure made my heart flutter with excitement. I decided to maintain a positive outlook, while the threat of attacks had escalated. The rewards for withstanding them had also increased. The monthly settlement would yield an additional 2 silver coins. Indeed, a worthwhile endeavor. Comforting myself with this thought, I shifted my focus. Now was not the time to dwell on potential attacks, but rather to swiftly utilize the thermal energy. It would be unwise to position the thermal water pumps outdoors, as they could easily be damaged by the elements. Thus, I planned to construct a pump house. The ideal location would be near the water tower, where the hydraulic facilities would be most appropriately situated. Opening the construction page, I browsed through the workshop options until I found the desired structure. Temperature-resistant greenhouse. The internal environment is rudimentary, effectively shielding against internal heat dispersion to prevent wall melting and structural collapse. The requirements: 5,000 stone bricks, 500 silver, and 500 temperature-resistant materials. Copper and iron can be counted as temperature-resistant materials, requiring just a bit more iron ore. I selected to construct it without hesitation. Before my eyes, a seemingly ordinary stone cottage materialized. While it appeared unremarkable from the outside, the interior was starkly rough, resembling a bare shell of a house. Perhaps I could plant some flowers later to enhance its aesthetic appeal. Now, Luo Yu could no longer concern himself with trivialities. He promptly commenced the construction of the thermal water pumps. After a series of continuous clicks, a number of small boiler-like structures materialized before him, arranged with meticulous precision. In one breath, Luo Yu constructed 16 thermal water pumps. Thermal water pump, daily water extraction capacity, 500 liters, current power 0. Naturally, the absence of fuel resulted in a power output of 0. Luo Yu's first task was to lay the pipelines. A single pipe extended from the pump house directly into a small lake. This pipeline was separate from the wind-powered pumps, albeit at the expense of additional stone resources. It ensured that a single pipe's failure would not lead to a complete water outage in his territory. Subsequently, another pipe was installed from the pump house to the adjacent water tank, thus completing the water connection. Next came the energy supply. Energy pipeline, per meter 10 silver, 10 iron ore, 10 copper ore. The energy pipelines were rather costly. However, all energy must be channeled through them, so he proceeded with the construction. One energy pipeline was routed from the villa's rooftop, traversing down the wall, and finally descending underground to connect with the pump house, linking to each thermal water pump. Although substantial resources were expended, the energy was finally established. The instant the energy connection was completed, the thermal water pumps sprang to life.